Everyone who has raised a dragon knows that dragons are not only rare and fierce but also tend to devour their masters. A single meal can consume hundreds of millions of resources, and even top geniuses can only afford to raise one or two. But you raised over 100, and they are all 100% loyal to you, simply because after you awakened the weakest summoning system in the early stages, and were planning on how to ally with the Son of Destiny, a giant dragon's nest suddenly appeared within you. Every once in a while, you could receive different dragon demon embryo discs. As long as you provided certain materials, you could even summon an emperor-level giant dragon. At this moment, in the magic capital, you, who had just awakened the summoning system, walked somewhat embarrassedly in front of Mu Zhanqing. "Grandfather, I need some demon materials." Mu Zhanqing raised an eyebrow and put down the recent reports on the situation in magic capital. Summoning systems do require some demon materials. "Speak, what do you need?" "Lord level 1s. With a cough, Mu Zhanqing almost choked on his own saliva. "What do you want?" Looking at Mu Zhanqing's wide eyes, you scratched your head awkwardly. Asking for Lord-level materials directly was indeed a bit difficult for your grandfather. Mu Zhanqing pursed his lips. Alright, you've awakened magic, it's time to show you some things." He then stood up and motioned for you to follow him. Unable to hold back, you asked on the way, "Grandfather, where are we going?" Mu Zhanqing turned around to glance at you, forcing a smile. "To get something your biological parents left for you." You froze immediately. Biological parents, such a distant word. Since you crossed over, you had been adopted by Mu Zhanqing and had never seen your biological parents. But you could guess that your biological parents were definitely extraordinary, otherwise, Mu Zhanqing wouldn't have adopted you. Soon, you followed Mu Zhanqing to a room. When the door opened, your gaze immediately fixed on the glass box in the middle. Through the box, you saw the object inside, and your eyes instantly widened. The object was emitting a strong purple light. This was not the light the object itself gave off but the feature activated by your awakened dragon's nest. As long as the material could fuse, you could see its corresponding color. The depth of the color determined its specific grade, with 5 colors corresponding to different levels. The dazzling purple light in front of you indicated that this was at least a material from a great lord-level demon. Your breathing became heavy, but Mu Zhanqing didn't care, thinking you were merely intimidated by the pressure of the demon's remains. You turned off the dragon's nest's detection feature and took a clearer look at the material. It was a 3-meter-long horn, covered with beautiful black patterns, resembling the claws of a devil. As someone with low cultivation, you didn't dare to look at it for too long. Staring at it for too long made you feel like your soul would be sucked into the horn. Mu Zhanqing picked up a small token engraved with the character Lin. "This is something your parents left behind. They placed it at the Mu family's door when you were just born. I suspect Lin is your or your parents' surname, but over the years, I've never heard of any powerful figures with the surname Lin passing away or being born. I then personally went to the place where this horn came from. According to the experts in the Mu family, this horn is likely from the Abyss Dragon, a great lord-level demon." "Abyss Dragon?" Hearing that name, your pupils constricted. A lord-level dragon would probably require someone at the peak of the realm to defeat. Even with a group of people, it would take at least one fully leveled-up super tier to stand a chance against it. Could your parents have been that powerful? Mu Zhanqing continued, "I brought people and searched for the Abyss Dragon for a whole year, but we couldn't find it. The family forced me to come back due to the heavy resources spent." Mu Zhanqing sighed regretfully. "The family is not just my own decision. If it weren't for you wanting lord-level materials today, I'd probably have waited a few more years before bringing you here." You understood Mu Zhanqing's difficulties as the family head. In fact, you hadn't planned to ask for lord-level materials directly. Lord-level materials were extremely valuable, and other elders in the family wouldn't allow Mu Zhanqing to give such precious materials to a junior who had just awakened magic. But this horn was Mu Zhanqing's personal property, so he could give it to you. With this horn and some strong commander-level materials, you could definitely create a dragon with the potential of a lord level. Mu Zhanqing looked at your expression with a hint of nervousness. Having raised you for 16 years, he had already regarded you as his own grandson, but men are always silent. Even though Mu Zhanqing was afraid you might go after your biological parents regardless of the danger, he didn't try to stop you. "Do whatever you want to do." Mu Zhanqing thought that after he said this, you would firmly state your decision. But to his surprise, you simply looked at him excitedly and asked, "Grandfather, do you have other materials? With just one horn, it wouldn't be enough." Mu Zhanqing froze for a moment, then laughed heartily, his mood greatly lifted. "We have a lot of materials like this at home, all top-tier materials currently on the market." You returned home loaded with materials. The first thing you did when you entered your room was check your spoils: 1 great lord-level material, 3 small lord-level materials, and 15 commander-level materials. You licked your lips and took all these materials to the dragon's nest. After constantly experimenting and combining them, and recording numerous research plans on paper, you finally obtained the optimal formula. Clicking on the generate button below the plan, an ebony dragon egg appeared. As the shell cracked open slowly, a dark dragon with a horn poked its head out, shaking its wet wings, and looked at you with a curious expression. "Dad?" Hearing the tender voice in your mind, you were overjoyed. The hatched dragon could actually communicate directly. Suddenly, the little dragon ate the eggshell and grew bigger in an instant, freely flying around in the dragon's nest. You stared at the little dragon, and a message panel appeared above its head. You pulled at your lips. Not bad, buddy, born as a battle general, is this really a dragon? I'll call you Little Black. Little Black, less than half an hour old, didn't care about the name's quality. He was just happy that his father gave him a name. P.S. Your name is Lin Chen. For the next year, Lin Chen did not expose the existence of Little Black. Are you kidding? You just awakened your magic and contracted a dragon with monarch-level potential? Lin Chen understood the principle of pretending to be weak to catch others off guard, but he was not foolish. If he acted too unusually from the start, he would be regarded as part of the Black Church. Anyway, the resources given by the family were enough for Lin Chen for now, so he decided to just quietly develop for a while. In the span of a year, Lin Chen had obtained 121 white magic orbs, 52 green magic orbs, 12 blue magic orbs, 4 purple magic orbs, and 1 golden magic orb. Sitting in his room, Lin Chen rubbed his hands together. After a year of saving up, it's time to enjoy it now. Let's go! First, he opened the white magic orbs. 10 pounds of dragon feed. 5 pounds of dragon feed. Eye of the one-eyed demon wolf, white. 10 pounds of dragon feed. Wing of the white demon eagle, green. After opening all 121 white magic orbs, Lin Chen had accumulated 800 pounds of dragon feed, enough for Little Black to eat for a while. In addition, Lin Chen had gained 18 white materials, 6 green materials, and 1 blue material. Lin Chen took a deep breath. It's fine, it's fine. It's just the lowest level white orbs. Getting a blue material is already a win. I can't really expect it to give me an emperor level material, right? He opened the green magic orbs. Eye of the three-eyed demon wolf, green. 50 pounds of dragon feed. Tooth of the deep sea giant serpent, blue. Out of 52 green magic orbs, Lin Chen had obtained 21 green materials and 4 blue materials. Lin Chen twitched the corner of his mouth. You know, the green orbs already had a chance to open dragon demon embryos, although the chance was very low. But after opening 52, none appeared. It was quite frustrating. It's fine, Lin Chen looked at the remaining dozen or so magic orbs. These blue, purple, and golden orbs were the main event. Open. Heart of the flame demon beast, purple. Dragon demon embryo. Claw of the colorful demon tiger, blue. 500 pounds of dragon feed. After opening all 16 blue and purple magic orbs, Lin Chen clenched his fist in excitement. It was happening, it was happening. Dragon demon embryo. Looking at the final golden magic orb, Lin Chen actually didn't want it to open a dragon demon embryo anymore. The golden orb was meant for emperor-level materials. If it opened an emperor-level material, Lin Chen could at least create an invincible monarch. Dragon demon embryo. Lin Chen sighed. Well, it's fine, it's fine. Having an embryo is good enough. With all these materials, I can definitely fuse 2 little dragons with explosive potential. In the dragon's nest, Little Black seemed to feel Lin Chen's excitement, flying over and circling around him while howling. Little Black was no longer the 2-meter small creature it was when it was born. It had grown to a full 8 meters, its horns sharp, and its strength had made significant progress. Name, Abyss Poison Cursed Dragon, Growth Stage. Strength, Advancement Period Battle General Level. Potential, Great Monarch Level. Skills, Abyss Breath, Poison Curse. It was said that dragons grew slowly, but watching Little Black grow so fast by just eating and drinking every day to reach the Battle General level, Lin Chen really felt a bit envious. With the Stardust Demon tool given by Mu Zhanxing, Lin Chen himself was working hard, yet he was still only at the beginning level of summoning magic. Although summoning magic was difficult to cultivate, Lin Chen still felt it was too slow. Brother? Are you in the room? In the midst of his thoughts, Lin Chen heard a familiar voice. He left the dragon's nest and saw a figure he couldn't be more familiar with pushing open the door. Mu Nixin was wearing a retro-style long dress, adorned with some modern flourishes, without any extra accessories. Her simplicity made her beauty even more striking. Yes, it was Mu Nixin, Lin Chen's third sister. As for Lin Chen's second sister, there was no need to say much. It was naturally Mu Nujio. Now, Mu Nixin and Mu Nujio had both begun to show off the style of the Mu family's twin beauties. Mu Nujio displayed an astonishing talent for cultivation, while Mu Nixin had exceptional management skills. At a young age, he started helping his family manage affairs. Brother, why are you still cultivating? Hurry up, hurry up. Today is the family's annual assessment. Assessment? Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, and then quickly reacted. That's right, today is the annual assessment of the Mu family, and he needed to hurry to the venue. Those who perform excellently in the assessment can earn many rewards. Lin Chen followed Mu Nujio to the venue, where Mu Nujio was also present. A 17-year-old girl, who had already begun to show off her stunning beauty, had a noble aura that almost blocked anyone around her from trying to approach. When Mu Nugio saw Lin Chen arrive, she smiled brightly and sweetly called out, "Big brother." Upon hearing such a sweet voice, Lin Chen didn't feel comfortable at all. Instead, he got goosebumps all over. "Jiajio, speak directly." Mu Nugio's face turned slightly red. "What do you mean?" "It's rare for me to speak softly." Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Every time she spoke like this, nothing good came out of it. He still remembered the last time she did this, when she borrowed 1 million from him. "Speak directly." "Aya, I just wanted to know if Big Brother has a contract summon beast and what the summon beast looks like." Lin Chen chuckled, so she came to inquire about it. "No comment." After saying that, Lin Chen directly found a spot to sit down. Since it was the Mu family's assessment, even though he was the grandson of the family head, he could not receive any special treatment and had to follow the rules just like any other Mu family member. Mu Nugio sulked and sat next to Lin Chen, not speaking to him in a huff. As for Lin Chen, he had already submerged his consciousness into the dragon's nest. The assessment was about to start, and he was preparing to generate 2 small dragons. After all, the current little black dragon was too eye-catching, and unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to reveal it. Revealing 2 small dragons would be enough to show Lin Chen's talent. In the dragon's nest, Lin Chen looked at the 2 dragon embryos with fiery eyes. Right now, Lin Chen had 8 Lord-level materials and 42 Commander-level materials in his hands. After quickly experimenting, Lin Chen soon came up with 2 optimal plans. Embryo plus Heart of the Flame Demon Beast, purple, plus Body of the Cliff Monster Snake, purple, plus Core of the Mountain Giant, purple, plus several blue materials equals Flame Demon Mountain Giant Dragon, Great Lord-level potential. Embryo plus Breath of the Deep Sea Mermaid, purple, plus Essence of the Flip Sea Scale, purple, plus several blue materials equals Flip Sea Fish Dragon, Small Lord-level potential. A huge dragon egg, more than 2 meters in diameter, wrapped in a rock shell, fell from the sky. Another deep blue dragon egg, over 1 meter tall, fell alongside it, surrounded by deep blue water ripples. Lin Chen's surprise grew stronger. This dragon's nest was truly magical, creating such powerful creatures just by saying so. Lin Chen's focus was mainly on the Flame Demon Mountain Giant Dragon's egg. When generating it, Lin Chen had used materials that seemed extremely defensive, and sure enough, the size of the dragon egg was twice as large as the little black dragons, which also had great lord-level potential. The deep blue little dragon gradually broke through the shell. Its cute appearance combined with its more than 1 meter long body made it somewhat adorable. "So beautiful, huh? It's a little female dragon. I'll call you Little Blue." "Shoo shoo." On the other side, the Flame Demon Mountain Giant Dragon, already more than 3 meters long when it was born, crawled out. Its rock-built body looked very heavy, and even its wings were covered in rock. It was clearly a qualified meat shield. "I'll call you Meatball." Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, thinking that names like Little Earth and Little Brown didn't sound very good, so he gave it a different name. Chapter 4, Beginning Level Dragon Hunting. "Buddy, you are this one." The picture above is of the Abyss Poison Cursed Dragon, the image of Little Black. The picture above is of the Flip Sea Fish Dragon, the image of Little Blue. The picture above is of the Flame Demon Mountain Giant Dragon, the image of Meatball. The pictures are all generated by AI, so there may be slight differences in appearance. For example, Meatball's wings should also have a layer of covering rock. Consciousness left the dragon's nest, just as Lin Chen's name was called. Lin Chen, Mu Shan, step onto the stage. Lin Chen's name stood out among the many Mu surnames. Adding to that, he was the clan leader's adopted grandson, drawing even more attention. "Clan leader, Lin Chen awakened the summoning system, but you haven't said what kind of summon beast he contracted. Could it be some low bloodline, servant-level demon?" An old man with a white beard smiled ambiguously, his eyes flashing with a dim light, clearly mocking Lin Chen. Mu Zhanqing glanced at him. "Since Chen'er has made a contract, it's certainly not some ordinary demon." "You'll see soon enough." Although Mu Zhanqing spoke confidently, he wasn't entirely sure. His grandson stayed in his room all day and never sought guidance from the clan's summoning elders. Locking himself away like that, could he really summon a dragon? Mu Zhanqing felt uncertain, but when facing the opposing faction, he remained firm. He couldn't let others look down on them. Mu Zhanqing watched Lin Chen step onto the stage, hoping that his grandson had contracted an extraordinary summon beast at least enough to justify all the materials he had provided. On the stage, Mu Shang smiled warmly, showing no hostility at all. He wasn't stupid, the opponent was the clan leader's grandson and had awakened the summoning system. Any summoned demon, even a random one, wasn't something a beginner-level, second-tier fire mage like him could handle. The clan elders might dare to mock Lin Chen, but Mu Shang certainly wouldn't. "Please advise me." Mu Shang took his stance, his eyes serious, silently deciding no matter what kind of demon the opponent summoned, he couldn't surrender outright. Such cowardice would severely cut his training resources for the next year. And then, he found himself staring wide-eyed at a massive stone dragon nearly 4 meters long, its every step shaking the ground and knocking loose chunks of rock. Rodon blinked at Mushang in confusion. So ugly, not like my dad. Rodon turned its head and instantly spotted Lin Chen, letting out an excited roar, completely ignoring Mushang beside it. Mushang's ears rang from the dragon's powerful roar, leaving him frozen in place. Is this your summoned beast? Yours? It took a long time before Mushang snapped out of his daze. Lin Chen, hearing his words, simply smiled and nodded. Yeah, cute, right? Lin Chen grinned as he pulled out a chunk of dragon feed from his pocket, teasing Rodon like one would a pet dog. Rodon's massive body rolled around on the stage, its dense and heavy frame straining the dueling platform meant for beginner mages, causing it to creak under the weight. In the stands, Mu Zhanqing was stunned at first, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha 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 ha. Mu Zhanhao, take a good look. Does this seem like a servant-level demon to you? I don't quite recognize it. Mu Zhanhao was the elder who had mocked Lin Chen earlier. Upon hearing this, Mu Zhanhao's face twisted in disbelief, his lips twitching. This is a dragon? Beside Mu Zhanqing, an elder well-versed in summoning stared in astonishment. This dragon is no ordinary creature. The dragon blood aura is extremely strong, almost like. For a moment, the elder was at a loss for words. It wasn't his fault. True dragons were so rare in the world that even supreme mages might never see one in their lifetime. Zhanming, can you estimate its potential? Mu Zhanqing asked. Mu Zhanming adjusted his glasses and pulled out his phone, scrolling through various records. After a long moment, he finally looked up and made a firm conclusion. At least Grand Sovereign level. If raised well, in a few decades, the Mu family's strength will double. A Grand Sovereign level dragon. Hiss. Even Mu Zhanqing, with all his experience, couldn't help but take a sharp breath. A Grand Sovereign level dragon, if it fully matured, the Mu family would gain several supreme mages. Ladies and gentlemen, next, I have decided to allocate resources to Lin Chen. Who has any objections? Mu Zhanqing immediately made the decision. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity given to the Mu family by the heavens. Anyone who misses it is a fool. Even though Mu Zhanhao and Mu Zhanqing did not get along very well, they both understood the importance of the family's greatest benefit. However, Lin Chen is not a member of the Mu family. What if his biological parents come looking for him in the future? Mu Zhanhao voiced his concerns. Mu Zhanming gave a mysterious smile. Isn't that simple? A marriage alliance will solve it. After saying that, Mu Zhanming looked at the stands below, sizing up which young girl would be most suitable. On the other side, Mu Shan looked at the fat meat mound circling Lin Chen and took a deep breath. The summoning system cannot contract creatures much stronger than oneself. Perhaps this dragon is just a decoration, beautiful but useless. If I take a risk and win, the benefits will definitely be plentiful. Mu Shan gritted his teeth, and the fire element stardust began to condense above his head. As a descendant of the Mu family, the stardust magic tool is still usable. Mu Shan's cultivation level is top tier in the school, so there would be no accidents like a star track rupture. Fire Ji bone burn. A fiercely burning flame rushed toward the meat mound at high speed. Slap. The accuracy was perfect, hitting the target directly. Lin Chen heard the sound and walked around to the other side of the meat mound to check the situation. What's wrong, meat mound? The meat mound shook its head in confusion, looking at the few dragon scales that had been attacked, blinking its clear big eyes. Lin Chen looked over there, and it was just the same as before. The color of the dragon scales hadn't changed. He reached out and touched it. Hey, meat mound, you have a heating function too? In winter, I can rely on you to warm my hands. Lin Chen patted the meat mound's head and chuckled. Mu Shan, who was watching the scene, was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This is too insulting. Hearing the sound, Lin Chen turned around with a helpless look on his face. Alright, no more joking. First tier fighting a dragon, bro, you are a real, thumbs up. Looking at Mu Shang's angry face, Lin Chen didn't want to hurt him anymore and scratched his head. Meat Mound is already a battle general level, mainly focusing on defense. Of course, you can't break its defense. Mu Shang understood but immediately turned his back on Lin Chen and squatted down to draw circles. This is even more hurtful. Lin Chen helplessly shrugged and returned the meat mound to the dragon nest. He stepped off the ring, and as soon as he did, Mu Zhanqing and the others came up to him. Chen you. The thing is like this. Lin Chen knew why his grandfather and the elders of the family had come looking for him. He had no intention of hiding anything and openly admitted that he had contracted a giant dragon. He had also prepared an explanation in advance, explaining that his summoning system had a natural gift, allowing him to contract multiple summoned beasts, and that these summoned beasts would never betray him. Chapter 5, Demon Blood Sacrifice Pool, Dimensional Summoning. Lin Chen looked a little troubled as he gazed at the three little dragons in the dragon nest, feeling a bit anxious. As dragons, they all have extremely strong talents and combat abilities, but correspondingly, their growth speed is very slow. According to the dragon race's lifespan of thousands of years, they would need at least 100 or 200 years to reach their peak. With the help of Lin Chen summoning magic energy for nourishment, this process would also take several decades. The giant dragon feed extracted by the system could only ensure that Little Black and the others maintained a normal growth rate. To speed up their growth, they would still need some treasures. Lin Chen thought of the time liquid from the original story, rubbing his chin. His current strength was not enough to obtain it. Host strength has increased, and a new function for the dragon nest has been unlocked. New function? Upon seeing the subtitle in the sky, Lin Chen felt a bit of anticipation. Perhaps the new function could help him solve the problem of slow growth. Demon blood sacrifice pool, input demon materials, and the water generated in the pool can promote demon growth. Lin Chan's eyes lit up. He had previously drawn a bunch of white and green materials, and he had been wondering how to use them. He didn't expect the dragon nest to release such a new function. For Lin Chen, it's better to have nothing than to settle for something mediocre. When he created new dragons, he only used purple and blue materials to prevent potential from being too low. White and green materials were completely useless. Although Lin Chen could sell them, it was too much trouble. Moreover, Lin Chen wasn't lacking money at the moment. Taking out large amounts of different demon materials at once could easily attract the attention of some people with ulterior motives. In the center of the dragon's nest appeared a pool with a diameter of about 5 meters and a depth of about 100 meters. There was a thin layer of pool water, all consisting of blood as red as scarlet. The three little black dragons quickly moved upon hearing the news, flapping their wings and flying over. Little Black moved the fastest and immediately dove straight into the pool, heading directly for the blood at the bottom. His speed was so fast that Lin Chen's naked eye could hardly catch it. The gap between a beginner mage and an advanced warrior was still too great. Next in line was Little Blue. With her small and agile figure, Little Blue's movements were much quicker than Little Meatball's. The blood at the bottom of the pool was only a thin layer, and soon, Little Black and Little Blue had licked it all up. Little Meatball, who was a step slower, snorted in frustration and looked at Lin Chen with a dissatisfied gaze. At this moment, Lin Chen didn't have time to notice Little Meatball's little temper. He was carefully observing Little Black and Little Blue. He noticed that although their sizes hadn't changed, their aura had definitely strengthened just a little. This discovery greatly excited Lin Chen, as it seemed that the blood pool did indeed have the ability to accelerate the growth of demons. Lin Chen directly tossed a piece of white demon material into the pool. He wanted to test how much growth-promoting blood a white demon material could produce. As soon as the material entered the blood pool, it immediately dissolved into blood, but in very small quantity, probably just enough for one gulp for Little Black. Little Meatball quickly bent down to lick it up and swallowed the blood. The delicious blood made it squint in satisfaction. Seeing this, Lin Chen threw in a piece of green demon material. The resulting blood was about 10 times the amount of the white one. And based on the material's grade, a general warrior grade material produced 3 times more than a junior warrior grade material. Lin Chen stopped testing and decided to throw all the white and green materials into the pool. Nearly 100 pieces of materials filled the pool to about 3 meters. The 3 little black dragons immediately flew into the air and started eating. In no time, they had their bellies completely full. Lin Chen looked down and saw that there was still about half the blood left in the pool, but the 3 little dragons had completely lost interest. It seemed that they couldn't eat continuously. Once they were full, they needed time to digest. Soon, Lin Chen thought of a new problem. The materials he had gathered over the year were almost gone, and the 3 dragons had eaten half of it in a single day. Where would he get more demon materials from now on? Lin Chen quickly calculated in his mind that these materials were definitely worth millions. Eating a few millions worth a day, even the Mu family couldn't afford to support them, right? Demon materials are not soul essence. Materials for servant-level demons are about 50,000 per piece, and for warrior-level demons, about 100,000 per piece. This should be reasonable. If there's any problem, readers who have knowledge of this field can comment and correct me. Lin Chen frowned and thought for a long time. In the end, he decided to go out hunting demons. This way, he could collect more materials and gain battle experience, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. So, where should he go to hunt demons? After thinking it over, Lin Chen decided that Bo City would be the most suitable place. According to the plot, there would be a blood red alert there in a year. By hunting demons there, he could also reduce the number of demons in advance and indirectly protect some people. Lin Chen wasn't a saint, but he wouldn't refuse such a convenient opportunity to help. He decided to leave immediately. After all, Lin Chen didn't have to go to high school, so he just needed to ask for leave from the Mu family's school. Upon hearing that Lin Chen was going out, the high-ranking members of the Mu family were extremely worried.
They insisted on sending a top-tier expert to accompany him.
Under Lin Chen's strong persuasion, it was changed to provide 2 defensive magical tools for life protection. This was still because Lin Chen was going to Bo City, a small place, and if he chose the seaside, Lin Chen would probably be caught as soon as he stepped out of his house. For the trip to Bo City, Lin Chen chose to take a bullet train. Riding a dragon would be faster, but it would attract too much attention. On the bullet train, Lin Chen meditated in a private luxury suite, deciding to contract a dimensional summoning beast. Although an ordinary dimensional summoning beast wouldn't be of much help to Lin Chen right now, after all, it was free, so why not take it? 7 moonlight stars lined up in order, forming a starry orbit, and the beautiful light filled the room. Lin Chen's consciousness had already arrived in another world. As a beginner-level second-tier mage, Lin Chen could naturally succeed on the first try, without having to try slowly like a beginner. Lin Chen was currently in a forest, wandering while thinking about what kind of summoning beast would be most helpful to him.
Lin Chen would definitely fight mainly with dragons in the future.
To maximize the effect of the summoning beast, it would be best to choose one that greatly enhances dragons. Roar! While thinking, a thunderous roar echoed across the sky. The next moment, the sound of countless beasts galloping was heard, and Lin Chen instinctively looked up. Towering trees fell, and numerous birds and beasts soared into the sky. A giant elephant trunk had unknowingly risen into the air, like a towering pillar of heaven, surrounded by several divine and mighty beasts. Some were golden-red flaming wings of a rock, some were giant green tigers roaring while stepping on clouds, each exuding terrifying pressure. Lin Chen was almost crushed mentally by this immense pressure. A monarch level, definitely a monarch level, and not an ordinary monarch, it was definitely a demon beast at least at the grand monarch level. The sound wave of the elephant's roar swept everything, including countless demons. After being baptized by the roar, all of them emitted blood-red mist, their sizes increasing by several times. Lin Chen's consciousness could no longer withstand the pressure and began to shatter. After leaving his soul coordinate at the spot, Lin Chen could no longer resist and his consciousness dissipated. Before dissipating, Lin Chen's last glance saw a giant elephant that seemed to penetrate heaven and earth. Every time its massive elephant hoof moved, the ground shattered. Back in the real world, Lin Chen was gasping for air. What kind of creature was that? It had the pressure of a god of the world, spanning heaven and earth, and all those grand monarchs around it seemed as insignificant as fireflies compared to the bright moon.
Emperor level?
Lin Chen thought of this possibility, licking his dry lips. He could see that after the giant elephant's roar, all the demon beasts around it had blood-red mist growing around them, their sizes increasing by a circle. If he could contract such a creature.
Chapter 6, The Wolf Slayer Demon Lord.
Upon arriving at Bo City, Lin Chen went straight to the place he had already planned to visit.
Snow Peak Mountain Station.
Because military tasks were often dispatched here, many hunters were stationed here, and even the Hunter Association had built a hunter hall here. Lin Chen walked into the hunter hall, curiously surveying the surroundings. This was, after all, his first time in such a place. Most of the people around had cold expressions, with some killing intent leaking from them to varying degrees.
Upon seeing Lin Chen enter, many people gave him a mocking look.
There was no other reason, it was simply because Lin Chen looked too young among them. He had a handsome appearance and extraordinary clothes, clearly a young master from some family, here just for fun. They were waiting to see Lin Chen's startled reaction when he saw the mutilated demon corpses here. Soon, Lin Chen reached the front desk, casually glancing at the still dripping blood from the demon corpses beside him.
Lin Chen quickly looked away.
It was just a piece of white material, nothing worth noticing.
"Hello, registered hunter."
"Oh, okay."
The receptionist quickly responded, then secretly glanced at Lin Chen's handsome appearance.
The people who usually came here were rough, either with scars on their faces or blood on their hands, none of them were as pleasant to the eyes as Lin Chen. The receptionist intentionally slowed down her movements, thinking to herself that she would take a few more looks at Lin Chen. Please place your hand on this, so we can test your magic category and level." The receptionist took out a stone for the test. Lin Chen did as instructed, injecting his magical power, and soon, the stone shimmered with a moonlight white glow. Seeing this, the receptionist gasped and covered her mouth in surprise.
Summoning type, beginner level 2.
You have to know, in a small place like Bo City, apart from the military, there were very few summoners, and Lin Chen was so young.
"May I add your contact information? This is for solving future issues."
The receptionist blushed and looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled and waved his hand, filled out the form, and turned to leave. As soon as he turned around, he met dozens of eager gazes. When Lin Chen was testing earlier, the moonlight white glow had attracted the attention of everyone present. You have to know, in the regular hunter community, the most popular types were fire and lightning, but these two types had to make way for summoning. No other reason, summoning was just too practical. It could directly summon a monster, simple and brutally adding the power of a whole team, who wouldn't like that? "Please, you must join my team, I can offer you a third of the reward." The first to speak was the big man, who had been hoping to see Lin Chen make a fool of himself.
Bah, just a third and you want to recruit a summoner?
Little brother, I'll give you half, and my team is the best hunter team in the area.
We always return with full rewards.
Lin Chen glanced around. They were all beginner-level mages, with not a single intermediate mage.
He really wasn't impressed. Sorry, everyone, but I already have a family team. Goodbye.
Lin Chen politely declined, then squeezed through the crowd. The people around him sighed in regret upon hearing this, but it couldn't be helped. He already had a family team, so naturally, he wasn't interested in their wild teams. Lin Chen went to the task-taking area, quickly scanned it, and then accepted several tasks. Although hunting demons and sending them to the blood sacrifice pool had better cost efficiency, completing tasks could earn points to increase hunter level, and the way hunters gathered information and resources was completely different from the Mu families. So, improving his hunter level was also necessary. He took 10 tasks in one go, and then left, which made others feel even more helpless. Their team could only take 2 tasks at most, and here was someone who could take 10 at once. No wonder he didn't want to join them. Lin Chen walked out of the boundary with his hunter certificate, and after walking a little further, summoned Xiao He.
This wasn't the place to hide his strength.
If he encountered a powerful demon, with his beginner mage speed, he probably wouldn't even have time to summon Xiao He and the other dragons. However, Lin Chen didn't release all 3 dragons, otherwise, it would attract too much attention.
He knew there was a South Ridge Wolf King around here, and if his dragon aura was sensed, it would definitely be drawn to him. In the eyes of high-level demons, dragons were not only terrifying but also opportunities.
A young dragon like Xiao He, with such a high bloodline, was the best supplement. Guiding Xiao He to fly at low altitude, the gusts of wind blew Lin Chen's hair into disarray. Soon, Lin Chen spotted his target, 2 one-eyed demon wolves.
Xiao He, be quiet. Lin Chen gently tapped Xiao He's horn and gave the attack order. Roar!
Xiao He let out an excited low growl. Since its birth, this was its first battle. It was inevitable to feel a bit excited. A dive cut through the sky, the sharp dragon claws piercing through the 2 magic wolves, sending a chill through their hearts. Swallowing the blood of the one-eyed magic wolf, Xiao He's eyes grew fiercer, his battle-hungry dragon genes awakened. Lin Chen tossed the 2 magic wolf corpses into his space ring. The task of hunting magic wolves was a regular mission at the Hunter Hall, and they accepted as many corpses as were brought in, reflecting the rampant magic wolves in Bo City. Continuing to fly forward, Lin Chen's technique grew more and more skilled. Xiao He took care of the killing blow, while Lin Chen focused on collecting the bodies and placing them in the space ring. The 1 man and 1 dragon worked in perfect harmony, and in just an hour, they had harvested more than 30 magic wolves.
Awah!
A wolf's howl echoed, and the next moment, dust flew up from not far away, a 3-eyed magic wolf charging towards them, followed by dozens of 1-eyed magic wolves. Be careful, the leader is a battle general level 3-eyed magic wolf. Xiao He's gaze was fierce, showing no fear whatsoever. As a dragon, it was being provoked by a lowly magic wolf. If not for Lin Chen instructing it to hold back its aura, the dragon's presence alone would have made the magic wolves run for their lives. Meet Tum, go and tank the damage. Lin Chen summoned Meet Tum. Recently, Meet Tum had gotten even fatter, its body almost 5 meters long, slightly smaller than the 3-eyed magic wolf, but its momentum was no less fierce. It charged right at the 3-eyed magic wolf. The 3-eyed magic wolf, enraged that the large lizard dared to attack first, slashed with its claws, creating a fierce wind. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. As a small battle general, the 3-eyed magic wolf's attack only left 3 white marks on Meet Tum's dragon head. The next moment, Meet Tum fiercely crashed into the 3-eyed magic wolf, and the sound of broken bones and tendons rang out. Xiao He seized the opportunity, his dragon claws crossed, and with one swift motion, tore the 3-eyed magic wolf in half at the waist. A large amount of magic wolf blood was drunk by Xiao He. Casually storing the remains of the 3-eyed magic wolf in the space ring, Lin Chen directed Xiao He to charge into the wolf pack. An advanced battle general could easily one-shot small battle generals, let alone these servant-level wolves. Xiao He and Meet Tum slaughtered as if they were tigers entering a sheepflock, and soon, the corpses of magic wolves piled up like a mountain. Lin Chen smiled as he collected them all into the space ring, part of which he tossed into the demon blood sacrifice pool. These whole demon corpses produced more blood than the incomplete materials. Even the fur and skin were not wasted, all turned into blood to nourish Xiao He and the other 2 dragons' growth.
Chapter 7, The Lair of the Giant-Eyed Blood-Scented Rats.
In just 3 days, Lin Chen had completed 10 tasks, and in addition, brought back the corpses of over 100 magic wolves. Had Lin Chen not thrown most of the magic wolf corpses into the demon blood sacrifice pool, the number might have doubled. The rewards for these 10 tasks would have been extremely substantial, even for a 5-person full squad, let alone just for Lin Chen. Lin Chen's hunter level leaped from beginner to advanced, with only an elite hunter standing between him and becoming a master hunter. After completing the tasks, Lin Chen immediately continued his journey toward the border of the Yin realm, leaving the ones who wished to capture him empty-handed. As for why Zhang Kong wanted to capture Lin Chen. In the military's domain, the Hunter Association also had people arranged by Zhang Kong, responsible for recording young talents with extraordinary abilities, and then looking for opportunities to recruit them into the military. This was an unwritten rule between the Hunter Association and the military. Protected by military mages, it naturally came with some benefits. These benefits were reflected in many aspects, such as the military not charging handling fees when posting tasks to the Hunter Association, and military mages having priority in task assignments over ordinary hunters. Lin Chen had only recently completed his registration, and his identity as a summoning mage had already attracted the attention of the military at the Snow Peak Mountain Station. In just 3 days, Lin Chen brought back the corpse of a 3-eyed demon wolf. In addition, there were over 100 one-eyed demon wolves, which immediately alarmed Zhang Kong. Without saying a word, Zhang Kong directly went to the mission hall to capture people. Even though Lin Chen wasn't acting alone, the fact that he could participate in such a task already represented a lot. And Lin Chen was only 17 years old. If he were in school, he would be a student who couldn't even cast a spell. A talent like this, Zhang Kong definitely wouldn't miss. Who would have known that after completing the task, Lin Chen didn't even rest and directly took on a second task, leaving for the safe realm again. Zhang Kong had to guard Bo City and couldn't leave easily, so he could only wait anxiously for Lin Chen. This kid, he wouldn't want to be promoted to a hunter master under me, right? Come to think of it, Bo City doesn't even have a hunter master yet. Hunter masters had to be at least high tier, and Zhang Kong shook his head, dismissing that thought. If Lin Chen really belonged to a family, it would be hard to recruit him into the military. A family member who could independently collect over 100 demon monster points clearly held a high position. Such a person, unless they themselves wanted to enter the military, would be hard to pull in. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, unaware that he had caught Zhang Kong's attention, was fully focused on hunting demon wolves. There were just too many demon wolves near Bo City, with the winged San wolves alone probably having over 10,000. Including the entire South Ridge, it could easily exceed 100,000. Lin Chen could never finish killing them all. Watching the ever-increasing pool of blood, Lin Chen was full of energy. Open 2 white magic orbs and 1 green magic orb. During this time, Lin Chen had also collected 3 magic orbs, so he decided to open them all at once. Unfortunately, all he got were 3 materials. Lin Chen didn't even bother to look at them, directly throwing them into the demon blood offering pool. The demon blood offering pool suddenly increased a little. As expected, living on welfare has no future. I still have to do things myself. Lin Chen sighed. He had hunted hundreds of demon wolves in just 3 days, far more than the number of magic orbs he had opened. Unless the orbs yielded embryos or high-level materials, they were no different from welfare. Time quickly passed to dusk, with the sunlight dimming. Lin Chen squinted his eyes. Xiao He, find a place to rest. Xiao He, still unsatisfied, retracted his dragon claws from the demon wolf and searched for a cave. The cave was quite large, enough for Xiao He to enter. Xiao He crawled on the ground, and Lin Chen rode on Xiao He, suddenly feeling a tightening in his chest. Xiao He, don't you think this cave is a bit too deep? Lin Chen gazed at the profound depth ahead, feeling a sense of unease inside. Xiao He nodded, sniffed a few times, and howled lowly. Are you saying you smell something disgusting? Lin Chen frowned, reaching out to wipe a bit of dust off the stone wall. Dust and a few short hairs appeared on his fingers. Lin Chen pinched the short hairs, which were hard and sharp like little steel needles. I'm afraid we've entered the cave of the giant-eyed smelly rat. Xiao He roared, his dragon roar echoing throughout the cave. The empty sound lasted for a long time. As the roar faded, Lin Chen could hear some added noises following it. Let's go, let's see how many there are inside. Lin Chen ordered, and Xiao He darted into the deep cave. The surrounding stone walls gradually closed in, becoming narrower the deeper they went. There were also bite marks around, and Lin Chen was increasingly sure that the giant-eyed smelly rat lived here. After just a few steps, Lin Chen saw a giant-eyed smelly rat lying dead on the ground, its 7 orifices bleeding. Lin Chen took out his knife and slit open the giant-eyed smelly rat's abdomen. The damaged internal organs spilled out, emitting a foul stench. Even Xiao He, who wasn't picky, rejected it. It seemed this giant-eyed smelly rat had died from the internal organs being shattered by Xiao He's earlier dragon roar. Lin Chen casually tossed the corpse into the blood offering pool, not caring about the smell. After being offered, it would all be the same. Let's go, Xiao He, let's see how many more there are. Lin Chen picked up corpses as he walked. He had already collected 7 or 8 of the giant-eyed smelly rat bodies. They were all thrown into the demon beast blood sacrifice pool. When Xiao He could only walk with its wings folded, Lin Chen finally saw a vast space. The space in front of him was like a central circular hole, with many small openings scattered on the surrounding rock walls, from which giant-eyed stinky rats occasionally crawled out.
The main base of the giant-eyed stinky rats?
Lin Chen hid behind a rock, and Xiao Hei also blended into the shadows with its dark body. Looking at the distant cave, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes.
I wonder if there's a secret tunnel leading to Bo City. Has the Black Church already started making plans this quickly?
The rehearsal in Bo City was the prelude to the destruction of the ancient capital, and preparing 2 years in advance seemed reasonable.
However, the furious spring could only enrage the giant-eyed stinky rats. How did they manage to dig tunnels leading into Bo City in advance?
Lin Chen thought of a possibility. Someone from the Black Church had already dug the tunnels in advance, and through some method, they had lured the giant-eyed stinky rats to Bo City. Lin Chen looked down, and hundreds of giant-eyed stinky rats were feasting on the corpses of unknown demon beasts. Among them were a dozen blood-patterned giant demon rats.
The giant-eyed stinky rats were not a real threat.
These demons couldn't even defeat the one-eyed demon wolves, and their so-called sharp teeth couldn't even pierce Xiao Hei's scales.
The real threat was the blood-patterned giant demon rats. As battle commander level creatures, a dozen of them attacking at once could cause some trouble for Xiao Hei.
Fortunately, they were already deep underground, so there was no need to worry about the strong dragon scent attracting powerful demons.
Lin Chen could release all 3 dragons at once.
Xiao Hei, sniff around and see if there are any other smells, something very disgusting, something sinister. Xiao Hei flapped its nostrils twice and shook its head firmly. Dad, there's only the disgusting smell of rats here.
There's nothing else that makes me uncomfortable.
After receiving Xiao Hei's affirmative response, Lin Chen no longer hesitated and immediately released Meat Dun and Xiao Lan. The deep blue dragon body emerged, and Xiao Lan appeared excitedly. As support, Xiao Lan rarely made an appearance. Watching Xiao Hei and Meat Dun take turns fighting every day, Xiao Lan had long been itching to fight. As soon as it appeared, Xiao Lan felt the surrounding filthy air and waved its dragon wings in disgust.
The blue water ripple spread, instantly dissipating most of the foul smell in the cave.
Xiao Lan, block those entrances, don't let a single giant-eyed stinky rat escape.
These are all your food.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Lan stopped covering its nose with its dragon wings and opened its dragon mouth, spraying streams of water that blocked all the entrances around the circular pit. The water formed a thin film at the entrances.
While its defense wasn't very strong, it was more than enough to deal with the servant-level giant-eyed stinky rats.
The sudden change attracted the attention of all the demons present, but before they could take any action, Xiao Hei had already activated its skill. The unicorn, wrapped in dark green poison markings, emitted a deep green light as Xiao Hei glared angrily at the filthy giant-eyed stinky rats.
Poison curse.
The deep green poisonous mist spread, and any giant-eyed stinky rat that came into contact with the mist, even if only a trace, immediately perished. You see, Xiao Hei's poison attribute came from the materials of a monarch-level snake demon.
How could these giant-eyed stinky rats withstand it?
The poison mist was under Xiao Hei's control, so Lin Chen wasn't worried about being affected.
Meat Dun, it's your turn, go. Lin Chen encouraged by patting Meat Dun's rear.
As a tanky neat shield, Meat Dun should be aware of its role. Meat Dun let out a roar. The majestic dragon's roar, though still somewhat immature, already carried the pressure of a king, causing the rats to lower their heads in fear. Then, dark red flames ignited on Meat Dun's dragon body, and its eyes turned blood red.
Flame Demon War Chariot. Meat Dun roared, charging into the circular pit.
The dark red flames on its body were like a deadly weapon. The servant-level monsters die instantly upon contact. Even the battle general-level blood-marked giant rat demons scream in agony as they are burned, their claws that scratch at the meat pile turning to charcoal. Under the alternating attacks of Little Black and the meat pile, more than half of the hundreds of giant-eyed stinky rats die in an instant. Seeing this, Little Blue also refuses to be outdone. Although Lin Chen uses Little Blue as support, Little Blue is also a combative fish dragon, not a mermaid, and the fighting factors inside it are just as vigorous. Chanting an unknown ancient dragon language magic, Little Blue's body glows brightly, and then it concentrates, forging deep blue, handleless long swords. Little Blue's eyes turn deep blue, growing even brighter as its energy locks onto the giant-eyed stinky rats. The next moment, the deep blue long swords stab into the circular pit, accurately targeting the giant-eyed stinky rats, releasing a chill and skewering them like candied haws. With just one strike, 30 to 40 giant-eyed stinky rats are eliminated, leaving Lin Chen in awe. One can only say, as expected of the dragon race. Ordinary small battle generals could never kill so many servant-level monsters in such a way, but Little Blue and the meat pile can, and they even look like they have extra energy. Then, Little Blue is tasked with clearing the area, while Little Black and the meat pile focus on killing the blood-marked giant rat demons. As fellow small battle general-level monsters, these blood-marked giant rat demons do not even dare to look at the meat pile directly. The difference between the two is just too great. Soon, with Little Blue's purification water pattern finishing up, Lin Chen successfully collects the broken bodies of hundreds of giant-eyed stinky rats into the demon blood sacrifice pool. However, Lin Chen also keeps some behind. He plans to use the bodies of these giant-eyed stinky rats as evidence to show the person in charge of Bo City, to make them aware of the situation with the rats digging holes.
After a brief thought, Lin Chen throws the bodies of 10 blood-marked giant rats into the demon blood sacrifice pool, and stores the remaining 3 or 4 in his space ring. Having these battle general level demon corpses will make his words more credible. Let's go, let's see if there are any caves leading to Bo City. Lin Chen briefly checks the direction, finds the location of Bo City, and leads the 3 dragons into the cave. The meat pile leads the way. Its excellent control over the earth element allows it to expand the cave and create space. Its solid defense is also enough to face most dangers. Little Black and Little Blue stay behind, keeping Lin Chen protected in the middle. Lin Chen examines the surroundings, using the flame on the meat pile's tail to light the way. Meat pile, make the fire bigger, there's something here. Upon hearing this, the meat pile obediently stops, and the flame on its tail intensifies. As the fire grows, Lin Chen can now clearly see the situation on the stone walls. Claw marks with a dark aura, these marks are completely different from those of the giant-eyed stinky rats. They are thicker and more evil. Lin Chen has more or less guessed what left these marks. Black Beast Demon. Lin Chen furrows his brow. It seems that there are indeed traces of the Black Holy Court here. Should he continue forward? Lin Chen looks into the deep cave, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. This time, the Black Holy Court's operation was handled by Sa Lang, with the assistance of the headmaster, Wu Ku. If he really encounters them, Lin Chen might not survive. Right now, Lin Chen's greatest value is not himself, but the 3 dragons, Little Black, Little Blue, and the meat pile. If he encounters the Black Holy Court, with their personalities, they would definitely try to kill him and steal the 3 dragons. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. If the 3 dragons of Little Black reached the leader level, Lin Chen might dare to continue, but not now. Lin Chen no longer hesitates. He turns around and leaves, not forcing himself. To go on knowing death is a possibility is the foolish behavior of a protagonist in a melodramatic novel. Lin Chen is not foolish. A few hours after Lin Chen left, several people dressed in black robes crawled out of the cave, covered in dust. I wonder what action is so urgent this time. Why don't those grey-clad people just dig it up? Why make us do the dirty work? It's disgusting. Should be quiet, everything is according to that lord's instructions. We just follow it. As long as we lure these giant-eyed, stinky rats to Bo City, our task is complete. It's best not to know anything else. The second speaker seemed to recall something terrifying and instinctively shrank back. Looking at the dark creature beside him, he still remembered, this was the colleague who had been too talkative before. Wait, where are the giant-eyed stinky rats? The first speaker suddenly shouted, his voice echoing in the empty, round pit. The other black-clad figures stiffened and looked down below. The task hadn't even started yet, and the target was already gone. The outcome could be easily imagined. Quickly running to the pit below, one of the black-clad people touched the traces on the ground. There are traces of strong fire fluctuations here, and the elemental energy is very rich. It must have been from a very powerful fire mage not long ago. They probably also have a spirit seed. One of the black-clad people immediately deduced the situation of the attacker, gaining approval from the others. No, there are also traces of poison element fluctuations. The strength of this fluctuation is comparable to a high-level mage. Are there any high-level poison mages near Bo City? The others shook their heads in confusion. Poison mages were more common in the West, but very rare in their country, let alone in the remote Bo City. Sai, let's report it first. To eliminate hundreds of giant-eyed, stinky rats so quickly, this level of power is beyond what we can handle. If we hide it, we'll just die faster. Chapter 9, Sibling Marriage, Internal Digest? Lin Chen returned to the Snow Peak Mountain Station, and immediately, Zhang Kong caught him. With several corpses of battle general level demons, handsome in appearance, among the hunters here, no one else fit the description except Lin Chen. After just completing the mission, Lin Chen was dragged aside by Zhang Kong. Hello, little brother. Looking at the untidy man in front of him, Lin Chen was a little confused. What's the matter, uncle? Lin Chen looked at Zhang Kong, who was dressed in military attire, and more or less guessed the other's intention. He probably wanted to recruit him into the military, but unfortunately, Lin Chen had no such plan. Lin Chen wanted to raise not just 3 dragons in the future, he had to cultivate more dragon minions. Staying in the military meant he'd have to apply for permission every time he went out, and where would he have the freedom to hunt demons then? With just the meager allowance from the dragon nest, who knew when he would be able to raise Xiaohei and the others to the monarch level? You uncle. Zhang Kong paused in his breath, unable to believe that Lin Chen addressed him as uncle. After all, he was a contestant from the last national competition, and not yet 30. Lin Chen actually called him an uncle. I'm a mature man who doesn't care about his image. Fortunately, Zhang Kong had experienced a lot over the years and didn't argue with Lin Chen. I'm stationed here as the military supervisor, Zhang Kong. I wanted to talk to you about joining the military. Zhang Kong explained his intention. Lin Chen showed a look of surprise, not expecting the man in front of him to be the Zhang Kong from the original story. This man would eventually become the ancient king at the emperor level, one of the most powerful beings in the world. But unfortunately, he had no interest in joining the military.
Sorry, I'm not interested in joining the military right now.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Kong showed no surprise.
May I ask, are you from a family? Yes, I'm from the Mu family. Lin Chen didn't hide anything. These things could be easily checked.
Zhang Kong nodded and said nothing more.
Since Lin Chen didn't want to, he wouldn't force it.
He had seen many talents over the years and wasn't insistent on Lin Chen. Zhang Kong, the military supervisor, I have something I need to report to you.
A discovery?
Zhang Kong raised his gaze, now a bit interested.
When I was hunting the giant-eyed, stinky rats, I entered one of their nests and found traces of the Black Church.
They seem to have the intention of digging a tunnel to Bo City.
Lin Chen said. Black Holy Court.
Upon hearing these words, Zhang Kong's expression became serious. Every action of the Black Holy Court always caused a storm of blood and chaos.
To think they were coming toward Bo City. But why would the Black Holy Court want to dig a tunnel to Bo City?
Zhang Kong did not dare to be careless. Since Lin Chen came from a family, his knowledge was naturally far beyond that of an ordinary youth, and he indeed brought back the corpses of several blood-marked giant demon rats.
I think they might want to open a passage and let demons and monsters enter Bo City. For example, the giant-eyed bloody rats.
They must have a way to attract the demons.
Lin Chen subtly reminded him.
Zhang Kong was a smart person and quickly thought of a series of problems. With a serious expression, Zhang Kong furrowed his brows. Even he felt a bit powerless when facing the Black Holy Court. Unfortunately, I need to stay here and guard.
I can't leave easily.
If only I had a skilled person to help me continue investigating the situation. As he spoke, Zhang Kong's eyes were constantly focused on Lin Chen, his intention clear as day. Lin Chen helplessly sighed, but this matter was simple. He could go out for a round, then tell Zhang Kong everything he knew.
However, of course, the necessary reward should not be lacking.
Well, using my family's power also comes with a cost.
Lin Chen cleared his throat.
Zhang Kong also came from an ancestral family, so naturally, he understood this principle.
I will have the Hunter Alliance give you a task directly.
As long as you find out the situation, the points you earn will be enough to raise you to Elite Hunter or even Hunter Master. I will also give you a magical artifact personally.
How does that sound?
Zhang Kong looked at Lin Chen with hope. These things seemed insignificant compared to the Black Holy Court, but they were the best Zhang Kong could offer.
Deal. This concerns the Black Holy Court. I have no choice but to help.
Lin Chen smiled faintly.
The reward for freeloading was great.
With that, Zhang Kong turned and left. He didn't know when the Black Holy Court would take action, so he needed to prepare early. Lin Chen was about to go out to hunt demons when he received a call from home.
Hello, Grandpa, what's the matter? It's nothing, just asking how you've been recently. I'm doing great. My hunter rank is already high.
Good. You really are my Mu Zhanqing's grandson.
Well. Grandpa, just say it directly, why are you playing tricks with me?
Lin Chen helplessly revealed his grandfather's intention.
Ahem, then I'll just say it directly. The family is preparing to arrange a marriage for you.
Put.
Lin Chen almost choked on his own saliva. No way, Grandpa, I'm only 17.
On the other end of the phone, Mu Zhanqing also felt a bit awkward.
Sigh, for the family's descendants, it's quite reasonable to get engaged early. I'll send you a list, you can choose from it.
With that, Mu Zhanqing quickly hung up the phone and immediately sent Lin Chen a document.
National Family Unmarried Female Files. Lin Chen held his forehead. What kind of strange file was this? Last updated 1 day ago. This thing is even updated in real time.
Lin Chen opened the file, and the first thing that caught his eye was Mu Nu Jiao, followed by a picture. Mu family, Mu Nu Jiao, 17 years old, plant system mage. Looking at the series of introductions below his sister's name, including her height and weight, Lin Chen was surprised. Even he, as her brother, didn't know these details so clearly. Lin Chen flipped through the file, saying he didn't want to, but in his heart, he honestly admitted that most of the girls from the great families were quite good-looking.
It was nice to look at.
Before long, Lin Chen came across an unexpected person.
Mu Ningxue, 17 years old, innate spiritual seed.
Looking at the photo of the stunning beauty with snow-white silver hair, Lin Chen's breath stopped.
No way, even Mu Ningxue was in this file.
Although he didn't know whether it was because of the Mu family or her innate spiritual seed, Mu Ningxue was indeed in the file. Lin Chen licked his dry lips, hesitating. Should he directly name Mu Ningxue, or should he politely hint at wanting Mu Ningxue?
Very soon, Lin Chen made a decision.
Grandfather, I want this one. Seeing Lin Chen's choice, Mu Zhanqing raised an eyebrow. A branch of the Mu family. The Mu family's scale was far larger than the Mu family's.
If they discovered Lin Chen's talent, it was uncertain whether he would be the one marrying in or being married into their family. Fortunately, the one Lin Chen had chosen was just a minor branch of the Mu family, no different from an ordinary small family. Such a family could only become a vassal of the Mu family. Looking at the photo of Mu Ningxue, Mu Zhanqing chuckled. She was quite beautiful, and her talent was outstanding. Perhaps in the future, the Mu family would gain another powerful ice element mage. Without hesitation, Mu Zhanqing immediately sent someone to contact the Mu family in Bo City.
Chapter 10, Arranged Meeting with Mu Ningxue.
It has been confirmed.
The Black Vatican is digging tunnels everywhere. These tunnels connect to Bo City.
Based on their progress, they will launch a major operation in a year. By then, they will use a special substance to lure demons into Bo City. At that time, the winged blue wolf should also arrive. After listening to Lin Chen's report, Zhang Kong's face turned grim. If the winged blue wolf came, it would surely bring tens of thousands of demon wolves, along with various other monsters.
Bo City might be completely destroyed. Is the information accurate?
I swear on the honor of the Mu family, at most, there might be a discrepancy in timing. If the information is false, the military can directly declare my Mu family as allies of the Black Vatican. Lin Chen said solemnly.
Zhang Kong's eyes twitched. You're betting this much?
Lin Chen shook his head.
This is not a gamble.
I personally investigated all this information.
It is absolutely true.
Zhang Kong nodded. He already knew Lin Chen's identity, grandson of Mu Zhanqing, the head of the Mu family. Though adopted, his status was extremely high, and his words carried significant weight in the Mu family.
All right.
If your information is accurate, I will personally request a commendation for your Mu family. After Lin Chen left, Zhang Kong immediately contacted the higher-ups, reported the situation in Bo City, and requested reinforcements. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Chen received a call from Mu Zhanqing.
What? Go to the Mu family for an arranged meeting now?
Yes. The young lady specifically returned from the imperial capital. I looked into her, she's incredibly talented. Upon awakening, she was directly admitted to the Imperial Capital Academy. She is worthy of you.
Hurry up and go. Don't embarrass the Mu family.
The voice on the other end of the phone was firm, leaving no room for refusal. The call ended, and Lin Chen looked incredulous.
He was going to meet Mu Ningxue for an arranged marriage?
When he arrived at the Mu family estate, the head of the Mu family was already waiting at the entrance. Mu Zhuoyan never expected that the Mu family from the magic capital would suddenly seek a marriage alliance.
This was a golden opportunity.
Mu Zhuoyun himself was merely a mid-tier mage. He did not know the full extent of the Mu family's power, but the words super-tier mage spoke for themselves. A single super-tier mage could overturn Bo City in an instant, let alone the fact that the Mu family had multiple super-tier mages. Mu Zhuoyun repeatedly glanced at the expensive watch on his wrist.
Mu He, are you absolutely sure it's the Mu family? Mu He smiled and nodded. Yes, Patriarch, it's confirmed. It is indeed the Mu family from the magic capital.
A family like that is only slightly inferior to our main Mu clan.
Mu Zhuoyun waved his hand.
He knew his own family's situation. The Bo City branch had almost no chance of returning to the main family.
Putting on airs in front of the Mu family would only cause him to lose this opportunity.
It was better to position himself properly and win their favor.
Ningxue still refuses?
The young lady is somewhat resistant.
Mu Zhuoyun frowned. She has no choice.
If our Mu family wants to rise further, we must cling to the Mu family.
I have already looked into it. The one coming to meet Ningxue is the grandson of the Mu family's head. With just a word from him, our Mu family could receive unimaginable benefits.
Before Mu He could respond, Lin Chen had already arrived.
Excuse me, is this the Mu family?
Looking at the luxurious courtyard, Lin Chen was a little uncertain. Mu Zhuoyun was momentarily stunned, then quickly nodded.
Yes, yes. May I ask who you are?
Lin Chen was happy. After searching so many places, he had finally found it.
I come from the Mu family. I am here for a blind date. Blind date? Mu Zhuoyun paused for a moment. Even big families are this down to earth?
This could be better described as a marriage alliance.
He didn't have time to think much. Mu Zhuoyun quickly invited Lin Chen into the house.
I am Ning Shue's father. I fully agree with this marriage.
However, I wonder when young Master Mu plans to marry my daughter. Hearing that the person in front of him was Mu Ningxue's father, Lin Chen smiled slightly. "Oh, it's you, uncle. I am Lin Chen, my grandfather is Mu Zhanqing. You should have heard of him." "I've heard of him, I've admired him for a long time." Although he was curious why Lin Chen didn't carry the Mu surname, Mu Zhuoyun didn't show any sign of it. No matter how the Mu family viewed it, the message he received was that Lin Chen was Mu Zhanqing's biological grandson. "Nephew, please wait a moment. I'll go call Ningxue downstairs." Lin Chen nodded. "Thank you, uncle." "Haha, no problem. Mu He, serve tea to young Master Lin. Go to my study and bring out my cherished Da Hong Pao tea." After saying that, Mu Zhuoyun turned and went upstairs to Mu Ningxue's room. "Knock knock. Come in." A cold female voice rang out. Mu Ningxue was sitting on the bed, having just finished her meditation. "Ningxue, the person is here. Go down and meet him," Mu Zhuoyun advised. Mu Ningxue's icy eyes showed a trace of helplessness. "Father, you know my character. I'm not interested in such things." Mu Zhuoyun put on a distressed face. "Daughter, I know you only care about your cultivation. But I've seen him, he seems like a good person, and he's from the Mu family in the magic capital. If you marry him, you won't have to worry about resources before you break through to the higher levels." Upon hearing this, Mu Ningxue silently stood up. She didn't argue anymore. Coming from a family of great heritage, some things were beyond her control. Even if she didn't want to, she still had to consider the family. It seemed better to meet with the person from the Mu family. Mu Ningxue walked downstairs. Her silvery white long hair was touched by the sunlight, and her graceful figure attracted Lin Chen's gaze. Lin Chen stood up. "Miss Mu, hello. I am Lin Chen." "Hello. Please, have a seat." Mu Ningxue lightly nodded, her voice devoid of any emotion. Lin Chen scratched his nose. As expected, she was the Ice Queen, truly aloof. "Young Master Lin, I'll be straightforward. I'm currently only focused on my cultivation. I'm not interested in things unrelated to that." Lin Chen was prepared for this. He never intended to win Mu Ningxue over just through a blind date. A forced relationship would never be sweet. "Miss Mu, you've misunderstood. This blind date was arranged by my family. I won't force you into anything. I only hope to leave a contact number to deal with my family." Mu Ningxue raised her head slightly in surprise, the first time looking directly at Lin Chen. This person didn't seem to have any thoughts about her? It wasn't that Mu Ningxue was vain, but since childhood, there had been countless admirers. Even when she came to the imperial capital, Mu Ningxue was still the hot campus goddess. But this person only wanted a contact number. Mu Ningxue didn't say much. She took out her phone and added Lin Chen as a friend. "Since Miss Mu doesn't wish to stay, I won't bother any longer. We can keep in touch. If you need help with anything, feel free to contact me." Lin Chen gestured as if talking on the phone and then turned to leave. Mu Zhuoyun, watching from the side, was anxious. "Nephew, don't leave yet. Stay for a meal?" "Uncle, I still have something to attend to. I need to go to the Xiefeng Mountain Inn. It's inconvenient to stay longer." Lin Chen politely declined. Mu Zhuoyun stopped. All right. I'll send you off." After Lin Chen left, Mu Zhuoyun walked in with a helpless expression. "Ningxue, why make it so difficult? Lin Chen isn't a bad person. Why reject him like this?" Mu Ningxue didn't respond. She just looked thoughtfully at the new contact in her phone. "Let's see how it goes. Who knows, maybe he's a fake gentleman." Mu Zhuoyun stomped his feet in anger. "See how it goes? He's the grandson of the head of the Mu family. How could you wait to see clearly? I'm telling you. You must stay in touch with people more often. Feelings can be nurtured, don't be so heartless." "Got it." Chapter 11, What a Coincidence, Miss Mu. "Ningxue, where are you going?" Mu Zhuoyun watched Mu Ningxue packing her luggage, his tone filled with frustration. "Going to hunt demons. Since I finally made it back, I want to complete a few missions. Most commissions in the imperial capital are private, so it's hard to gain experience hunting demons in the wild." Mu Zhuoyun understood the importance of field experience and did not try to stop her, only reminding her to be careful. "Don't worry, I will join a hunter team. I won't act alone." Only then did Mu Zhuoyun feel reassured. On the other side, Lin Chen left the safe zone, setting off to hunt demons. A half-grown kid can eat a family into poverty, let alone the fact that he was raising 3 half-grown little dragons. The amount of resources they consumed in a single day was beyond count. "Let's go, Xiaohei. This time our target is the 3-eyed demon wolves. We need to reduce their numbers as much as possible." Xiao Hei licked its sharp teeth, its eyes full of bloodlust. Days of slaughter had completely awakened its battle instincts. Be careful. If we run into the winged blue wolves, things will get troublesome.
Xiao Hei nodded its dragon head slightly, excitement flashing in its eyes, as it charged toward a three-eyed demon wolf. Mu Ningxue's delicate face was dusted with a bit of dirt as she cast an icefine spell, freezing the demon wolf before her.
Hurry up and leave. These one-eyed demon wolves have been acting crazy lately. They attack on sight, skipping any hesitation or probing.
Aside from that freak Lin Chen, no one dares to mess with them. The hunter captain cursed under his breath, took the head of the one-eyed demon wolf, and urged his teammates to move quickly.
Lin Chen? Hearing this somewhat familiar name, Mu Ningxue paused. Captain, is this Lin Chen famous around here?
The captain looked at Mu Ningxue strangely but still explained, at this Snow Peak Mountain outpost, which hunter doesn't know Lin Chen? I heard he recently completed a secret mission for the military. He's already an elite hunter and just one step away from becoming a hunter master. You know, our Bo City doesn't even have a hunter master yet.
Mu Ningxue grew interested.
After the team retreated to a relatively safe place, she asked the captain again.
Captain, what exactly did this Lin Chen do? Why do people say only he dares to provoke the demon wolf clan?
Perhaps because of her status as the Mu family's young lady, the captain was more willing to talk. This Lin Chen appeared out of nowhere in the past half-month. No one knows where he came from. The first time he turned in a mission, he brought back a three-eyed demon wolf.
That's a general-level demon.
The captain took a sip of water, suppressing the shock in his heart. At first, we all thought he was from some big family's team, but every time he took and completed a mission, he did it alone.
Think about it, hunting a general-level demon alone. What kind of monster is that?
He could probably walk into Imperial Pearl Academy without a hitch. Indeed, he could walk in without issue. If Lin Chen relied solely on himself, even an average student from the imperial capital might not compare to him.
Killing a general-level demon solo wasn't something just anyone could do.
Mu Ningxue sighed inwardly at such a talent, as the captain continued. Later, he turned in another mission with bloodstreak giant demon rats. These demons aren't as strong as the three-eyed demon wolf, but they are still genuine general-level creatures. And he handed in 3 or 4 at once.
It was terrifying.
In our Bo City, let alone such a hunter, we don't even have mid-tier hunters.
That was true.
In Bo City, a mid-tier mage could already hold an important position.
Why would they choose to risk their life as a hunter instead? Ah!
The captain was about to continue when a sudden scream rang out.
He instantly became alert. Damn! There's a demon here.
Fire element stars gathered above the captain's head, his excellent combat instincts allowing him to prepare swiftly. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead.
The captain couldn't quite tell what kind of demon had ambushed them. Ice vine, freeze.
Suddenly, Mu Ningxue's starry sky appeared above her head, and the ice vine in her hand was thrown towards a certain direction. A one-eyed demon wolf was hiding in the grass, and the captain was shocked, throwing a fireball at it.
Run! It's the demon wolf clan, there can't just be this one.
The captain didn't have time to care about the injured personnel. Facing a pack of demon wolves, it would be lucky if these low-level mages could survive. Mu Ningxue didn't try to act brave. Despite her innate spirit root, she was only at early intermediate level and wasn't even proficient with intermediate magic. Once faced with a battle general level monster, she would definitely be in trouble. When it rained, it poured. She just happened to encounter a battle general level 3-eyed demon wolf. Looking at the werewolf that stood over 10 meters tall, a glimmer of despair flashed in Mu Ningxue's eyes.
Ice vine, freeze.
In a rush, Mu Ningxue could only unleash a basic magic spell, then she activated the magical tool, placing her hope on it. The ice vine hit the 3-eyed demon wolf's claw, only freezing a few strands of its fur into chunks of ice, with the speed of its claw attack completely unaffected.
Damn it, how could a 3-eyed demon wolf appear at the perimeter?
The captain's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to make sense of it.
Xiao Hei, block it. A familiar voice entered Mu Ningxue's ears, causing her to momentarily lose her focus. Strange, why was Lin Chen appearing in her mind before death, and who was Xiao Hei? Soon, Mu Ningxue learned who Xiao Hei was. Xiao Hei was a giant dragon nearly 10 meters long. With massive wings, the dragon shielded Mu Ningxue behind it, and on its back were 2 people. One was the team member previously abandoned by the captain, and the other was Lin Chen. Lin Chen!
Filled with a mix of surprise and relief, Mu Ningxue shouted loudly. Lin Chen waved at her and patted Xiao Hei, now much larger, on the horn. It seemed Xiao Hei was growing faster than expected. She wondered when it would reach the general level.
Xiao Hei, kill it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hei's mouth curled into a sinister grin.
One dragon claw blocked the 3-eyed demon wolf, while another claw shimmered with dark light. The next moment, deep green light twisted around.
Pooh!
The dragon claw ripped out the three-eyed demon wolf's heart and took a turn inside its chest cavity.
Ah! The three-eyed demon wolf let out a painful, mournful howl, relying on its monstrous vitality to avoid immediate death.
In the next moment, green patterns crawled onto the body of the three-eyed demon wolf, quickly spreading all over. The howl ceased abruptly, and the three-eyed demon wolf's body crashed heavily to the ground.
Hunt down all the other one-eyed demon wolves, and bring their bodies back. Don't let Meat Mound and Xiaolan feast alone. Xiaohei nodded, indicating his understanding, but a strange light flickered in his eyes. Did Dad know how many one-eyed demon wolves were here? Stealing 2 hearts wouldn't matter, right? He probably wouldn't notice.
What a coincidence, Miss Mu, we meet again. Lin Chen turned his head to look at Mu Ningxue.
Mu Ningxue lowered her gaze. Thank you, Lin. Young master, I just didn't expect to see you again under such circumstances.
After saying this, Mu Ningxue felt a bit shy, fiddling with her fingers. She never expected such a hero-saving beauty scenario would happen to her. Initially, she had scoffed at such tales, but after experiencing it herself, she realized their charm. Just now, Lin Chen waving at her on the back of the giant dragon was quite cool.
Chapter 12, Attribute Extraction, Shadow Poison Spell.
I'm going back to the imperial capital, Lin Chen. A week had passed since that day when Mu Ningxue was saved. Mu Ningxue said goodbye to Lin Chen, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. After a week together, she found Lin Chen to be truly a good person. Due to the Mu family, Mu Ningxue had few friends growing up, and as she grew older, her pride from her innate spirit root made it difficult to form close friendships.
Finally, she had met someone she could talk to. Mu Ningxue was truly a little reluctant to part with Lin Chen.
Lin Chen raised his phone and smiled, let's keep in touch. Mu Ningxue left, and Lin Chen's smile faded. He never expected to make Mu Ningxue fall deeply in love with him within a week, but at least the situation had improved, hadn't it? Mu Ningxue no longer had much resistance toward Lin Chen. Instead, she often discussed cultivation matters with him. Lin Chen's summoning magic had now reached the 3rd level of the beginner stage, but unfortunately, he still hadn't found a suitable summoned beast. He couldn't forget the colossal figure he had seen last time. Since he had 3 dragons by his side, he chose not to hastily contract with any random demon.
His consciousness entered the dragon's nest, and new words appeared in the sky. Detected that the host's cultivation is nearing the intermediate stage. Dragon's nest upgrading, new function unlocked. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Another new function?
The creator of this dragon's nest was really generous, giving out new abilities one after another.
Attribute extraction, the host may extract 1 attribute from the dragons he is fused with.
Currently, the number of dragons, 3. The number of extractions available, 1. To unlock the next extraction, the host must possess 5 dragons. Available attributes.
Shadow element, comes with a top-tier spirit seed level dark matter curse. All magic inflicts poisoning. Origin, abyssal cursed poison dragon. Earth element, comes with a great spirit seed level thick earth. Magic defense is enhanced. Origin, flame demon mountain dragon. Fire element, comes with a great spirit seed level flame demon. Magic power increases. Each spell cast accumulates flame demon progress. When the bar is full, the flame demon can be summoned. Current strength, small war general level. Water element, comes with a great spirit seed level purification.
Water magic gains a purification effect, able to remove burns, poison, and other negative conditions.
Poison element, comes with a top-tier spirit seed level curse of resentment.
Creatures killed by poison magic accumulate resentment. When fully charged, a curse can be unleashed. Staring at the 5 options above, Lin Chen rubbed his chin. First, he eliminated fire, earth, and water. These were just common magic elements, and their attached spirit seeds were only of the great spirit seed level, inferior to the shadow and poison elements. Considering his survival ability, Lin Chen ultimately chose the shadow element. He only had the summoning element, meaning his personal combat power was basically 0. Without much hesitation, he picked the shadow element. Inside the dragon's nest, a shadowy glow emerged from Little Black's dragon body and then drifted into Lin Chen's consciousness. In Lin Chen's spiritual world, a cluster of black stardust appeared. The extracted magic level is 1 major rank lower than the dragon it was taken from. Therefore, the extracted shadow element is at beginner stage, level 3. Lin Chen felt a rush of joy. An unexpected surprise. This saved him at least a year of effort. His shadow element had now surpassed his summoning element. Shadow step, traverse. As Lin Chen's thoughts surged, 7 black stars aligned in order, forming a complete star track within 2 seconds. Lin Chen's figure had already appeared 20 meters away under a large tree. The soil beneath the tree gradually darkened, as if soaked in toxic liquid. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth curled up. How practical. Once his strength improved, he would extract space and chaos elements. By then, who could kill him?
Alright, little black, take a break for now. I need to focus on studying magic and prepare for my breakthrough to the intermediate stage. Inside the dragon's nest, upon hearing this, little black curled into a ball in frustration. From afar, he looked like a small black mountain. Sigh, no juicy, bursting magic wolf eyeballs to feast on today. Beside him, a much larger brown mountain slowly opened its resentful eyes. Damn it! If only I were a little faster, I wouldn't have to let Black Brother go out and have all the fun every day. As a tank, I, too, dream of becoming a warrior assassin. 1 year later. As the sky gradually darkened, a heavy look crossed Lin Chen's face. Dark clouds. Massive dark clouds gathered, and Lin Chen could sense a strange energy within them. Although this energy is of little use to him, just transferring some breath into the dragon's nest made the 3 little black dragons a bit agitated. Open the Abyss Poison Cursed Dragons panel. Little Black is currently in the growth phase, its body length has already reached 20 meters. Name, Abyss Poison Cursed Dragon, growing phase. Strength, Minor Leader level. Potential, Grand Monarch level. Skills, Abyss Breath, Poison Curse. After 2 years, Little Black has grown from a Battle General level hatchling dragon to a leader level young dragon. Even Meatball and Little Blue have reached the Great Battle General level. Open the host panel. Name, Lin Chen. Strength, Summoning System, Midstage Level 1, Shadow System, Midstage Level 2. Carried item, Shadow System Top Tier Spiritual Seed Level Dark Matter Poison Curse. Magic equipment, 1 Common Shield Magic Tool, 2 Spirit Level Shield Magic Tools. After staying in Bo City for a year, Lin Chen made significant gains. His daily routine of hunting monsters and training, traveling between 2 points, allowed his cultivation speed to increase rapidly. Riding on the newly purchased motorcycle, Lin Chen twisted the handlebar hard, heading straight for the Snow Peak Mountain Station. Although time was tight, summoning a giant dragon in the city would undoubtedly cause panic. V-Room. The roar of the motorcycle rang out, and many residents stuck their heads out to take a look. It's late at night, who is causing a disturbance? No manners. Half an hour later, Lin Chen rushed to the Snow Peak Mountain Station and arrived directly at the entrance of the military camp. I want to see Commander Zhang Kong. Seeing that it was Lin Chen, the sentry didn't dare to delay. After a year of monster hunting, Lin Chen's popularity here could be described as terrifying. Moreover, he had helped the military complete many monster hunting missions. Please wait a moment, I'll report right away. The sentry dialed a landline. Less than a minute later, Lin Chen was allowed to enter. What's the matter? Is the Black Holy Sea about to move? Zhang Kong waved his wind wings and landed beside Lin Chen, already sensing that the atmosphere today was off. Lin Chen nodded, his face serious. The Black Holy Sea is about to strike today. The demon wolves should be on their way right now. Zhang Kong stretched out his hand and took a drop of muddy rainwater. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and issued a series of commands. Then he looked at Lin Chen. The upper echelons in your Mu family are already on their way here, they'll be here in half an hour. I need you to guard the city. Zhang Kong looked towards Bo City, worried. He had discovered many underground tunnels in Bo City but had refrained from destroying them to avoid alerting the enemy. Though there were guards at the tunnel entrances, there were inevitably some oversights. Zhang Kong needed to hold off the demon wolf tribe here, and the task of protecting Bo City fell to Lin Chen. Don't worry, even if the winged sun wolf comes, I'll still kill it without hesitation, Lin Chen said seriously, then summon Little Black. Now was not the time to hide his abilities. Every second counted. Chapter 13, Fusion Again, Forest Snake Mustache Demon Dragon. During the flight, Lin Chen's consciousness entered the dragon's nest. He had accumulated nearly a year's worth of magic orbs, and now it was time to unleash them. Hundreds of various magic orbs piled up, and without hesitation, Lin Chen activated them all at once. White, green, blue, purple, and golden light exploded, turning the sky of the dragon's nest into a kaleidoscope. Seeing the white and green materials, Lin Chen didn't even pause and directly tossed them into the demon blood ritual pool, turning them into nutrients for his 3 dragon sons. Just 10 minutes later, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at more than 20 blue materials and 7 or 8 purple materials. He turned his gaze to the final golden magic orb and licked his dry lips. Open the golden magic orb. Obtained, Red Dragon Emperor's Dragon Claw, golden. Looking at the huge dragon claw, the pressure that pierced through heaven and earth nearly crushed Lin Chen's consciousness. Even though it was just a severed limb, even just one claw, it was still terrifying. Lin Chen stored the Red Dragon Emperor's Dragon Claw into his spatial ring, feeling slightly better. He wasn't planning to use this golden material right now. Instead, he wanted to save up a few more and then directly fuse one with an Emperor-level potential dragon. Otherwise, just being at the Monarch level would be too much of a loss. A Monarch is easy to obtain, but it is still just a Monarch, completely different from the level of an Emperor. Then Lin Chen looked at the dragon demon embryo that was just hatched. This time, Lin Chen wasn't too lucky, only one embryo was hatched, but it was enough. Lin Chen rummaged through various materials, wanting to fuse a dragon species suitable for group combat, one that would fit the current situation. Damn Black Holy Sea, if it weren't for their mad outburst of the Fountain of Fury, with only the dragon's might of Xiaohei now, we could have scared these demons away. Lin Chen cursed inwardly, but his actions were quick, finding the appropriate materials. Dragon's Nest, Fusion. Embryo plus Ancient Tree Demon's Roots, purple, plus Scorpion King Medusa's Snake Hair, purple, plus Poisonous Frog King's Poison Sac, purple, plus various blue materials equals Forest Serpent Beard Demon Dragon. A deep green giant egg fell down. Lin Chen was full of anticipation, as most of the materials he used were at the Grand Monarch level. The dragon he created would surely have extraordinary potential. Name, Forest Serpent Beard Demon Dragon, Young. Strength, Minor Battle General level. Potential, Grand Monarch level. Skills, Serpent Wood Form, Serpent Beard Tentacles, Devour and Heal, Serpent Root Strangulation. Seeing the little dragon crawling out of the egg, Lin Chen felt his goosebumps almost rising. The deep green dragon scales were arranged in a crisscross pattern, with a tail long enough, almost twice as long as its body. The scales on it resembled the mouths of serpent demons, making Lin Chen feel a chill run down his spine. However, the Forest Serpent Beard Demon Dragon showed no signs of hesitation. It didn't even care to eat the eggshell. Instead, it crawled to Lin Chen's side and began calling him Dad. Lin Chen pursed his lips. There's no way a father would hate his child. He reached out and patted the little dragon's head. Good boy, from now on, your name will be Xiao Sr. Upon hearing Lin Chen name him, Xiaosun happily spread his dragon wings and began to flap the air. Outside, Xiaohei couldn't help but roll his eyes. Silly little brother, still laughing. Wait until you meet that snow-white-haired human woman, then your name will become a joke for her to make fun of Dad. Xiaohei recalled how his own name had caused Mu Ningxue to be so surprised back then, and he felt speechless. Originally, Mu Ningxue said his name didn't sound good, but Xiaohei didn't believe it, until Mu Ningxue pulled out her phone and showed him a video of a rural dog. The person filming the video, right in front of Xiaohei's eyes, called that little dog Xiao Huang. At that moment, Xiaohei felt like the sky was falling. He even thought he was actually a little black dog. On the other side, Lin Chen patted Xiao Sen's head and said, Xiao Sen, be good, eat something first. We'll need you later. Hearing that he could help Dad, Xiao Sen nodded eagerly, devoured the eggshell, and flew to the demon blood ritual pool to eat. Seeing this, Meat Duan felt heartbroken. There wasn't enough food as it was, and now another mouth was added. Thinking of this, Meat Duan looked at Xiao Lan with a sad expression, hoping his little sister would complain to Dad a little. But unexpectedly, Xiao Lan, with a maternal glow on her face, gathered a small water ball and started to clean Xiao Sen of the mucus he was born with. Meat Duan went into self-isolation. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's consciousness returned, and looking at the nearby Bo City, his face grew serious again. Xiaohei, be careful. Don't scare the ordinary people. Smell around and see where there are demons. Let's go take a look. Xiaohei nodded with a hint of grievance. Dad, actually, I'm a dragon. I'm not a little black dog. Please don't ask me to smell things. Xiaohei thought to himself, but still obediently began sniffing for the scent of demons, and soon found something, flying toward it. Dad, I smell a very disgusting odor. It makes me feel uncomfortable. Is it different from the scent of the Cyclops demon wolf and the giant-eyed monkey rat? Lin Chen asked. Xiaohei slapped his chest and assured, I've killed over 1,000 demons this year. How could I not recognize the scent? It's just a really disgusting smell. Be careful. We may have found the Black Holy Sea. Lin Chen squinted his eyes, realizing something was unusual. Little Black, if the enemy is filled with a strong magical aura, just run away. Although you have high magical immunity, it's still hard to handle a group attack from high-level mages. The Dark Vatican was exceptionally wicked. Lin Chen didn't dare let Little Black take risks. Little Black nodded and rushed down, clawing through the ground. Below the thin layer of soil were several figures dressed in black and gray robes, accompanied by a few monsters that were neither human nor ghost. A look of disgust appeared on Lin Chen's face. It was indeed the Dark Vatican. Kill them all, leave their bodies intact. We can claim the reward for the corpses later. Roar, poisonous curse. With a loud roar from Little Black, the underground tunnel was suddenly filled with sound waves. Before the enemy could react, their eardrums were already shattered. In the next moment, poisonous gas surged in, taking away their lives. After burying the bodies nearby, Lin Chen ordered Little Black to destroy the tunnel, preventing monsters from invading Bo City through here. Having done all this, Lin Chen heard a sudden surge of noise coming from the city, his expression darkening. The blood-red alert capable of destroying Bo City had officially arrived. The measures taken before to reduce casualties couldn't fully resolve it. The blood-red alert was simply unavoidable. Let's go, Little Black, to the center of the city. That's where the most people are. We must protect the crowd first. At this point, Lin Chen couldn't care less about the impact of a giant dragon's appearance. All he could do was try his best to protect ordinary people. Little Black complied, spreading his dragon wings and racing toward the city center. The heavy rain continued to pour, and the overcast sky cast a suffocating atmosphere over Bo City. Not far away, terrifying roars pierced the air, sending chills down his spine. Chapter 14: The Giant Dragon Under the Blood Red Alert. Arriving at the residential area in the city center. Short buildings, somewhat old concrete streets, the market flowed with bright red blood. That blood could not possibly be from poultry, it was the blood of living people, gathering into small streams that were constantly nourished by the heavy rain, flowing into low-lying areas and drains. Blood red, striking blood red. Standing on the roof of a tall building, the once grey Bo City amidst the rain now showed traces of blood everywhere. Bo City was a watercolor city with a strong southern characteristic. In the rain, it resembled a beautiful painting, yet today Lin Chen saw bloodstains all over this painting. A nightmare had fallen. Couldn't hold the tunnel. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, thinking, in the original story, Bo City was bloodwashed. If the city's defense was strong enough, how could it possibly be completely destroyed? Although there were military reinforcements beforehand, the overall situation was harsh. These reinforcements were barely sufficient and mostly gathered at the Snow Peak station, leaving the internal forces of Bo City even weaker. From time to time, one-eyed demon wolves sprang up below, stimulated by the violent spring. They showed no fear towards Little Black, but instead, they howled provocatively at the giant dragon. Giant Shadow Nail. Lin Chen hurled several dark green magical nails wrapped in magic patterns, pinning these one-eyed demon wolves to the ground, his gaze cold. Little Black, go to the school first. Little Black was also stirred by the bloody atmosphere filling the city, his eyes blood red, constantly under the temptation of the violent spring. Fortunately, with the presence of the dragon's nest, Little Black was absolutely loyal to Lin Chen, so there was no need to worry about the dragons being uncontrollable. At this moment, Tianlan Magic High School had already decided to evacuate, with Mo Fan and others forming a vanguard to scout the situation ahead. The vanguard team consisted of 10 people, led by Mo Fan. As they passed through the school gate, there were hardly any people left on the street. Scattered city garbage, overturned stalls filled with broken goods, shops left open but unattended. As soon as the blood red alert sounded, the atmosphere became tense. All the citizens either hid in their houses or desperately ran toward the safety barrier, chaos everywhere. This was also the main reason why the school staff hadn't evacuated at the first moment. However, there was still a large portion of people who hadn't reached the safety barrier. As Tianlan Magic High began moving toward the barrier, many nearby residents surged in, hoping to use the strength of the students and teachers to safely pass through the terrifying 3-kilometer street. The vanguard team walked at the front, and Zhang Xiaoho, who had climbed to a high place, quickly saw the scene of many people gathering toward the school. I'm afraid the number of people migrating this time will exceed 4,000. Many in this area didn't reach the safety barrier in time, and they are too afraid to go alone. Now, they are continuously joining the main group, like small iron scraps from different places. Zhang Xiaoho jumped down from an old building and spoke to everyone. The more people we have, the better we can avoid some small demon group attacks, but it will also make the entire large group more cumbersome. Xue Musheng said. A magic high school is different from a magic university. The students of a magic university have combat power stronger than a regular army, but magic high schools mainly train magical apprentices who are still under 18. It's impressive enough if they can protect themselves under this bloody alert. Protecting the citizens is really far-fetched. Soon, Mo Fan and others encountered their first crisis, the giant-eyed rat. A figure covered in tusks suddenly jumped out from behind a Volkswagen car, and 2 massive fangs aimed at the unsuspecting crowd. The one facing the attack was a girl named Zhang Liang. Under the stench of the giant-eyed rat's fangs, Zhang Liang could only scream. Giant Shadow Nail. With a cold shout, the giant-eyed rat was nailed to the ground. Mo Fan, who had seen more, immediately recognized this magic. An intermediate-level shadow magic. Is there an intermediate-level shadow mage in Buchun? Mo Fan searched for the one who cast the spell, and after a casual glance upwards, he finally saw the person. Or rather, he saw the dragon. Staring at the black wings that covered the sky, Missouri Fan temporarily forgot how to breathe. The glow of the bloody alert still lingered, and the black dragon wings glowed with a strange light, sending a violent aura straight into the hearts of everyone present. A dragon, it's a dragon. Mo Fan trembled as he shouted the word dragon, unable to say anything more, his heart filled only with despair. Xinxia, I will only be able to marry you in the next life. The next moment, a figure emerged from the shadows on the ground, revealing Lin Chen's face. Don't worry, that's my summoned beast. Let me introduce myself. I am Lin Chen, a mage sent to support Buchun. Follow me now. Zhang Xiaoho, hearing this, excitedly asked, You're here to support Buchun? Reinforcements from above have arrived so quickly? Lin Chen didn't want to tell him the truth, so he simply nodded and gave a forced smile. Mo Fan felt that Lin Chen's expression was a bit off and suspiciously looked at him but didn't speak out. The other had a dragon by his side, and even though he had doubts, he didn't dare to speak directly. Lin Chen's peripheral vision glanced at Mo Fan. He looked plain but with an appealing appearance, wearing a small grey mudfish pendant on his chest. This must be Mo Fan. I'll let my dragon lead the way, and you follow me. Lin Chen didn't talk to Mo Fan. After everything was over, they could chat as much as they wanted, but not now. Mo Fan nodded, subconsciously letting out a breath of relief. With over 1,000 students and thousands of residents clearing the path, the pressure was immense. Now he could finally relax. All the demons and monsters encountered along the way were dealt with by Lin Chen, until he looked at the man in military uniform. Lin Chen squinted his eyes, and when he heard Zhang Xiaohou calling him Bai Yang, he was even more certain of the thoughts in his mind. It was the traitor. Bai Yang. A call from an unknown voice caught Bai Yang's attention. Was there someone else in the student group he hadn't noticed? Bai Yang looked in the direction of the voice, and saw someone hidden in the shadows, their breath flawless. If not for the person revealing themselves, he probably wouldn't have noticed at all. Bai Yang's heart tightened. Could it be a powerful shadow mage protecting these students? Who are you? Lin Chen's figure emerged from the shadows. If he wanted to, he could have killed Bai Yang just now, but he wanted to see if he could catch some high-ranking members of the Black Church through Bai Yang. A mere black robe wasn't worth much. The Earth Saint Spring is with me now. The Black Church is looking for it. Where is Zhang Kongjun? I need to see him immediately, Lin Chen said in a deep voice. Mo Fan's eyes widened. With you? Then what has my little mudfish been eating? But Mo Fan was a smart person. He knew to observe first and not speak without understanding the situation, so he didn't speak immediately. Chapter 15, Fishing Law Enforcement Failure. Please give me the Earth Saint Spring. It would be more suitable for our military to have it, Bai Yang said, putting on a warm smile, slowly moving his steps closer to Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled, a mocking and contemptuous smile. Bai Yang felt uncomfortable seeing this and couldn't help but ask, "What are you laughing at?" Lin Chen curled his lips into an even more mocking grin. I laugh because you, as a beginner summoner, are trying to ambush a mid-level shadow mage. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Zhang Xiaohou and the others were shocked, quickly looking at Bai Yang. Instructor Bai Yang, you. Only Mo Fan quickly began to scan the surroundings, on high alert for any possible danger. Bai Yang's expression changed. His face no longer carried warmth, but became venomous and cruel. How did you discover me? His peripheral vision caught sight of Bai Yang's summoned beast, which was slowly approaching Lin Chen with every step Bai Yang took. Little Black, kill that wolf. Little Black? Bai Yang froze, not understanding. In the next moment, a shadow descended from the sky, and a huge dragon claw pierced Bai Yang's summoned beast straight through, chilling it to the core. Little Black pulled out the wolf's heart and stuffed it into his mouth, then greedily looked at Bai Yang. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Wait, Little Black. If he doesn't confess, I'll let you absorb the magic energy from his spiritual world. Human mages are also a great tonic for monsters and demons. A cold sweat dripped down Bai Yang's forehead, and he wanted to escape but couldn't move his feet. His eyes forcefully glanced downward, and a huge shadow spike covered in green poisonous mist had firmly nailed Bai Yang to the spot. Tell me where your higher-ups are hiding, and I might spare your life. But if you don't, this poisonous spiritual seed will properly treat you, Lin Chen said. Bai Yang's breath quickened. Just as he was about to speak, black blood suddenly poured from his throat, and in an instant, black blood flowed from his 7 orifices, causing him to die suddenly. Dead? It seems he was cursed. Lin Chen wasn't too surprised. Sulla had been planning this disaster for years. Even a small person like Bai Yang was accounted for. Moreover, Bai Yang, as a spy planted by the Black Church and the military, held a higher position than ordinary members. Sha! Suddenly, 2 black figures, resembling monkeys, rushed out, heading straight for He Yu and Zhang Xiaohou. In a moment of urgency, He Yu pushed Zhang Xiaohou away with all his strength. Monkey, live well. In the next moment, the 2 black beast demons were lifted up by Little Black's dragon claws, their bodies dangling from its claws. A nearly 20-meter-long dragon held 2 creatures just over a meter tall in its claws, creating a somewhat comical sight. Lin Chen walked up to He Yu's side. Looks like the confession is a bit urgent, huh? He Yu's face turned red. He instinctively glanced at Zhang Xiaohou, who also had flushed ears, and couldn't help but laugh, feeling the joy of surviving the ordeal. Zhang Xiaohou swallowed. Hurriedly thanked Lin Chen. Dad, this creature emits a disgusting smell. Little Black pinched the 2 black beast monsters, feeling that his dragon claws were dirty, just wanting Little Blue to come out and clean them quickly. Lin Chen glanced at Bai Yang's corpse, his eyes cold. The Black Church is indeed ruthless in its actions and quite difficult to deal with. Little Black, just kill them all. As two splashes of blood erupted, Little Black threw the Black Beast monster's corpses to the ground. He wouldn't even eat this kind of trash. Crossing the bridge, the wall-like light barrier came into view. Fan and the others finally squeezed out a smile on their tired faces. This time they clearly saw the wizards wearing the Magic Association insignia guarding there. This 3-kilometer stretch felt longer than all their experiences in the past 17 years, but they finally arrived. The main force is 1.5 kilometers away, hope they can arrive safely too. Mu Bai looked back. Zhou Min, Su Zhaoting, Wang Sanpang, Zhang Shuhua and others all nodded. They had fulfilled their duties as a vanguard squad, and after such life and death peril, they sincerely hoped the main force would arrive smoothly. They no longer wished to see bloodshed. Lin Chen glanced at Mu Bai. The Green Tea Man, the fallen angel, is also a good person. I'll definitely save him if I have the chance in the future. Speaking of which, there were quite a few strong members in this vanguard squad. God of Law Fan, Military Commander Zhang Xiao, Fallen Angel Mu Bai. Too bad Zhao Manyan isn't here, otherwise the whole Law F4 would be gathered. On the other side, Fan searched the safe zone for a long time but couldn't find Xianxia. In a hurry, he had to ask Lin Chen for help. Lin Chen. Seeing Fan hesitant to speak, Lin Chen had already guessed what it was about. I also want to go to the Snow Peak Mountain Station. If you were looking for someone, I can take you along the way. Thank you. Fan didn't say much, just kept this favor in his heart. After bringing Fan to the mall, Lin Chen also conveniently cleared out dozens of monsters before leaving, helping Fan open up the way in advance. At the Snow Peak Mountain Station, many wizards from the Mu family were on high alert, with several standing with Zhang Ke. Old Master Mu, thank you very much for coming to support. When the Winged Song Wolf appears later, I'll still have to trouble you to take action. Zhang Ke wore a military coat, his face always smiling, even speaking more politely. There was no choice, the lives of the citizens in Bo City depended entirely on them now, and Zhang Ke wasn't sure he could defeat the Winged Song Wolf. Thinking of this, a hint of gloom passed through Zhang Ke's eyes. If it weren't for his strongest faction being sealed, he wouldn't have to humble himself to ask others for help. Resisting demons and the Black Church is our Mu family's duty. Mu Zhanming, outwardly righteous, secretly smirked. If this wasn't handled properly, the Mu family would be branded as allies of the Black Church. How could he not come? Nevertheless, Lin Chen's gamble paid off. The situation in Bo City really involved the Black Church, and afterwards, the Mu family could also gain a lot from it. It's worth noting that Bo City has not been destroyed yet. Thanks to the news and wizards from the Mu family, they would definitely reap the benefits. Mu Zhanming was overjoyed. If he could take this opportunity to get close to the military, the Mu family's power would rise another level. Third Master, why are you here? Lin Chen rushed over but saw an unexpected person. When Mu Zhanming saw Lin Chen, he smiled on his face but was merciless with his words. Could I not come? You've already mortgaged our Mu family's interests. The information from above says that if it's a false alarm that deceives help and allows other positions to falter, our Mu family will be considered allies of the Black Church. Such a big matter, why didn't you discuss it with the family first? Hearing this, Lin Chen smiled awkwardly. This isn't. Is the message accurate? Mu Zhanming snorted coldly. You brat really have some guts, daring to make such a promise. After saying that, Mu Zhanming looked up at the little black dragon, his gaze filled with amazement. Another different giant dragon? Where did this kid contract it from? And this black dragon's aura is much stronger than that brown earth dragon's. It's probably even at the commanding level. At this moment, Mu Zhanming didn't want to ask more questions, as there were others present. It's better to talk about such things at home. Such a powerful giant dragon must have a very domineering name, right? Mu Zhanming expressed, feeling very curious about the name of the dragon above him. Chapter 16, Master of Group Battles. Be careful, the Winged Song Wolf can no longer control its inner rage. The Black Church killed its cubs. If it weren't for old Mu, it would have charged here by now. Awoo. A trembling roar suddenly echoed from the Snow Peak Mountain rest station, causing the hairs on everyone's body to stand on end. In the next moment, over 10,000 demonic wolves rushed towards the Snow Peak Mountain rest station, their blood-red eyes filled with a thirst for human flesh. The Winged Song Wolf's leathery wings half unfurled, half of them shrouded in the rain, while the other half blocked dozens of meters of the hill. Its head was raised high, and the roar that could shake the entire Bo City came from its massive blood-red maw capable of swallowing clouds. Mu Zhanming's eyes turned serious. No matter what deal had been made with the family, when facing demons and monsters, he would never hold back. Help me block those small fry, I'll go take the Winged Song Wolf's life. With that, Mu Zhanming summoned a commanding-level eagle beast and flew towards the Winged Song Wolf. Mu Zhanming's contracted beast could charge through this wolf horde, but he needed to conserve its strength, to guard against any potential moves from the Black Church. Flying straight through the wolf pack was the best choice. Zhang Kong nodded, his wind wings rising behind him, and his deep green robe billowing. Light Mage Group, prepare. As a great light erupted, the vast sky and earth were illuminated, and in the murky rainy night, Lin Chen soared into the sky, a giant deep green dragon appearing beneath his feet. Zhang Kong unexpectedly looked at Lin Chen. This kid has another dragon? But at this moment, there was no time to ask further questions. He simply pointed towards the area where the battle was most concentrated. This area is yours. Lin Chen nodded. A group of elite Mu family experts gathered around him. To the Mu family, even the entire Bo city wasn't as important as Lin Chen's life. Among these Mu family experts, a few had reached high levels, and they were specially tasked with ensuring Lin Chen's safety. Lin Chen patted the head of the little dragon, Mo Sr. Emosen, snakewood form. Grr. Emosen let out a roar, its deep green dragon body becoming even longer. Its tail burrowed deep into the ground, its dragon head raised high, and its dragon wings fully extended, like a towering ancient tree guarding the area. The ground trembled, and in the next moment, numerous roots, like snake demons, emerged from the earth, wildly dancing. Snake root strangulation. The snake-like roots lashed out, lifting one-eyed demon wolves into the air. The roots then intertwined, dismembering them into chunks of meat. In just one strike, over a dozen one-eyed demon wolves were killed. This was just a normal attack from Mo Sr. A look of satisfaction appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. Sure enough, professional matters should be left to professional dragons to handle. Although Little Black could also use poison curses to attack in groups, it was incomparable to Emosen, whose almost every skill was a group attack. However, Little Black also had his strengths, such as being invincible in one-on-one combat. Watching dozens of three-eyed demon wolves suddenly stand up in the midst of the wolf pack, Lin Chen squinted his eyes. He had already killed dozens of them, but there were still so many left. Little Black, pick them off one by one. Little Black and Lin Chen shared a deep bond, immediately understanding what Lin Chen meant. With a flap of its wings, it flew towards the wolf pack. The giant dragon, several dozen meters long, stirred up the wolf pack. The servant-level one-eyed demon wolves couldn't even break through its defenses, grazing them resulted in injury, while making contact meant death. Little Black dove low, its black dragon wings glistening with a dark green sheen. Like using the wing attack skill from a certain Pokemon, it cut through the one-eyed demon wolves along the way with a single slash. Little Black excitedly opened its mouth wide, casually biting off the head of a three-eyed demon wolf, then biting down hard. A large cloud of blood mist exploded, and drops of fresh blood formed a small stream, sliding down its mouth. The battle general level three-eyed demon wolf, killed in seconds. At this moment, Little Black already had the power of a grand leader. Even the winged song wolf would be hard-pressed to defeat it in a one-on-one battle. These three-eyed demon wolves, who were merely at the level of minor generals, could not escape their fate of being killed in seconds in front of Little Black. Seeing that Little Black was not in any danger, Lin Chen shifted his gaze back to Little Senior. In just a short time, dozens of one-eyed demon wolf corpses were left on Little Sen's snake whiskers. Little Sen looked slightly tired. After all, it had just been born, and its strength was only at the level of a minor general. At this moment, some three-eyed demon wolves in the pack had noticed Little Sen's terrifying killing power and were rushing towards it, disregarding everything. Giant Shadow Spike, twins. Lin Chen's eyes turned cold as he threw out two giant shadow spikes, pinning two three-eyed demon wolves in place while also applying a poisoning debuff to them. Devour and repair. Little Sen growled lowly. The dozens of one-eyed demon wolf corpses interwoven in its snake whiskers gradually became shriveled, with large amounts of life essence flowing away. Meanwhile, Little Sen's snake whiskers, filled with countless small wounds, gradually healed, and even its roots grew thicker. Little Sen regained its strength and immediately used a move called Snake Root Strangle, killing another 10 or so one-eyed demon wolves, then absorbing their life essence. Fight to nurture the fight. Lin Chen licked his dry lips. Even the young form of Little Sen was so terrifying. It was hard to imagine what could kill it once it reached the monarch level. If Little Sen ever entered the sea demon battlefield in the future, it would likely become a true dragon capable of guarding a region. While Lin Chen stabilized here, things were far from easy elsewhere. The wind wing of Slash Sky fluttered, gathering wind discs in his hands one after another. Each one could take the life of a group of one-eyed demon wolves. But compared to the tens of thousands of wolves, this was utterly insignificant. Slash Sky gritted his teeth and looked into the distance. In the murky rain, a huge demon was beating down on the winged song wolf, but the winged song wolf was incredibly agile, using its underlings to block the attacks and narrowly avoiding being killed. Although the contract beast of Mu Jianming was a minor monarch level, killing the winged song wolf, which had many underlings, would take at least 2 more minutes. In a one-on-one fight, a single round could kill the winged song wolf, but the winged song wolf was not only a powerful commander-level demon, but it also had around 20 battle general-level wolf demon guards. Monarch-level demons were indeed strong, but this one was alone. The winged song wolf, although in a frenzied state, was clearly much smarter than the one-eyed demon wolves. Whenever it found itself in a desperate situation, it would throw out one of its battle general level guards to make a suicide attack, delaying its death. 2 minutes may not sound like much, but under the attack of tens of thousands of one-eyed demon wolves, the Snow Peak Mountain Station couldn't hold out. There were only over 1,000 mages here, which meant each one had to face several times the number of one-eyed demon wolves. 2 minutes would be enough for them to die twice over. In the shadow beside Sky, Lin Chen appeared.
Sky Army, what should we do now?
Sky frowned, but still said firmly, we have no choice but to fight to the death. Without this place, the demon wolf army will charge straight for Bo City. Right now, we have no way to deal with this frenzied rain. Even if the winged Song Wolf dies, they will most likely not retreat. How long until reinforcements arrive? I applied for reinforcements as soon as I sensed something was wrong, but it will take at least an hour for them to arrive.
Relying on them is no better than hoping for old Master Mu to kill the winged Song Wolf and then help us. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and looked at the towering demon in the rain. Mu Zhanming wanted to turn back to help. This winged grey wolf is relentless. If it weren't for Mu Zhanming holding it back, it would massacre the ordinary mage troops in a heartbeat.
If we let Zhang Kong hold it back, we would have to take away all the elite military mages here, and Mu Zhanming alone wouldn't be able to deal with the tens of thousands of magic wolves. Moreover, based on all these actions, Lin Chen has also included several high-level Mu family members behind him, and if they were to take action, they might not be willing to leave him behind. Their task is to protect Lin Chen, and even if they see someone being torn apart in front of them, they can remain unmoved. These are the die-hard warriors trained by the family, sent by Mu Zhanxing to protect Lin Chen, not to protect Bo City. Lin Chen knows he can't command them, and his eyes gradually sharpened. At worst, I'll expose myself. Meat Mound, cooperate with Xiao Sen to guard the main gate. If you can't stop these few thousand magic wolves, I'll deduct a year's worth of pool water. Xiao Lan, go to the battlefield and move around, lend a hand where it's needed. With Lin Chen's command, under Zhang Kong's shocked gaze, 2 giant dragons, one brown and one blue, appeared across the sky. The huge dragon heads pierced through the summoning array of the dragon's lair, followed by their dragon bodies, dragon wings.
Chapter 17, Are you coming to the toilet too?
There were many people around, and with Lin Chen summoning 4 giant dragons, once the news spread, even with the Mu family's protection, it would be hard to avoid attracting the attention of others. Not to mention, the Black Holy Sea right in front could easily put Lin Chen on their kill list. If someone like him couldn't be used for their benefit, most would think of eliminating him to ensure no future trouble. But at this very moment, Lin Chen couldn't afford to think too much.
Meat Mound roared angrily and charged into the magic wolf army.
Its dragon body, 25 meters long, was even stronger than Little Black.
The terrifying impact crushed all the one-eyed magic wolves along the way into mush.
Soon, Meat Mound, covered in blood, reached Xiao Sen's side. The rock shield was raised, and the earth elements inside him erupted with full force, directly building a fortress around Xiao Senior. The bloody light in Xiao Sen's eyes intensified, attacking without defending. All the snake-like tendrils sprang out, annihilating the one-eyed magic wolves around them. Lin Chen sat cross-legged on top of Xiao Lan, observing the situation. At present, the defense forces of the Snow Peak Mountain Station had essentially collapsed, and large numbers of magic wolves had already poured into the station. Meat Mound and Xiao Sen relocate and engage in guerrilla warfare around the perimeter, drawing the magic wolves' attention. Meat Mound exhaled hot breath through its nostrils, causing large amounts of fire to rise, temporarily blocking the wolves' attacks. Taking advantage of this gap, Xiao Sen's snake tendrils, which were rooted underground, suddenly rose, wrapping around Meat Mound's back. Meat Mound began to move, carrying Xiao Sen on its back, like a giant demon from ancient mythology, slaughtering recklessly. The one-eyed magic wolves blocking its way were either turned into paste or crushed into wolf slices. Even the one-eyed magic wolves around were pulled in by the snake tendrils, and after a few seconds, they turned into dry corpses, sliding down Xiao Sen's tendrils. The surrounding wolf pack began to become agitated, the bloody scent further stimulating their nerves, and they charged all at once, heading straight for the 2 dragons, Meat Mound and Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan, trap some of them. Lin Chen sat cross-legged on top of Xiao Lan's head, giving the command. Xiao Lan nodded, a shield of water formed above its head, blocking all the violent torrents, keeping its thoughts calm, becoming the most stable demon on the battlefield. Streams of water shot out from Xiao Lan's mouth, though their killing power wasn't great, they covered the ground, turning the solid earth into mud. The one-eyed magic wolves would slow down significantly once they stepped into it. Following the water flow, Lin Chen directed the poison spell's energy into it, and the rapidly spreading toxin turned Xiao Lan's water from deep blue to bluish-green. After being washed by the poison water, the speed of the one-eyed magic wolves slowed even further, practically moving at a turtle's pace. In the muddy ground, Meat Mound's speed showed no sign of slowing down. As a earth element giant dragon, it wouldn't slow its steps just because of a little mud. Seeing this scene, Zhang Kong's face was filled with joy. The 2 dragons that Lin Chen had summoned were incredibly powerful, especially the blue dragon, which directly controlled the entire battlefield. With this, they could definitely buy 2 minutes. Howl! Accompanied by a thunderous wolf howl, the body of the winged blue wolf crashed to the ground, its eyes filled with deep hatred. Seeing this, Mu Jianming threw his fire magic into the wolf pack, and the heavenly flame funeral immediately swept across the entire battlefield. With just this one strike, several hundred one-eyed demon wolves were killed. The bloodthirsty giant beast, at the ruler level, tore off the head of the winged blue wolf and raised it high above its head. Its blood-red eyes were filled with killing intent. Even though it was at the ruler level, it was affected by the violent fountain, becoming extremely irritable. Luckily, Mu Jianming's suppression kept it barely rational. Lin Chen never expected that his elegant third master had contracted such a fierce beast. The bloodthirsty giant beast appeared to be a larger version of a minotaur, its hooves stomping the ground, and its horns seemed ready to break the sky. Standing at about 40 meters tall, its massive, powerful hands could rip apart the winged blue wolf. Looking at it through the rain, Lin Chen couldn't believe how the winged blue wolf had managed to last for 2 minutes. One could only say that without the large number of personal guards, the winged blue wolf wouldn't have lasted even 1 minute. The bloodthirsty giant beast moved forward, its blood-red eyes killing its way through the demon wolf pack. With a sweep of its hands, a dozen demon wolves were sent flying, their bones shattered. With just a stomp of its hooves, and one-eyed demon wolf was crushed into a bloody mess. But there were simply too many one-eyed demon wolves. Even in the face of the ruler-level demon beast's pressure, even with their leader already dead, they still dared to charge at the bloodthirsty giant beast under the influence of the violent fountain. Fortunately, the bloodthirsty giant beast drew enough firepower, and with Lin Chen's 4 giant dragons, holding out until reinforcements arrived wasn't a problem. With the intervention of the elite Sky Eagle squad, all the battle general-level demon beasts were wiped out, leaving only the servant-level one-eyed demon wolves, which could no longer stir up any trouble. Inside the tent, Zhang Kong and Mu Jianming sat across from each other, and the atmosphere was somewhat subtle. No one else was present, and only Lin Chen, somewhat at a loss, played with the space ring in his hand. After a long while, Zhang Kong raised his head. "I will try my best to keep Lin Chen's dragons a secret, but that black dragon can't be hidden. Lin Chen frequently rides it to the Snow Peak Mountain Station, and the news has already spread." Mu Jianming nodded. "Thank you." As for the exposure of Little Black, Mu Jianming had no objections. Young people need to show their edge, as long as it's not too overwhelming. Contracting a giant dragon was exactly in that moderate zone. It let the higher-ups know Lin Chen's talent and gave resources for cultivation, while also making some people wonder whether it was worth taking action against Lin Chen. "I hope Lin Chen will join the military," Zhang Kong said directly. Mu Jianming was more decisive, directly refusing. "The family has already decided. After this battle, Lin Chen will lay low for a year and join the Pearl Academy." Zhang Kong was speechless. He knew he had no chance now, so he simply stood up and left. He lifted the tent flap, and his previously calm face immediately became excited. 4 dragons. 4. I must contact my teacher. A talent like this, once on the battlefield, could easily match the power of tens of thousands of military mages. Zhang Kong rushed off in high spirits. He refused to believe that he couldn't secure Lin Chen, and that his teacher couldn't do it either. Because of certain reasons, Zhang Kong had fallen out with his teacher and hadn't spoken to him for a long time. But now, for Lin Chen's sake, Zhang Kong decisively reconciled with his teacher. He was still a reasonable person, knowing he couldn't let personal matters cause such a monstrous talent to slip away. As for who Zhang Kong's teacher was, the commander-in-chief of the Southern War Zone, a forbidden spell mage, who not only could directly kill Emperor-level demons, but also casually sit by the roadside eating skewers. Hua Zhantong. On the other side, Mu Jianming looked at Lin Chen seriously. "Xiao Chun, tell me the truth, do you have the ability to summon these 4 giant dragons steadily?" Lin Chen took a deep breath, knowing that he could no longer hide his weakness. Since he was a traveler and had the golden finger, he wasn't afraid of the Dark Church at all. "Yes. What is your relationship with them?" "They have made a contract with me. They fight for me." The look of surprise in Mu Jianming's eyes became more obvious, and his voice even trembled. Good. Wait here. My Mu family may not be the strongest in the country, but we are no pushovers. With us protecting you, no one can take you away." Mu Jianming said this with determination, then turned to leave. "By the way, what's the name of that black giant dragon? It's a commander level, right?" "Xiao Hei." Hearing this name, Mu Jianming's lips twitched, and he turned his head. "I see." After saying this, Mu Jianming left the tent and found a place to make a phone call. Squatting in the grass, Zhang Kong sneaked around, preparing to dial a phone number he hadn't called in years. "Ah, who is it? You've run into me, don't you see I'm busy right now?" Zhang Kong felt a push on his butt, and his phone dropped to the ground. If it weren't for the fact that the only remaining buildings in the post station had been turned into hospitals, Zhang Kong would never have come to this grass patch to make a call. It looked like he was just taking a dump. Annoyed, Zhang Kong turned his head and bumped straight into Mu Zhanming. Old Mu, you're here to use the bathroom too? Yes, I'm old, and my stomach isn't good. Monkey poop, together? Sure, I have 5 squares of toilet paper. Mu Zhanming rummaged through his pocket for a while before pulling out 5 crumpled squares of toilet paper. Zhang Kong gave an awkward laugh. Sir, could you spare me 2 squares? Mu Zhanming looked at Zhang Kong in surprise. You don't bring paper when you go to the bathroom? Then what do you wipe with? Looking at Zhang Kong still holding up his hand, Mu Zhanming's face changed. Young man, quite bold. Zhang Kong realized Mu Zhanming's gaze and his face turned as red as someone constipated, but he couldn't say anything. Chapter 18. Do you understand the value of a giant dragon? First, let me explain why it takes a few minutes for a little monarch to kill a big commander. I saw a related comment from a reader at 2 a.m., and I felt he was right, so I stayed up all night to research for 2 hours and I'll list the details for you all. 3 Scorpion Medusa equals 1 Scorpion Monarch Medusa, from chapter 1412. Serpent-headed Scorpion Monarch Medusa equals 7 or 8 Dark Sword Masters, from chapter 1599. The Dirt Hunter is an advanced battle general level, and underwater monsters are 3 times stronger than land monsters. If in a water environment, 3 or 4 can rival a small commander, from chapter 1902. So according to the monster ranking battle power of the 3-3 rule, which means that each higher level increases battle power by 3 times, 1 little monarch equals 3 submonarchs equals 9 advanced commanders equals 27 big commanders. However, the 3-3 rule has a problem, as it doesn't fully apply to very high or very low levels. For example, a small emperor level is definitely not comparable to 81 little monarchs, and a small battle general level can't defeat 9 servant levels. In addition, there is the issue with shadow elemental species. Actually, shadow elements have no elemental species, though I wrote it incorrectly earlier, it was later corrected. Only dark material exists, and to clarify the battle power, I wrote it as elemental species level dark material. I apologize for the confusion, and it's now fixed to dark material for clarity. Lastly, let me say this, I'm just a writer, what do I know about full-time mages? This explanation took up 400 words, so this chapter will have 2,400 words, no less for you all. In the dark corner, Sala played with a bottle of mysterious liquid, a playful look in his eyes. Giant dragons, huh? Beside him, Wuku took over. Yes, they are indeed giant dragons, and there are as many as 4 of them. From my observation, each one has the potential to reach monarch level. Each one is at the level of a Yalong. Sarlang seemed completely unfazed by the failure to advance in the attack on Bo City. Instead, she noticed Lin Chen. Find an opportunity, see if we can attract him. With his help, in the future, At this point, Sarlang suddenly fell silent. Her ultimate goal must not be known by others, even if that person was the headmaster, Wuku. Wuku also acted as if he hadn't heard anything and changed the subject. This experiment was very successful. The matter of the ancient capital can now be moved forward. Sarlang remained silent, only tossing a vial of unknown liquid to Wuku. No matter how monstrous Lin Chen was, he still needed a long time to grow. Right now, the matter of the ancient capital was the most urgent. Magic City, Mu family. At this moment, Lin Chen was being asked by Mu Zhanjing to stay at the Mu family to recuperate. It would be impossible for him to go out in the short term. Mu Nuxin was lying on the table in Lin Chen's room, recalling her grandfather's words in her mind. Nuxin, what do you think of your brother Lin Chen? He's very good, Grandpa. Then, what if you were to marry him? After all, you two have no blood relation. Thinking of this, Mu Nuxin felt troubled. Although she did like Lin Chen very much, marrying him wasn't out of the question. However, being arranged by the family, Mu Nuxin was unwilling. She still had some dignity as a little girl. She wanted Lin Chen to love her based on her own abilities. Of course, as a girl who was already aware, Mu Nuxin could control her feelings when necessary. After all, it was an arranged marriage. Wasn't it fine to marry the person she liked? But who knew, after that conversation, Mu Zhanjing thought his granddaughter was unwilling, so he turned around and gave Lin Chen a national unmarried young women's directory. What made Mu Nuxin even more unacceptable was that her brother actually picked a woman. Hey, Lin Chen, do you like that Mu Ningxue? Lin Chen, who was lying on the bed, didn't even turn his head, huh? What? Wait a minute, I'm chatting with Mu Ningxue. Mu Nuxin, QAQ. Hearing the sound of a door slamming, Lin Chen was a little confused. Why is she mad? Getting up, Lin Chen went to Mu Zhanjing's study and knocked on the door. Come in. Mu Zhanjing's voice sounded. Grandpa, I really can't enter the Pearl Academy this year? Lin Chen sat on the chair, somewhat helpless. Hearing this, the smiling Mu Zhanjing became serious. This year? Chener, do you understand the value of the giant dragon? Lin Chen? I'm the one who owns the giant dragon, okay? How come, Grandpa? You seem like you understand it better than me? Just now, the leader of the Southern Military District, Hua Zhanhong, personally called me, just to recruit someone. Mu Zhanzheng's tone was filled with excitement. Hua Zhanhong, who was he? Even Mu Zhanzheng, as the head of the Mu family, had to bow in front of him. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. Then what did Grandpa say? I told him to let you make your own decision, but you can't run around this year. I'm worried that the Black Church might harm you. Lin Chen nodded and then began to think. Although joining the military wasn't part of his development plan, the fact that Hua Zhanhong personally invited him made it different. Lin Chen thought that although the invitation from a forbidden spell mage was hard to refuse, he still managed to do it. After all, Lin Chen had a golden finger. Developing on his own was the true way to success. Alright then, I won't join the military. I'll go to the Pearl Academy first, and then aim for the top in the World Academy competition to bring some fame to our Mu family. Put. Looking at Lin Chen, who had already gotten up, Mu Zhanzheng almost choked on his tea. You kid, do you understand the value of winning first place in the World Academy competition? Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Grandpa, do you understand the value of a giant dragon? Don't talk about a few years from now, even now, how many people can beat my commander-level Shohei? Mu Zhanzheng was speechless, then waved his hand. Forget it, you kid, have your own thoughts. I will go and negotiate at the military guardian's place. The word military guardian is a sensitive term, so in the text, the term military guardian is replaced with military protector. Lin Chen smiled faintly, still trusting his family. Grandfather, I will leave now. By the way, I've broken through to the intermediate stage, so hurry up and arrange for my awakening. Got it, Mu Zhanqing said impatiently. At the subsequent magic awakening ceremony, Lin Chen awakened the lightning element, which was quite ordinary, with no surprises like usual lightning element awakenings. After all, Lin Chen already had summoning and shadow elements, both rarer than lightning, but the appearance of lightning still made up for his lack of attack power, so it was acceptable. By the way, can the dragon's nest help me improve the awakened magic system? Lin Chen's consciousness was in the dragon's nest, asking the sky. Unexpectedly, the dragon's nest actually responded to him. To improve an existing magic system, you need to have 5 dragons. Hearing this answer, Lin Chen was overjoyed. This meant that the newly awakened magic system could immediately catch up with, and even surpass, his main magic system with this enhancement function. Chapter 19, Junior, don't do this. A year later, after harvesting another batch of magic ball resources, Lin Chen placed the 2 dragon monster embryos he had obtained. He hadn't decided which dragon race to fuse with yet. Magic cultivation can always be improved, so Lin Chen needed to leave a few trump cards for himself to handle danger. The butler of the Mu family arrived in a Rolls-Royce in front of Lin Chen. Young master, get in the car. I'll take you to school. Looking at the luxurious Rolls-Royce, Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Although he didn't want to stand out, this car was still too eye-catching. He guessed that riding it would inevitably attract the attention of some clueless, rebellious young men. Lin Chen decisively took out his low-profile, tasteful bicycle and declined. The butler smiled. Young master, that bicycle was bought by the family head for you when you came of age, a global limited edition with the Mu family's exclusive emblem. In terms of collectible value, it's worth more than this Rolls-Royce. And I heard that university girls prefer to see luxury cars, the butler said mysteriously, raising his eyebrows with a look that all men would understand. Ahem, the bicycle is indeed a bit slow. Without hesitation, Lin Chen tossed the bicycle aside and got into the Rolls-Royce's front seat. With the Mu family's backing, Lin Chen didn't need to take the entrance exam and was directly recommended. Young master, be careful of the spies from the Black Holy Court when entering Mingzhu Academy. If anything goes wrong, act first and deal with it later. If something happens, the family head will handle it, the butler said seriously, looking at the road ahead. Lin Chen nodded. Don't worry, Uncle Fu, I will. Mingzhu Academy is right ahead. I'll get off here. After getting out of the car, Lin Chen took his luggage and moved into the dormitory. Mingzhu Academy had a rule that first-year students must stay on campus. After finally settling his luggage, Lin Chen lay on the bed with a stiff expression. Looking at the school forum on his phone, a video titled "A New Student Being Kept by a Greasy Middle-Aged Man" appeared. Lin Chen's nose flared in anger. At this moment, young Master Lin's world collapsed. The video clearly showed the butler escorting him to Mingzhu Academy. Lin Chen put down his phone and decided to ignore it. It was just some gossip, it would naturally disappear after some time. Walking to the artificial lake at Mingzhu Academy, Lin Chen immediately saw a beautiful girl, especially with her melancholy aura, completely different from Muningxue. Although Lin Chen wasn't the type of person to chase after women, he still appreciated beautiful women. A minute later, the girl frowned and made eye contact with Lin Chen. Lin Chen awkwardly smiled and quickly turned his head, only to realize something was wrong. This girl had such strong perception. This was the Qing district. Did newly enrolled freshmen really have such strong senses? Could it be the Black Church? Lin Chen quickly gathered his focus, ready to summon 4 giant dragons to protect himself at any moment. He secretly glanced at the girl, only to find her also looking at him warily. Lin Chen paused, shocked. No way, her perception is that sharp? She could notice even the slightest movement. Deciding to stop pretending, Lin Chen looked at the girl with a calm gaze. Brother, stop pretending. How much did the Black Church offer you? My Mu family can give you double. What do you think? Lin Chen had no expectation that this would move someone from the Black Church responsible for assassination. Secretly, he had already hidden his phone behind his back, ready to dial the emergency number at any time. Just to clarify, the emergency number is 120. Don't forget, young readers. The Black Church? Ding Yumian was confused. I haven't even mentioned your creepy look, and you already say I'm from the Black Church? Junior, you misunderstand. I'm a student from the main campus. As she spoke, Ding Yumian turned to face Lin Chen, only to see him retreating a few steps in apparent fright. Ding Yumian. As a beautiful woman, it was the first time Ding Yumian had been treated this way, and she felt a bit helpless. Even the tree by her side seemed to droop its branches. Seeing the dark starry energy above Lin Chen's head start to form star trails, Ding Yumian was shocked. Using magic on school grounds could cause serious consequences. Junior, don't. In the next moment, Lin Chen's figure vanished, and only a dark dragon was left staring at Ding Yumian. Even though Ding Yumian was a psychic mage, facing a commanding level dragon, she couldn't stay calm. Moreover, Ding Yumian showed no hostility. In the blink of an eye, she was grabbed by the little black dragon and held in its palm. At that moment, Lin Chen stood on the dragon's head, locking eyes with her. Junior, you misunderstood. I'm Ding Yumian from the main campus. I have a student card. Ding Yumian glanced at her waist and hurriedly spoke. Lin Chen, still skeptical, walked towards Ding Yumian. The ability to sense others' emotional changes did seem very much like Ding Yumian. But the Black Church had many tactics, and Lin Chen couldn't afford to be careless. As he approached, he used a few giant shadow pins to restrain Ding Yumian. Don't move. I'm going to search your body. Ding Yumian sighed helplessly. She thought it was all a misunderstanding, but to put Lin Chen at ease, she agreed. Ding Yumian could feel that the person in front of her seemed very tense, like he was always being threatened by something. That was why he became so nervous when dealing with related matters. Remembering what Lin Chen had said earlier, Ding Yumian began to understand his situation. He was probably influenced by the Black Church. Since she was a bit special, it had triggered a stress response in him. With that in mind, Ding Yumian didn't struggle. She just needed to prove her identity. The air in Magic City during summer was quite hot. Ding Yumian, wearing a school uniform and a short JK skirt, revealed her flawless, round, and smooth figure. The slightly curved shape was just right, everything in the right place. The pockets of the JK skirt were hidden on the side of the skirt, making them hard to find for anyone who hadn't touched them before. Lin Chen placed his hand on Ding Yumian's short skirt, feeling the surprising curve. Feeling the warmth clinging to her thigh, Ding Yumian bit her lip. Well, at this moment, the other person's mind was purely exploring, not focusing on those other things. She decided to bear with it. Lin Chen circled his hand around Ding Yumian's thigh, finally finding the pocket. He slid his hand into the pocket, and the fabric was thinner. Lin Chen's warm hand felt even clearer. Ding Yumian took a deep breath. This was the first time she had such close contact with a man. Junior, no. The student card was pulled out, and Ding Yumian's name appeared clearly, matching her appearance perfectly. Lin Chen gave an awkward smile, scratching his head. So, you really are a senior. My mistake, my mistake. Ding Yumian sighed helplessly. Then could you let your dragon put me down? Luckily, there are not many people here. Otherwise, it could cause an uproar. Lin Chen quickly pulled Little Black back, but didn't expect that Ding Yumi was being grabbed by Little Black, suspended in midair. When Little Black disappeared, Ding Yumi also fell from a height of 1 meter. Lin Chen's eyes widened, and he realized the trouble. This was Director Zhao's precious treasure. He couldn't bear to let her have any emotional fluctuation. If she fell again, he'd definitely be in trouble. He activated the shadow magic he had been holding in his hand and used a sudden movement to catch Ding Yumi, breathing a sigh of relief. Ding Yumi noticed her short skirt was about to fall and quickly used her hand to pull it up. In the process, her body inevitably brushed against Lin Chen. Feeling the warmth of Lin Chen's body, Ding Yumi blushed. Let me down. Oh. Lin Chen, realizing, hurriedly let Ding Yumi down. Ding Yumi's face turned bright red. She had never had such close contact with a man in her entire life. "Thank you." Lin Chan awkwardly scratched his nose. He had been so tense during this time. After spending a year with his family, he finally managed to get out, and his mind was a bit tight. "I'm Lin Chen, a new student who just enrolled this year. I apologize for the intrusion, senior." Ding Yumi waved her hand, indicating it was fine, and then, amidst Lin Chen's almost earth-shattering awkwardness, the conversation ended. Ding Yumi stared blankly at Lin Chen's figure as he walked away, completely unaware of the pink flower quietly blooming at her feet. Chapter 20, I'm sorry, Mo Fan. Hello, my name is Mo Fan. What the hell, it's you. Mo Fan, carrying a snakeskin bag, just entered the dormitory and saw someone he would never forget for the rest of his life. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Long time no see, since we last met in Bucheng. Mo Fan clutched his head. What are you doing here? Lin Chen gave him a strange look. I'm a new student, of course I have to live in the dormitory. Mo Fan. Mo Fan couldn't accept it. How could Lin Chen, someone who commanded a legendary dragon, possibly be the same age as him, still a freshman? The dormitory door opened, and a handsome young man walked in. He had slightly curly, semi-long hair, a fairy tale prince-like face, and wore a simple white sports outfit. Mo Fan silently cursed in his heart, damn, Lin Chen and this guy are almost as handsome as me. Oh, I thought I was the first to arrive. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhao Manyan, majoring in light magic. Zhao Manyan smiled warmly, looking very friendly. Lin Chen, looking at this turtle shell mage, didn't hold back his smile at all. Right now, aside from shadow magic, he didn't have any other life-saving spells, and Zhao Manyan could be useful, so he'd make sure to get along with him in the future. I'm Lin Chen. I look forward to working with you. Lin Chen? Upon hearing the name, Zhao Manyan paused for a moment and an unexplainable light flashed in his eyes. He had heard of Lin Chen. His father had told him to get close to him if they ever met, saying that Lin Chen would definitely become one of the top mages in the country. Zhao Manyan quickly hid the gleam in his eyes. He couldn't show any signs now, it would make it seem like he was approaching with some ulterior motive, and it would be impossible to build a good relationship. Ha, since it's our first time meeting, let me treat you to a meal. How about it? Zhao Manyan said with a big smile. Lin Chen and Mo Fan were not cold people. Even though Lin Chen had received high-level education from the Mu family, he had grown accustomed to the environment of the Pan Bureau, which was hard to change. He immediately agreed, sure. At a hot pot restaurant, Zhao Manyan picked up a piece of beef. Have you guys heard of the freshman competition? When Mo Fan heard this, his interest was piqued. What competition? Is there money involved? Seeing Mo Fan's carefree attitude, Zhao Manyan twitched his lips and explained, the freshman competition is a battle between students from other departments and the summoning department. The summoning department has to defeat 100 students, or they'll lose all their resources for the whole year. What? That's too unfair. If the summoning system loses, it has to sacrifice a whole year's worth of resources. Mo Fan said, suddenly looking at Lin Chen, and asked, what if we win? Zhao Manyan didn't notice Mo Fan's gaze. After thinking for a moment, he said, if we win, we can keep the resources. But as far as I know, there's another hidden rule. If you defeat 200 people, you can take all the resources from the other magic systems. Hearing this, a glimmer of light appeared in Mo Fan's eyes. Lin Chen, what system are you? Mo Fan suddenly became excited. Lin Chen thought for a moment. Before entering the school, it seemed he had registered for the summoning system, but Mu Zhanqing had asked him to hide his identity and register for the thunder system. I registered for the thunder system, but I don't plan to participate in this competition. Mo Fan was stunned. Why? It's meaningless. It's just a bunch of beginner mages fighting each other, Lin Chen said, his tone calm. Actually, it wasn't that Lin Chen didn't want the resources, but standing with the other magic systems, the resources of the summoning system were too few. Standing with the summoning system, his sister Mu Nujio would eventually represent the Mu family to make up for the resources from other magic systems. Lin Chen wasn't about to do a thankless job. It would be better to just ask the Mu family for these resources directly. At first, when Mo Fan heard Lin Chen had registered for the thunder system, he was a bit worried, afraid that the resources of the summoning system couldn't be protected. But upon hearing that Lin Chen didn't plan to participate in the competition, his ambition surged again. Heh, since that's the case, then I, Mo Fan, will take these resources. Zhao Manyan looked up at Mo Fan. The fog from the hot pot made him squint his eyes. Anyone who dared speak such bold words must either be a genius or a fool. But based on Lin Chen and Mo Fan's familiarity, he felt the chance of Mo Fan being a genius was much higher. After finishing the hot pot, the three returned to their dorms and practiced in peace for a few days, until the day of the Beast Battle tournament arrived. In the dean's office, Dean Xiao was flipping through the new student materials for this year. The Mu family, the Zhao family, the Bai family, and so on. Dean Xiao turned back to the previous pages. Lin Chun from the Mu family? Interesting, I didn't expect the Mu family to actually let him come out. The Thunder System director beside him chuckled. Everyone knows that fighting can promote a mage's growth more. The Mu family, as a prestigious family, naturally understands that geniuses can't be kept behind closed doors. Dean Xiao nodded, a serious look appearing in his eyes. He said, that's true, but Lin Chen is different. Call Lin Chen over, I need to ask him some questions. The Thunder System director was a bit puzzled but still did as told, as with his status, he couldn't access some secrets. Soon, there was a knock at the office door, and Lin Chen walked in. Dean Xiao. Lin Chen took a deep breath as he looked at Dean Xiao in front of him. This person was the strongest mage he had ever seen. A forbidden spell mage, who would later show his true power in the Battle of Magic City. Lin Chen, are you planning to participate in the Beast Battle Tournament? Lin Chen shook his head, this kind of competition won't help me, I don't plan to participate. Hearing this, Dean Xiao wasn't surprised at all, on the contrary, he felt it was normal. Did you expect the beginner mages from the Qing School District to fight against a commander-level dragon? The magic immunity alone on the dragon would make it unbeatable. If Lin Chen participated, the competition would be over before it even started. However, I still hope you will participate. Dean Xiao hesitated for a moment, then said, the students nowadays are too impetuous. I hope you can suppress them a bit. Of course, you won't be doing it for nothing. You belong to the summoning system side. The more people you defeat, the better the reward I'll give you. How about it? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, no limit? Dean Xiao nodded, no limit, but you can't use your commander-level dragon. You know the reason behind that. Lin Chen nodded and walked out of the office, holding the special voucher given by Dean Xiao. Not allowing the use of a commander-level dragon. There's something deeper behind that. With Director Zhao's status, he must surely know of my other dragon's existence. Looks like this time, he really wants me to teach these students a lesson. Lin Chen licked his lips. Without a summoning system, the shadow system's destructive power isn't much. Looks like I'll need to use the lightning system. Hey, Lin Chen, what are you doing here? Mo Fan appeared in the corridor, greeting Lin Chen, when he suddenly noticed the competition certificate hanging from his waist. Mo Fan squinted his eyes, reading the words on it. Special permission for Lin Chen to participate in the beast fighting competition, belongs to the summoning system. Mo Fan's voice trembled more as he read, and by the end, he couldn't hold back his smile. This is amazing. With a celestial summoning, how can I lose? I can't summon a commander-level dragon. Mo Fan's smile froze. Lin Chen pretended to be sad as he patted Mo Fan's shoulder. Sorry, Mo Fan. I offended the director. I'll have to rely on you now. Mo Fan almost cried, you didn't just train in the summoning system, right? Thinking about it, with the summoning system being so strong, how could Lin Chen have had time to train in anything else? Mo Fan perked up. Don't worry, brother. I'll make sure you keep your resources safe. Mo Fan wasn't wrong, but Lin Chen had a cheat. Looking at the gray little mudfish pendant hanging around Mo Fan's neck, Lin Chen silently sighed in his heart. How could a local cheat compare to an outer world demon? Chapter 21, The Summoning System Brings Lightning to the Celestial Summoning, please keep reading. Behind the scenes, Mo Fan peeked his head into the venue. The crowd was packed, filled with unfamiliar faces. This was only one side of the arena, but it already made his heart race. When standing in the center of the arena, surrounded on all sides by countless pairs of eyes, an ordinary person would definitely feel so nervous that they would forget what system they were training in. Magicians from Mingzhu Academy are destined to have the ability to change the world, destined to be heroes who take on the mission of protecting humanity. If anyone only seeks the former, we can give you a diploma and a recommendation letter from Mingzhu Academy right now, so you can live such a life. Please do not take up a precious spot in our academy. We don't lack wealth or fame, what we lack is an eternal heart that seeks the highest magic. Lin Chen was backstage, not far from where Director Zhao was speaking. He carefully observed the reactions of the people around him to Director Zhao's words. Almost everyone had a sparkle in their eyes. These words were too domineering. While everyone else was chasing fame and wealth, the director was telling everyone present that obtaining a diploma from Mingzhu Academy meant getting all of those things. But were the students who could enter this nationally famous magic academy only after fame and wealth? In front of the highest magic, all fame and fortune were just illusions. Lin Chen's heart surged. At this moment, he really wanted to reach the peak of magic and see the scenery from the top. If that's the case, the dragon's nest, activate. Lin Chen's consciousness sank into the dragon's nest, and looking at the purple materials scattered across the ground, he smiled. I wonder if these materials can create a powerful dragon. Embryo plus Thunder Prison Wing of the Sky Taming Tiger, purple, plus Thunder Punishment Battle Cocoon Body, purple, plus Thunder Demon Claw, purple, equals Prison Demon Thunder Dragon, Great Lord level potential. Name, Prison Demon Thunder Dragon. Strength, Great Battle General level. Potential, Great Lord level. Skills, Thunder Punishment, Sky Thunder Claw. Looking at the huge egg wrapped in blue and purple lightning, Lin Chan's eyes sparkled. This fusion material contains Supreme Lord level materials, which is why the Prison Demon Thunder Dragon was born with the strength of a great battle general. The image above is of the Prison Demon Thunder Dragon. Recently, a reader told me the image was blurry. I'll try to find a new one. These AI-generated images do have some issues and are a bit different from what I had in mind. Holding the blue-purple little dragon, Lin Chan smiled. I'll call you Little Purple. The meat lump beside him froze for a moment, thinking, is this the wrong generation? The number of dragons reaches 5, attribute extraction times +1, new feature unlocked, magic cultivation inheritance times +1. New feature unlocked benefit, the first time inheriting cultivation will be a 100% inheritance. Lin Chan's face brightened with joy, not expecting such a benefit. Originally, he had planned to inherit Little Black's shadow system, to elevate his already maxed out mid-level shadow system to high level. But unexpectedly, the dragon's nest was so considerate, offering such a benefit. After a year of cultivation, Lin Chan's summoning system and shadow system were both maxed out at mid-level, while his lightning system was at beginner level too. In 1 year, his summoning system had improved by 2 levels, and both his shadow and lightning systems had improved by 1 level. He was truly a genius among geniuses. To break through to high level, Lin Chan was only missing a Star River vein, and for the Mu family, 100 million was nothing. But to improve his beginner level 2 lightning system to full mid-level, he would need at least 2 more years. With more magic systems under Lin Chan's cultivation, he needed to save time. It's settled then. I'll inherit the lightning system from the Abyssal Magic Thunder Dragon, and after the competition, I'll ask my family for resources to prepare for the high-level breakthrough. Lightning system, from the War General level Abyssal Magic Thunder Dragon, completely inherited, full mid-level, with a top-tier Spirit Seed, Thunder Punishment, power increased 3 times, with the effect of Thunder Punishment, making the damage harder to heal, with strong penetration. A dark purple light flashed into Lin Chan's body, and his lightning system cultivation began to rise rapidly, fully mastering the related magic. Feeling the 49 stars inside his body move like an extension of his hand, Lin Chan clenched his fist excitedly. This was the first time he felt such destructive power in his magic. The summoning and shadow systems were not as brutal as the lightning system. Hey, Lin Chan, it's just the 2 of us left. Outside, Mo Fan pushed Lin Chan, who seemed to be sleeping, and helplessly said. Lin Chan opened his eyes, only to see the other 6 summoning system students all injured, their expressions downcast. Lin Chan understood in his heart, it seemed that when he was fusing with the new dragon species earlier, these 6 had already been defeated. You first or me first? Mo Fan asked. You go first. If I go first, you might not have anything left to play with. Just leave me 100, Lin Chan casually said. Such a big mouth. Who do you think you are, daring to say you'll take on 100? Hearing this, Hai Dafu immediately broke his defense. You know, just now, the 6 of them couldn't even get rid of 100, and now Lin Chen dares to say such big words. Lin Chen felt somewhat impatient. 18 years of traveling through time, and he still met such a foolish person. Without saying more, blue-purple lightning surged, instantly turning the background into a sea of blue and purple. The lightning, like a swimming snake, circled around Hai Dafu, and Lin Chen's expression was cold. Mid-level lightning system with a spirit seed, is it enough? Hai Dafu was speechless, cold sweat flowing down his forehead like water. He didn't know if a mid-level lightning system with a spirit seed could defeat 100 beginner-level mages, but it could probably kill him, a beginner summoning system, with 1 strike. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to wait for his reply, turning around and walking to the door. Let's go, Mo Fan, I'll accompany you. This way, when it's your turn, I'll take over directly. Hearing Lin Chan's voice, Mo Fan came back to his senses and hurried over, secretly clicking his tongue. What a freak, Mo Fan himself also had the lightning system, and now just at mid-level. Though he could release magic, he still couldn't afford the spirit seed. And based on Mo Fan's perception, Lin Chan's lightning system was far more terrifying than his own, definitely at full mid-level. A full mid-level lightning system plus spirit seed. Our summoning system has met a legendary Thunder Mage. Upon stepping onto the stage, Mo Fan went straight to talk to Director Xiao and learned about the rights of summoning system students. Mo Fan finally decided he would take down 100 and leave the other 100 for Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen was talking to Director Xiao. Director, I suddenly thought, as a lightning system student. If I specialize in summoning, my reputation will be ruined. Dean Xiao chuckled and said, I've already thought of that. Your identity now is just a summoning student. As long as you don't summon that black dragon, and we blur the related videos, we can just say that your other dragons are just big lizards. News about Bo City has already spread everywhere, and Lin Chen's little black dragon has also become famous along with it. Even if the videos are blurred, it would still be easy to recognize. But the other dragons are different, their reputation is lower than Little Black's. As the principal of the nation's second-best academy, Dean Xiao could still handle some videos online. Chapter 22, He's so cool, I love him. With the awakening of the Shadow Wolf Beast, Mo Fan successfully raised his total defeated opponents to 100. Next, it was Lin Chen's turn to take the stage. Under the gaze of the entire audience, Lin Chen slowly stepped onto the stairs. In the stands, Zhao Menyan's expression was serious. Lin Chen, let me see how strong you are, that my father thinks so highly of you. In one spot, Mu Nugio whitened her eyes. Brother, why is he going up? Isn't this just bullying? Beside her, AI Tutu's eyes sparkled as she stared at Lin Chen's handsome face. So handsome, totally my type. Mu Nugio was speechless. Her best friend just loved handsome guys. She poked AI Tutu's forehead helplessly and said, That's my brother, Lin Chen. Hearing this, AI Tutu pursed her lips. Best friend's brother, sounds like the plot of a steamy novel. A character popped up on Mu Nugio's forehead. AI. 2. AI Tutu shrank her neck. I was joking. So this is the brother you always mention? He does look really handsome. But I wonder if his strength is as great as you say. Mu Nugio snorted disdainfully. With my brother's skills, there's no one in Pearl Academy who can match him. That strong? AI Tutu raised her eyebrows in surprise. It was the first time she had seen the usually composed Mu Nugio say something like this. But others didn't know. As Lin Chen's sister, how could Mu Nugio not know his true strength? If he released his commander-level dragon, even some teachers on the stage wouldn't be his match. Just watch. Our magic department's training resources are as good as gone. Mu Nugio pouted, but suddenly thought of something and quickly called her grandfather, Mu Zhanqing. On the battlefield, Lin Chen had already taken his battle stance. Let's begin, teacher. The teacher acting as the referee frowned. Aren't you summoning your beast? As a summoning mage, Lin Chen had the right to summon his beast in advance. Lin Chen shook his head. He wanted to test his lightning magic first. If he released his dragon, there would be no point in fighting himself. Seeing Lin Chen insist, the referee didn't say much. Once the challenger stepped onto the stage, he announced the start of the match. His opponent was a boy with a face full of acne, exuding a strong fire magic aura. His expression was arrogant, clearly not taking Lin Chen seriously. Just give up. Even if your summoning department keeps its resources, so what? You think you can take ours? Just you alone? Didn't that kid before you just leave the stage in disgrace? Hearing this, Lin Chen didn't say anything, but Mo Fan in the audience couldn't sit still anymore. Damn it! My grandpa Mo Fan's summoned beast just came out. If you want to fight, I'll get up there right now. The acne-faced boy sneered. Losers aren't allowed to re-enter the stage, idiot. Lin Chen frowned. This guy was really arrogant. If you want to fight, then fight. Why waste time talking? Seeing Lin Chen's impatient expression, the acne-faced boy sneered. Then let me show you my strength. Blazing Fire, Bone Burn. An entry-level fire spell, cast in less than 2 seconds. Clearly, the acne-faced boy had some real skill. But unfortunately, his opponent was Lin Chen. Lightning Punishment, Thunder Seal, Furious Strike. Right from the start, he used a third-level entry-level lightning spell, casting it with the speed of an instant thought. Blue-purple lightning streaked across the arena. The unmatched might, carrying astonishing destructive power, directly shattered the flame of the pockmarked faced boy. Boom! The explosion rang out, and the water barrier released by the referee was shattered. The referee's face changed. His water magic had the blessing of a great spirit seed, yet Lin Chen's lightning magic could shatter his water magic with ease after dispersing the opponent's fire magic. This showed that Lin Chen's lightning magic also had the blessing of a spirit seed, and it must be of a very high level. Lin Chen wins. The referee announced the result of the match. Clearly, without the referee's protection, the pockmarked-faced boy would either be dead or severely injured. Upon hearing this, the pockmarked-faced boy clenched his fist in unwillingness, but did not dare to argue and could only leave the stage in shame and frustration. Before coming on stage, he had boasted to his companions that he could handle the remaining summoner on his own. But in the end, the opponent hadn't even summoned any creatures, and he was knocked down by a single strike. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged. He was just a beginner fire mage, defeating him was nothing to be proud of. In the stands, Dean Xiao gave a faint smile and instructed a teacher with sound magic to send a message to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, the dean wants you to be even more arrogant, strike them harder, and make them so furious that they want to rush up and attack you together. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen looked puzzled. Dean Xiao really loved stirring up trouble. This would definitely provoke them, but wouldn't that make everyone turn against him? These students were his dear and thoughtful classmates, his beloved friends and family. The dean said, the better the effect, the better the reward. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Fame? What good is that compared to benefits? Lin Chen nodded toward the stage. Dean Xiao smiled with satisfaction, and began writing a script to further provoke the students. The sound magic teacher beside him glanced at it casually and couldn't help but grin. What was the dean writing? Any man who dares should challenge the strong. Looks like no matter how old the man, deep down, they're all still a bit childish. On the stage, Lin Chen once again defeated a challenger. This opponent was also a lightning mage but was defeated by Lin Chen in a single move, causing other students to notice something unusual. Why is Lin Chen's magic different from that of the other lightning mage? Spirit Seed, Lin Chen has a Spirit Seed. He's also a mid-level mage. A quick-thinking student shouted, and it immediately sparked a wave of agreement. How is that possible? Isn't he a summoner? Could it be that all secondary mages of the lightning type are mid-level? He's a monster, could he also have a battle general level summoning beast? Some were in disbelief, others wore expressions of fear, thinking of something deeper. But this had nothing to do with Lin Chen. All he needed to do was act tough. Is there anyone else who can fight? If not, hand over the resources early. Giving them to you is just a waste. Lin Chen's voice echoed throughout the arena through a loudspeaker. Don't ask how the loudspeaker got there, just know it was dropped by a certain dean. Damn, so arrogant. Even if he has a battle general level summoning beast, so what? Even if he's a mid-level mage, we have so many people, we can wear him down, someone shouted angrily before sitting down in frustration. Hey, classmate, you're so passionate. Why don't you go down and fight him? Nonsense. I'm a light mage. How can I fight a mid-level lightning mage? Should I go up and blind him with my light? AI Tuta looked at Mu Nu Jiao with a face full of questions. Does your brother always act this arrogant? Mu Nu Jiao's face darkened. No, my brother has always been very steady. When other kids were shouting armor merge, he was always reading books. Mu Nu Jiao looked at AI Tutu, only to find that AI Tutu was unknowingly looking at him with love in her eyes. So cool, he dares to declare war on the whole school at once. Mu Nu Jiao's mouth twitched. You really know how to beautify him. Isn't this just provoking people? Declaring war? Chapter 23, The Lightning Dragon is Born, shocking the entire arena. 5, 10, 20. Unknowingly, over 20 challengers had been defeated by Lin Chen, and not a single one had forced him to use his mid-level magic. Come on, he must be running out of magic energy. Just a little more effort, and we can push him off the stage. Come on, victory is right around the corner. Dean Xiao, relying on his superior cultivation, listened to the noise from below, his face growing increasingly grim. From the beginning, he had wanted to defeat Lin Chen, but now, he was only hoping to force him to use his mid-level magic, his expectations lowering with each moment. Dean Xiao looked at Lin Chen and thought to himself, what a pity. If there were more geniuses like him, it would be perfect, strong talent, yet daring to strike at demons and monsters, protecting the city. Truly rare. Lin Chen listened to the noise around the arena, shrugged. His lightning system magic had indeed used up a lot of magic energy after releasing more than 20 basic spells, but his strongest magic wasn't even from the lightning system. A new challenger entered the stage, and Lin Chen was too lazy to play with them anymore. Before the referee even said start, a magic array had already appeared behind him. The unique magic array of the dragon's lair appeared, with blue and purple light representing the attributes of the dragon. The massive dragon had emerged from the magic array, coming into the human world. Following closely behind was the enormous dragon body. Though still a juvenile, it already had the strength of a great battle general, the little purple dragon. Its length had already reached 5 meters, and when it stood, it was as tall as a 2-story building. When the little purple dragon entered the growth phase, even if its strength didn't improve much, its body length would dramatically increase. The fierce dragon appeared on the arena. With just a snort, fine blue-purple lightning burst out, accompanied by a terrifying pressure, striking towards the challenger. The challenger was knocked to the ground by the terrifying dragon might. He tried to cast a spell but couldn't even connect to the star track smoothly. Lin Chen leaped up and landed on the little purple dragon's head. Throw him off the stage. The little purple dragon moved in response, swiping its dragon claws and sending the challenger flying dozens of meters away. The referee, startled, quickly released a water shield spell to catch the challenger and gently land him. Looking warily at the massive dragon beneath Lin Chen's feet, the referee spoke, Lin Chen wins. The entire arena fell silent, only the referee's voice echoed in the air. After a long pause, someone finally trembled and spoke. What is this joke? This is clearly a dragon. Isn't he a lightning mage?
After Lin Chen had defeated over 20 challengers with his lightning magic, some had subconsciously overlooked his summoning magic. Now, seeing the little purple dragon, they were speechless with shock. Ding Zhao's face grew darker as he stood up at the right moment.
It's just a lizard with dragon blood. As students of Mage Academy, are you too afraid to make a move? Upon hearing this, many students regained their focus.
That's right, as students of one of the top universities in the country, if they were too scared to take action even in the academy's challenges, how would they explore the highest magic in the future? Lin Chen gave Ding Zhao a look of approval. No wonder he was such an experienced old hand. With just one sentence, he had muddied the waters. The students in the audience probably all subconsciously thought that the little purple dragon was just a mixed blood dragon with dragon blood. The students below were agitated, and several mid-level mages no longer hid their intentions.
They lined up below the arena.
Ding Zhao's mouth curled into a satisfied smile.
This was the spirit a student of Mage Academy should have.
Although this wouldn't change the outcome. Ding Zhao looked at Lin Chen deeply. The information he had received did not mention any blue-purple dragon, and the pressure and aura displayed by this dragon clearly reached the level of a great battle general.
A dragon of the great battle general level was comparable to a commanding level existence.
With magic immunity, it was already in an undefeatable position. Lin Chen knew this logic well, but he didn't want to waste any more time.
You all can come at once.
Hearing this, the referee was stunned for a moment and then looked uncertainly at Ding Zhao.
Director Xiao slightly nodded, indicating agreement.
The referee breathed a sigh of relief and announced, students who want to challenge Lin Chen can now come to the field together, with a maximum of 80. Upon hearing this, more students jumped onto the stage, 80 against 1, the advantage is mine, if they don't dare to come up, they will be laughed at for a lifetime. Soon, 80 students gathered together, with mid-level mages at the back.
After all, they are students of Mingzhu. Even in their current anger, they have some basic battle skills and know that only mid-level mages can threaten Lin Chen. The low-level mages willingly stood in front to take the shots. The referee took a deep breath. It had been so long since the blue campus had seen such a situation, or perhaps it had never seen it before. The match begins.
In an instant, students prepared their magic and spells flew everywhere, mostly fire-type, mixed with a little lightning. The earlier battles had proven that no matter how strong the defense, it could not withstand a single blow from Lin Chen. The students simply let the stronger mages take the field, willing to be injured just to make Lin Chen uncomfortable.
But did these really have any effect? The answer was no.
Little Purple roared in anger. Dozens of fire-type spells hit him without raising the temperature on his skin much, and the lightning spells only made his scales shine brighter, as if charging him up.
With a furious flap of his dragon wings, Little Purple dove into the arena.
His massive wings cleared a path through the crowd of students. With just this one strike, more than 10 students were knocked to the ground, and most were left unconscious or with fractured bones from the mighty impact of the dragon. Looking at the mid-level mage so close, Little Purple completely ignored the low-level spells coming from all directions. A blue-purple glow gathered on his dragon claws, a ghostly image of dragon claws emerged, measuring nearly 10 meters in size.
Sky Thunder Claw.
A terrifying pressure swept across the arena, and several mid-level mages changed color. One gritted his teeth and actually threw out a magical tool. A shield rapidly expanded, blocking the others, while the Sky Thunder Claw slowly descended, meeting the shield in a stalemate. Terrifying blue-purple thunder erupted all around. Within half a minute, the shield rapidly shattered, fine cracks spreading all over its surface. That person glanced at the shield in pain and quickly retrieved it. If you don't take out the hidden stuff, if we waste our resources, it may be a small matter for our family's disciples, but our reputation will be ruined. Indeed, if they lost this battle today, the fame of those head challengers would be tarnished as well. This is human nature. Seeing this, the other mages no longer hesitated. They each threw out defensive magical tools, and it took 4 or 5 of them combined to barely block the Sky Thunder Claw.
What terrifying power! Is this really a monster at the battle general level? One person said nervously.
Fortunately, at this moment, their offensive magic was ready.
Fiery Fist C, Sky Smash. Lightning C, Night Demon.
Several offensive spells were cast, all infused with spirit seeds. Combining this with the magical tools they had used earlier, Lin Chen could easily guess that they all came from noble families. But unfortunately, these mid-level spells were of little use to Little Purple. The massive fiery fist struck the dragon head, igniting a flash of electricity and dense mist, yet barely damaging a few scales. A deep purple lightning bolt descended from the sky, striking Little Purple, and it simply made him squint his eyes in comfort. His mocking gaze swept across the entire arena. Little Purple couldn't believe that someone could be foolish enough to use lightning magic against a lightning dragon. If the challenger had been much stronger, that would have been acceptable, but with an inferior strength, all it did was charge him up.
Charge. Thunder Punishment. At Lin Chen's command, thick lightning surged from Little Purple's body, spreading across the field. Anyone who touched it would foam at the mouth, their hair standing on end. It was only because Little Purple controlled the intensity that they were spared from black smoke. Without the protection of magical tools, the bodies of mid-level mages were just as fragile. The servant-level demon could take their lives, let alone this thunderstorm that swept across the entire arena? And with the unique energy charging ability of Little Purple, other people's lightning attacks would only help Little Purple recharge her power. After the battle, looking at the charred remains all over the arena, the referee swallowed and spat. What a terrifying student. Beast Fighting Tournament, the winner, Lin Chen, the victorious side, summoning system. With the referee's merciless announcement of the result, the entire arena erupted in astonishment. Chapter 24, The Little Lowly in White Silk. As a very attentive author, I noticed that the most frequent comments recently were about the dragon's body lengths. According to my original idea, dragons, as powerful creatures, should develop slowly, from 0 to 100. But clearly, my personal idea was wrong. Dragons should grow from 20 to 100, as naturally strong beings, their body length should also keep up. So, I made the following changes. Abyss Poison Cursed Dragon Little Black, body length changed from 10 meters to 20 meters. Flame Demon Mountain Range Giant Dragon Meatball, body length changed from 12 meters to 25 meters. Sea Flipping Fish Dragon Little Blue, body length changed from less than 10 meters to 15 meters. Forest Snake Mustache Demon Dragon Little Forest, body length changed from less than 10 meters to 20 meters. Special explanation, Little Forest has 2 forms and is good at group battles. Among creatures of the same level, it is only smaller than Meatball and bigger than Little Black. Hell Thunder Demon Dragon Little Purple, just appeared, already realized this issue. The body length in the juvenile stage remains 5 meters, but it will grow rapidly in the growth stage. Special note, the explanation is placed in the main text instead of the comments section and the author's words because I fear the readers at the end won't notice. Also, since the book was first published on QQ Reading, I worry about errors on Shidian, so I placed it in the main text. These words won't take up much space, less than 400 words, so this chapter will go from 2,000 words to 2,400 words without padding. Finally, the book will be available for subscription tomorrow. Please continue reading, everyone. The official announcement will be posted tomorrow night. The Beast Fighting Tournament concluded successfully. Lin Chen, with his belly full of resources, looked very satisfied, while the other magic students were filled with disappointment. In the end, it was Mu Nugio who had the foresight to have Mu Zhanqing replenish these resources. Lin Chen took the resources, and the Mu family made up for them. It was equivalent to the Mu family indirectly giving these resources to Lin Chen while also gaining a good reputation. In this way, it could be said to be a win-win situation. Sigh. Hearing Mo Fan sigh, Lin Chen curiously leaned over. What's wrong? Is our second-place student in the Beast Fighting Tournament, Mo Fan, troubled? Lin Chen joked. Mo Fan covered his face in pain. Well, the thing is, I want to buy a spirit seed for my lightning system, but I don't have the money. No money? You can go work. There are many private hunting grounds for demons, where you can find high-paying commissions. A single job can easily earn millions. Lin Chen reminded. Private hunting grounds? Mo Fan perked up, sitting up and asking, are there really hunting grounds that make so much money? Yes, brother, there are. Lin Chen grinned, I know one such profitable hunting ground, it's among the top-ranked hunting grounds in the country. As long as you join, if you learn well, you'll be able to earn a fortune. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Mo Fan jumped out of bed, grabbed Lin Chen, and left the dorm. With the two of them asking around, they soon found Qing Tian Hunting Ground, not far from Mingzhu Academy. At the end of the old street, a sign hanging in the alley could be seen swaying gently in the wind, creaking slightly. Qing Tian Hunting Ground. The name gave off a sense of grandeur, as if everything could be accomplished here. Lin Chen took a few steps closer and finally saw the shop, which looked more like an old tea house combining Chinese and English styles. At the door of the old shop, a little girl with long twin ponytails sat on a stool, shaking her cute little feet while reading a picture book. The little girl was cute in appearance. The slender legs were wrapped in the school's standard stockings, and a school bag was placed beside her, indicating she had just finished school not long ago. Lin Chan's lips slightly curled. This cute little girl should be Ling Ling's, and girls really grow up fast. Ling Ling should be in elementary school by now, but she already seemed about 1.5 meters tall. She was already a qualified lowly. Do you want to commission something? The starting price for a commission is 300,000, and the price will be adjusted depending on the difficulty of the task. We don't accept commissions below 300,000 for just anyone. Ling Ling sat there, not even lifting her head as she spoke to the two of them. Her voice was ethereal and beautiful, like a small silver bell ringing crisply in the summer. However, the tone she used was clearly businesslike, cold, and impersonal, leaving Mo Fan stunned with a face full of blood. 300,000 right off the bat. The fruit candy Mo Fan had just taken out of his pocket suddenly felt awkward to offer to Ling Ling, and he didn't know how to react. It was still Lin Chen who saved the situation. Hello, we are here to apply for the position of Hunter Mage. We have the certification from the Hunter Alliance. Lin Chen took out his Hunter level certificate, and Mo Fan hurriedly did the same. Ling Ling seemed to have found something interesting, quickly putting down her pen and taking their certificates. Mo Fan. Ling Ling glanced at Mo Fan's certificate before looking at Lin Chen's. Lin Chen, Elite Hunter, Summoning System? Interesting. Ling Ling lifted her head and looked at Lin Chen. He was much more handsome than Mo Fan, and his strength was far greater. Ling Ling was already calculating how to recruit Lin Chen as her partner. She had long had enough of pretending with her clever classmates in elementary school. Being a monster hunter was much more suitable for her. Ling Ling, is there a commission? At that moment, an old man's voice came from inside the room. Grandfather, they're here to apply. They're too young, but one of them has decent strength. Ling Ling called out to the room. Mo Fan, feeling insulted QAQ. Being young is good, not afraid of anything. It's just a pity if they die before enjoying life, the old man said slowly. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. He could pretty much confirm that the person speaking was Old Bao, the former divine official of the Holy Tribunal. He was also Lin Chen's target for this trip. Lin Chen didn't lack money, and he already had enough practical combat experience. What he lacked was connections. Wherever you go, you have to interact with people. Lin Chen knew that he had a golden finger and would inevitably attract the attention of the Holy City, something he couldn't avoid because his talent was even more monstrous than the so-called disaster victims. People like Old Bao could truly help Lin Chen. The more strong allies he made, the more time they could buy him in critical moments. Old Bao made his appearance, and just as Lin Chen and Mo Fan were about to speak, a hurried woman appeared at the street corner. The woman was clearly looking for the blue sky hunters, but she seemed to be blind to the sign hanging above and stumbled into several other shops. Grandfather, there's a fat sheep. Ling Ling said to Old Bao. How do you know? Her expression is flustered, her spirit is disordered, and her clothes clearly show she's from a wealthy family. TSK, this one's good. Mo Fan stood to the side, listening, and felt his hairs stand on end. What the hell, why does this blue sky club feel like a shady black shop for money and murder? Sure enough, the woman, dressed in flashy clothes, entered the blue sky hunters. Ling Ling led her inside to sit, and Old Bao, with a pipe in his mouth, casually listened from behind the bar. Mo Fan didn't know where to go, so he could only sit at a nearby spot and listen to what this woman had to say about her troubles. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. TSK, they say these kinds of establishments attract rich women the most, and sure enough, on his very first day applying, a beautiful woman was already biting the hook. Looks like the blue sky hunters were his destiny. Chapter 25, Scaly-Skinned Mother Demon, You Won't Let Her Go? After listening to the woman's story, Lin Chen and Mo Fan successfully received their first mission. You two little guys are from Mo City and Bo City, right? Perfect, you will form a 3-person team with Lingling. If you complete this mission, you can join the Qingtian Hunter Guild. Old Bao said with a cheerful smile. Lingling has gone to check the information. You two can sit down for now. If you successfully complete the mission, this place will also be considered half your home, so don't be too formal. After saying this, Old Bao turned and left. Arriving at Lingling's room, Old Bao looked at the young girl buried in her research and couldn't help but tease her. Lingling, when you were doing homework at school, you weren't this serious. Lingling didn't raise her head and replied, the stuff at school, I can finish without even thinking. Grandpa, who are those two people? Why do I feel like you're paying extra attention to them? Old Bao raised his eyebrows, truly impressed by his granddaughter's sharpness. He didn't hide anything and explained that Lin Chen is someone who has been frequently discussed by high-level officials in the country. From what I know, he has contracted a giant dragon. A giant dragon? Lingling looked up in surprise. What level? A sub-dragon, but with extremely high potential. He should have the potential of a great lord, and with the dragon's abilities, when matured, he can match an ordinary supreme lord. He will definitely be one of the top mages in the country in the future. But that's not enough to attract the attention of the country's high-level officials, right? A supreme lord, that's all. There are quite a few forbidden spell mages in the country. Lingling pouted. As a high-intelligence girl, Lingling knew many secrets, although most of them were just things Old Bao told her for fun, stories he shared with her. Old Bao shook his head. He hasn't just contracted one giant dragon, but 4. If you count the one that appeared recently, that's 5. Each one is of sub-dragon bloodline. If he can control all of them. Lingling paused, a look of shock appeared on her face. Old Bao didn't continue, but she could guess the rest. If Lin Chen can control 5 giant dragons completely, then the heights he could reach in the future would undoubtedly be at the top of the world. Could ordinary forbidden spell mages block Lin Chen's dragon attack? Ling didn't know. She had never seen a forbidden spell mage act, nor had she ever seen a giant dragon. What about Mo Fan? Is he also such a monster? Ling became interested. This kid has good strength, he's a fine talent. No matter how good his strength is, he's just a mid-level mage, Ling said. If you think like that, then I believe he will surprise you. The old man simply smiled and didn't say much. Old Bao thought about Mo Fan's background, Bo City, where the blood red alert incident had occurred not long ago. A child from such a background would definitely be different from his peers. Ling lost interest and continued flipping through the materials. In the evening, after dinner, the three of them arrived at the mission site, which was a residential complex. The three of them reached the rooftop, where they used Ling's computer to monitor the situation of the target. The child was watching Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf, the husband was currently in the study, looking a bit nervous, while the woman had entered the bathroom to take a shower. Mo Fan cleared his throat and leaned closer to the screen. Although he was looking elsewhere, his peripheral vision was fixed on the bathroom. Unfortunately, the shower area in the bathroom was blocked by mist, and Mo Fan reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Lin Chen watched the scene, his lips twitching. Bro, you're really curious, you can even watch a reptilian demoness? I hope you'll still be excited when you see the bathroom scene clearly later. The white mist gradually dissipated, and Mo Fan widened his eyes to look. He could vaguely see a silhouette. Just when Mo Fan thought he was going to feast his eyes, he suddenly felt his scalp tingle, a chill running down his spine. That wasn't a woman taking a shower at all, it was clearly a hanging. Lin Chen shrugged, smiling helplessly, prepare to act. That demon should be hunting in the residential complex now. Ling, just about to speak, lifted her head, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Pretty smart. Only someone like this deserved to be her teammate. As for Mo Fan. Seeing Mo Fan still covered in goosebumps, Ling sighed helplessly. Forget it, at least he could still be a fighter. As far as I know, this thing likes to suck the blood of young women. But if it's a magician, its interest will be even greater. I'll stay here and watch that kid. You guys go find the woman who's revealing her true form. Ling said. All right. Mo Fan knew the situation was urgent and didn't think any further. Lin Chen and the other person pushed off with their hands and leaped directly off the rooftop's edge. As the two of them fell into the shadows of the lower half of the building, their entire bodies vanished into the dimness, looking especially strange in the night. Shadow element. Ling's small mouth opened slightly, but she said nothing more. Her recognition of Mo Fan grew a little. Lin Chen didn't summon his giant dragon. His 5 dragon babies were too big, and they always came with flashy effects, lighting up the place. In this densely populated residential area, it was really inconvenient to bring them out. Split up. Lin Chen received Ling's message. This neighborhood was quite large, and finding the 3 girls from the original story wouldn't be easy. Across from the building where the demon resided, Lin Chen and Mo Fan approached from opposite sides, carefully searching to ensure nothing was overlooked. Lin Chen and Mo Fan arrived at the door of the 3 girls from the original story at the same time. I can sense the demon's aura. Let's go straight in, no time to waste. Lin Chen frowned, he could smell a hint of blood in the air. Mo Fan nodded without saying more. He knew Lin Chen's strength and naturally trusted him. Without hesitation, they both used shadow escape and slipped directly into the room. Who are you? A girl with straight bangs looked at the 2 men who suddenly appeared, her face full of fear. Lin Chen tossed over his hunter's license, then quickly rushed into the room. Demon hunting magicians tracking a monster. It's dangerous, stay back. Rushing to the door, he kicked it open and looked into the bedroom. A short-haired girl was hanging from the ceiling, her wrists slit, blood dripping down. Below her, a creature covered in blue-yellow scales had its mouth wide open, its long tongue stretching out, savoring the blood as it slid into its mouth. Even though the female demon's face was covered in scales, it was still vaguely recognizable as the woman who had once come to make a request. A chill flashed through Lin Chen's eyes. Damn monster. The most important thing is to make yourself live a better life, but don't forget to support me when you get rich in the future, love you all. Chapter 27, Roommate Ding Yumian, please keep reading and subscribe. Thunder Punishment, Thunder Electric Disaster. Lin Chen did not hesitate at all. The demon in front of him was the scaled mother demon. If it escaped, countless people who were parasitized by it would be controlled, and things would become difficult. Thunder light flashed chaotically, dazzling and bright. The star map shone and appeared around Lin Chen's body. With the guidance of magic, the thunder began to gather, forming a powerful thunder pillar. Countless small lightning bolts intertwined in a net-like pattern within a certain range, trapping the scaled mother demon with nowhere to escape. Once it touched these lightning bolts, it would suffer a strong electric shock, and its body would uncontrollably twitch and convulse. Die. The electric light mixed with the screams, like a symphony of wailing, extremely heart-wrenching. The electric light gradually dissipated. Thanks to Lin Chen controlling the lightning to form an isolation net, the short-haired girl hanging from the ceiling was unharmed. The scaled mother demon, charred all over, fell to the floor with a loud bang. From the blackened shell, a pale and white arm stretched out. It was the woman who had left the commission. Water, water. The woman murmured weakly. Not minding that she wasn't wearing clothes, Lin Chen quickly went to the living room, poured a glass of water, and handed it to the woman. The woman took the cup, drank it down in one gulp, and only then did she feel a little better. Lin Chen ripped off the bedsheet and wrapped it around the woman. Mo Fan was in charge of the cleanup, collecting the blood left by the scaled mother demon and handing it over to Ling Ling. Ling Ling was shocked after checking. This scaled mother demon had already parasitized many students in the Qing campus of Mingzhu Academy. If Lin Chen hadn't dealt with it quickly, these students would have been buried along with it. The matter was reported, attracting the Hunters Alliance's high attention. With the help of some senior brothers and sisters from the Sky Hunter School, Lin Chen's hunter rank was upgraded again. 1-star Hunter Master. Looking at the new rank certificate, Mo Fan's eyes were filled with envy. Although he had gained a lot from this commission, he was still far behind Lin Chen. Fortunately, the scaled mother demon dropped a soul crystal. Mo Fan received 5 million, and with the money Lin Chen lent him, he successfully bought a Thunder Element Spirit Seed. With the matter settled, for the rest of the semester, Lin Chen teamed up with Mo Fan and Ling Ling to form a trio, completing tasks and commissions together. Lin Chen wanted to gain experience and knowledge, Mo Fan wanted money, and Ling Ling simply thought it was more fun than school. Qing Campus, Artificial Lake. Lin Chen stopped when he saw Ding Yumian sitting alone by the lake. Is there something wrong? Ding Yumian's calm voice came, with a hint of nervousness if you listen closely. This semester, Lin Chen had often coincidentally run into Ding Yumian here, and they were now quite familiar with each other. Your perception is as sharp as ever. Lin Chen sat down beside Ding Yumian. Ding Yumian shrank her shoulders slightly, feeling uncomfortable, but in the end, she did not move away. I'm going to move out. Lin Chen said directly. Ah. Ding Yumian turned her head, looking at Lin Chen with a tone that carried an unintentional sense of loss. This feeling of loss affected Lin Chen, making his voice subconsciously lower. The soul-type victims can influence everyone around them with just a thought. It's truly terrifying. Lin Chen took a deep breath and lifted his spirits, saying, I want to ask you, would you like to share a room with me? Lin Chen forced himself to stay upbeat, resisting Ding Yumian's unconscious emotional influence. Seeing Lin Chen's expression, Ding Yumian suddenly let out a small laugh. We've only known each other for half a year. Noticing that the pressure had lessened, Lin Chen realized that Ding Yumian's mood seemed to have improved. She wasn't happy because he was leaving, but when he suggested sharing a room, she was happy. Could it be that she likes me? Lin Chen thought about one of the biggest illusions in his life and nervously swallowed. What about Mu Ningxue? Maybe even someone as skilled at reading hearts as Ding Yumian couldn't guess that Lin Chen was actually worried about his blind date. If Ding Yumian knew, she would definitely slap Lin Chen hard, without caring about being polite. Come with me, let's go see the world outside. What's the point of always staying at school? Lin Chen seized the opportunity to say. Ding Yumian's eyes rippled, probably Lin Chen never expected how much impact this sentence would have on her. Ding Yumian had been adopted by Dean Xiao since childhood, and the time she spent at Mingzhu Academy almost occupied all of her life. Dean Xiao never allowed her to go out casually, and she obediently obeyed, never wandering around. But at this moment, she was truly moved. Okay. A simple word, Ding Yumian's face revealed a sunshine-like smile, warm and gentle. The path Ding Yumian and Lin Chen walked on was filled with blooming flowers, and even the people passing by felt their mood lifting. When they arrived at the apartment Lin Chen had rented in advance, a group of people were busy packing things. Did you invite them? Ding Yumian blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. At this moment, Lin Chen was stunned. No way, such a coincidence. The apartment he casually rented, and the neighbor turned out to be his own sister? Looking at the familiar figure, it was clearly Mu Nugio. Mu Nugio looked at Lin Chen with a half-smile, then raised an eyebrow at Ding Yumian, and the meaning was obvious. Who is she? She had seen a picture of Mu Ningxue, and just that snow-white long hair made Mu Nugio unforgettable. The shy girl in front of her was clearly not Mu Ningxue. Lin Chen, you're so scummy, dating a beautiful woman on one side and hiding a lover on the other. Lin Chen awkwardly laughed, quickly pulling Ding Yumian inside. An unintentional movement made Ding Yumian's heart flutter. This warm palm, just like the one that touched her thigh that day. Ding Yumian's face turned red with embarrassment. Lin Chen thought she was uncomfortable and hurriedly touched her forehead, but she blushed even more. Ding Yumian lightly pressed her lips together, quickly changing the topic to ease her shyness. That girl just now was quite pretty. She's my sister. The situation became awkward again. Ding Yumian couldn't bear the atmosphere anymore. She gently exerted force and broke free from Lin Shen's hand. I'll go inside first. She closed the door, breathing heavily, thinking about what had just happened. Her eyes sparkled brightly, looking exceptionally beautiful. Inside the room, the green plants Lin Shen had placed slightly shrank, their branches protecting the leaves, like a little girl shyly covering her cheeks with her hands. At Mingzhu Academy, Dean Xiao stood in his office, deep in thought. Was it right to allow Lin Shen to take Yumian with him? Forget it, always suppressing Yumian, eventually, it will explode. Even with my cultivation, I won't be able to stop the terrible consequences. I hope Lin Shen can ease Yumian's situation. Dean Xiao sighed, but suddenly had the feeling of his daughter, whom he had raised with great effort, being kidnapped. For some reason, now Dean Xiao really wanted to arrange a bunch of courses for Lin Shen, so that he would have no time for himself. Chapter 28, Shearing the Sheep. Half a year passed, Lin Shen had successfully broken through all three systems with the help of the Star River Pulse, but unfortunately, there had been no further progress. His cultivation seemed to have stagnated. High-level cultivation really is hard, Lin Shen scratched his head, a bit troubled. It seemed it was time to find Dean Xiao. He walked out of his room, and Ding Yumian was lying on the couch, watching TV. Seeing Lin Shen coming out, she tilted her head and asked, "Going out?" "Yeah, I'm going to find Dean Xiao," Lin Shen said while looking down and putting on his shoes, not lifting his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to look up, but Ding Yumian at home never liked to wear long pants. She always wore shorts, swinging her legs. If it were someone else, they'd just look, but Ding Yumian had the ability to sense changes in people's minds. Lin Shen didn't dare to show any sign of being different. Oh, Ding Yumian lowered her head, looking a bit down. "I'll come back and go shopping with you." "Yay! I want to buy pet charm merchandise." Lin Shen chuckled, said he was leaving, and stepped out of the house. Arriving at Dean Xiao's office, Lin Shen knocked on the door. "Come in." Seeing Lin Shen, Dean Xiao raised an eyebrow in surprise. "What can I do for you?" Lin Shen rubbed his hands together. "That's the thing, Dean, I want to enter the three-step tower for training. Can I enter the main campus early to compete for rankings?" Dean Xiao was not surprised that Lin Shen knew about the main campus, as a member of a prestigious family, not knowing would be unusual. "There are only 6 months left until the assessment, shouldn't you wait a bit longer?" Dean Xiao said, "Young people shouldn't aim too high. The training in the three-step tower is quick, but you shouldn't rely solely on it. I'm already at a high level." "Then forget what I said." Dean Xiao's expression changed immediately. "With your cultivation level, the assessment will definitely not be a problem for you, including the ranking competition. I can allow you to enter the three-step tower, but it wouldn't be fair to the other students." Dean Xiao implied something, but Lin Shen seemed to not understand at all. "I'm also at a high level in the lightning system, I can participate in the rankings." Dean Xiao looked speechless. "How can you not understand? My point is not to let you bully those at a mid-level but for you to contribute something for the school. Ahem, let me be straightforward. According to my connections, we should draw lots to interact with the Imperial Capital Academy this time. I hope you can represent Mingzhu Academy to participate in the competition with the Imperial Capital Academy, and then work a bit harder to make it to the big list for the World Academy competition." Lin Shen feigned a troubled expression. "Dean, competing with the Imperial Capital Academy is fine, but making it to the World Academy competition big list, I don't have the strength for that. Where can I get so many votes?" Dean Xiao looked at Lin Shen with amusement, his desire for benefits was quite obvious. "Don't worry, as far as I know, your Mu family has 1 vote, Hua Junshou also has 1 vote, and should give it to you. With my vote and getting another one, you can participate." After speaking, Dean Xiao seemed a bit emotional, not expecting that someone like Hua Junshou, a top figure in the country, would think so highly of Lin Shen. However, with Lin Shen's strength, he could bring more resources for the country in the World Academy competition, not to mention saving countless military mages' lives. Hua Junshou would definitely not care about personal connections at this point. Whoever has the ability should go, that's the right choice. "So I unknowingly have 3 votes now?" Lin Shen opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. "Alright, enough with the thanks. Bringing more resources for the country is what you should do. Mingzhu Academy will also provide you some help. If 7 days in the three-step tower isn't enough, come find me. By the way, have Mo Fan come too." After saying this, Dean Xiao led Lin Shen to the area of the three-step tower. The three-step tower, with a long history, was a very special magical building constructed by the wisdom of ancestors, capable of gathering scattered and floating elemental energy from the world in one place. Elements are everywhere, spiritual seeds are born precisely because in certain places where elemental and magical energies are particularly dense, they gradually evolve through the tests of time. The location and structure of the three-step tower can gather energy from thousands of kilometers around. Its exterior presents a completely symmetrical three-dimensional triangular shape, looking as if it is made of silver metal, standing tall and eye-catching in the main campus. Guided by the Guardian, Lin Chen successfully entered. Once the Guardian left, Lin Chen decisively entered the dragon's nest. Chomp chomp chomp, Meatball, come here. Lin Chen called to Meatball. Meatball quickly ran over, kicking up dust several meters high on the ground. A sudden break splashed a face full of dirt onto Lin Chen. What's wrong, Dad? The Meatball affectionately tried to nuzzle Lin Chen's head, but ignored the fact that its head was twice as big as Lin Chen's, directly knocking Lin Chen to the ground. Lin Chen helplessly got up. Your physical strength is the highest, get ready. I want you to go outside and try to see how far you can go in the three-step tower. After saying that, Lin Chen's consciousness returned to the outside world, summoning the Meatball. The Meatball had still grown wildly over the past 6 months, its body length almost reaching 30 meters, and its strength was now at the advanced stage of a warrior. But even though the Meatball was so huge, it still seemed somewhat small in the three-step tower. Lin Chen sat on the Meatball's back, heading upwards. The first 3 layers were passed easily, but it wasn't until the 4th layer that Lin Chen started to feel some pressure. Lin Chen struggled to lower his head and found that the Meatball's expression was still quite relaxed. Meatball, you and Little Black go to the 5th layer. I'll stay here with Little Blue and the others. Lin Chen estimated the general endurance of his 5 Dragon Clan members and sighed. As expected of the Dragon Clan, their physical and mental strength is beyond what humans can compare with. The Meatball let out a joyful roar. Although it felt some pressure here, its rapid increase in power made it completely ignore these things. It felt great, so great. At this speed, the Meatball felt like it was about to reach the leader level. By then, it would be on the same level as Big Black. Big Black naturally referred to Little Black. Before Little Black could come out, the Meatball quickly jumped to the 5th layer. The powerful pressure twisted its face, making it look even more ferocious. Releasing the 5 little dragons one by one, the previously silent 3-step tower immediately became lively, with dragon roars echoing one after another. Lin Chen also settled into his cultivation. The cultivation process will be skipped. This chapter feels a bit padded, so no need to add more. In the next chapter, I must have a satisfying battle. Here I'd like to mention, I've been too busy today to check the comments, so I don't know if anyone has said, knowing the Black Holy Sea is watching and still dares to run around, stupid author. Although I've always written with pressure from the Black Holy Sea, it's to give the protagonist motivation to cultivate, not to make him afraid to go outside. I could very well write about him staying hidden in the Mu family, eating decades of low-income insurance to become a god, but would anyone want to read that? Then why wouldn't my book be called Full-Time Magician, the Useless Giant Dragon, Invincible from Birth? Chapter 29, Has the Assessment Ended? The Blue Campus is the final destination for your youthful cultivation. The small warm pond before you face the rushing rapids and waterfalls. The next stop is the real magical journey. No matter how much you've suffered or how unfairly you've been treated, swallow it yourself. No one will sympathize with the weak. At the school-wide meeting, the dean, Xiao, who had always been kind to the students, suddenly changed his tone drastically. Time passed quickly, and before Lin Chen knew it, he had been at Pearl Academy for a whole year. The time for the assessment had arrived. Lin Chen rubbed his chin. If he remembered correctly, this was when Su Zhaoting died in the original work. As the only lightning-type student in the small city, and after surviving the Buqing disaster, being able to enter Pearl Academy showed his talent. If he developed normally and had a noble person to help, breaking through to the next level wouldn't be difficult. Such a talent should still be saved. Open the panel. Lin Chen's consciousness entered the dragon's nest to check his current cultivation progress. Name, Lin Chen. Strength, Summoning, Advanced Level 2, Shadow, Advanced Level 2, Lightning, Advanced Level 2. Carried items, Shadow System Ultimate Spirit Seed Shadow Poison Curse, Lightning System Ultimate Spirit Seed Thunder Punishment, a pile of magic orbs. Magic tools, 1 common level shield magic tool, 2 spirit level shield magic tools. Attribute extraction, 1 time. Since Lin Chen broke through to the advanced stage, he hadn't awakened his magic yet. He planned to wait and later merge to produce rare attributes of the Dragon Clan. Directly find the corresponding Guide Stone Awakening, and then directly inherit it. Attribute extraction is also the same. Now, Lin Chen's magic is basically enough, after all, it relies entirely on the 5 little dragon babies for output, and he just needs to run. However, it is a pity that Lin Chen still hasn't summoned a beast, so the high-level summoning magic is useless. He can only wait until he contracts a summoning beast in the future to develop it. Thinking of the giant heavenly elephant from back then, Lin Chen's eyes showed a touch of heat, but unfortunately, he is still too weak now. He plans to break through the super rank and then follow the soul mark left at that time to see. The assessment began, and Lin Chen immediately went to look for the beef factory. The shadow monster tamed by the military liked to eat beef the most. In the original story, Mo Fan also found the shadow monster based on this clue. After searching 30 beef factories, Lin Chen finally saw the target. By this time, it was already close to nightfall. Inside the factory, a female police officer was caught by a person wearing a black robe and a mask, and the situation looked bad. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. This should be Yuan. Lin Chen hid in the shadows. 7 shadow-type stars above his head connected in a star track and flashed by. In the next moment, Lin Chen's figure appeared behind Yuan like a ghost. A sharp knife appeared in his hand, the one Lin Chen usually used to dissect demons. Little Black and the others were very picky eaters, only satisfied by the blood from the blood sacrifice pool, so Lin Chen often used this knife to collect some delicious parts of the demons for them. Now this knife was just right for use here. The sharp knife was drawn, a gleam of cold light attracted Yuang's attention, but before he could turn around, the sharp knife had already pierced into Yuang's heart. Then Lin Chen's right hand, like a phantom, stabbed 3 times, left chest, abdomen, throat, to prevent Yuang from dodging the fatal blow by pulling his heart to his throat. Yuang looked in disbelief at the blade sticking out of his chest, and the next moment, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The kidnapped female police officer, still in shock, watched the scene, not daring to make a sound. Hurry up and leave, there will be a fight here soon. Hearing Lin Chen's words, the female police officer nodded quickly, thanked him, and ran away in panic without a clear direction. The summoning array of the dragon's nest rose, and black and dark green light shone. Little Black's figure appeared like a ghost. After half a year of growth, Little Black hadn't broken through, but had gained new abilities. It could merge its body into the night, becoming more like an assassin. Kill all the Black Holy Court members hiding in the shadows. Little Black lightly nodded its dragon head, and then its body briefly turned into nothingness and silently passed through the factory wall. Soon, a pile of indistinguishable meat piles was thrown in front of Lin Chen. In addition, a person, who was crackling with lightning, was also caught. This person doesn't have that disgusting smell. Hearing Little Black's words, Lin Chen looked at the person, who seemed somewhat familiar. Hey, isn't this Su Zhaoting? Lin Chen had seen him in the vanguard team in Bo City. Lin Chen? Su Zhaoting, who was struggling, froze. He said, this ghostly dragon looks so familiar. Turns out it was that black dragon from Bo City, Lin Chen's summoned beast. Su Zhaoting was relieved. You kid are reckless. There are more than 20 black beasts here. Lin Chen told Little Black to release Su Zhaoting and said. Su Zhaoting stretched his muscles, smiled faintly, I can't just stand by and watch the Black Holy Court harm people. Lin Chen paused. Su Zhaoting really was a person full of righteousness. Soon, Mo Fan also arrived with Zhang Lulu, who stayed outside. Looking at the fallen Yuan, who had lost his mask, Mo Fan became furious. This damn thing is finally dead. Thank you, Lin Chen. You're welcome. The matter here is over. Let's take the shadow monster back first. Lin Chen shook his head. The 3 of them caught the shadow beast and hurried back to the academy. Lin Chen later cooperated with the Judgment Council to capture some people from the Black Church and casually caught a few undercover agents from the Black Church at Mingzhu Academy. This matter was finally over. From the moment Lin Chen took action until the end, it took less than 2 hours, highly efficient. Many students hadn't even seen a single hair of the shadow beast. Is the assessment over already? Having successfully entered the main campus, the next thing to do was the exchange between academies. Just thinking about meeting Muningshu as soon, Lin Chen felt a headache and immediately warned Mo Fan not to expose the fact that he and Ding Yumian were living together. The hush money. Mo Fan grinned slyly, rubbing his fingers, showing a greedy look. If you say anything, I'll have Meatball crush the house you just bought. Lin Chen pretended to be indifferent. Ahem, oh, who are we kidding? I'll definitely keep it a secret. Let you keep your little lover in a golden house. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan immediately changed his attitude. He had saved up some money and made a down payment on a house in Magic City. If that 30-meter-long fat dragon crushed it, he'd probably end up paying off the mortgage while living in a dorm. The team for the exchange to the Imperial City Academy was chosen, and Lin Chen and Mo Fan were naturally selected. The focus of this exchange wasn't the battles. What Lin Chen cared about was the upcoming training. During this training, Mo Fan received the demon system, and while Lin Chen didn't need that explosive power with side effects, he still coveted the Golden Forest ruins. One of the goals of this training was to see if there was any possibility of rebuilding the Golden Forest ruins. If Lin Chen cleaned up in advance and investigated the situation, he could allow the Mu family to lay plans early and make a profit. You have to know, as Lin Chen's cultivation improved, his resources kept increasing. Just the previous breakthrough to a high level with 3 elements had cost nearly 400 million. Adding the practice of the 3-step tower, Lin Chen was about to break through to a higher level and needed to prepare in advance. The assessment chapter ends here, leaving some foreshadowing. Don't say I'm dragging, the following chapters will be full of exciting battles. The Golden Forest ruins will make a big profit. Chapter 30, Mu Ningxue can't take it anymore.
In the office of the principal of the Imperial City Academy, Song Yi had a distressed look on his face, shameless, using connections to draw us into the Imperial City Academy. Beside him, Lu Yiming was stunned.
Using connections to draw the Imperial City Academy in? Was he talking about this exchange competition? But the Imperial City Academy, as the #1 university in the country, who would want to face it? Principal, are you talking about Mingzhu Academy? Lu Yiming asked tentatively.
Song Yi nodded, his face filled with deep sorrow.
But we don't need to worry too much, right? Mingzhu Academy's foundation has always been lower than ours. Lu Yiming said, somewhat confused.
Sigh. Song Yi sighed, only he knew the sorrow in his heart. With Song Yi's position, he naturally knew of Lin Chen's existence.
This time, Mingzhu Academy's exchange would definitely bring Lin Chen over. That was a commander-level dragon.
Not even the new students this year at Imperial City Academy, let alone the older students, could defeat him. Song Yi furrowed his brows, thinking about the possibility of victory. Got it, the exchange competition is a best of 3, I could play a little trick with some Tianji horse racing.
Song Yi smiled proudly, he didn't believe that besides Lin Chen, there would be another freak in Mingzhu Academy who could defeat a whole group. Song Yi smiled in satisfaction, after all, Mingzhu Academy's foundation was still inferior to theirs.
Arriving at the fighting arena, several schools were already prepared, but everyone knew that the focus of this event was between Imperial City and Mingzhu. On the stands, Lin Chen gazed at a figure in the distance, silent for a long time. Mu Nujiao followed his gaze and looked over. She saw a beautiful figure holding an umbrella, surrounded by snow and ice, making eye contact with Lin Chen. The woman smiled, her silver-white hair seemed to warm up, and the surrounding ice and snow began to melt.
Mu Nujiao's eyes flickered with a teasing look, though there was some meaning even she didn't fully understand. Brother, are you looking at sister-in-law?
Lin Chen chuckled, scratching his head.
There isn't even a hint of that yet, don't jump to conclusions.
Seeing Lin Chen smile so cheerfully, Mu Nujiao pouted. Fine, then I'll tell her you're planning to marry our senior Ding Yumian from school.
Sis, don't do something silly.
You're putting me in deep trouble. Lin Chen said, heartbroken.
TCH. Mu Nujiao snorted coldly and said no more.
Watching the competition on the field, Mu Nujiao smiled faintly.
Mo Fan actually has some skill, winning the second round.
With you here, our Mingzhu Academy is sure to win.
Hey, I can't lay a hand on Mu Ningxue.
Director Xiao said if you win, you can enter the 3-step tower.
Well, let's keep things clear then.
On the stands, Song He, seeing Mo Fan lead the team to victory, bitterly covered his face.
Damn. Although Mu Ningxue was strong, what could she use to defeat Lin Chen?
Watching the start of the third match, with Lin Chen taking the stage, Song He's last bit of hope disappeared, and he stood up to leave.
You take over the rest of the trials. I need to go handle some public relations. Lu Yiming's eyes widened. The director was just leaving like this? Looking at Mu Ningxue, Lu Yiming clenched his fist. He didn't believe it, he couldn't believe Mu Ningxue would lose. Lin Chen looked at Mu Ningxue slowly walking onto the stage. Xue, long time no see. Hearing the nickname, Mu Ningxue's face turned slightly red.
She smiled at the familiar figure.
Long time no see. You didn't even say you'd come to see me in the Imperial City.
Her tone had both surprise and a hint of reproach. I've been busy recently, but I'll definitely come often in the future, Lin Chen said awkwardly, knowing that with Ding Yumian around, he hadn't thought much about Mu Ningxue lately.
The match begins.
The referee, a teacher from the Imperial City Academy, saw the two knew each other and, worried Lin Chen might use emotions to make Mu Ningxue surrender, promptly announced the start of the match. Mu Ningxue took her stance, her eyes full of fighting spirit.
Even if I'm not your opponent, I'll give it my all.
Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. According to the plot of the novel, at this moment, he should say he respects Mu Ningxue and would also give his all. But the problem was, after the 3-step tower and all this time of growth, 4 of his 5 dragon babies had already reached the commander level.
If he brought them out, Mu Ningxue wouldn't be able to handle it.
Lin Chen was troubled but ultimately decided to summon Xiao Zi first since it was the only dragon he still had at the battle general level.
The more than 20-meter-long Xiao Zi appeared and immediately caused an uproar.
Especially in the stands, Lu Zhenghe, being a summoner, felt the pressure most clearly. If his shadow-patterned savage wolf were on the field, it would probably be torn to pieces by this giant dragon in one exchange. Even Mu Ningxue, with her strong will, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Although she had spent a long time near Xiao He before, being accompanied by a dragon and facing one directly were two completely different concepts. The terrifying pressure from the dragon swept across the entire field, its menacing voice almost reaching her face.
One glance was enough to take out 3 of her teammates.
Yes, the 3 students who had entered the arena with Mu Ningxue were knocked down to the ground by Xiao Zi with one blast, emitting black smoke.
No magical equipment could stop Xiao Zi's strike.
On the other side, the 4 people and 1 dragon were all in peak condition.
How could they fight this? I concede. Mu Ningxue sighed.
She wasn't foolish, there would be plenty of opportunities to show her strength, so why take a beating now? Seeing their team leader concede without a fight, Lu Yiming finally understood the kind of pain Song he felt.
Lu Yiming didn't blame Mu Ningxue. How could they play against such a strong opponent?
Supporting himself on the stands, Lu Yiming only felt the wind was strong today, messing with his heart.
Gu Han, a teacher from Mingzhu Academy, stepped forward with a smile. Teacher Lu, there's no need to be upset.
You guys in the Imperial Capital should consider it a great victory to win a match in our Pearl's hands. The prestigious academy of the Imperial Capital was rather arrogant before, and Gu Han had received a lot of ridicule, so now he had the chance to retaliate.
Lu Yiming felt like crying, oh the misery.
The exchange competition had come to a successful end, and Gu Han could hardly wait to call his dean to report the victory. But unfortunately, he couldn't relax just yet. Gu Han had to discuss the upcoming trial schedule with the people from the Imperial Capital Academy. The trial target was unchanged from the original story, it was still Jincheng, which had been wiped off the map 15 years ago. At this moment, although there were signs of monsters returning in Jincheng, it remained fraught with danger. With at least several leader-level monsters, the presence of lord-level monsters was uncertain. Over the years, Jincheng had developed a complete ecosystem of monsters, making it extremely difficult to cleanse, but if it could be cleaned out, the rewards would be immense. Recapturing Jincheng would be like expanding territory, just the national rewards and reputation would make the conquerors rich beyond measure. Lin Shen had contacted the Mu family in advance, and the response from Mu Zhanqing was that they should clarify the monster density first. Once that was certain, the Mu family would rush to Jincheng at the earliest opportunity, cooperating with the authorities to recapture the city.
Chapter 31, You've reached max level yet you come to the newbie instance? Jincheng is located around Dongting Lake, holding significant strategic importance.
Dongting Lake is not just any scenic spot, it is a massive lake covering nearly 40,000 square kilometers, frequently mentioned as the 3rd most dangerous lake in the country. This enormous lake is surrounded by various ecological zones, each teeming with countless monsters.
Among them, the infamous lizard skull giant monster tribe has made Jincheng their den, using Dongting Lake as their stronghold.
If they could recapture Jincheng, it could serve as a frontline stronghold, highlighting its strategic significance. Lin Shen and his group arrived in Kongning City, the closest city to Jincheng, and from here they would have to walk.
Along the railway, Lin Shen noticed some white stones scattered, and his eyes sparkled with a glimmer of excitement.
The first stage of the Jincheng instance should be right around the corner, and it had been a long time since he last restocked the monster blood ritual pool. Entering the tunnel, Lin Shen suddenly spoke, "Get ready to fight, we've been targeted by monsters."
In the team, Liao Mingxian frowned, Lin Shen, I know you're strong, but what kind of monsters could be in this train tunnel? I'm a mid-level hunter of the Hunter Alliance, and I haven't seen any signs of monsters. Mid-level hunter?
Lin Shen scoffed, I'm a 1-star master hunter, having killed over 1,000 monsters, if you don't run later, I'll be impressed.
1-star master hunter?
Compared to Lin Shen's hunting level, Liao Mingxuan seemed like a child's play. The people from the Imperial Capital Academy and Mingzhu Academy quickly decided to follow Lin Shen's lead, forming a defensive position, ready to respond to emergencies. Seeing this, Liao Mingxuan's face turned a mix of anger and disbelief, but the wind swirling through the tunnel made him shiver, and in the end, he reluctantly joined the team. Gazing at the black vines on the stone walls of the tunnel, Lin Shen's eyes sharpened.
Thunder, punishment, lightning, Yasha.
49 stars aligned in sequence, forming a star map shining with purple starlight.
In an instant, lightning poured down like a waterfall, sweeping away the path ahead. Boom! Ah!
The sounds of explosions mixed with screams filled the air as the electric light illuminated the darkness ahead, revealing dozens of cave demon slaves collapsing near the stone walls. Everyone took this chance to see the situation within the stone walls, where various caves were obscured beneath the black vines. Jing Jing's face suddenly changed, and she quickly said, "These are cave demon slaves. The servant-level demons, living in groups, when one appears, countless others follow. Their heavy sticks can easily crush a human's head." As expected, but as Jingjing's words fell, the dying screams of dozens of cave demon slaves had already attracted many of their kind. At a glance, the tunnel began to overcrowd, with at least hundreds emerging.
Liao Mingxuan's forehead broke into a cold sweat. What should we do now? What else can we do? We need to clear a path. Mo Fan shouted, fire magic ready. Fiery fist, sky smash.
A stunning red burst forth, sending over a dozen cave demon slaves flying, turning them to charcoal mid-air. The density of cave demon slaves here was too great, just like the one-eyed demon wolves in Buchao, one spell could affect dozens. More and more cave demon slaves surged out,
but everyone was still at least 100 meters from the exit.
I'll open the way, you all escape.
Lin Chen's eyes dimmed, summoning a magic formation behind him. Deep green light burst out, and vines spread out, wrapping around several cave demon slaves and turning them into dry corpses instantly.
A 30-meter-long dragon emerged from the magic formation, its head fierce in the dim tunnel. What the heck is that? It's scarier than the purple dragon.
Lu Xinhe gasped, shrinking his pupils and falling to the ground. Lin Chen had no time to explain. Shaosun, clear a path.
Roar! The dragon's roar echoed through the tunnel, shattering the eardrums of the cave demon slaves ahead.
At this moment, Shaosun, a lieutenant-level creature, crushed these cave demon slaves with ease. The serpentine tendrils surged like a sword dividing the sea, opening up a path over 100 meters wide, pressing the cave demon slaves against the stone walls, the immense pressure turning those at the innermost into mush. The strength that the cave demon slaves were proud of couldn't even harm Shaosun. When the huge bone club was swung, there wasn't even a mark left on the tendrils.
Mo Fan and the others hurriedly ran out, looking back to find the passage had closed.
Lu Xinghe's eyes glistened with tears. Lin Chen sacrificed himself for us.
Mu Ningxue's pretty face turned cold. What nonsense are you saying?
Seeing Mu Ningxue speak, Lu Xinghe quickly wiped his tears, but said, surrounded by thousands of cave demon slaves, even a high-level mage can't survive. Now, it wasn't just Mu Ningxue. Muzu Jiao also frowned. You, Lu Xinghe, are from the imperial capital.
With Mu Ningxue's lesson, she couldn't say much.
But if you curse Lin Chen again, don't blame me for being impolite, Muzu Jiao thought.
Shut your mouth.
Lin Chen's dragon is a lieutenant level, the cave demon slaves would be fine, let alone worry about him.
If you're so worried, why don't you take your wolf to save him instead? So spineless, could it be that you're not a wolf, but a dog hybrid?
Mo Fan scolded angrily. He had no such concerns. If anyone dared to say something about his brother, he would shout back 10 times.
Mu Ningxue's lips curled up. This sounded pleasant. Mo Fan was indeed the best mouthpiece in Boqiao, no matter how dirty.
The others also set aside their worries.
With a lieutenant-level giant dragon protecting Lin Chen, breaking out wouldn't be difficult.
Looking at the tunnel's exit, they even began to bet how long it would take for Lin Chen to come out. Inside the tunnel, Shaosun had begun a massacre. However, the tunnel was very low, making it inconvenient to shift into a group battle formation. Lin Chen sat atop Shaosun's head. 2 tendrils specially handled the demon corpses. Although these corpses had been somewhat drained by Shaosun, the essence and remnants were still there.
Lin Chen's spatial ring could collect any demon material, so of course, the essence and remnants could be collected, just not synthesized.
Having killed demons for so many years, Lin Chen planned to take some time to strengthen his magic system one day. He had plenty of money and wasn't short on this little bit. After a few minutes of killing, the number of cave demon slaves had sharply decreased, leaving only half. And it was killing too slowly for Shaosun. It directly controlled the black vines in the tunnel. Slaughter all the remaining cave demon slaves. Lin Chen chuckled and placed all the demon materials into the demon blood sacrificial pool. These cave demon slaves smelled awful, even the least picky neat mound wouldn't eat them. Luckily, once thrown into the demon blood sacrificial pool, everything was the same. At worst, just add a spoonful of 3-flower egg milk to adjust it a bit. At the tunnel exit, staring at the gradually thinning number of cave demon slaves, Mo Fan rubbed his chin, his eyes filled with doubt.
Strange, why hasn't it come out yet?
In the next moment, a dark green dragon head poked out of the tunnel, blinking its big eyes with an innocent expression. But the strong scent of blood clinging to its body turned its dark green head into a deep red, sending chills down everyone's spine.
Sorry, my son ate a bit too much and came out late.
Lin Chen said with a cheerful smile. Then he joined the group. All right, let's go, let's go. The group left, but before they did, they instinctively glanced into the cave. Dark red bloodstains covered the stone walls and iron tracks, and not a single cave demon slave was left.
Not even a corpse.
Not a single dead body could be seen, only scattered bone clubs and bloodstains hinting at what had happened. Everyone shivered, not daring to think too much, but they became even more respectful towards Lin Chen, not daring to go against him in the slightest.
One man slaughtering over 1,000 cave demon slaves. Was this really a freshman here for training?
No, this was clearly a max-level boss revisiting a beginner's dungeon while casually carrying a dozen newbies.
Treating a multiplayer nightmare dungeon as a solo farming mission, Lin Chen was truly one of a kind.
Chapter 32, The Birth of the Silver Dragon, the regular army's Little Black. After witnessing the horrors inside the tunnel, Mo Fan and the others would rather take a long detour over the mountains than walk through the train tunnel again.
Except for Lin Chen.
With no one else around, Lin Chen had even more freedom. While others climbed mountains, Lin Chen rode a dragon through the tunnel. Xiao Sen and Meat Mound took turns appearing, while Xiao Zi assisted in leveling up. They bulldozed their way through, wiping out 2 more train tunnels and killing nearly 2,000 cave demon slaves. Lin Chen looked at the demon blood sacrificial pool, now more than half full, and grinned from ear to ear.
Who even designed these cave demon slaves?
No powerful demon leader, no advanced intelligence, they just rushed forward to die the moment they saw him. They couldn't even break through his defenses, yet they still chose to fight until their last breath, truly a godsend for Lin Chen. If not for his increasing cultivation, the growing number of dragons, and the expanding demon blood sacrificial pool, it probably wouldn't have been able to store so much blood by now. 3,000 cave demon slaves had dropped over 50 soul essences for Lin Chen. Feeling bored, Lin Chen even opened up all the spell orbs he had saved up over the past year. Though he didn't get any emperor-level materials, he now had 3 embryo materials. More importantly, Lin Chen had also obtained a rare spatial attribute demon material. Lin Chen licked his lips and checked his monarch-level materials. Over 20 pieces of purple-grade materials, 3 of which were supreme monarch level, radiating an incredibly dazzling glow. The materials beside them looked dull in comparison. After repeated attempts, Lin Chen finally found the right materials to neutralize these 3 supreme monarch-level materials. Embryo plus Ancient Moon Silver Wolf's Eye, purple, plus Core of the Spatial Leech Monarch, purple, plus Stormhawk Shaman Soul, purple, plus numerous purple-grade balancing materials equals Wind Calamity Ancient Moon Silver Dragon, Supreme Monarch level potential. Supreme Monarch level potential. A flash of excitement appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. He had finally done it, a Supreme Monarch level dragon. It was only one step away from reaching the Emperor level. With the natural bloodline advantage of dragons, as long as it grew up, it would be an invincible existence among monarch level beings. A giant egg, shimmering with silver light, descended from the sky, shattering the space around it. Cracks spread across the sky above the dragon's nest. As Lin Chen gently stroked the silver-white patterns on the egg, countless wind blades swirled around him, yet none of them attacked him. Seeing this, Lin Chen's heart filled with joy. As expected of a creature with supreme monarch-level potential. It's different, it already knows how to protect its master even before birth. The giant egg gradually shattered, and a round little dragon rolled out, chirping, almost melting Lin Chen's heart. If you could ignore the fact that it was already 5 meters in size right after birth. Lin Chen held the little silver dragon in both hands, unable to wrap around even half of its neck. Name, Wind Calamity Ancient Moon Silver Dragon, Young. Strength, Advanced Warrior level. Potential, Supreme Monarch level. Skills, Wind Calamity Meteor Slay, Ancient Moon True Form, Space Teleport, Space Banishment. Lin Chen's eyes lit up more and more as he looked. No wonder it had the potential of a Supreme Monarch, born as an advanced warrior, and its skill name sounded fierce. Far fiercer than things like Snake Whisker Tentacles or Snake Root Strangle. Little Sin, will love disappear, right? Lin Chen happily patted the Wind Calamity Ancient Moon Silver Dragon's head. From now on, I'll call you Little Silver. Yeah, Little Silver squinted its eyes, looking very comfortable. Gulu. After finishing the eggshell, Little Silver's stomach still grumbled. As a naturally powerful being, it needed a lot of energy to replenish the consumption from birth. Seeing this, Lin Chen kicked the nearby meat mountain. Meat Hill, move over a bit, give your little sister some space. Oh whoa. Meat Hill whimpered in grievance but obediently shifted a little, making space with its short legs, clearing a gap of several meters near the demon blood ritual pool. Little Silver excitedly drooled and teleported to the gap, devouring the blood in large gulps. Space teleportation, high-level space magic instant casting, and it moved several meters. Truly gifted. Lin Chen still had one opportunity to extract attributes, but he planned to wait until Little Silver reached the commander level before using it, since attribute extraction requires a lower level than the big one. Leaving the giant dragon's space, Little Black stayed outside, unaware that it had gained a new sister, and its status had lowered a rank. Currently, the hierarchy in the dragon's nest was Little Silver roughly equal to Little Blue, greater than Little Purple, greater than the dog, greater than Little Black, Meat Hill, and Little Senior. Don't ask who the dog is, wasn't it just with Little Black, struggling hard to hunt demons, and tired like a dog? At the end of Lin Chen's sight, the outline of Jinlin City appeared, with a few broken high-rise buildings faintly visible. Little Black, charge in, let's see what powerful demons are here. If we can't beat them, we'll run. As a shadow-type giant dragon, Lin Chen wasn't worried about his own safety. With Little Black there to protect him, even an ordinary monarch-level demon wouldn't be able to keep him. This wasn't just Lin Chen's guess, he had already tested it with Mu Jianming recently, and Mu Jianming's bloody behemoth couldn't even stop Little Black. The bloody behemoth might face online bullying again and end up as the disgrace of the monarch in this book. Little Black sped along, and in the blink of an eye, reached the outskirts of Jinlin City. In the forest, Emofan was setting up a tent, watching that familiar giant dragon fly away, and said, "Let's go through the tunnel next." Lin Chen has already cleared it. Everyone responded and entered the tunnel, already ignoring the bones and bloodstains scattered all over the ground. Forget it, how could I compare to such a monster? It's just deceiving myself. The group, including Mu Ningxue, had become a little numb. Lin Chen entered Jinlin City and found it was indeed a mess, completely ruined by demons. Rebuilding would probably take at least 3 to 5 years. Jinlin City was a second-tier city, much larger than Bo City, and now the roads were all cracked, with abandoned iron sheets faintly revealing auto parts. It was so difficult to walk that you feared some insect-type demon might jump out from a patch of grass. Fortunately, Lin Chen was flying to get around, and Little Black's dragon eyes immediately spotted something that interested it. Lin Chen, sharing a connection with Little Black, also noticed it. Pseudo-fright demon? Looking at the tree demon hidden inside the building, Lin Chen became a little interested. This thing is highly favored by dragon-like demons, and the giant lizard pseudo-dragon in the original story eats it. Xiao Hei dove down, biting the tree stump-like head, and immediately did a death roll. A large number of roots were pulled up from the ground, and the pseudo-fear demon that had been occupying the municipal building swayed and was on the verge of collapsing. After struggling for half a minute, the pseudo-fear demon's head was brutally twisted off by Xiao Hei, while many of the roots remained in the building. Xiao Hei swallowed in a few bites, and the energy inside its body surged. Lin Chen showed a hint of surprise on his face. After the training from the three-step tower and half a year of growth, Xiao Hei was finally about to break through. Middle-level commander. Xiao Hei let out a roar, and the pressure from its dragon's roar shattered the remaining glass in Jinlin City. Among the sounds of breaking, the pressure of the true dragon race spread out, and a few giant lizard pseudo-dragons that had been nearby quickly scrambled to their feet, running away without looking back. What a joke, encountering a regular army. Chapter 33, Hockey-chan, you guy? It's time for the regular comment-response session. Thank you for the suggestions everyone gave. The most common topic was the shared apartment between Mo Fan and Mu Nu Jiao. I know readers pick books based on what they like, and if they encounter a small flaw, they will leave. Now, those who still comment, including the previous issues, must really appreciate my book, and I am deeply grateful. You can rest assured, this book won't have the girl given away. Mo Fan's wife is only Xianxia, but since everyone has said this, well, time to rewind. Okay, now Mo Fan has bought his own house, just finished paying the down payment. This has already been changed in the earlier chapters, hee hee. I've explained 300 words, so this chapter is at least 2,300 words. Considering readers on the site are paying subscribers, every 200 words adds an extra penny, so I'll make sure this chapter stays under 2,200 words, and the remaining words will be added in the next chapter. During this time, everyone pointed out many small issues with the book. Don't worry, the humble author listens to advice, and when many people speak up, I will make changes. Also, thanks to everyone for not giving up on my book and choosing to continue reading after I revised it. Really, thank you so much. After devouring the pseudo-fear demon, Xiao Hei burped contentedly and looked around again. Finding the seat of the pseudo-fear demon, Lin Chen gently stroked Xiao Hei's dark dragon wings and smiled. Don't rush, today I'll definitely make sure you guys have a big feast. Lin Chen took out a detection device from his bag. This thing can detect the demon density nearby, though it would attract the attention of nearby demons. It seems like a benefit with a side effect, but for Lin Chen, it was a double blessing. He set up the detector and summoned all 6 of his giant dragons. Use this building as the center, you 5 take one direction each. Xiaoyin, you are in charge of using spatial transfer to bring the demon bodies to me. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Xiaoyin was really useful, no need for him to lift a finger. He could just wait for the assembly line to deliver the products to his hands. Finding an office inside the municipal building, Lin Chen lay on the old sofa, closing his eyes in satisfaction. Of course, Lin Chen didn't fully relax. He activated his shadow magic, ready to escape the moment danger arose. The detection device's waves spread out, immediately attracting the attention of a large number of demons. Demons emerged from houses all over the streets, and even dozens of rat-type demons crawled out from the sewers. A river ran through the ruined city, and in the river, fish demons occasionally used their short legs to crawl ashore. Currently, there were no commander-level demons. The few remaining giant lizard pseudo-dragons had been scared off by Xiao Hei's earlier dragon roar. Xiao Hei cruelly smiled at the large group of blood food. Dark sky. Large plumes of black smoke emanated from Xiao Hei's dark dragon wings, gathering into dark clouds near the municipal building. Xiao Hei soared into the sky. Hidden within the dark clouds, the dragon's body appeared and disappeared. Little Blue, help me out. In another direction, Little Blue nodded upon hearing Little Black's words, and a large mist of water surged up from the dragon's body, which was over 20 meters long. The mist rose and clung to the dark sky above. Under the pressure of the dark sky, a large number of demons were immobilized, only able to stare with wide, terrified eyes, silently begging the giant dragon above. But how could Little Black stop? The cruelty in his eyes grew more evident, and the horn on his head, a mix of black and dark green, began to shine. Poison curse. A massive amount of dark green light burst forth, attaching to the dark sky and merging with the mist. In the next moment, the dark green mist condensed into droplets, falling furiously. The dark green rain continued for nearly a minute, and hundreds of demons dropped dead on the street, their bodies riddled with holes, their blood turning into toxic water. Little Black sneered coldly, the ink-like mist swirling from his nose and mouth. If Little Black weren't afraid of damaging the demons' bodies, a full force strike would have been enough to dissolve them completely in a minute. Even the streets of Jinlin City would have been affected. On the other side, Meat Lump and Little Forest coordinated. Little Forest transformed into a snakewood shape, rooting itself on the back of Meat Lump, with numerous snake-like tendrils wrapping around to secure it. Earth Wave! Meat Lump growled low, and with a stomp of his right claw, the street began to move, like waves on the sea, crashing the demons together. Rock Barrier! The demons, gathered together, suddenly found tall stone walls rising around them. The stone wall shot up from the ground, reaching over 30 meters high, taller than the municipal buildings. Seeing this, Little Forest let out a low growl. Snake Roots Strangle! On the stone walls, numerous roots suddenly appeared, kicking up a cloud of dust. Before the dust even settled, the ends of the roots, each a snarling snake head, shot out like sharp swords, tearing into the demons. The snake tendrils intertwined, and once the number reached a certain point, they snapped tight, their hardness like steel bars, dismembering the demons within the stone walls. Little Purple hesitated for a moment on the side. Her older brother and sister were cooperating, but what about her? Little Purple casually glanced up at the sky. In the sky, Little Silver noticed Little Purple's gaze and instantly understood. They were all created by Lin Chen, so naturally, they had some shared understanding. Little Silver's dragon wings flapped, and the two crescent moon marks on them suddenly shifted into crescent shapes. Space convergence. Two twisted spatial doors suddenly appeared on the street. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't even notice. The demons, distracted by the waves emitted by the detection devices, didn't stop their steps. A large number of demons passed through the spatial doors, only to feel a dizzying sensation and found themselves in front of Little Purple. Little Purple grinned ferociously. Mud Howl. Sky Thunder Claw. A massive lightning dragon claw, over 100 meters long, covered the sky. With a fierce burst, it split into hundreds of smaller dragon claws, slashing down and claiming the lives of the demons. Little Silver smiled with squinted eyes, using the space convergence to push the demon corpses into the twisted spatial doors. Another spatial door opened next to the municipal building, where Lin Chen had opened the entrance to the dragon's lair. Apart from the demon materials, the 6 little dragons, and Lin Chen himself, no one else could see it. Above the dragon's lair, countless demon corpses fell, landing perfectly in the demon blood sacrifice pool. However, Little Black and the others killed too quickly. Fortunately, with Little Forest's help, Little Silver managed to catch up with the speed of demon hunting. In the tunnel on the other side, Mo Fan and the others finally reached the outskirts of Jinlin City. They immediately saw the 6 giant dragons hunting demons. Lu Zhenghe's mouth dropped open in shock. Jin, has Jinlin City become a dragon's nest? The others were also stunned, staring at everything in disbelief, not daring to move for fear of being noticed by Little Black and the others. In contrast, Mu Nujiang and Mu Ningxue had no reaction. Most of the dragons Lin Chen has are already familiar to them, although there is one more silver dragon, but it must also be Lin Chen's contracted beast. Mo Fan stood at the end of the team, watching his good brother's summoned beasts wreak havoc, unable to stop himself from muttering to the Star Wolf in the summoning dimension, "Look at how hard other people's summoned beasts are working." The Star Wolf gave Mo Fan a disdainful glance. The meaning was clear: their master is high-ranked, and what about you? Mo Fan, with tears in his eyes, exited the summoning dimension, clenched his fists, and looked at the 6 huge dragons in the distance. Haki-chen, you really can't be satisfied until you steal all the limelight, can you? 2,176 words, perfect. Chapter 34, we agreed on a new life, so why are you summoning a giant dragon? Let me explain why I always put the explanation in the main text. This is because sometimes there is a delay in the author's notes section on the Chidian platform, or some readers don't read it, so I put it directly in the main text. In this case, I will still make up for the word count, so you don't need to worry about the water text. Also, I originally made a picture of Little Silver, and I thought it was quite fitting and clear, but as soon as I uploaded it, it got blurry. It's so strange. I will try posting it in the comment section. Meat Dun, with Little Sen, rampaged through Jinlin City, and was the first to spot Mu Ningxue and the others. His eyes quickly turned, and he thought of a clever plan. Recently, with more and more younger brothers and sisters, if he wanted to eat more, he should please someone else. Meat Dun looked back and forth at Mu Ningxue and Mu Nujio, and finally decided to please Mu Ningxue, as it was clear from Dad's behavior that he listened more to Mu Ningxue. Meat Dun secretly made up his mind, holding a body of a demon beast at the level of a great general in his mouth, and flew towards Mu Ningxue. During the flight, large buildings were smashed down, and countless pieces of debris fell, yet not a single bit of damage was done to Meat Dun. Seeing Meat Dun rushing over, Lu Zhenghe and the others were startled. This dragon, over 30 meters long, had tremendous impact. If it hit, it was not only a matter of turning into minced meat, but they wouldn't even be sure if there would be any remains. They would be instantly fused with the earth. Fortunately, Mu Ningxue spoke up to explain, so Lu Zhenhe and the others didn't act rashly. Of course, they also knew that no matter what they did, they couldn't stop a commander-level dragon that was charging ahead. Meat Dun reached Mu Ningxue and suddenly braked, causing deep ruts to be carved into the ground. Lu Zhenhe and the others frowned, even more frightened. Meat Dun thought of the video he had watched with Lin Chen, where the little dog would sit down, and its owner would smile and pat its head. With this thought, Meat Dun straightened up, and his nearly 40-meter-long body shot up into the sky. Boom! Meat Dun's backside hit the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Looking at Meat Dun's bright, sparkling eyes, Mu Ningxue really didn't have the heart to tell him. "You're too heavy, you've crushed the road into the city." Meat Dun put down the demon beast in his mouth, grinned, and a large amount of fresh blood poured out, looking extremely ferocious, causing Lu Zhenhe and the others to panic. Meat Dun looked at them with confusion. "What's going on? Why hasn't Aunt Shui come to pat my head yet?" Meat Dun thought for a moment and figured that it was probably because he was too tall for Aunt Shui to reach, so he immediately lowered his head until his head touched the ground. Sitting like that, with his head touching the ground, it looked rather comical. Mu Ningxue looked at Meat Dun's playful appearance and smiled brightly. Seeing this, Meat Dun became even more excited. He used one paw to lift Mu Ningxue and placed her on his back. Little Sun, very perceptive, used a thin snake whisker to secure Mu Ningxue. The dragon wings unfurled, the massive wings of rock blocked the sky. Whoosh! A large gust of wind rushed towards the ground at high speed, like a sharp blade flying close to the ground. Meat Dun shot up from the ground, soaring into the sky. He was going to take Aunt Shui to Dad, and surely, he would get a pile of delicious food. With this thought, Meat Dun couldn't help but drool, leaving Mo Fan and the others staring blankly at the spot they were left behind. Mu Ningxue was taken by the giant dragon? Mo Fan scratched his head. How did Lin Chen end up playing the giant dragon in Princess Rescue game? Seeing that the dragon meant no harm, under the persuasion of Mu Nuogio and Mo Fan, everyone finally dared to walk toward the city with a bit more courage. Along the way, the dark night, heavy rain, and lightning intertwined, as if the end of the world had come. Forget about the others, even Mo Fan felt a chill down his spine. If these dragons went berserk, the damage they would cause could probably rival the disaster of Bo City. Luckily, Xiao He and Xiao Zi recognized them, otherwise, Mo Fan and the others would probably have been treated as humanoid monsters to be hunted down. Watching the bodies of the monsters fall from the sky, Missouri Fan's eyes flashed with envy. Each monster's body was worth at least 100,000. In just a short time, Mo Fan had already seen dozens fall. Mo Fan quickly calculated. So, Lin Chen is earning millions every minute now? Mo Fan was envious, so envious he could almost cry. They entered the city hall and met Lin Chen in an office on the second floor. At this moment, he was lying on the couch chatting with Mu Ningxue, which made everyone twitch at the corners of their mouths. In a city that had been under siege for 15 years, you're this relaxed? You'd think you're here for a vacation. You guys are here? I finished scanning the area, Lin Chen said, picking up a nearby scanner. 9 monsters every 10,000 square meters? He picked up another scanner placed in other parts of the city, showing that the number of monsters was no more than 20 or 30. Lin Chen scratched his head. It seems like they've finished killing them all. This place seems pretty safe. Let's go back and report. Everyone. Forget it, let's just consider this a trip, Lu Zhenhe and the other boys thought helplessly. But Bai Tingting and the other women didn't think so. Solo clearing Jinlin City? What a joke, this is practically the monster of monsters. For a moment, Bai Tingting even felt a bit jealous of Mu Ningxue, being able to find such an extraordinary boyfriend, and on top of that, he was so handsome. Everyone had different thoughts, but the one thing they all agreed on was that they must never provoke Lin Chen. Once those 6 giant dragons grew, Lin Chen would practically be able to stand alone against an entire family. The Dragon Legion was already taking shape. Lin Chen stood up and stretched. Let's go. Lin Chen looked into the distance. There was still the traitor Lun Yan waiting for him to handle. Demon type? Lin Chen had no intention of taking it. With such a strong golden finger, maybe he'd develop a berserk mode for himself in the future. Why take something with such serious side effects? He'd rather leave it to Mo Fan. The group left Jinlin City with the scanning data. Just as they were following the train tracks out of the city, a group of military mages appeared. Everyone was a bit confused. They had just been in Jinlin City. If it weren't for Lin Chen, they should have just started fighting, yet the military arrived so quickly? Only Lu Zhenhe's face changed. He seemed to struggle for a moment, but didn't say much. Lin Chen noticed everything and was ready for a fight. It seemed these people were part of Lun Yan's team. A group of military mages walked directly toward them, with the leader being a man with thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a pipe hanging from his thick lips. The man wore a military green trench coat, and his eyes, under his thick eyebrows, scanned the group of trainees. Finally, his gaze landed on Lu Zhenghe. Before Lu Zhenghe could speak, Lin Chen suddenly shouted, "These people are traitors from the military, they were going to capture us for experiments, attack." Lu Nian was stunned. Had he been exposed? In the next moment, two giant dragons appeared, their black and brown colors intertwined, trapping Lu Nian and his men in the middle. Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue made the first move, followed by Mu Nuojio and Zhao Manyan. "I noticed their uniforms were off a long time ago." Zhao Manyan sneered. While the others were still stunned, most of Lu Nian's subordinates had already been killed. Lu Zhenghe panicked. "Stop it, that's my older brother, Lu Nian." Lin Chen's face darkened, and with a slap, he struck Lu Zhenghe's face. "You know very well what this is about, it's nothing more than capturing Mo Fan for experiments, you should listen to what your older brother has to say." In the next moment, Xiao He had thrown the pierced Lu Nian in front of everyone. As a mid-level commander, Xiao He completely crushed Lu Nian, especially now that he was face-to-face with him. Once a mage is face-to-face with a monster, it means death is near. Lu Nian was now suppressed by Xiao He's shadow magic, unable to cast any spells. His eyes were dark and filled with disbelief. How is this possible? We agreed it would only be a group of freshmen, how could you summon a dragon?" Lin Chen snorted coldly, kicking Lu Nian over. "You, a mere high-ranking one, aren't qualified to know my business. Explain your purpose clearly, or I'll destroy your research right now." Lu Nian feared nothing more than his research being lost, so he immediately revealed the truth. Hearing the truth, everyone glared at Lu Zhenghe. Lin Chen had achieved his goal. He could have killed Lu Nian right away, but doing so would have easily created a rift between the students and himself. They were all disciples of powerful families, and it was better to make friends than enemies. Rather than creating trouble, it was worth wasting a bit of time to let Lu Nian confess himself. After hearing all this, Lu Zhenghe stood frozen, unable to believe his ears. Lin Chen sighed, this foolish child had been tricked by his brother. After solving Lu Nian, he turned to Lu Zhenghe. "Go back and tell your Lu family, if you want this matter resolved, go personally to the Mu family." Lu Zhenghe nodded with a complicated look in his eyes, not daring to say anything further. Bai Tingting and the others looked at Lin Chen in admiration. How domineering, how handsome, he had casually solved a high-ranking mage. Back in the city, Lin Chen tossed a cloth bag to Mo Fan. "Use this if you ever face life-threatening danger again. It can quickly boost your strength, but the cost is lowering all your elements by one level." Mo Fan's eyes flickered. He was given something that could save his life just like that? A great favor, no need for thanks, if you need something, just ask your brother. Chapter 35, You Came to Die Alone? Deep in Dongting Lake, a dragon tail over 100 meters long swept by, sending several commander-level giant lizard pseudo-dragons flying hundreds of meters, spitting blood. The giant lizard dragon king had a cold gaze. Some damn creatures had appeared, and a pure-blood dragon cub had just now been mentioned. Then, the giant lizard dragon king's gaze grew fiery. If he devoured the pure-blood dragon cub, he could definitely break through to the great monarch level and break the bloodline limit. Behind the giant lizard dragon king, huge and ugly meat wings spread out, reaching hundreds of meters. Roar! A thunderous dragon roar erupted, and several injured giant lizard pseudo-dragons ignored their injuries and hurriedly followed the giant lizard dragon king. The rest of the battle-grade pseudo-dragons did not follow. The giant lizard dragon king had to hurry. If the other side escaped, it might be another 100 years before such an opportunity would come. After sending Mo Fan and the others away, Lin Chen chose to stay in the capital. He planned to cooperate with the Mu family and the military to clean up Jinlin City. As he had killed so many monsters, the cleanup went very smoothly. Also, because Lin Chen had killed so many monsters, the military's losses were minimal, and the higher-ups were so pleased that they directly gave half of Jinlin City's land to the Mu family. This made the Mu family extremely happy. With this half of the territory, the Mu family would definitely rise to the top family of Haicheng in 10 years. You must know, Jinlin City was originally a second-tier city, not much smaller than Haicheng. Looking at the distant skyline, Mu Zhoning's eyes were full of anticipation. "Grandfather, there are many powerful monsters in Dongting Lake. Will the reconstruction process go smoothly?" Lin Chen inexplicably felt a bit uneasy. Mu Zhoning waved his hand, "Don't worry, the reconstruction will be quick. The higher-ups are paying great attention here and have sent a large group of Earth mages. In just half a year, the infrastructure can be completed. During this time, Lin Major General and I will guard this place together. Unless a monarch-level demon arrives, there is absolutely no chance of it falling." The Lin Major General that Mu Zhanqing mentioned was a seasoned Major General, nearly 50 years old, and a powerful super-tier thunder mage. Suddenly, Lin Chen's expression changed. He felt an unfamiliar dragons might sweep over and said hoarsely, "Grandfather, it looks like you were wrong." Mu Zhanqing was just about to look at Lin Chen in confusion when his expression suddenly changed drastically, and he looked into the distance.
Be careful, it's that old dragon from Dongting Lake.
Old dragon?
Hearing Lin Chen's question, Mu Jianqing sent a message to Lin Major General while explaining.
There are many monarch-level demons in Dongting Lake.
Besides those extremely powerful ones who hide deep within, the strongest is this giant lizard dragon monarch. Though it is only at the peak of the lesser monarch level, with its dragon bloodline, it can rival a greater monarch. Not to mention, it commands the giant lizard pseudo-dragon tribe. Standing on the ruined city wall, Lin Major General, with his black and white hair interwoven, was also there. Your feeling was right, it is indeed the giant lizard dragon monarch. As he spoke, a trace of hatred surfaced in Lin Major General's eyes. 15 years ago, this very giant lizard dragon monarch led its demon army to destroy Jinlin City. Although there were other monarch-level demons, this giant lizard dragon monarch played a major role in that invasion. Even though it's only the dragon monarch's aura, just the two of us super-tier mages will have a hard time dealing with this. Mu Jianqing's expression was solemn. He was a triple-element full-mastery super-tier mage, and Lin Major General was a dual-element full-mastery super-tier mage. Although they could restrain the giant lizard dragon monarch, its tens of thousands of demon subordinates would be hard to withstand. If things really don't work out, we should retreat. Since reconstruction hasn't started yet, at worst, we just wait for it to leave and then clear out the demons again. Lin Major General said helplessly.
Wait, that giant lizard, hundreds of meters long, is that the giant lizard dragon monarch you were talking about, grandfather? It doesn't seem to have many demons around it.
Lin Chen suddenly said.
Hmm. A lone monarch-level demon? Mu Jianqing's expression suddenly turned excited. General Lin, look.
Lin Major General's expression changed to excited, thrilled, but no longer worried. Patriarch Mu, you know that young soldiers long for military achievements. Though I am 50, I am still in my prime to fight.
The two of them instantly reached an agreement to stay. What a joke, a lone monarch-level target is hard to come by.
The military had dispatched 5,000 battle mages to protect the reconstruction effort, and every one of them was an elite.
Avoid its sharp edge?
Lin Major General had been stuck at the rank of Major General for a long time. If he could slay this dragon monarch today, he would definitely be promoted to Lieutenant General.
Such an opportunity was worth risking everything for.
Looking at the two excited old men, Lin Chen was stunned.
Since when did full-time mages become an old man hot-blooded story?
Before the giant lizard dragon monarch arrived, Mu Jianqing and Lin Major General quickly discussed their strategy. Mu Jianqing, who specialized in plant magic, would control the enemy, while Lin Major General, who specialized in thunder magic, would attack. Lin Chen also had a task to hold back a few commander-level giant lizard pseudo-dragons. The giant lizard dragon monarch, nearly 1,000 meters long, loomed over them like a mountain. Mu Jianqing's eyes shimmered with green light as over 2,000 green stars gathered above his head, forming a sea of stars. Shenner, today your grandfather will show you what real super-tier magic looks like.
Regeneration, Ghostwood Hand, Thousand Hand Avalokiteshvara.
Mu Jianqing let out a low roar, and a colossal verdant hand, hundreds of meters tall, burst from the ground behind him. In the next moment, countless tiny hands sprouted all over the Ghostwood Hand.
It looked incredibly terrifying. If its color were changed to resemble human flesh, even Cthulhu would pale in comparison.
From the massive Ghostwood Hand, countless tiny hands shot out. Their roots remained connected to the main body, and just the roots alone were dozens of meters thick. Tens of thousands of Ghostwood hands descended like a heavenly cage upon the giant lizard dragon monarch.
The giant lizard dragon monarch was shocked. Wasn't it supposed to be only a pure-blood dragon hatchling and a few weak humans? What kind of supreme magic is this?
But after all, it was the peak existence among the young monarchs. The giant lizard pseudo-dragon's eyes were fierce, and a massive burst of fire erupted from its mouth, deep red in color, its power far surpassing soulseed flames.
But this move, Thousand Hand Guanyin, was executed by Mu Jianqing with transcendent power, a full-force attack.
Even though only a small number of Ghostwood hands entangled the giant lizard dragon lord, they still deeply rooted into its body, absorbing its nutrients and continuously regenerating.
Major Lin seized the opportunity. The thunder element star sea behind him was already prepared. Thunder rings punishment, heaven and earth annihilation.
Although Major Lin had not awakened transcendent power and was slightly weaker than Mu Jianqing, he was still a fully mastered thunder element supreme mage. When he attacked, it was a killing move, thunder element supreme tier level 3 magic. The visual impact of the thunder element was far greater than that of the plant element.
Staring at the terrifying sea of thunder descending from the sky, Lin Chen remained silent. He was still far from being a truly powerful mage. This was only a supreme tier mage. What about a forbidden spell mage?
The pride of crushing his peers faded away. Lin Chen knew that from now on, his opponents should no longer be those young people, but the strong ones of the older generation.
Xiao Hei, Rodun, come out and get to work. Lin Chen's gaze became determined as he looked at the terrified giant lizard pseudo-dragons. Devour them, consume the dragon bloodline within them. If Xiao Yin and Xiao Zi can absorb it, they might break through to the commander level. Chapter 36, Furious Slaughter of the Dragon Lord, Extracting the Space Element. After the book went on sale, the completion rate dropped a lot. Chapter 26 was at 30%, but by chapter 29, it was only 18%. Did I hit some kind of fatal flaw in my writing? Or do people just not like the female protagonist's plot and prefer battle scenes? You can leave comments in this section. Let me know which you prefer, and I'll write more of that. A total of 4 commander-level giant lizard pseudo-dragons. Lin Chen released Xiao He, Rodun, Xiao Zi, and Xiao Ying to fight. As soon as Xiao He appeared, a dark sky curtain covered thousands of square meters above, an entrance effect even the giant lizard dragon lord did not have. Xiao He and Rodun were suppressing their opponents. Xiao Yin was swift and agile, so there was no need to worry. The only concern was Xiao Zi. Xiao Zi, as a purely combat-oriented dragon species, was best at one thing: fierce assaults. Fortunately, although Xiao Zi was only in the advancing warlord stage, its pure dragon bloodline completely overpowered the giant lizard pseudo-dragons, making it evenly matched in battle. Lin Chen used shadow magic to assist Xiao Zi, even managing to press the giant lizard pseudo-dragons down. On the other side, seeing 4 dragons with incredibly high bloodline levels appear, the giant lizard dragon lord went berserk. The giant lizard dragon lord's eyes spewed scorching flames, countless wind blades erupted from its body, shredding all the vines that had bound it. Ignoring the thunder's bombardment, the giant lizard dragon lord greedily gazed at the 4 little dragons. Although these little dragons were not as powerful as it had imagined, they were still many in number. Especially that silver one. The giant lizard dragon lord could feel it. If it could devour that one, it would definitely break through. Seeing the giant lizard dragon lord go berserk, Mu Jianqing's expression changed drastically. Be careful. This thing is going all out. Ghostwood hands, thousand hand guanyin. Wind spiral, mighty wind prison. Mu Jianqing fully unleashed his plant and wind elements, showcasing the peak mastery of a supreme-tier mage. Major Lin also realized the severity of the situation. No wonder this thing never stayed with its clan. It was planning to devour Lin Chen's summoned beasts. The wind wings behind Major Lin dissipated, and he threw a magical artifact into the center of Jinlin City, where 5,000 elite military mages were stationed. Joint strike! At his command, 5,000 military mages moved in unison, like a perfectly synchronized machine. Even their spell-casting speed was almost identical. Hundreds of radiant spheres were hurled toward the giant lizard pseudo-dragons, like massive flashbangs, instantly forming a blazing sun beside them, disrupting their actions. Thousands of ice spines were thrown out. The power almost rivals that of super-level magic. Although it cannot compare to the likes of Master Mu and Major General Lin, it indeed reaches the realm of super-level, enough to influence the great lizard dragon lord. Thousands of thunder mages gathered all their magical energy into the magical artifact thrown by Major General Lin. A large amount of thunderous magical energy entered this artifact and then filtered into Major General Lin's body through a simple process. Major General Lin's face turned pale, a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth due to the overwhelming energy, but his aura became several times stronger. Master Mu, after this strike, my thunder magic will be useless for at least 6 months. Master Mu nodded decisively. After this strike, whatever help you need, my Mu family will do everything we can to assist you. That's enough for me. I will report to ensure the Mu family gains more territory. Having said this, Major General Lin smiled slightly, lightning surging around him. Demon beasts, the blood debt from 15 years ago must be repaid. Punishment of thunder, heaven and earth oblivion map. A massive sea of lightning pressed against the sky, its power more than doubled compared to before. These 1,000 elite mages were not all beginners. Thunder magic is a key magical system among military mages. At least 1/5 of these 1,000 thunder mages are intermediate, with even a few being advanced. Thunder rained down like a torrential storm, energy waves powerful enough to split mountains and crack stones. Lin Chen was shocked and quickly urged Blackie and the others to stay away from the battlefield. Blackie, carrying the corpse of a great lizard pseudo-dragon, vanished into the shadows. Little Silver remained calm, releasing several twisted portals that redirected the lightning towards the great lizard dragon lord. But this was super-level top-tier magic. After completing this, Little Silver's face turned extremely ugly. Fortunately, it still had wind attributes. A few wind tracks appeared, allowing the slower Flesh Hill to successfully kill the great lizard pseudo-dragon and retreat to a distance. Only Little Purple actively attracted some of the lightning, bathing in purple thunder, growing braver as the battle continued. Claw of the Sky Thunder. A gigantic thunder claw nearly 200 meters long crashed down, its power multiplied, directly striking the despairing great lizard pseudo-dragon dead. Little Purple's eyes blazed with excitement as it swallowed the essence and core of the great lizard pseudo-dragon in one gulp. Roar! The earth-shattering dragon roar erupted as Little Purple broke through to the commander level. Little Silver looked at Little Purple with envy, eyes longing as it gazed at Lin Chen. You can eat the remaining 3, they are prepared for you in Little Purple, Lin Chen said with a smile. Little Silver happily let out a cry, directly devouring the corpses of 3 great lizard pseudo-dragons, and then roared in anger. Commander level. At this point, Little Silver successfully transformed from its juvenile form into the growth stage, with Lin Chen's subordinates also all being commanders, without exception. After completing all of this, Lin Chen used the opportunity to extract attributes and took Little Silver's spatial system. Within the dragon's nest, several large characters appeared. Spatial System, Intermediate Level 1, from the Ancient Moon Silver Dragon of Wind Tribulations, accompanied by Level 5 Mental Strength. Wind System, from the Ancient Moon Silver Dragon of Wind Tribulations, accompanied by Small Soul Type Wind Tribulation, due to the low level of the Soul skill, the choice of Supreme Type Spirit Seed, Wind Spirit. Lin Chen did not hesitate and directly chose the Spatial System, never mind the Level 5 Mental Strength, even without it, he would have chosen it. The Spatial System is simply too strong, an all-purpose magical system that can both attack and defend. AI Zhengtu, relying on its level 4 mental strength in the Spatial System, can defeat most of its peers, let alone Lin Chen now possessing level 5 mental strength. After completing all of this, the enraged Great Lizard Pseudo-Dragon, which had fled far away from Blackie and the others, was finally overcome. Even if its combat power rivaled that of a Great Lord, it still faced defeat against 2 super-level full cultivation mages and an attacking army of 5,000 mages. Master Mu held up the menacing and ugly head of the Great Lizard Dragon Lord, feeling a sense of relief. I almost broke my old bones here. Major General Lin also felt some lingering fear. If I hadn't brought a 5,000-man army, I fear even the 3 super-level full cultivators would have struggled to take it down. Luckily, Lin Chen's summoned beast was so attracted to it that it fought fiercely and wouldn't retreat. After centuries of bloodline shackles, how could the giant lizard dragon lord give up? Even if it wanted to escape in the end, it was too late. With the super-tier mage Mu Zhanqing controlling the scene, the giant lizard dragon lord was already deeply stuck in the mire, unable to escape. The giant lizard dragon lord's body was given to Lin Chen, who planned to have Xiaolan devour it. Now, among the dragon babies under Lin Chen's command, only Xiaolan had the potential of a small lord level. By devouring the giant lizard dragon lord, it might not break through its bloodline, but at least it could make some progress. Shinner, what's your plan next? If there's nothing, let's go home. Slave Shinman misses you. Mu Zhanqing asked. Lin Chen shook his head. Next, I want to go to Hangzhou. I have a friend there. Mu Zhanqing nodded and didn't ask further. Actually, Lin Chen's trip to Hangzhou was just to get the materials for the Xian snake's shed skin. That was a Supreme Lord level material, and it was also a totem. It might be different from ordinary materials. Moreover, Lin Chen also needed to find a place to awaken his magic. He still had 2 magic systems that hadn't awakened yet, but he couldn't tell his grandfather that he was already a high-tier mage and still had 2 systems not awakened. If he did, Mu Zhanqing would definitely lock him up at home, not letting him go out until he reached the super tier. Chapter 37, 6 Systems of Magic, First Encounter with the Xian Snake. After finishing business in Jilin City, Lin Chen went to Hangzhou. He needed to awaken 2 new magic systems there and also wanted to spend some time in secluded practice. Lin Chen casually bought an apartment in the suburbs and took out the awakening stone that he had brought from the Mu family. It was safer to awaken by himself. If he went to an awakening place, the magic he awakened would be recorded, and it was easy for people with ulterior motives to notice. The blue and green lights lit up one after another. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Water system and plant system, huh? Lin Chen wasn't very excited about the new magic systems, so he didn't use a guiding stone. He didn't expect to awaken a rare plant system. It seemed that his affinity with the plant system was quite high. Open the character panel. Name, Lin Chen. Power, Summoning System, High-Level Second Tier, Shadow System, High-Level Second Tier, Thunder System, High-Level Second Tier, Space System, Mid-Level First Tier, Water System, Initial Level First Tier, Plant System, Initial Level First Tier. Items, Shadow System Elite Spirit Seed Level Shadow Material Poison Curse, Thunder System Elite Spirit Seed Level Thunder Punishment, Level 5 Mental Power. For convenience, Spirit Seeds, Soul Seeds, Dark Matter, and Mental Power levels are all classified as items. Magic Tools, 1 Ordinary Level Shield Magic Tool, 2 Spirit Level Shield Magic Tools. Fusion Dragon Clan Quantity, 6. Dragon Demon Embryos, 2. When the number of Dragon Clan reaches 10, you can extract attributes once, inherit magical cultivation once, and unlock new functions. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. While having more magic systems was a good thing, it would also divide his attention and energy. A good example was Mo Fan. Mo Fan had many magic systems, which required a lot of time and resources, leading to his cultivation not being particularly outstanding in one area. This made him at a disadvantage when facing high-level mages. So Lin Chen decided to put the water and plant systems aside for now and focus on breaking through the space system to high level first. Time is the most worthless yet irreplaceable thing, and Lin Chen couldn't even remember how long he had been cultivating. He only knew that his space system had reached the third tier of mid-level, and his mental power had reached the peak of level 5. It's fast for high-level mages to cultivate to mid-level. What's this called? Rich first leads. Lin Chen clicked his tongue and didn't continue the thought. Who put this line in my book? Don't make everyone unable to read the book. He opened the door, breathing in the air that smelled like sunshine. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, and he looked at the neighboring room. He remembered that the neighbor was a strong man in his prime. Why was there such a strong smell of medicine today? Was he sick? Lin Chen walked over. He had been living here for quite a while, and if something had happened to the neighbor, he wouldn't feel good about it. Dang dang. Creak. The sound of the door opening echoed, and Lin Chen frowned slightly as he looked at the pale-faced man. Brotherly, what's going on with you? The man forced a smile. Lin Chen, it's rare to see you. I'm fine, just been on a business trip these days, caught a bit of a cold from the cold weather. A business trip? Where did you go for the business trip? Baizhen. Brotherly went back to rest, and Lin Chen furrowed his brows. It seemed the plague had already started. Hey, Lingling, I need your help with something. Can you check the composition of the blood serum here in Hangzhou? Have Mo Fan go collect the samples. Lin Chen said into the phone. Lingling on the other end quickly agreed, finding these tasks much more interesting than doing school homework. A few days later, Lingling had news. The blood serum is problematic. Lin Chen nodded after hearing that. Keep the evidence, it will be useful when the time comes. He hung up the phone and dialed another number. It was Leng Qing's number. He needed to give some instructions in advance. After finishing these tasks, Lin Chen arrived at the edge of West Lake in Hangzhou. Looking at the clear lake water, Lin Chen hesitated. Could such a large mythical snake really live here? But there was no time to hesitate now. If he waited a few more days, the Silver Dome Lord might arrive, and by then, who knew how many people would die? Xiaolan, take me down to have a look. Lin Chen summoned Xiaolan. Xiaolan nodded gently and released a bubble of water to wrap Lin Chen, then dove into the water. West Lake wasn't very big, and Xiaolan, being a leader-level demon, quickly reached the bottom. Suddenly, Lin Chen felt like something terrifying was watching him, making his whole body shiver. He turned his body stiffly, and a pair of eyes, as large as a bus, was staring at him. A pair of triangular eyes were bright and clear, almost like the floodlights on top of a skyscraper. Their brightness wasn't flashy, but rather an eerie and terrifying penetrating light that reached deep into the heart. Behind it, there was a body as huge as a skyscraper. Winding, long, stretching endlessly. This was the supreme monarch-level mythical snake. Lin Chen nervously swallowed. The giant lizard dragon lord at the peak of the small monarch level seemed like a child in front of it. Even Xiaolan, despite being a true dragon bloodline, seemed to turn into a lizard in front of the true giant dragon. Luckily, Xiaolan, although fearful, was still a true dragon bloodline and dared to look directly at the totem mythical snake. Ugh! Lin Chen comforted the uneasy low growl of Xiaolan and then looked up to face the totem mythical snake. Big guy, you can hear me, right? Although Lin Chen was nervous, he still had some confidence in his heart. The totem mythical snake couldn't harm humans, at most, it would just drive them away. After Lin Chen shouted, time seemed to freeze, with only him and the snake staring at each other. After a long time, the totem mythical snake finally glanced at Xiaolan and slowly nodded. Its huge body only needed a slight movement to cause ripples on West Lake. Someone wants to take advantage of your shedding to harm you. Would you like to come with me first? After Lin Chen said that, he didn't speak further. It would be best if he could take the snake, but if not, at least the mythical snake would suffer some pain. However, Lin Chen had his eyes on the Silver Dome Lord's materials, so he had to rely on the mythical snake's power. The totem mythical snake remained silent, but one of its scales faintly glowed. The next moment, the mythical snake suddenly lifted its body, raising Xiaolan and Lin Chen to the surface of the water. The speed was so fast that neither Xiaolan nor Lin Chen had time to react. The mythical snake exposed its eyes above the water, and soon, a woman with a hot figure hurried over. Who are you? The woman, dressed in a professional outfit, looked quite mature. Lin Chen guessed her identity. She should be Tang Yu. I am Lin Chen. You should know me. Someone is planning to harm the mythical snake, and there are also termites within Hangzhou. The white magic eagle tribe will soon arrive. What? Tang Yu felt her brain struggling to process the information. The mythical snake is in danger? There are termites in Hangzhou? The white magic eagle is invading? Any one of these three things would be enough to give Tang Yu a headache for a long time. How did it all arrive at once? And who is Lin Chen? Tang Yu worked hard to run her muddled brain and finally remembered Lin Chen's identity. He is from the Mu family, a hero in Bo City, and the top genius in the country today. These were all records in the Judgment Council. With this identity, Tang Yu dared not be careless. Please tell me in detail. Chapter 38, even the father of a congressman won't be spared. Lin Chen told Tang Yu most of what he knew and even presented evidence of the blood serum forgery. Tang Yu's face changed drastically. They really planned to take action against the Xian snake. Tang Yu was anxious, pacing back and forth, unsure of what to do. What's important now is to relocate the Xian snake in advance and expose Luo Mian's conspiracy, Lin Chen reminded her. Tang Yu nodded, no longer hesitating, and found the container for the Xian snake's totem. It wasn't the right time to inform the Judgment Council in advance. Acting first and reporting later was the way to go. Once the Xian snake left, the Judgment Council immediately received the news, and Xu Meng also caught wind of it. Lin Chen, what should we do now? The blood serum issue can convict Luo Mian, but his network is vast. It might be hard to punish him. Tang Yu furrowed her brows. Luo Mian had shifted all the blame to the totem Xian snake, and now, even with the blood serum evidence, revenge seemed difficult. Simple, we just take revenge in private. Lin Chen smiled coldly, his eyes full of killing intent. For such an evil congressman, being alive would harm so many people. Revenge in private? Lin Chen, do you know how important a congressman is? Tang Yu was shocked. Otherwise? Do you think that by presenting the blood serum evidence, we can really bring down Luo Mian? According to formal procedures, that evidence will probably end up in Luo Mian's hands. People like us, those who know too much, will soon be arrested on fabricated charges. Lin Chen said coldly. If it weren't for needing the Xian snake's power, he wouldn't even bother cooperating with Tang Yu, a woman so indecisive. Tang Yu gritted her teeth, touched the container with the dark-colored liquid, and said, "All right, we will kill Luo Mian first, then expose his crimes." But what about the people involved in the hidden threat strategy? Once the shedding phase ends, how many people in the country would dare to confront the Xian snake? Lin Chen retorted. Tang Yu wasn't too foolish and understood the meaning behind Lin Chen's words. If they did it thoroughly, killing Luo Mian directly, then they could control the narrative about what he had done. With the blood serum as concrete evidence, Luo Mian would be locked away for life if everything followed the proper procedures. Leaving Tang Yu to guard the Xian snake, Lin Chen went to find Lang Cheng. Lang Cheng was a cool and mature beauty, radiating the righteousness of a public servant. Senior sister, is it possible to meet with Congressman Xu Meng now? Lang Cheng smiled slightly upon seeing Lin Chen, but then her face turned serious. Yes, but I didn't expect Luo Mian to do such a thing. Though Congressman Xu Meng supports the hidden threat strategy, he hates such petty people deeply. He will surely agree with your plan. Lin Chen had already contacted Lang Cheng in advance to help him reach out to Xu Meng. Alright, in that case, I'll go meet Congressman Xu Meng now. Wait. Although Congressman Xu Meng despises evil, he holds an official position. He cannot act against Luo Mian, who has not been convicted. He can only provide you with information. You will be the one who truly takes action. Lang Cheng reminded him. Lin Chen nodded, I understand. Don't worry, he is just Luo Mian. Lin Chen turned and left, his back resolute, like a warrior. Of course, this is how it appeared in Lang Cheng's eyes, but in reality, he just took a taxi to Xu Meng's office. He knocked on the door, and Xu Meng smiled at the young man in front of him. I heard that you worked with Major General Lin to solve the problem with a ruler not long ago. I've been wanting to meet you, but I didn't expect you to come find me so soon. When Lin Chen heard that Xu Meng had heard of him, he was pleased. This would make things even easier. Congressman Xu Meng, I have admired you for a long time, but before we chat, I hope you can take a look at this information first. Lin Chen handed over the blood agent inspection result. Xu Meng took the information with confusion, and his face turned ashen. Damn it, which beast is responsible for this blood agent? Using this kind of devil's blood will attract the white demon eagle. Xu Meng raised his head in anger. Do you know? It's indeed Luo Mian. The situation is already beyond saving. The white demon eagle tribe will arrive soon. Now we can only hope for Xianxi's shedding to complete, helping us fend off the white demon eagle tribe. Lin Chen spoke. Xianxi? Xu Meng was stunned. Will it help us? Xu Meng felt it was a bit ridiculous. Just moments ago, he was calculating how to kill Xianxi, and now he was thinking if the other party would help him. If it doesn't come, the Silver Dome Master will have to rely on you. Lin Chen said with a shrug. Xu Meng's mouth twitched. As a great lord, the Silver Dome Master was not something he could handle alone. I will temporarily put aside the agenda of the hidden danger strategy. If Xianxi does not lend a hand, it will only prove its neutral stance. Once this is over, I will still look for opportunities. Xu Meng said in a deep voice. That's good then. Counselor Xu Meng, I still need your help with one thing. Lin Chen said. You found out the issue with the blood agent. We in Hangzhou owe you a huge favor, just say what you need. Xu Meng said generously. I need Luo Mian's location. I'll send it to your phone shortly. Xu Meng hesitated for a moment but understood Lin Shen's intention and agreed. Lin Shen stood up and left. After finding a secluded area, he summoned Xiao He. He took out his phone, checked the location, and then climbed onto Xiao He's dragon head. Xiao He, fly to the outskirts. Woo! Xiao He let out a low roar, its dragon wings fluttering, flying above the clouds, avoiding the city's gaze. Soon, Lin Shen spotted Luo Mian, who was counting the blood agents in a secret warehouse outside the city. Lin Shen's eyes flickered. Xiao He, stay hidden in the shadow of the clouds, we'll ambush together later. After saying this, Lin Shen's figure flashed and appeared behind a large tree on the ground. The aura of shadow magic. Luo Mian appeared unmoved but had already sensed Lin Shen's landing. Lin Shen did not intend to hide anymore and walked straight out to face Luo Mian. Are you Counselor Luo Mian? Seeing a young man coming out, Luo Mian was taken aback, his guard easing slightly. Yes, that's me. Who are you? Luo Mian asked. Lin Shen pretended to be excited. I've finally found you. I've come to you on Counselor Xu Meng's orders. I heard something urgent has happened. Counselor Xu Meng? Luo Mian did not easily believe it and asked, what happened? Luo Mian looked at Lin Shen warily, feeling guilty. He was overly cautious around strangers now. Lin Shen pretended to be unaware, saying, it seems it's because of the encirclement of some demon. Counselor Xu Meng is worried there will be a problem. Hearing this, Luo Mian confirmed that Lin Shen was indeed sent by Xu Meng. The encirclement of Xianxi was a secret, and aside from those close to Xu Meng, no one else should know. Luo Mian approached Lin Shen, then let's hurry, don't delay the important matter. Seeing Lin Shen silent, Luo Mian impatiently said, what else is there? There's just one more thing, you are going to die. Lin Shen suddenly erupted, rapidly throwing 3 giant shadow nails towards Luo Mian, followed by hundreds of stars appearing. Side dominance. The high-level shadow magic activated, a huge black curtain seemed to cover the sky, a silent giant dragon unleashed a dark sky, diving down swiftly but silently. Luo Mian was startled, who sent you, the assassin? What big guts you have to dare to assassinate a counselor? As he spoke, a light filled the air above Luo Mian's head with cursed stars. Who sent the assassin? Lin Shen sneered, just think of it as the people you harmed sending me. While speaking, Lin Shen's hands were still moving without pause. 5 giant dragons appeared beneath the black curtain, their gazes fierce. I'll kill even a counselor. Chapter 39, Chaos, the profound snake erupts. Silent thunder death ray, thunderstorm. Thick pillars of lightning roared out, accompanied by the furious roars of 6 giant dragons. Luo Mian's eyes widened, and in a rush, his high-level curse magic could not stop the attacks of the 6 dragons at all. The shield magic tool shattered from a single blow of the thick lightning. The armor magic tool was reduced to fragments by a black dragon claw that descended from the sky. A person's spiritual power is limited. Luo Mian simply could not bind magic tools strong enough to contend with 6 dragons. Luo Mian had no time, Lin Shen's movements were too fast. Within an instant, 6 dragons appeared around him, leaving Luo Mian no time to activate even the strongest drill shield magic tool. A twisted space blade sliced through, cutting Luo Mian's body in half, and a large amount of blood gushed forth, staining the ground red. Lin Shen said nothing, only allowing the meat mound to stomp down, merging Luo Mian's body into the earth. Who would have thought that a powerful superclass mage who could hold off for a few seconds under the profound snake would be attacked like this today? Being besieged by 6 dragons does not disgrace your status as a council member. In close quarters, even a superclass mage could not withstand the sudden explosion from 6 dragons and a destruction mage. Lin Shen felt he was very suited for assassination. The summoning formation of the dragon's nest required no time at all. As long as he thought of it, the dragons could appear and attack in an instant, so fast that even Luo Mian could not react. Riding on the back of the little black dragon, Lin Shen recalled the other 5 dragons. Go find the profound snake. Riding the black dragon, Lin Shen's spatial ring was filled with problem blood potions. These blood potions were made from demonic materials and could naturally be stored in the spatial ring given by the dragon's nest. Arriving at the profound snake's hiding place, Lin Shen poured all the blood potions into it. Watching the profound snake devour with delight, Lin Shen was speechless. Such foul-smelling blood potions were eaten with such joy. Lin Shen, what should we do next? Tang Yu asked. Wait for the profound snake to recover, then rush to the South Fortress, Lin Shen replied. At this moment, the South Fortress was on full alert, and the side effects of the blood potions were drawing a large number of white magic eagles. On the city wall, Xu Meng's face was difficult to bear. He had already spotted the figure of the Silver Dome Lord. At this time, the eagle system in Hangzhou had completely collapsed, and only mid to high-level mages could effectively attack the high-altitude white magic eagles. I hope the profound snake can come. At this point, Xu Meng could only pray and then opened his wing magic tool, charging into the sky. On the other side, Mo Fan and a boy rode a gray eagle deep into the south ridge. Looking at the reglimmering dark blue-black scales of the profound snake, Lin Chen's face brightened. The shiny dark blue-black armor showcased the ancientness and majesty of a totem creature, and its enormous size represented its position of dominion over all. The shedding phase has ended. Let's go, big snake, to the West Fortress. Lin Chen patted the profound snake's head. The totem profound snake glanced at Tang Yu, its eyes filled with killing intent. The profound snake was not foolish, on the contrary, its intelligence definitely surpassed that of most people, aware that Lo Mian had tricked it into killing others. Now with the white magic eagles invading, it was just the right moment to unleash its fury. Tang Yu smiled slightly. Good, then let's show Zhu Meng whether the totem profound snake is a totem or a demon. Lin Chen stored the skin shed by the profound snake in his pouch. This was supreme monarch level material, and he must not forget it. Are you saying that next, you'll listen to me? Lin Chen felt the totem profound snake communicating a special language to his mind, pointing at himself in disbelief. The totem profound snake once again confirmed with an affirmative response. This snake boss knew very well who had helped it when it was at its weakest. Alright, everyone, let's charge over. Lin Chen stood on the head of the totem black serpent, pointing towards the west and shouting loudly. The totem black serpent was covered in dark blue-black scales, looking like armor. When it flew out from its hiding place, it became a night dragon piercing through the sky. Other flying creatures need to rise in a spiral, flapping their wings countless times to reach the clouds, but the totem black serpent shot straight up, directly reaching the cloud layer. As it soared, a mist, the same color as its body, quickly surrounded the totem black serpent. The mist not only hid its massive, shocking body like a cloud, but also carried it towards another direction of Hangzhou City, using its ability to ride the clouds and mist. Further ahead, in the dim, unclear sky, countless white demon eagles appeared. After a long battle, they were about to charge into Anjie. Hiss! The totem black serpent roared angrily, spitting out poisonous mist. Hundreds of white demon eagles were poisoned and died on the spot. In the shadow of the serpent's belly, a giant dragon, several dozen meters long, quietly collected all the dead white demon eagles and, through its summoning array, transported them into Lin Chen's dragon nest. The black serpent continued its killing spree, without lifting a finger, as the poisonous mist surrounding it slaughtered thousands of white demon eagles. Within the cloud of white demon eagles, Zhu Meng, covered in blood, stared at the Silver Sky Lord. Damn beast, if I survive this in return, I'll issue a warrant and bring dozens of super-tier mages to the South Ridge to kill you. The Silver Sky Lord's face was full of mockery as it greedily gazed towards the southern fortress. If it weren't for the person surrounded by electric sparks blocking the way, it would have already rushed down to feast. Hiss! The sound of a snake's hiss echoed, like a dark assassin's strike, sending chills down the spine. The once arrogant Silver Sky Lord seemed frozen, its body stiffening for a moment. The thick mist spread out, forming a wall of fog in front of the Silver Sky Lord. Within the mist, a dark blue-black body, glowing with cold light, appeared faintly, as thick as a mountain's back. Zhu Meng's expression grew excited. The black serpent, the totem black serpent, it really has come. Its body was long, twisting and intertwining repeatedly in the mist, as though countless mountain-sized giant snakes were writhing inside. But as the mist gradually faded, it became clear that it was a towering, sky-reaching serpent standing tall enough to touch the clouds. The Silver Sky Lord was already huge, with a wingspan close to 1,000 meters, blocking the sky and the sun, but before the totem black serpent, it looked like a newly hatched chick. A fierce, sinister grin appeared on the totem black serpent's face as it suddenly charged at the Silver Sky Lord, its eyes filled with a bloodthirsty desire. The Silver Sky Lord was alarmed, hurriedly dodging, but still lost countless feathers in a single bite. Lin Chen happily collected these feathers. These were valuable materials. Even if they weren't used to merge with the Dragon Clan, they could still be sold for a high price. At the same time, Lin Chen released a high-level shadow magic, Night's Rain, to envelop the Silver Sky Lord. Go, surround it and create an opportunity for the Black Serpent to deliver a fatal blow. Lin Chen unleashed 6 dragons, and at once, various colored lights flashed continuously. As giant dragons, their leadership abilities wouldn't compare to the Silver Sky Lord, but they could still create a distraction. Chapter 40, The Black Serpent Swallows the Silver Wing, Eastern Divine Dragon. Violent wind blades swept through, cutting the 6 little dragons into wounds all over. Feather Blade Domain. Lin Chen's face changed. These high-level demons were indeed difficult to deal with. The simple encirclement didn't work well. Fortunately, the Black Serpent was present. As a Supreme Lord-level demon, it didn't even take the Silver Sky Lord seriously. The angry giant serpent's body twisted and turned, surrounding the Silver Sky Lord. Poisonous mist, enough to pollute a river, sprayed out, surrounding the Silver Sky Lord. Zhu Meng found an opening and swiftly constructing the super-tier Star Palace. As the entire Star Palace erupted into a purple glow that filled the vast sky, a thunderous lightning spear was pulled out of the void by Representative Zhu Meng. The lightning spear swung fiercely, growing immensely in size as it flew through the air. Spear after spear of lightning cut through 9 long beams of light. The beams of light flew toward the Silver Dome Lord in the Featherblade domain, forming a thunderous cage of punishment made of 9 towering thunder pillars, creating the strongest binding chain to firmly lock the Silver Dome Lord in the sky. The small purple dragon's wings flapped wildly, a storm suddenly arose, and countless purple lightning bolts shot out. It was going to assist Zhu Meng in trapping the Silver Dome Lord. Though it was only a commander-level dragon, its strength was still formidable, and the power of the 9 banishments grew significantly once again. Lin Shen's left eye emitted a black glow, and his right eye shone with a silvery light. Siua rule, space law, compression. The dragon roars of Little Black and Little Silver rang out, harmonizing with Lin Shen's magic, releasing countless lights. Dark sky. Space compression. The space around the Silver Dome Lord became thick and sticky, endless darkness appeared, trapping the Silver Dome Lord within the long lightning spear. The Silver Dome Lord was shocked, thinking, what a joke, if I get trapped here, that giant snake will surely kill me. A piercing howl with incredible penetrative power swept through the air, and countless white demon hawks stopped their charge toward the south fortress, their eyes turning crimson as they turned to look at their lord. Then, countless white demon hawks launched suicidal attacks, poison mist dissolved, lightning suppressed, darkness invaded, and space compressed. For barriers were broken one by one, and blood poured across the ground, with at least 10,000 white demon hawks perishing just to break the seal. During this process, the totem Shan snake merely coldly observed, and at the moment the last barrier shattered, it moved. It surged like a storm, like a mountain collapsing, locking onto the Silver Dome Lord with an inevitable force. The Silver Dome Lord's once bright silver feathers had fallen off in great numbers, looking like a bald vulture without feathers. Lin Shen's restraints were one thing, but Zhu Meng and the Xian snake's attacks truly harmed it. The ferocious snake's mouth bit into the Silver Dome Lord, injecting countless snake poisons, and the Silver Dome Lord's wails grew weaker and weaker. No more water here, if I keep going, this chapter will be over. Obtains Silver Dome Lord's wing, purple, Silver Dome Lord's eye, purple. Lin Shen stored the Silver Dome Lord's body into the spatial ring. He patted the Xian snake's head inside, truly fierce. I wonder when Little Black and the others will reach this level. Based on their current potential, only Little Silver among Lin Shen's 6 little dragons had this possibility, but Lin Shen had what? An external aid. Who knows if a new feature might appear to improve Little Black and the others' aptitude. External aid, one can't judge by common sense. Looking at the Xian snake returning to West Lake, Zhu Meng, wrapped in bandages, had a complex look in his eyes. It was my mistake, the hidden danger strategy, it was a huge mistake. Looking at this councilman who had bled for the country, Lin Shen pursed his lips. You were also thinking of Hangzhou's safety. Fortunately, nothing went wrong, and you helped remove the Silver Dome Lord from shieling for Hangzhou. But Zhu Meng was not so optimistic. The Shilling faction is not a big faction in the country. Kunlun Mountain, Tianshan, which of them isn't a playground for monsters? The tribes can't even be accurately described, they should be called nations. And, domestically, there's also a councilman like Luo Mian, Lin Shenyu. Zhu Meng changed the subject, talking about Luo Mian. Lin Shen nodded indifferently, returned to the embrace of the motherland. Zhu Meng snorted coldly, that really is too easy for him, framing the totem, trafficking in strategic resources, almost causing Hangzhou to fall if it were in my hands. Zhu Meng suddenly went silent, but Lin Shen understood what he meant. The two looked at each other in silence. Last wish for Meng to leave. If you ever have the chance, come to my court's mage group, and I will make you the leader. Hearing Zhu Meng's words, Lin Shen was speechless. This legislator was truly different, decisive, ruthless, a standard hawk. Luckily, people like him cared deeply for the country. With the matter here settled, Lin Shen was also preparing to merge the new dragon clan. He had obtained the skin shed by the Xian snake and all the materials of the Silver Dome Master. He was confident he could create another dragon with supreme monarch-level potential. However, it's worth mentioning that Mo Fan and Wang Xiaojun retrieved the eagle red grass, eliminating the hidden danger in Hangzhou. Wang Xiaojun was also granted the title of Sky Eagle Mage by special exception. Seeing his efforts, Mo Fan provided him with some beast-taming resources and helped improve the bloodline of his gray sky eagle. The passionate young man walked onto the right path. With Mo Fan's starting funds, who knows what achievements he might have in the future. Even Mo Fan himself didn't know whether this investment would be a loss or a gain. Who cares? Just hoping for peace of mind, Mo Fan said, hands behind his head, stepping with a cold indifference. On the other side, Lin Chen entered the dragon's lair and had already experimented with an excellent fusion route. Moreover, Lin Chen discovered that the skin of the totem Xian snake had an incredibly astonishing effect. It could allow the fused dragon to belong to the totem faction, unaffected by the higher-ranked totem suppression, yet still benefit from totem resonance. In other words, after fusing the skin of the totem Xian snake, the dragon Lin Chen created would belong to the Xuanwu faction. As long as there was a related totem nearby, the resonance would enhance its strength dramatically. Embryo plus totem Xian snake skin, purple, plus Silver Dome Master's wings, purple, plus Silver Dome Master's eyes, purple, equals Silver Wing Xian poison dragon, supreme monarch level potential. Name, Silver Claw Xian Poison Dragon, Young. Strength, Advanced Stage Battle General level. Potential, Supreme Monarch level. Skills, Totem Resonance, Silver Wing Spin Kill, Xian Poison Mist. Outrageous. Looking at the jet black giant dragon, Lin Chen could only describe it as such. The Silver Claw Xian Poison Dragon, once it reaches its peak and triggers Totem Resonance, would immediately possess the battle power of a sub-emperor. One could say that even if Lin Chen did nothing now, waiting a few decades would still allow him to become the world's #1 summoner, surpassing Pang Lai. Moreover, to Lin Chen's surprise, the Silver Claw Xian Poison Dragon, perhaps due to the fusion of Eastern totemic power, appeared as a representation of the Eastern Divine Dragon. Its dark dragon body, silver gleaming claws, sharp dragon horns, it looked just like a pure-blood Eastern giant dragon. I will call you Xiao Xian. At birth, Xiao Xian already measured 10 meters long, excitedly circling Lin Chen, licking his face like a child. Alright, it was indeed still a child, just a 10-meter-long child. Chapter 41, The Eve of the Ancient Capital, Meeting the Monkey Again. Mo Fan left Hangzhou to find Little Flame Princess and then attend the World Academy nomination competition, while Lin Chen stayed in Hangzhou to continue his training. His main magic system included the Thunder system, so he could consult Zhu Meng for advice on his cultivation. During his time in Hangzhou, Lin Chen reaped great rewards. Not only did he get Zhu Meng's vote, but he also fused a dragon with greater potential than Little Silver, a divine dragon. After a few months, Lin Chen had fully mastered the Thunder system, reaching an advanced stage, just one C-star vein away from exceeding the next tier. Lin Chen, I need you to help me with something. On the other end of the phone, Mo Fan's voice was no longer casual but extremely serious. Say it. Lin Chen replied. The monkey has gone missing near the ancient capital. I want you to join me in searching for him. Mo Fan's voice was low. Just a moment ago, he had received news that Zhang Xiaohuo might have died in action. I'll go. The monkey is lucky, he will surely be fine. You can focus on the nomination competition, I will definitely find him. Originally, Mo Fan's vote had been taken by Lin Chen. If it weren't for this nomination competition, Mo Fan is probably going to find it difficult to enter the World Academy competition. Moreover, Lin Chen knew that Zhang Xiaohuo was fine now, and he was enough on his own. I have the ability to leave a life mark with my dragon, and the monkey isn't dead yet. Following the mark, I can quickly find him. Lin Chen told a small, kind lie. After Lin Chen's persuasion, Mo Fan reluctantly calmed down. Though worried about his brother's safety, he still agreed to stay and participate in the nomination contest. Riding on Xiao Xian, Lin Chen's hair was blown up by the wind. This time in the ancient capital, Lin Chen was determined to catch Sa Lang. In terms of speed, Xiao Xian was no less than Xiao He. Though it didn't have wings, it had successfully inherited the ability of the Xian snake to travel through clouds. Soon, they arrived at the ancient capital, and the first person Lin Chen went to find was an acquaintance. Brother Chen, you finally came, little monkey, he, sniff sniff sniff. Looking at Hiyu, who was crying, Lin Chen felt a headache. Since the last time Lin Chen saved Hiyu, Zhang Xiaohuo felt his strength was too weak and still chose to join the military, relying on the money-making ability of a mage. Wherever Zhang Xiaohuo was transferred, Hiyu would follow him to rent a house. This time, when coming to the ancient capital on a mission, Hiyu was originally going to do as usual, but unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaohuo never returned. Don't worry, do you know the terrain around the ancient capital? Lin Chen interrupted Hiyu's crying and asked. I know. After the little monkey got into trouble, I collected information about the ancient capital and researched a few routes. It's a pity I'm only at the beginning level of water magic, and I don't have the money to hire someone to help. Luckily I still have you and Mo Fan. As he spoke, Hiyu took out a map. The place where the little monkey went on a mission is here. Lin Chen looked at the terrain on the map and quickly found the place named Hua Village. Let's go, to Hua Village, the monkey is there. Lin Chen said. Hiyu had no doubt, knowing that Lin Chen was the most trustworthy now. By the way, should we notify Mubai and the others to go together? They know the little monkey is missing and are all very anxious. Hiyu suddenly said. Fortunately, Mubai and the others were here to advise Hiyu, or Hiyu would have already gone to find Zhang Xiaohuo. Speaking of Mubai, it was because of Lin Chen that the Mu family kept their business in Bo City and didn't lose anyone. But because Bo City was going to be transformed into a military base, they were forced to move out. Mu Zhuoyun led people to move to Mo City. Mubai wanted to venture out, and still came to the ancient capital, maintaining some contact with his former classmates. No need. Let them prepare. The ancient capital is about to be in chaos. Lin Chen said. Chaos in the ancient capital? Hiyu's mind went blank, but her hands didn't slow down. While Lin Chen was taking her away from the ancient capital, she had already told Mubai and the others about Lin Chen's words. The sky gradually started to rain, and Lin Chen pressed his lips together as the murky rain dampened his shoulders. He seemed to have thought of Bo City, her eyes dimming, not knowing what she was thinking. This damn rain. Lin Chen's mood became inexplicably irritable. Not far out of the ancient capital, he summoned Xiao He. In such a dark environment, Xiao He would be more convenient to hide. At this point, Xiao He already had the strength of a grand commander. Years of demonic essence supply had brought it to this level. Along the way, Lin Chen didn't say much, just kept staring at the map, his eyes wandering. If only there were no black church. Lin Chen's heart was burning with an unknown anger, damn Salang. Lin Chen didn't care about what hardships or grievances she had, but that was no excuse for harming ordinary people. If she had killed people from Sakura country, that would have been one thing, but she had to cause trouble in China. This trip to the ancient capital, Lin Chen was determined to bring Sa Lang to justice. Lin Chen's anger grew stronger, and as Hua village came into view, a few undead wandered around. Immediately, several thunder seals struck down, turning them into ashes. The old man guarding the village, who was about to be eaten by the undead, saw this and, full of gratitude, they knelt on the ground, shouting, "Thor, protect us." At the village entrance, a group of villagers stood stunned, only a young man with a dull expression seemed affected, murmuring, "So familiar." A giant black dragon descended from the sky. Lin Chen stopped the fleeing villagers and explained the situation. On the other side, he spotted Zhang Xiaohou immediately, her eyes reddened. Without any hesitation, she ran over and hugged him. A trace of pain appeared on Zhang Xiaohou's face. "It hurts." Noticing that Zhang Xiaohou was injured, He quickly stood up. "What happened, is it serious?" The pain on Zhang Xiaohou's face faded, but his expression remained as dull as before. "Who are you?" He stood still in the rain, staring at Zhang Xiaohou in disbelief. Lin Chen helplessly stepped forward and slapped Zhang Xiaohou on the shoulder. "Take a good look, who am I?" Zhang Xiaohou snapped out of it from the slap, his eyes grew clearer. "Chen, brother Chen, Xiao Yu." Zhang Xiaohou turned around, locking eyes with Xiao He. They were less than half a meter apart, and the visual impact was even greater than Lin Chen's. "Xiao He." Zhang Xiaohou blinked rapidly, his expression becoming more and more excited. "Xiao Yu." Zhang Xiaohou quickly pulled He Yu into his arms. Lin Chen sighed in relief, though he hadn't remembered everything, at least he remembered who they were. The forgetful worm of the Black Church is indeed powerful. Zhang Xiaoluo watched the scene, overcoming his fear of the Black Dragon, and shakily asked, "Are you friends of Fudi?" Lin Chen smiled and nodded, "Yes, family." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoluo let out a breath of relief, then turned his worried gaze towards the village's outskirts. "I don't know why so many mutated undead have appeared." "Because the well's protective spirit in your village has failed," Lin Chen said calmly. "Impossible, nothing's happened for all these years." Before Zhang Xiaoluo could speak, a villager named Dogsy spoke first. Lin Chen glanced at him. "Where's your village chief?" Chapter 42, The Desire to Kill the Undead King. Lin Chen found the village chief, Xia Sang, and got straight to the point. "Take the village and retreat, or else you will all die." Xia Sang, who knew some of the situation, did not refuse. "Okay, but many people will definitely be unwilling to leave." Lin Chen's tone became a bit heavier. "I can't save everyone." As he spoke, Lin Chen suddenly snapped his fingers, and Xiao He tossed a half-dead person in front of Xia Sang. "But after seeing him, you should be willing to leave the village." Fong Gu? In the end, the villagers realized that staying would mean certain death, so they agreed to Lin Chen's suggestion and immediately left the village. Lin Chen summoned the meat dumpling. Now, the meat dumpling was 50 meters long, standing up taller than a Ferris wheel. A massive dirt ball was formed by the meat dumpling, which then hugged it. The meat dumpling vibrated its dragon wings and took off, with the villagers of Hua village inside. Although over 100 people squeezed into the small dirt ball, it was still better than crossing the undead plains. Lin Chen mounted Xiao He, and the meat dumpling carried Zhang Xiaohou and He Yu. "Meat dumpling, take the monkey and He Yu back to the ancient capital. Remember, once you reach near the ancient capital, return to the dragon's nest. I'm going to hunt some demons." After giving the meat dumpling instructions, Lin Chen rode Xiao He towards the area with the most undead. Looking down at the vast army of undead below, even Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Countless undead, even a super-level mage would be consumed and die if they fell in. Xiao He, from above, casually struck down hundreds of undead. Although the bodies were hard to recover, their spiritual essences and broken souls flowed back into Lin Chen like a river. Over 1,000 spiritual essences. Lin Chen estimated the number of spiritual essences in the space ring. Having experienced the trials of Bo City and Jinlin Ruin City, Lin Chen had killed tens of thousands of demons, so having so many spiritual essences was reasonable. Without hesitation, converting these priceless spiritual essences into combat power was what Lin Chen needed to do right now. Directly enhancing all advanced star beings of the Thunder and Shadow systems, Lin Chen felt no pain at all. When the abyss of slaughter struck, having even a little combat power was good. Living a good life, thriving and flourishing.
The phone rang, and Lin Chen frowned at the contact name.
Zhu Meng. Zhu Meng, the counselor. I saw your summoned beast. Are you near the ancient capital? Xu Meng asked directly without any pleasantries.
Yes, I just relocated the people from Hua village. The ancient capital is in danger.
Lin Chen replied.
Xu Meng's voice was serious. It's extremely dangerous. The abyss of slaughter has appeared.
Hurry to the North City Tower.
Xu Meng understood Lin Chen. Being able to kill the Lord Crown meant Lin Chen's combat power had reached an extraordinary level. At such times, no bit of combat power could be wasted. Just returning to the ancient capital, Lin Chen saw 4 signal flares fired off, and his expression turned grave.
This meant that things had become extremely urgent. The North Main City Tower was located at the northern outer city gate, and the tower was much larger than the corner city tower, towering above the city wall like a majestic sword fortress. The gathering signal was sent out from here.
When Lin Chen arrived, the area around the city tower was already crowded with people, but from the mage emblems they wore, it was clear that most were beginner mages.
Where is your mage emblem?
Mages are not allowed to enter here. Something big has happened. The guard looked at Lin Chen coldly. In this urgent situation, Lin Chen had no time to talk, so he simply took out his Thunder System mage emblem from his pocket and quickly walked inside. Seeing the patterns on Lin Chen's mage emblem, the guard was stunned, quickly giving Lin Chen a respectful mage salute. Another guard, seeing this, looked at Lin Chen with some confusion but then immediately straightened his face and also saluted.
High level 3 Thunder System mage.
Upon entering the North City Tower, Mo Fan was also here, still worried about Zhang Xiaohuo. After finishing the nomination struggle, he immediately came to the ancient capital. Mages of intermediate level and above, come to the tower immediately. Low-level mages, please wait.
A voice announced.
Lin Chen and Mo Fan exchanged glances and brought Mu Bai and others up to the tower. Xu Meng was standing at the top of the tower, and upon seeing Lin Chen arrive, his face brightened.
Lin Chen, you made it.
Mu Bai and the others looked at Lin Chen in surprise, not understanding why Lin Chen was so familiar with a counselor. Mu Bai sighed. Ever since they parted ways in Bo City years ago, he had been working hard, yet he felt further away from such a genius.
Counselor Zhu Meng, what's the situation now? Lin Chen asked.
Xu Meng glanced to the side, where a man who appeared to be in his 30s stepped forward. The abyss of slaughter is getting closer to the ancient capital. It was over 100 kilometers away, but now it's only 30 kilometers.
Next time it might.
The man hesitated, but everyone present understood the implication of his words.
Also, thank you for saving my student. The man suddenly said.
Lin Chen realized that this must be the Commander Fei Jiao of the ancient capital. Alright, we will talk about old times later. The abyss of slaughter has appeared, and countless undead will gather.
Tonight, I leave the wall to you all.
With that, Zhu Meng dismissed the crowd and turned to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I did not just call you here to help guard the walls. Under the murky rain curtain, Zhu Meng showed a resolute expression. I want you to help me kill an undead lord outside.
Undead lord. Hearing this name, even the remaining people present, who had profound cultivation, couldn't help but frown.
This undead lord was different from the situations Lin Chen had encountered before.
The giant lizard dragon lord only had a few chosen guards.
The silver dome lord had the totem Xian snake suppressing it. But now, Lin Chen and the others had to face a lord accompanied by countless undead. This was a fully formed lord, whether in strength or influence, it was beyond reproach. Hearing Zhu Meng say this, Lin Chen felt no fear at all.
Good.
Upon hearing Lin Chen agree, everyone present felt he had gone mad. Xu Meng was already so bold, he had always been this way. How could Lin Chen be just as bold? You are wearing a high-grade 3rd-level badge, not a super-tier 3rd-level badge. Jun Si wanted to say something but stopped, while Fei Jiao was already prepared for battle.
Fei Jiao, hurry and persuade the counselor. Jun Si said anxiously. Do you think I can persuade him? Fei Jiao retorted.
Jun Si was speechless and then silently prepared for battle. The Hunter King Du Xiao also stood up at this time, expressing that he would help Xu Meng. Now Jun Si Lusu felt relieved. With Du Xiao's combat power, it was no problem to survive, not to mention 100% killing the Ghost Q Tyrant. Looking at the Ghost Q Tyrant outside, Xu Meng's expression was serious. Lin Chen, I need you to hold back the White Ghost Minister and its White Ghost Legion with your dragon, otherwise, we will definitely fail this time.
Good.
As soon as Lin Chen agreed, he felt something was off.
Wait, am I the only one?
Xu Meng shot him a glance. We are short on people right now. I believe in your strength. Lin Chen twitched his lips and immediately perked up. Before I die, these ghost things won't affect you at all. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Xu Meng smiled slightly. Don't speak so passionately, I know your strength.
To be able to kill the Crown of Glory, how could he not deal with a ghost minister, even if it had a whole legion? Chapter 43, The Blood Path of the Undead, The 7 Dragon Balls? Recently saw a comment suggesting I should take an elite route and not fuse too many dragons. Actually, I think the same. With the same length, 20 lines definitely can't be as detailed as 10. I'm afraid it would turn into a narrative of unending lists, which is why I have been holding back on using the embryos. Today, I saw a comment saying Shoshin's image looks a lot like the Holy Lord, which inspired me. Too many dragon clans are hard to detail, so I can create dragons with distinctive features. I've been looking for characteristics and attributes but forgot about visual characteristics. Later, I can fuse various dragons from games and animations, like the Holy Lord, the Dragon Sword from Super Beast Armament, the bosses from Genshin Impact, etc. What do you all think? If there are any dragons you fancy, please comment so I can gather some inspiration and write it out later. On top of the city wall, lightning surged from behind Zhu Meng, his aura overwhelming. Everyone, go! Flames flared from his wings. Zhu Meng stood in midair, eyes blazing. Lin Chen stood on Xiao He, seeing this made him twitch his mouth. Why does Zhu Meng look more like a traveler than I do, so full of the main character's aura? Patting Xiao He's horn, Lin Chen smiled. Xiao He, we can't fall behind, let's charge. Roar! A roar of the dragon shook the heavens, and Xiao He's eyes were filled with bloodthirsty light. The black dragon left the city wall, its massive black wings sweeping through the undead army. Countless small undead were crushed to dust. A large amount of remnant souls mixed with a few pure souls flowed into Lin Chen's space ring. The undead in this ancient city indeed had high-quality souls, the pure souls they dropped were much more numerous. Meat mound, clear the way, help relieve some pressure on the city wall. Oh. Deep brown rocks surged from the ground, then exploded, smashing the undead into pieces. A nearly 50-meter giant dragon appeared on the ground, extremely eye-catching in the vast ocean of bones. Xiao He soared into the sky, monitoring the white ghost minister's position in real time, while Lin Chen's figure flashed onto the back of the meat mound in an instant. Clear the way, silent thunder death ray, thunder explosion. A massive lightning beam shot through, turning all passing undead into char, be they servants or warriors, none were spared. 300 meters. Lin Chen looked at the open passage ahead, his eyes slightly narrowed. The white ghost minister was 2,000 meters away. This distance was far from enough. The meat mound understood Lin Chen's intention. The dragon wings behind were folded, and with a powerful push of its 4 claws on the ground, it launched forward like a cannonball, slamming into the front. Boom! The blackened earth was shaken, and a massive pit appeared, dozens of meters deep. Rock barrier. Stone walls rose, not appearing on the ground, but surrounding the meat mound. As the meat mound moved forward, the stone walls moved with it. The dragon body made of rock was invincible, and mere undead were unable to break its defense. The stone walls exploded, sending the surrounding undead flying. 500 meters. Lin Chen's eyes flickered with electric light. Xiao Zi, relay. Whoa! Purple lightning surged, and the electric light in Lin Chen's eyes grew stronger. Silent thunder death light, claw of the sky thunder. Advanced thunder magic energy at level 4 surged. Xiao Zi's dragon wings flapped high, and her right front claw gleamed with the same frequency of light as Lin Chen's eyes. The soul-depriving claws hung high in the sky, and the terrifying momentum pressed down on the earth for hundreds of meters. Even from atop the city walls, one could see this world-shaking claw. Fan felt that, compared to this move, his thunder magic now seemed like a child's play. The claw of sky thunder fell, carrying the full force of both the human and the dragon. Spirit seed, thunder punishment. Thousands of bolts of lightning followed the fall, turning the undead within a 1,000-meter radius into scorched earth. The massive claw of sky thunder was even more terrifying, crashing down with a bang, creating a vacuum in the endless sea of undead, and any undead that entered the area would be shattered into pieces by the lingering lightning. 1,500 meters. Looking at the towering undead leader, Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with indifference. Enough. Xiao Zi and the meat mound flapped their dragon wings and left the ground, leaving behind a nearly 1,000-meter-long blood trail of undead. Countless bone fragments and charred corpses remained. Even the mighty undead army could not instantly fill this gap. 4 massive dragons suddenly appeared, startling the white ghost minister. No, just now with 3 leaders, I could still handle it, but now you bring out 4 more, how am I supposed to fight, is this cheating? But now, Lin Chen was too close to it, 500 meters, a mere instant for the giant dragons that were dozens of meters long. The small silver dragon's body flashed, leaving silver rays of light at the spot, and in the next moment, it appeared behind the white ghost minister. The white ghost minister's pupils shrank, feeling its soul fire trembling. But it was after all a leader-level demon, with many whiting ghosts under its command, not something the small silver dragon could handle alone. Invisible waves spread. Mental shock. But Lin Chen was not at all flustered. If it were before, he would have remembered that this kind of demon with mental attacks was troublesome, but not now. A dark-colored divine dragon appeared, its 4 claws adorned with silver-white light. Dragon might. Little Shen roared, and at this moment, not only did its strength reach leader level, but its body length had grown to nearly 50 meters.
In terms of length, even the meat mound was far behind Little Shen. The dark-colored divine dragon stood between heaven and earth, exuding a terrifying pressure as it looked at the white ghost minister. The white ghost minister felt its soul fire freeze at that moment, its body stiffening, unable to launch any attack. The white ghosts under the white ghost minister were even more affected, many of them exploding into pieces and dying. Little Shen glanced disdainfully at the ugly ghost minister, its right claw wrapped in a violent wind, striking out like lightning. Poochie! The white ghost minister's body was cut in half, but since it was a leader-level undead, its undead crystal had not shattered yet, so it was not dead. However, it wasn't only Little Shen attacking it, but also the other 6 dragons. Thunder, shadow, space, ancient wood, violent waves, poison, and other elemental forces rained down, with more varieties than the periodic table of elements. Forget about the white ghost minister, even a ghost Q tyrant would not fare well here. The chaotic elemental explosion left only a single essence soul entering Lin Chen's ring, while everything else was obliterated. The white ghost minister, along with its white ghost army, fully merged with the earth, transformed into nothingness. The undead should return to their filthy graves. Lin Chen snorted coldly. These ghostly creatures, if the ancient king were still here, could be controlled. He could fight back against the foreign undead forces. But now that the ancient king is gone, naturally it's Lin Chen's job to send them home. Looking at the battle in the distance, Zhu Meng and the others had the upper hand. It seemed like there was no need for him to help anymore, so Lin Chen withdrew his 6 dragons, leaving only Xiao He. He summoned 7 dragons at once. At this point, Mo Fan even started calling it the 7 Dragon Balls, which made Lin Chen helpless when he heard it. Chapter 44, Shadow of Death, Bold Guess. Carrying the head of the Ghost King back, Zhu Meng's face finally softened a bit. It will be dawn soon, we've finally held on. As he spoke, Zhu Meng raised his head and stared at the sky, where the first light of dawn was shining, in a daze. The sky, when did it get light? In the ancient city, the bell representing the morning sounded, blending with the dawn, finally bringing this councilman back to his senses. Damn it, who can tell me what's going on? Why aren't these damn undead going home? Zhu Meng shouted angrily, pounding on the city wall, his face showing clear signs of shock. Lin Chen was drenched in the remains of the undead and the rotten blood of corpses. He had just killed the white ghost minister. To reduce the pressure on the city wall, he hadn't flown back, but had instead killed his way back from the ground. If anyone were to count the number of demons Lin Chen had killed, at this moment, he would surely be the number 1 on the yellow list. Even on the profound list, he would be ranked among the top. It's the Black Church. They took the well water from the villages outside and brought down heavy rain, making the undead, who had bathed in the rain, no longer dislike the daylight, Lin Chen explained in a deep voice. Zhu Meng, upon hearing this, angrily slammed the city wall, damn the Black Church. Bo's city was their rehearsal. The ancient city, this grand stage, is where they'll truly perform. Mo Fan, standing nearby, finally understood everything. Why was the rain here so similar to that in Bo City? At first, Mo Fan only felt a sense of familiarity, but now his body was filled with cold sweat. The Black Church wants to destroy the ancient city? Bo City had only a few 100,000 people, and when the demon wolves attacked the city, it caused a nationwide stir. If such a first-tier city as the ancient city were to fall, Mo Fan couldn't bring himself to imagine that scene. Lin Chen felt a deep sense of helplessness. Although he knew all this, he had no power to stop it. This wasn't something that could be avoided by simply leaking information. Sarlon had been plotting for years, and it was all for this day. Could it be avoided by saying it beforehand, like those fanfiction novels? That would only let people know the time of their death, not change the outcome. Moreover, Lin Chen glanced at Elder Lingxi in the corner, feeling reluctant but knowing that he had to wait. How could he capture Sarlon? Just wait a little longer, once she's wearing handcuffs, then it wouldn't be too late to expose her. Lin Chen wiped his face, kill them, at least we can't just surrender. Upon hearing this, Zhu Meng came back to his senses, right, even if it's the Black Church, so what? I've even plotted against the Supreme Monarch, what's there to fear from a bunch of rats? Zhu Meng's face was full of confidence, but Lin Chen could sense that the councilman was also uncertain inside. Lin Chen sighed deeply, feeling even more helpless. Should he really send Zhang Kong to his death? Lin Chen felt some unwillingness in his heart but had no way out. Zhang Kong and Qin Yuer were the pair Lin Chen felt the most regretful about. But without Zhang Kong wearing that armor, when would this war ever end? Who else could wear that armor without being tempted by its corrupting influence? Lin Chen's mind flashed with a sudden idea, a bold thought. Number of dragon demon embryos, 2. Lin Chen's breath quickened. The dragons born from the dragon nest were 100% loyal to him, a rule he had verified over the years. If he combined it with the Earth's sacred spring and fused a necromantic dragon, wouldn't that allow him to wear that armor and control the entire undead empire of China? Seeing that Lin Chen's condition seemed off, Mo Fan looked at him with worry.
Lin Chen, what's wrong? Mo Fan frowned, worried that Lin Chen might have been injured. Lin Chen turned his head, and his blood-red eyes startled Mo Fan. No, could it be that he was bitten by a zombie and is about to turn into one? Lin Chen came to his senses, shook his head, and his eyes cleared. Anyone would lose their calm knowing they could gain an empire. Mo Fan, help me with something, it might stop the army of the undead. Just tell me, even though I'm usually not serious, I won't hold you back at a time like this, Mo Fan said, patting his chest with determination. Give me some Earth Saint Spring, just a drop will do. Mo Fan's face sank, I drank all of that a long time ago. After so many years, there's probably nothing left to digest. Lin Chen glanced at him but didn't speak. Mo Fan understood the importance of this thing. If it weren't important, Lin Chen wouldn't have asked for it. They moved to a secluded area, and Mo Fan directly took off the little loach pendant. The next moment. Plop. Mo Fan knelt on both knees, Loach Grandpa, please spit out a drop for me. The ancient city is counting on you. The light that had been flashing on the little loach instantly vanished, returning to its original simple form, seemingly speechless with Mo Fan. But in the end, the little loach reluctantly spat out a drop of Earth Saint Spring and handed it to Mo Fan. When Mo Fan returned with the drop of Earth Saint Spring, Lin Chen was shocked. Not bad, bro, you've been keeping this treasure mouse all these years, as a souvenir. No, it shouldn't be called a souvenir, that sounds a bit like a hellish joke. Because this thing was obtained on the day the disaster hit Bo City. But in any case, it was here. Lin Chen had originally planned to ask Fang Gu for some. That's right, Lin Chen didn't kill Fang Gu, after all, he was a descendant of the ancient king. Maybe, apart from its use in the original story, it had other purposes. But now, it didn't matter anymore. Looking at the undead emerging more and more from the earth, Lin Chen clenched his fists. There was still a tough battle to fight before the arrival of the Sha Yuan. Little Black had been battling fiercely since killing the White Ghost Minister and continued until now. Lin Chen withdrew it and chose to release Little Sen and Little Lan, as they were better at group battles. As soon as Little Sen appeared, it immediately rooted itself on the city wall, transforming into a snake-like tree, towering 40 meters high. Even in this blood-soaked battlefield of undead, it stood out as a unique presence. Hundreds of snake-like branches lashed out, and with every swing, hundreds of undead were shattered into pieces. Little Lan spat violent waves, and each random attack was equivalent to an intermediate water magic spell. But there were too many undead, and the city walls of the ancient city, spanning several kilometers, were surrounded by at least millions of undead. Even a mighty dragon, if two worked together, could barely hold 1 kilometer. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and released the meat mound to solidify the front line. He couldn't release all 7 dragons. Lin Chen needed to keep some strength to capture Salong, and he would also need the dragon's help when heading to Sha Yuan. If he released all 7 dragons now and fought to exhaustion, then when heading to Sha Yuan, they would still only be able to form a human tide, and such casualties were something Lin Chen didn't want to see. Time passed by second, and Lin Chen's eyes were filled with red blood vessels, yet he still released one lightning magic after another, striking the undead. Lin Chen, an arm was placed on Lin Chen's shoulder. Lin Chen's expression changed, almost launching a lightning seal, but when he saw who it was, he barely stopped. Shu Meng looked at the young man in front of him with heartache. Let's retreat, you need rest. Lin Chen shook his head and took a few deep breaths to relieve his mental pressure. Let's retreat. Aside from here, the outer city walls have all fallen. Fortunately, you've been here, fighting non-stop like 2 super-level mages. The residents have all retreated to the inner city, and it's time for us to leave. Zhu Meng advised. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen finally realized and turned around. The residential area behind had already been deserted, with only a few scattered undead still wandering. Alright, let's leave first, Lin Chen decisively agreed. Since the outer city couldn't be held anymore, he wouldn't insist. After saying that, Lin Chen briefly summoned 7 giant dragons, clearing out the monsters near the outer city wall, providing cover for the mages to retreat. Chapter 45, Capturing Saran. Wailing. A bell-like cry came from the direction of the northern city corner. Through the light rain, everyone looked over and clearly saw a skeletal creature with huge bone wings soaring through the cloudy sky. A bone dragon of the undying. Its 3 heads were held high, and a death shockwave surged over the outer city wall. The next moment, the entire northern city wall, made of solid rock, was devoured by blackness. A huge section of the wall, standing like a mountain, completely vanished, and tiny fragments, like sand and gravel, slowly rose, dissipating into the air like vaporized particles. Or rather, the wall didn't disappear but turned into these terrifying particles, light enough to fly into the air, drifting everywhere with the wind. A chill ran through Lin Chen's heart. The bone dragon of the undying, at the monarch level, was even more powerful than the silver sky monarch in Hangzhou. Shu Meng's face was equally grim. Let's retreat to the inner city. There will be someone to hold it off. We need to delay as much as we can and wait for reinforcements.
After saying that, Zhu Meng flapped his fiery wings, and Lin Chen rode on Xiao He, flying toward the inner city. The bone dragon of the Undying's gaze swept across, and it immediately spotted Xiao He. Wailing. The soul fire in the bone dragon of the Undying's eyes blazed with intensity. It wanted Xiao He's life. The bone dragon could feel that if it swallowed Xiao He, its strength would instantly soar, possibly ranking among the top 3 in the realm of undead monarchs. Furthermore, Xiao He's body could be turned into a bone dragon, making it a future monarch-level general under its command. Under the bone dragon of the Undying's roar, numerous skeletal undead charged forward recklessly, filling the outer city with their bodies. Zhu Meng's heart chilled. A bolt of lightning struck, blasting away over 100 skeletons. Hurry, don't engage. I'm still wounded, my magical power is insufficient, and I might die in 10 rounds under the bone dragon of the Undying's claws. Zhu Meng stopped Lin Chen, who was about to cast a spell, and spoke harshly. Lin Chen threw the thunder seal from his hand and nodded. He understood that now was not the time for a prolonged battle. The true path was to escape to the inner city, relying on the barrier for protection. A layer of eerie purple mist gradually descended, slowly enveloping the northern city. Purple alert! A growing sense of dread filled Lin Chen's heart. Fortunately, they had retreated in time, and the bone dragon of the Undying hadn't caught up. On the city tower of the inner city, the injured Du Xiao, Lu Su, and Fei Jiao were all present. They looked angrily at the bone dragon of the Undying but had no strength left to fight it. Killing the small monarch-level Ghost Q tyrant had already left them severely wounded. Not to mention facing a large monarch-level bone dragon of the Undying. When Zhu Meng and Lin Chen arrived, Fei Jiao hurriedly asked, "What should we do next?" Lu Su, fearing the two didn't understand the situation, added, "It's not just the bone dragon of the Undying. Undead monarchs have appeared on all fronts. 50 kilometers away, there's even a giant corpse as massive as a mountain, its aura far surpassing the bone dragon of the Undying." Lin Chen gritted his teeth. This ancient king thinks I'm Chao Yanbing, doesn't he? Should I shout, I still have 7 undead monarchs like this? Zhu Meng's chest wound was bleeding. He asked, "What does President Han Ji say?" The people from the outer city have successfully retreated. President Han Ji's intention is to hold the inner city to the death, Lu Su answered. Zhu Meng nodded. This was what he had expected. Under such a catastrophe of undead, no one could do anything. The only thing they could do was hold their ground. Perhaps there's a way, Lin Chen suddenly spoke up. Zhu Meng was taken aback. What way do you have? Zhu Meng did not distrust Lin Chen. The reality was, under such a catastrophic disaster, no matter how strong Lin Chen was, he would be no different from him in how to solve such a calamity. I want to see President Han Ji, Lin Chen said. Zhu Meng didn't hesitate and immediately agreed to his request. Even if Lin Chen's plan was a bad one, he was willing to take a gamble, at least not sitting here waiting for death. Zhu Meng and the 4 of them led Lin Chen to the top floor of the Bell Tower Mage Association. Han Ji and many of the high-ranking officials from the ancient city were here. In addition to them, there was a mysterious gray-on-white figure. Lin Chen understood, it seemed that the news of Salong had already spread among this group, which made things easier. When Han Ji saw Lin Chen, he forced a smile. I had imagined many scenarios of meeting you, but I never thought it would be under such circumstances. Han Ji had been observing Lin Chen for a long time, but because of the distance, they had never met. He never imagined their first meeting would be in the midst of such a deathly disaster. President Han Ji, one of you here is Salong, right? Lin Chen went straight to the point. Salong. Upon hearing this name, the atmosphere in the room froze. Han Ji nodded with difficulty, indeed, but we can't be certain, so? As he spoke, Han Ji suddenly threw out a massive group of purple chains, trapping all the high-ranking officials in the room, except for Lin Chen and a few others. So I had no choice but to take this drastic measure. Elder Lingxi from the Hunter Alliance took a deep breath, her eyes resolute as she looked at President Han Ji and said, President, I hope what you've done doesn't cause even greater mistakes. Without us, no one will be able to face the myriad kings of death. Lin Chen gave her a cold glance, she sure knew how to act. Since the soul chains were already in place, Lin Chen was no longer willing to hold back. He couldn't stand it anymore. Lin Chen stepped forward and slapped Lingxi hard across the face. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap stunned everyone in the room. Han Ji opened his mouth, his eyes full of shock, but he quickly reacted, Lin Chen, do you have a lead? Lin Chen ignored him and instead looked at Lingxi. You thought it all through, you believed your plan was flawless, even daring to come here in person, wanting to see your coronation ceremony with your own eyes. Originally, you could have escaped, but unfortunately, there's me, the wild card, haha. Lin Chen laughed, his smile twisted. In Bo City, on Snow Mountain, nearly all the military mages had perished, the residents had been relocated, and it had become a military stronghold.
In the ancient city, tens of thousands of people had died in this disaster, and if Lin Chen hadn't withstood the critical days of pressure, that number would have been 10 times higher. And all of this was because of the person standing in front of him. Ling Shi was furious, glaring at Lin Chen but unable to say a word because Lin Chen had already nailed huge shadow nails onto her shadow. Now, except for her eyes, Saline couldn't move a single strand of hair.
President Han Ji, you want to ask for evidence, right?
I'm sorry, I don't have solid proof, but according to my intelligence, in a moment, the Grand Deacon of the Black Church, Hu Jin, will appear there. Lin Chen pointed to a certain part of the bell tower, and everyone followed his gaze, just in time to see a man in a blue servant's cloak appear. Han Ji angrily stood up, how arrogant, to come out wearing the Black Church's uniform. Lin Chen coldly looked at Hu Jin, or rather, Muhi. Before Muhi could say anything, a massive black dragon suddenly stretched its head out from the top of the bell tower and grabbed Muhi in its claws. The dragon crushed every bone in Muhi's body and then placed him beside Lin Chen. Muhi laughed maniacally, his pain causing him to laugh crazily. His nerves had already gone haywire, and now, he could be considered a madman.
Lin Chen searched his body for the antidote and threw it to the Tardiemo fan.
Give it to the monkey, he only remembers who we are now, but the deeper memories still need the antidote. Looking at Muhi, who wanted to speak, Lin Chen sneered.
You want to exchange the location of the tomb of the first emperor for your master's life, don't you?
Hearing these words, Ling Shi, whose cheeks were swollen and red, widened her eyes.
Chapter 46, A Brand New Fusion, Skeletal Dragon Man.
You want to use the lives of 1 million people in the ancient capital as leverage, just to win your own freedom. Lin Chen looked at Ling Shi and spoke each word clearly.
You bet that President Han Ji wouldn't dare to carry out the beheading plan. You won that bet.
But I wonder if you ever bet on whether I would show up to expose you. Seeing Ling Shi's terrified expression, Lin Chen laughed heartily, yet his laughter was full of mockery. With a sudden stomp, Lin Chen kicked Ling Shi over onto the ground, then immediately crushed her hand under his foot.
A top-tier super-level mage, yet completely immobilized just from a few giant shadow nails?
The mockery in Lin Chen's eyes grew even stronger.
A red-robed archbishop. I don't believe someone like you would feel fear. That look in your eyes just now, what were you trying to hide? Lin Chen reached out his right hand and touched Ling Shi's curvy figure.
With just a few moves, he found a scroll hidden on her.
Acting weak to lower my guard, then planning to escape with a space scroll, is that it? Hearing Lin Chen's words, Ling Shi's eyes finally showed fear.
Another one of her trump cards was gone. Lin Chen smiled faintly. A mere native, no matter how clever, could never compare to a transmigrator with the vision of God. President Han Ji, take a look at this space scroll.
Could someone with the status of a Hunter Alliance elder obtain this? Han Ji took the scroll with trembling hands.
With just one glance, he made a firm judgment, impossible. Our country doesn't even have space-type forbidden spells. Even I would struggle to get a scroll like this, let alone an elder. If the elders of the domestic Hunter Alliance were this powerful, Han Ji swore he would resign on the spot and become a hunter himself.
Lin Chen crouched down. You were too arrogant, so arrogant that you dared to wear the soul chain.
Otherwise, with your abilities, no one could stop you from leaving. Sarung's plan was actually flawless. No one would ever give up 1 million lives and over a dozen super-level mages just to capture her. But unfortunately, Lin Chen had cheats. Through certain details on Sarung, everyone finally confirmed she was indeed Sarung. Han Ji was burning with rage, nearly losing control and casting a spell to strike Sarung down on the spot.
Forcing himself to suppress his anger, Han Ji turned to Lin Chen.
At this moment, he had placed all his trust in him.
Lin Chen, what do we do now?
Lin Chen no longer paid attention to Sarung, who was now tightly bound by the soul chain. Instead, he turned to look toward An Yuan Gate.
Wait.
Soon, the Abyss of Sha will appear.
The mausoleum of the first emperor is inside it. Hearing this, everyone sprang up in shock. The mausoleum of the first emperor is inside the Abyss of Sha?
The mysterious gray-white figure spoke in disbelief.
Then who can enter?
Just at that moment, a note was delivered into the hands of the mysterious gray-white figure. Only the descendants of the first emperor can enter the Abyss of Sha.
Everyone felt a headache coming on.
They had no choice but to gather their forces and plan to set out tomorrow.
Lin Chen finally got a brief moment of rest.
He returned to a room and immediately shifted his consciousness into the dragon's nest.
He couldn't enter the Abyss of Sha.
The Holy Spring of Earth had only one drop, which Lin Chen needed for fusing with the dragon race. Although Fanggu had a supply of Koan well water, that substance wasn't as effective as the Holy Spring of Earth, and Lin Chen didn't want to take the risk. Over the past few days, Lin Chen had killed an uncountable number of undead. While none of them were exceptionally high level, their sheer numbers made up for it. Lin Chen planned to throw in tens of thousands of materials to create a dragon that could rival the undead.
But if it was going to wear armor, wouldn't it need a humanoid form?
Lin Chen didn't dare gamble on whether the armor would work like the magic weapons in cartoons, automatically adapting to the wearer. Right now, Lin Chen was being extremely cautious. He couldn't afford even the slightest mistake. If anything went wrong, Zhang Kong would mutate into something entirely different. Embryo plus 1 drop of the Holy Spring of Earth plus humanoid skeletal undead remains plus humanoid corpse type undead remains plus ghost type undead remains. Lin Chen threw in all the humanoid undead remains in one go, thousands of them. Most were servant class, with a few at the warlord level. Not a single commander level undead. Because at that level, they were all strange looking, and Lin Chen had barely seen any that resembled human figures. Fortunately, Lin Chen had invested enough materials, and the dragon species he finally fused reached a potential of the sublord level. Bone Dragon Man, sublord level. Looking at the ferocious Bone Dragon Man, about the size of a person, Lin Chen smiled with satisfaction. With such potential, it should barely satisfy the armor's requirements. Lin Chen didn't even need to think. To wear the armor, one needed not only the aura of the first emperor but also enough capital. Could it be that even a small skeleton could wear the armor casually? Thinking about this, Lin Chen remembered some of the mechanisms from the original story. He then went to borrow some things from Fanggu and Mo Fan. Fanggu was easy to deal with. He only wanted to do something for the ancient city now. Forget about these external items. If he told him that the city would be saved by dying, he would jump out of the city wall without blinking. Mo Fan, however, was another matter. No. The little mudfish has been with me for so long, how can I bear to let it leave me? Mo Fan desperately refused. The little mudfish had so many secrets, it was Mo Fan's greatest cheat, he couldn't bear it, not at all. Helpless, Lin Chen had no choice but to deceive him once more. Why once more? I can have little silver draw a spatial array on it. Once my summoning beast fails, it will come back on its own. Although Lin Chen was lying, if the summoning beast failed, Mo Fan and the others would still need to enter, so it could still be retrieved from the palace. But Lin Chen wouldn't be so irresponsible. He secretly decided that if the little mudfish couldn't be retrieved, he would cover all of Mo Fan's cultivation resources for the rest of his life. Mo Fan also regarded Lin Chen as a true brother and eventually lent the little mudfish to Lin Chen. Quietly, Lin Chen placed the Bone Dragon Man outside the city and sent it toward the Abyss of Sha. Lin Chen was not worried it would be attacked by the undead. After all, they were both undead, and the Bone Dragon Man didn't have the human contract aura on it. Why would they attack me? As a sublord level potential Bone Dragon Man, it was good enough that it didn't control the small undead. Soon, Han Ji and the others gathered again. They had already arranged everything and were just waiting to attack the Abyss of Sha. Everyone was determined to die. No high-level mage was a coward. At the very least, they would drag a ghost minister corpse down with them before dying. If they could drag an undead lord down as well, that would be an unparalleled honor. Everyone, are you ready? The Abyss of Sha will move again at dawn. We don't have much time. Han Ji said with a grave expression. Lin Chen arrived late, I think we don't need to take such a huge risk anymore. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Han Ji's eyes lit up. Naturally, Ling Shi had confirmed Saran's identity, and Han Ji was essentially Lin Chen's diehard fan. Whatever Lin Chen said, he believed. Lin Chen, do you have a plan? Han Ji hurriedly asked. I have a summoning beast. It can enter the Abyss of Sha, and there's a good chance it will communicate with the first emperor deep inside the abyss, forcing the undead to retreat, Lin Chen replied. A good chance? The others looked at Lin Chen, their eyes filled with some confusion. Lin Chen, although you caught Saran before, forgive us for not putting all our bets on you. Military officer Yao Ting said. Then, do you think sending the people from Weiju village to the Abyss of Sha with great effort will definitely solve the crisis? Lin Chen retorted. Yao Ting was speechless and muttered, at least it gives us more chances. Lin Chen smiled and said, that makes sense, but I've already sent my summoning beast to the Abyss of Sha. Even if it fails, we still have time. Already set off? Everyone was stunned. The Abyss of Sha was still some distance from the inner city. Can your summoning beast go there alone? That would be a combat power comparable to Lu Huan's chief. It's worth mentioning that because of Lin Chen's appearance, Lu Huan had been busy guarding Saran, so he didn't leave the city to fight the Bone Dragon of Sha, and thus didn't die. My summoning beast is undead. The contract's aura could be hidden, so it could move smoothly in this tide of the undead. Lin Chen explained half-truthfully. The crowd suddenly understood, then followed the village chief, Xia Sang, to check the situation in the Abyss of Killing. Chapter 47, at worst, break through the Abyss of Killing. In the endless tide of undead, a deathly creature with dragon horns, about the height of a man, was inconspicuous. It swam against the current and soon reached the edge of the Abyss of Killing. Countless undead were tangled together, decayed corpses gathering into mist, skeletons forming walls, and the undead aura spitting out, turning the surroundings into a realm of enemies, where any trace of life would vanish. The skeletal dragon man, however, showed no sign of abnormality, and instead, under the influence of the undead aura, its power quickly grew. Just standing there for a moment, its strength rose to that of a minor leader. The further it went toward the abyss of killing, the more the surrounding wind resembled a massive vortex of heaven and earth, shrouding the area in chaos, causing the vast undead army to disappear as if they were in a completely different world. Lin Chen saw through the perspective of the skeletal dragon man via the dragon's nest. "Jump down," Lin Chen ordered. The skeletal dragon man hesitated not at all, stepping forward, and its figure disappeared from the spot. Countless undead auras brushed against its face, and the skeletal dragon man's expression grew more excited. Boom! The wind surged, and the skeletal dragon man landed safely. The space inside the abyss of killing was vast. After the first wave of undead armies, the next part was a white tomb palace. The white tomb palace was extraordinarily magnificent, built entirely of white jade, smooth enough to hold the sky within. It should have been a noble and sacred sight, but in this land of the undead, the white color instead felt eerie, like the unsettling white of a funeral. There was death in the air, and the smooth jade couldn't mask this aura. In the bell tower, everyone finally saw the skeletal dragon man. Looking at this undead with dragon horns, Mo Fan's mouth twitched. "Lin Chen, you're really a professional in dragon species, even the undead have traces of dragons." Lin Chen smiled without responding, focused on controlling the skeletal dragon man's movements. It was now a critical moment, and he had to stay alert. The skeletal dragon man stepped onto the stairs, one step at a time, toward the white tomb palace. The stairs were incredibly wide, about 200 meters across, each step designed for a human stride. Stone servants were arranged on both sides of the stairs, and once they sensed the presence of a living being, they would resurrect and tear apart anyone who dared to enter the sleeping land of the king. Arriving at the main door of the tomb palace, a strange copper mirror was set above. Lin Chen controlled the skeletal dragon man to take out the copper mirror hanging from its ribs. It was time to present the relevant proof in the monitoring area. The small copper mirror faced the evil eye copper mirror. A mysterious light flickered, and the evil eye copper mirror seemed to blink like a real eye. The room. The huge door of the white tomb palace suddenly opened with a loud boom, and at the moment it opened, a terrifying wind howled out, causing the skeletal dragon man to stagger. The skeletal dragon man steadied itself, and the soul fire in its eyes grew stronger, instantly advancing to the level of a medium leader. Lin Chen clicked his tongue. As expected of an ancient king's tomb palace, there was undead fortune everywhere. If the skeletal dragon man absorbed all the accumulated energy of thousands of years, it might immediately reach the monarch level. But Lin Chen didn't have time for that. He quickly entered the white tomb palace, where a long spiritual corridor appeared. The psychic magic here had no effect on the skeletal dragon man, as it was undead and immune to dragon species magic. The skeletal dragon man almost ignored these effects. To solve it was simple, the skeletal dragon man just needed to walk forward. No need to search for keys like in the original story. Seeing this, Lin Chen relaxed slightly. This revealed an important piece of information. The tomb palace granted the skeletal dragon some small favors. Having these favors shows that this place does not reject the skeletal dragon, and even welcomes it. This means that the possibility of successfully accepting the ancient king's legacy has increased a bit more. Walking through the gallery, the front palace appeared. A pink-blue demon lotus emerged, and Han Ji's expression in the bell tower suddenly changed dramatically. Eternal life lotus? Seeing this, Mo Fan quickly asked, "President Han Ji, what is the eternal life lotus?" Legend has it that the eternal life lotus went extinct over 1,000 years ago. The last destruction was caused by a forbidden spell master. Han Ji explained the horror of this thing. Then. Mo Fan's words had not yet escaped his lips when he saw the skeletal dragon take out an object that reflected light. In the next moment, the eternal life lotus shrank into a bright soul light, gradually entering the small mudfish. Mo Fan's expression changed, and he quickly sat down cross-legged to meditate. The small mudfish absorbed the eternal life lotus and began to nurture Mo Fan in return. At this time, everyone was puzzled about where the eternal life lotus went and did not notice the scene. Strange, is this the eternal life lotus? How could it just disappear all of a sudden? Han Ji hesitated a bit. Although the characteristics of the eternal life lotus are very obvious, it hasn't appeared for over 1,000 years, so it might be a hybrid? Everyone spoke in a flurry, and with each of them having some injuries and tattered clothes, they didn't look like mighty figures who controlled the life and death of the city, but rather like a group of beggars watching a treasure. Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and broke through a barrier. Successfully passing through the front palace, the skeletal dragon man arrived at the bridge of 9 deaths and 1 life. A black wind wailed, continually swirling on either side of the stone platform cliff, and just a moment's distraction could send one into the abyss. Lin Chen remembered the description from the original text. Zhang Xiaohuo said that this wind could tear even monarch-level monsters to shreds, very likely a heavenly breed. If the skeletal dragon man could wear armor this time, Lin Chen had to make it do so for him. Awakening the wind system and absorbing the heavenly breed would be wonderful. But right now, he still had to clear the level first. As the name suggests, the Bridge of 9 Deaths and 1 Life has 9 bridges leading to death and 1 bridge leading to life. But which one is the life bridge? Lin Chen was a bit frantic, his scalp tingled at this moment because he had forgotten which route in the original text was correct. Lin Chen was not a god, he couldn't remember everything at a glance, and having such a situation at such a critical moment made him wish he could travel back in time to reread Full-Time Magister. Lin Chen, you. Han Ji and the others were also anxious as fire, but at this moment, they should let Lin Chen think and didn't dare to disturb him. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Chen suddenly raised his head. President Han Ji, prepare the next wave of people. Han Ji was taken aback, looking at Lin Chen's bloodshot eyes. This was not the posture of giving up at all. Lin Chen, what are you going to do? Lin Chen relaxed the restrictions on the skeletal dragon, letting it choose a bridge on its own. I want to enter the abyss of evil. 9 deaths and 1 life might not necessarily mean death. As long as my strength is strong enough, theoretically any path is a path to life. Lin Chen said while checking the condition of each dragon. So you want to? The faces of the crowd showed a trace of horror, not daring to think further. Fight through the abyss of evil. Lin Chen took a deep breath and said coldly. With the Lords of Death absent, just a bunch of little undead who were teleported here, why can't I fight? If I can't come back, tell Mu Ningxue I'm sorry, and also to Ding Yumei. Lin Chen smiled at Mo Fan, who had broken through to a high level. Mo Fan paused, his eyes drooping. If you can't come back, I will go. Not just for the ancient capital, Mo Fan continued. Chapter 48, The Abyss of Evil is a blade, floating above the undead's heads. Lin Chen's figure disappeared and the next moment reappeared on the Bridge of 9 Deaths and 1 Life, standing side by side with the skeletal dragon man. The people in the bell tower were deeply moved upon seeing this scene. Lin Chen, as the top genius in the country, should have had a bright future, yet at this moment, For the ancient capital, I had no choice but to stand before a million people. Han Ji's eyes trembled. Prepare yourself, a great calamity is upon us. We old fellows shouldn't hide behind the young. Xu Meng immediately stood up, silent, only carrying the thunderbolt spear as he walked out of the bell tower. There is only the Xu Meng who dies in battle, not the one who flees. Du Xiao wiped the bloodstains off his face and said, I will go with you. In the copper mirror, Lin Chen seemed to feel something and turned back to look at the boundless darkness. I am sorry to you. I was born and came here to leave my life behind. The skeletal dragon person trembled at these words. This is the mission I was born for. The skeletal dragon person stuttered, this being the first sentence it had spoken since birth. Lin Chen gently touched the dragon horn on its head. I will walk the road ahead with you. With that, Lin Chen walked towards the boundless darkness. The soul fire in the skeletal dragon person's eyes trembled violently. It had originally thought it was just a tool. Lin Chen's momentum grew stronger, with lightning exploding, and there was even a hint of an overpowering aura. At this moment, the skeletal dragon person understood it was not an experiment, not a tool, but just like its 7 older siblings, it was Lin Chen's child. The bridge was completely black, and the further they went, the more unsettling it felt. As they continued forward, Lin Chen discovered that it was a silver wall mirror. This wall mirror was very strange, standing directly in the middle of the bridge, its surface rippling with silver waves, making it appear like a gateway to another world. Looking back, the bridge they had come from had disappeared. It seems we've made the wrong choice. Lin Chen smiled slightly, without hesitation or doubt, and turned to enter the silver wall mirror. Sure enough, the mirror wall was a spatial tunnel. After Lin Chen entered, he was swept up by a spatial current, drifting toward an unknown dead end. In a vast, empty sky, Lin Chen and the skeletal dragon person fell out of the silver vortex. Underfoot was stiff gray earth, with no vegetation growing. On the other side of space, a spatial vortex stood quietly, about 5 kilometers away from Lin Chen. And along this 5-kilometer path, several large spatial vortexes appeared, with undead falling out and rushing madly towards Lin Chen. Battle intent surged in Lin Chen's eyes. What do you think of the name Dragon King? The skeletal dragon person paused, a good name, given by father. Saying this, a bone sword appeared in the skeletal dragon person's hand. The sword was 3 feet long, and with a single swing, a sword aura hundreds of meters long was unleashed, harvesting the lives of countless undead. In this killing abyss, the skeletal dragon person's strength was greatly enhanced. Even if the bloody giant beasts arrived, it wouldn't be afraid at all. Lin Chen smiled faintly, and 7 summoning arrays appeared behind him. Dragon King, today, I will make you a true king. The 7 dragons, including Little Black, emerged, their massive bodies crushing this small world. Poison Curse. Snake Whiskers. Rock Explosion. Water Dragon Storm. Space Compression. Sky Thunder Claws. Silver Wings Spinning Kill.
7 powerful attacks were unleashed, creating massive gaps in the dense army of undead. The first wave of 3,000 undead was completely wiped out. But countless undead remained. These undead came from the battlefield on the ground, where there were tens of thousands more, an endless tide. Behind Lin Chen, lightning surged, and lightning pillars blasted apart the undead still in midair.
Escort our 8th brother through. Roar. The 7 dragons roared in unison, shaking the space.
Little Black spread his dragon wings, casting the dark sky, covering a spatial vortex. No matter how many undead came, they were corroded by the toxic mist inside. Only undead generals or higher could barely pass, but were individually killed by Little Purple. The meatball dragon wings trembled, and its dragon body soared upwards, using its flesh and blood to block the spatial vortex. On the ground, countless undead looked at the rocky spine protruding from the vortex.
Crazy attacks.
The light in Xiao Yan's eyes kept flashing, and a space vortex was continuously compressed until it solidified, with no undead passing through anymore. On the other side, Xiao Xian led the team, crushing the remaining undead into rubble, continuously advancing. The skeletal dragon man swung its bone sword, and large amounts of undead fire were absorbed by it. In just half a moment, it broke through to the leader level, its power soaring. The energy of over 10,000 undead that had died was all absorbed by the Dragon King, the horror of which was too terrifying to speak of.
Night Command. Lin Chen's body turned into a shadow, shuttling across the battlefield.
The pitch-black color spread throughout the space as the spirit poison curse activated, cooperating with Xiao He to reap countless undead lives.
1 more kilometer.
Lin Chen roared. His full eruption was brief, and he even took out his unused water magic, causing violent waves to surge, all to clear a path for the Dragon King. The dark glow in Xiao Xian's eyes burst forth.
Silver Wing Spiral Kill.
With silver light, the dragon claws shone, and countless feather-like sharp blades were thrown out, decapitating the undead. Xiao Xian gasped for breath, with Xiao He and the meatball above his head nearly unable to hold on.
Xiao He's dark sky began to shrink, and the exposed back of Meatball was surrounded by 3 leader-level undead.
Xiao Xian looked at the blood dripping from Meatball's body, his eyes filled with uncontrollable fury.
You undead are not even worthy to eat my second brother's meat. Xianling Town Kill. A totemic black snake phantom appeared above Xiao Xian's head, almost occupying all the remaining space.
Now, Xiao Xian was already a mid-level leader, nearly 100 meters long, but in front of the totemic black snake, he still seemed tiny. The totemic black snake's figure surged forward, and with a fierce tail lash, it wiped out the thousands of demons blocking the way. The phantom gradually faded, and Xiao Xian's body slumped, falling from the sky. Fortunately, Lin Chen was quick, summoning the portal to the Dragon King's nest, sending Xiao Xian directly to the blood sacrifice pool above the demon blood. The Dragon King, holding the bone sword, dared not raise his head, only charging forward. Finally, they arrived in front of the space vortex. Lin Chen recalled the remaining 6 dragons who had exhausted all their power, stepping into the vortex together with the Dragon King. The Bridge of 9 Lives began to collapse, and fragments of ancient jade stones fell into the vast black abyss, only to be shattered by the black wind. The true bridge was left with only one, the altar leading to the tomb. The altar was hidden in endless darkness, like a stone mountain floating in the cold, ancient, and dark universe for an unknown number of years. The altar had a crown of ice, with giant stone steps below, many times taller than a person. The steps were not meant for humans to climb, but more like those for celestial giants. At the corners, the dragon's skull formed, and blood poured from the dragon's mouth in a waterfall, falling with a roaring sound similar to a waterfall.
Chapter 49, The Blood Altar, Sealing the God.
Lin Chen and the Dragon King stepped up to the top of the altar, and in the center, a giant emerald appeared. The emerald was red, crystal clear, with sharp angles, looking like countless swords inserted downward to form a majestic throne of a king.
This is the Blood Throne.
On the throne, a figure sat, unknown whether dead or alive. He wore a black armor, clearly an ancient relic, yet it still reflected a cold light. The person on the blood throne sat there with one hand supporting his face, his body slightly tilted, and the shadow cast by his helmet concealed his face. Though the armor was empty inside, it supported the figure like a living person. Under the helmet, a pair of deep red ghostly eyes seemed to gaze directly at Lin Chen and the Dragon King, peering through their bodies to see deep into their souls, easily understanding their inner thoughts. Lin Chen had no fear, only anger in his heart. Dragon Lord, go slap them both and make them remember this. Hearing this, Dragon Lord took a large step forward, with no fear in his heart. Whatever his father said, he would do. Slap. Slap. The helmet on the armor was knocked askew, and the terrifying presence within was stunned.
What the hell, after so much build-up, isn't it my turn to seduce you?
Why start with 2 big slaps to the nose? Before the armor could react, Lin Chen decisively ordered, put on the armor, take control of this body. Dragon Lord moved forward, directly plunging into the void inside the armor.
The armor instinctively began to move, gradually wrapping around Dragon Lord's body. Clang! 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 First, the helmet was like a demon, directly pouncing on the Dragon Lord's head, sticking to his scalp and dragon horns. At the same time, its legs and abdomen were completely wrapped by the black armor. Every part of the armor seemed to have a soul, fierce and greedy, and after pouncing on him, it couldn't be torn off. The fire of the soul trembled, the body was crumbling and recombining, and countless souls' auras shattered. But Dragon Lord didn't let out a single cry of anguish, standing straight with his spine like a sword. Clang! A heavy bell suddenly rang throughout the entire inner city. The ancient giant bell in the center of the inner city shook as if it was affected by some powerful force. The bell rang, and the people in the inner city felt like they had returned to the peaceful dawn. At this moment, Emofan, now demonized, suddenly raised his head and looked at the top of the corpse of the mountain peak. A figure appeared. Such a terrifying aura. Emofan's throat was dry. Even in his demonized form, he dared to face the corpse of the mountain peak head-on, but upon seeing the man in the armor with dragon horns on his head, he couldn't even summon the will to resist. What the hell is this? Emofan suddenly exploded in anger. The fiery goddess phantom rose behind him. I'm Emofan, even the winged wolf doesn't make me afraid. What the hell are you, some spooky figure? The flames erupted, like an enraged dragon, like a divine phoenix, absolutely reaching the level of super-tier magic. This was Emofan's first demonization. He had put everything into it, even taking blood particles. Lin Chen was right, this thing really could be Emofan's greatest trump card. Emofan laughed arrogantly. Even if the side effects were enormous, it was worth it to shine for once. The angry dragon flames spiraled upward, charging straight at the armored dragon man. Or rather, the armored dragon emperor. That's right, the one who had taken on the armor's pressure and made a pact with it, was none other than Dragon Lord. Dragon Lord's eyes were empty, showing no movement, and a crack filled with endless void appeared, swallowing the angry dragon fire without even creating a ripple. Emofan's eyes widened in shock. What the hell is this? It looks like a space or chaos system, but the most important thing is, even the corpse of the mountain peak couldn't easily take this hit. In the next moment, Emofan saw the corpse of the mountain peak actually kneeling with a loud crash, shaking the earth as it bowed to the armored dragon man. Emofan's pupils shrank. What the hell, could this be the ancient king from the depths of the abyss of death? As it drew closer, the dim rain of dawn fell from the sky. In the haze, one could see the man in his black armor, his sinister aura both majestic and cold. His gaze was fixed on everyone, also watching the golden, storm-tossed inner city not far away. Ancient. Ancient. Ancient king. The mysterious gray white man trembled violently, his eyes turning empty. Hanji was also stunned. From the ancient scrolls, the ancient king, when he ascended, wore a black, sinister armor, and the man before them was dressed just like the one depicted in the ancient historical scrolls passed down over the ages. He has awakened. Xu Meng said, a bit disoriented. He has awakened. It's all over, all the living will turn into dead things, and this city that has lasted for thousands of years will become the paradise for the dead, with wild celebrations every night. No, it's over. A faint voice came, and Lin Chen's figure appeared. Xu Meng was stunned, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Lin Chen, what do you mean by this? The meaning is obvious, it's over. My summoned beast gave its life, and I made a deal with it. The ancient king promised me to withdraw his troops and never invade human territory again. Never invade humans? Han Ji couldn't believe it. If such an undead empire didn't invade humans, how much manpower could China spare? How are you sure? Made a deal? What kind of deal? Han Ji couldn't help but ask. He was really not at ease. But just as Han Ji asked these questions, the tide of undead indeed began to recede, and the long-lost sunlight shone down, burning the rotten bodies on the land. I promised him that once I became a forbidden spellcaster, I would help him fight against the undead of the Sun Kingdom. Note, since the novel cannot use real place names, the original author used the Sun Kingdom instead. There will be more situations like this in future World Academy competitions, please forgive me. Upon hearing this, Han Ji's dim eyes trembled. Lin Chen's words contained two pieces of information. One was that he was going to help the ancient king. The other meant that the ancient king didn't want to attack humans, but rather aimed at the undead of the Sun Kingdom. This is good, this is good. Han Ji breathed a sigh of relief. Although Lin Chen would go to help once he reached the forbidden spell stage, that stage was still far off. Forbidden spell, still far away. Han Ji looked at Lin Chen, it should still be far off. Lin Chen didn't speak the truth. After all, saying he controlled an undead empire would be too shocking. It would definitely be seen as a freak by some dictatorial holy city, and then he would be nailed to the center of the holy city, which wouldn't be good. He looked towards a certain spot on the city wall where Zhang Kong was healing. This time, Hanji and the others didn't clear the way, so he couldn't pass through the undead tie to enter the abyss of death. Naturally, he also didn't have a chance to put on his armor. The weariness in Lin Chan's eyes found a bit of comfort. At least, this time, fewer people died in the ancient city, far less than in the original work by more than 10 times. Chapter 50, A Freak has mixed into the national government team. Father, this is the wind seed inside the abyss of death. The figure of the armored dragon emperor appeared from the dark night, appearing in Lin Chan's room. Lin Chan's eyes showed a hint of surprise. As expected of an emperor-level being, this space traversal technique didn't let him, a space mage, feel even a single ripple in space. Taking the undead vessel containing the wind seed, Lin Chen smiled faintly. Dragon King, you are now an emperor of an empire. Remember, do not provoke the holy city, at least not now. The Dragon King nodded in confusion. I understand, father, but why? Lin Chen helplessly said, the strength of the holy city is beyond our current imagination. If you provoke the holy city now, you might not even have a complete corpse. The Dragon King silently nodded. He wasn't influenced by the will of the armor. With the existence of the dragon's nest, he could completely crush the armor. How could the natives compare to the outer world celestial demons? Alright, go back. Remember to keep your undead under control. Once your brothers and sisters break through to emperor level, they will help you clear the undead world of the humans. Thank you, father. As long as I can help you, I'll be happy. The Dragon King said, then disappeared without a trace. Lin Chen smiled faintly and opened the Dragon King's panel. Name, Armored Dragon Emperor, complete form. Strength, Lesser Emperor, still not fully fused with the armor's energy. Potential, Lesser Emperor. Skills, 5-element magic. Once the Dragon King absorbs all the energy from the armor, he should reach the peak of Lesser Emperor. Lin Chen smiled in satisfaction. With the Dragon King and his undead empire, he would have some self-defense power in this world. As long as he didn't provoke these few giants in the holy city, everything should be fine. Lin Chen could live very comfortably. At dawn, Lin Chen and Mo Fan left, heading to report to the national team amid the farewell cheers of the entire ancient capital. Mu Ningxue was there too. Fortunately, with Lin Chen vouching for her and giving the credit for exposing Mu He to the Mu family, they avoided ending up in the same dire situation as in the original events. Instead, because they put righteousness above family ties and showed strict impartiality, Mu Zhuoyun and Mu Ningxue gained some positive recognition in the country. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the imperial capital was still wrapped in a chilly wind. At the center of the Imperial Capital Academy stood the grandest magic duel arena, shaped like a blazing star, surrounded by a vast seating area that could hold 50,000 people, truly magnificent and imposing. This duel arena was rarely opened. If a magic duel didn't reach a certain level, it wasn't even qualified to be held here. The seats were completely empty, but at the very center of the duel arena stood around 10 young mages, standing in a straight line, wearing elegant magic battle robes. As the wind blew, their cloaks lifted, making them look heroic and awe-inspiring. Song Yi checked his watch, leaving these 10 people waiting without any special treatment, showing no favoritism despite their talent. Mentor, Lin Chen and Mo Fan said they'll be here soon. Mu Ningxue put down her phone and said. Song Yi smiled and nodded, no rush, no rush. If they haven't eaten yet, they can grab a meal first. I don't mind waiting. In the team, the others raised their eyebrows. The headmaster of the nation's top academy was actually letting someone eat before coming? Just how powerful was this person? Mu Tinjing's eyes burned with anger. That damned Mu Ningxue. The Black Church incident should have been the perfect opportunity to kick her out of the national team, but Lin Chen had stepped in, using his immense credit to protect her. Originally, with a traitor like Mu He exposed, the Bo City Mu family would have been doomed. But unfortunately for her, the one who had just saved the ancient capital was Lin Chen. It was said that he had saved 1 million people in the ancient capital. Forget about just controlling public opinion to protect Mu Ningxue's family, he could probably demand land from the nation and declare himself king, and the country would still agree. Seeing that not just Song Yi, but the other 4 mentors also had no objections, Mu Tinjing's face twisted with jealousy. Just relying on a man. A cold, disdainful snort came from her lips, making Mu Ningxue's face stiffen as she turned to look at Mu Tinjing. Mu Tinjing met Mu Ningxue's gaze fearlessly, her eyes full of mockery. Song Yi cursed inwardly, this was bad. He was about to reprimand Mu Tinjing, but someone was even faster than him. Shadows emerged at Mu Tinjing's feet, forming 2 figures. Slap. Lin Chen's palm struck Mu Tinjing's face, twisting it to one side. Slap. Mo Fan followed up with another slap, straightening her face again. If you dare to say another bad word about my girlfriend, I'll skin you alive and feed you to the undead of the ancient capital. Lin Chen's demonic voice whispered into Mu Tinjing's ear, making her body tremble uncontrollably, as if shadows had seeped into her very bones.
When Lin Chen and Mo Fan slapped her, they had added a little shadow magic, just enough to make her suffer for days. Mu Tingying couldn't understand how Lin Chen had appeared behind her. She was a fully cultivated mid-tier mage, yet she hadn't noticed a thing. The others realized the same thing, and their hearts tightened. To silently appear behind a group of elite mid-tier mages at the very least, he had to be an experienced high-tier shadow mage. They had thought Lin Chen was just after fame and fortune, but now they realized he was truly terrifying. "Shut that filthy mouth of yours, or I won't mind sewing it shut." Lin Chen shot Mu Tingying a cold glance before walking to Song Yi's side. Mu Tingying's eyes trembled, and she didn't dare say another word. Seeing Lin Chen's gaze, she truly believed he would kill her right here. "That was a bit impulsive," Song Yi said helplessly. Lin Chen shrugged indifferently. She deserved it. Song Yi also couldn't say much. What could he do? Now everything relied on Lin Chen's results. If he scolded him away, how many resources would the country lose? Lin Chen looked at Mu Ningxue. "Sorry for making you suffer." Mu Ningxue's heart warmed. "Thank you, but when did I become your girlfriend?" Mu Ningxue looked at Lin Chen suspiciously. Although she didn't feel much resistance to it, Lin Chen saying it so directly still surprised her a bit. Lin Chen chuckled, casually brushing it off, and skipped over the topic. Mu Ningxue helplessly sighed. Forget it, she would just let him be. Thinking of what Lin Chen had done for her, Mu Ningxue felt a wave of warmth in her heart. Actually, deep down, she had already decided on Lin Chen. It was just that, as a girl, she didn't know how to express it clearly. On the other side, in the team, AI Jiangtu was the only one who could vaguely detect Lin Chen's presence just now. But AI Jiangtu didn't let it go to his head. According to the information he had, the shadow system could only be considered Lin Chen's secondary training. The real summoning system hadn't yet appeared. Recalling the news from the ancient capital, AI Jiangtu couldn't help but feel a wave of helplessness. What kind of person can contract 7 giant dragons? And each one is a leader-level dragon. AI Jiangtu asked himself, and he was probably unable to defeat even one. But soon, AI Jiangtu perked up again. For China to have Lin Chen, it was a stroke of luck. It seemed that this time, in the World Academy tournament, China was going to take first place. Just thinking about the expressions of other countries when they see Lin Chen's strength, AI Jiangtu couldn't help but laugh. It felt like his long-standing fear of insufficient firepower, as a military mage, had been cured. The national government team had a strange person in it. Chapter 51, Planning for Flying Bird City, Setting Sail Alone. The national government team set off. Lin Chen chose not to look for Yue Huang, mainly because its level was a bit low, only the Great Lord level. Secondly, Yue Huang hadn't run into any problems yet. It wasn't the time for transformation. If Lin Chen went, he wouldn't be able to get any materials. He couldn't possibly kill Yue Huang just to get them. Arriving near a fishing village, Lin Chen straightened up. The things that happened here were related to that important person. "Lin Chen, can you make your dragon carry us across the sea?" Mo Fan touched his empty pocket, in which all his documents and money had been taken by the mentor. Upon hearing this, the others also looked at Lin Chen with hope. If it could really be done, it would be great. Lin Chen chuckled, "If I carry you across, then only I will be training. Do you think the mentor would be happy to see you all enjoying the benefits without doing anything?" Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, everyone fell into deep thought, eventually deciding to find a way themselves. "I know a bit about this area. Let's go to the nearby Flying Bird City." "It's only about 100 kilometers away," Lin Chen said, stepping in the direction of Flying Bird City. Here, Lin Chen was the strongest, so the others had no objections to his suggestion. Even if they did, they didn't dare say anything, remembering how Lin Chen had slapped Mu Tingying back then. It was a joke. Everyone was from prestigious families, who would want to lose face. As a mage, Lin Chen and his group moved faster than ordinary people. They quickly reached a bay. The bay had some buildings and construction teams, looking a bit messy. Lin Chen squinted. This Flying Bird City was a great place. Once the sea monsters arrived, it would immediately become a strategic location, its value would skyrocket. The most important thing was that it was cheap now. As long as they took control here, they could just wait to collect money in the future. Lin Chen sent the others away and then went to the Lin Trade Building in Flying Bird City. He used the shadow system to enter the CEO's office. Inside the office, Xian, the CEO, casually looked at the young man who had suddenly appeared. He didn't panic. After all, he was the CEO of a large corporation. Although he wasn't a mage, he had some knowledge. Recognizing Lin Chen's magical system, Xian snorted coldly, "You come uninvited. Isn't this a bit impolite?" Secretly, Xian quietly pressed a button. Within half a minute, a high-level mage would arrive to ensure his safety. Lin Chen sat down in front of Xian and smiled, "Mr. Lin, let me introduce myself.
My name is Lin Chen, and I'm here to help you solve the sea monster problem.
Lin Chen's straightforward words caught Xian's attention.
Lin Chen? Xian's eyebrows raised in a surprised arc. Wasn't he the Lin Chen who had become famous in the country these past few years?
After carefully examining Lin Chen's appearance, Xian was almost sure that this was the Lin Chen who had recently saved the ancient capital. A person's name has a shadow. If it had been AI Jiangtu or someone else, Xian might have doubted it, but if Lin Chen was here, it was a different matter.
Xian suddenly stood up. Is what you said true? Lin Chen nodded. That's right. I already understand the situation here. I'll help you eliminate the monsters, and you give me some benefits. How about it? Looking at Lin Chen's youthful face, Xian gritted his teeth and asked, what benefits?
Lin Chen smiled slightly.
I know that Mr. Lin has taken over most of the industries in Flying Bird City. I want half of them.
Seeing that Xian was still hesitating, Lin Chen stood up.
Without me, it will all be in vain. Giving me half is enough for you to make a fortune. Or do you still plan to rely on the ineffective local government? Lin Chen's words reminded Xian of the local government here.
Every day, they didn't think about hunting monsters but focused on taking money from him to build public facilities that flattered their superiors.
It was truly. Who put this sentence in my book? I agree. Xian nodded decisively.
He was never someone who hesitated when it came to taking over Flying Bird City.
Lin Chen smiled and extended his hand. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. The light in Xian's eyes brightened again. There was finally some hope.
Lin Chen chose to go to sea alone, without bringing Mo Fan and the others. Now, Lin Chen was seriously out of touch with the young people within China. Bringing Mo Fan and the others would be of no help to Lin Chen. Instead, it would lead to fewer monster hunts. As for how they would find a way to the cherry blossom country, Lin Chen believed that this wouldn't be difficult for the top young people in the country.
Note, cherry blossom country refers to Japan.
On the cruise ship, besides Lin Chen, there was also the captain and sailors responsible for steering the ship. The captain was also a mid-level mage. He knew the situation here and, seeing Lin Chen go to sea alone, couldn't help but advise him.
Young man, you're going to hunt monsters alone at sea?
Lin Chen smiled and nodded in response.
The captain's face turned a bit sour, and he could only pray that they wouldn't encounter too many sea monsters.
Looking at Lin Chen's mage emblem, the captain thought that he was likely a high-level lightning mage. He believed that if they didn't encounter too many sea monsters, they should be able to return safely. The mage emblem indeed helped Lin Chen solve most of the problems in life. Sometimes, the purpose of it wasn't to show off, but to get some irrational people to talk to you calmly. Looking at the deserted island they were about to reach, Lin Chen stood up.
This is as far as we go. I'll clear the monsters on this island before leaving.
The captain nodded and stopped the cruise ship about 100 meters from the shore.
Lin Chen's figure disappeared, reappearing next to a large tree on the island.
The captain's tense face relaxed slightly.
Looks like he's an extraordinary shadow mage after all. On the island, Lin Chen set down the demon-gathering device.
This device worked similarly to the detection device used in Jinlin City, but it was much more dangerous and would attract most of the nearby monsters. Under normal circumstances, only the military would use the demon-gathering device when they were certain they had overwhelming strength.
Because it was too dangerous, the demon-gathering device was classified as a prohibited item. Only because of Xian's connections did he manage to obtain it.
The moment Lin Chen set down the demon-gathering device, several red spirit monsters, 3 to 4 meters tall, jumped out. They had a pair of powerful, giant feet, bizarre fins circling their waists, and small, sharp forelimbs, looking quite terrifying. Of course, for Lin Chen, who had experienced the devastation of the ancient capital, these scarlet spirits seemed far less formidable. Compared to those undead lords, these demons seemed more like the minor villains from a fairy tale. A casual flick of a few 4th-level thunder symbols electrocuted them half to death, making Lin Chen frown in dissatisfaction. His thunder powers were nearing a breakthrough, yet there wasn't even a soul seed. It seemed it was time to integrate 2 more dragons. Upon reaching the limit of 10 dragons, he would gain the chance to inherit the magical skills, and he could inherit the exquisite soul seed from Xiaozi. Before long, a swarm of scarlet spirits crawled out from the rocks or the tide, at least 20 or 30 of them. It's important to note that adult scarlet spirits were not at the servant level but at the battle general level. When the demon wolf tribe attacked Bo City, there were only a little over 100 battle general level wolves, yet, in a nearby deserted island near Flying Bird City, there were over 20 of them just in a small part, illustrating how rampant these sea demons were. In Lin Chen's eyes, these small Kalami didn't even need a giant dragon to strike, they were just perfect for him to practice his magic.
Sai rule. Sai rule. The dark sky fell, enveloping more than 20 scarlet spirits. As the oppressive darkness descended like a bone-chilling specter, the scarlet spirits roared anxiously, completely unable to find their way. Lin Chen flickered in the darkness, throwing out 2 giant shadow nails. Put. Put.
Green poisonous mist rose up, as two concentrated scarlet spirits let out sharp explosions, poisoned yet unable to move a muscle. Lin Chen's expression remained cold, as over 20 giant shadow nails were carelessly scattered, hitting each scarlet spirit with accuracy.
Ow!
The cries of agony were blocked by the Psi rule, and the outside world could hardly hear a thing. As the Psi rule dissipated, the captain in the distance could only see over 20 green corpses. All of the scarlet spirits had lost all life. So terrifying, the captain felt a chill rise within him. Such scarlet spirits, the captain would struggle to deal with even one, let alone so many.
Yet, these scarlet spirits were defeated by Lin Chen in less than 2 minutes.
In Lin Chen's eyes, there was not a shred of rippling emotion. Stars of thunder flickered above his head, constructing a star map, waiting for the next wave of scarlet spirits to appear. Before long, Lin Chen stuffed the bodies of less than 50 scarlet spirits into the dragon's nest. Silently burying the infants found in the bellies of a few scarlet spirits in the dragon's nest, Lin Chen returned quietly to the ship.
Let's head to the next deserted island.
This place is too close to the city, the demons are still too few. The captain sensed the deep meaning in Lin Chen's voice but thought it was due to exhaustion. Before reaching the next deserted island, Lin Chen had something important to do, which was to merge new dragon species. The sea demons here were just right for leveling up, while Xiao He and the others were too high in level, so Lin Chen planned to integrate another dragon to quickly achieve the goal of 10 dragons. It's worth mentioning that Lin Chen had opened up an emperor-level material over the years. Adding this to the previous red dragon claw, Lin Chen now possessed 2 pieces of emperor-level materials. Based on the brightness of the materials, it could be judged that at least one of them was at the minor emperor level. Lin Chen rubbed his hands, unsure if these 2 emperor-level materials combined with the lord level would create a dragon species with emperor-level potential. Embryo plus red dragon claw, gold, plus holy demon body, gold, plus various purple materials equals Saint Lord, sub-emperor level potential. The dragon's nest specially reminded, due to the special nature of the holy demon body material, there is no need to enhance the dragon species being merged, just providing the specified materials will enhance it.
Saint Lord? Lin Chen was taken aback. Was it the Saint Lord he was thinking of? And a special version at that?
Regardless of whether it was the Saint Lord Lin Chen had in mind. Its potential had solidly reached the quasi-emperor level, and it even had a special path of enhancement.
Lin Chen decisively chose to fuse with it.
Unlike previous dragon eggs, a dark green disc descended from the sky, with a ferocious and terrifying dragon head on it. Lin Chen could completely confirm that this was the Shindu from Jackie Chan Adventures. The next moment, a stone talisman engraved with a rat symbol fell, merging into the dark green disc. The disc emitted a dazzling light, and a dark green giant dragon stood up, wearing nothing but a pair of oversized shorts.
The 30-meter-tall dragon stood like a human, without wings yet able to fly. I feel like I'm missing something. Unlike Xiao He and the others' simple and honest voices, Shindu's voice was extremely sinister.
Just hearing it made Lin Chen uncomfortable, like the eerie creaking of an old bellows.
Name, Shindu, incomplete form. Strength, Overlord level commander. Potential, Quasi-Emperor. Abilities, Dragon Language Magic, Demon Sorcerer Magic, Dragon Explosion.
Shindu lowered his head, his scarlet eyes staring straight at Lin Chen.
Creator? I should call you father. But demon sorcerers never follow the rules. I shall. Shindu curled his lips into a smirk.
I shall call you daddy.
Ha ha ha, I truly am wicked.
Lin Chen was speechless.
Why did this Shindu even have a personality similar to the one from Jackie Chan Adventures? Daddy, I need a Supreme Lord level ox, tiger, rabbit. Shindu rattled off a long list.
Aside from the rat and the dragon, he wanted the remaining 10 zodiac animals, along with an extremely powerful shadow-type fiend.
Lin Chen felt a headache coming on. Do you need their corpses, or? Shindu straightened up.
I need to absorb their energy to restore my missing parts.
So, you need their corpses?
No, I just need to copy and paste the essence of their energy.
I can grow stronger on my own. Devouring them would only speed up the process. Shindu said.
Lin Chen's mouth twitched.
Then why did you make it sound so sinister?
He almost thought he needed to hunt down the totem serpent for him.
Alright, let's take you out for some practice. Lin Chen exited the dragon's nest just as the cruise ship arrived at the next deserted island. Placing down the monster gathering device, Lin Chen activated the dragon's nest summoning array. Shindu's summoning array was different from the other dragons. Other dragons emerged from monochromatic or dual-colored arrays, but Shindu's was shaped like a manhwa formation.
Around the manhwa, 12 talisman marks were engraved. Only the marks for the rat and the dragon were glowing. The others were dim.
Shindu stepped out of the formation, letting out a sinister chuckle.
The great sorcerers trapped me in hell, but I shall reclaim my freedom. The edgy Shindu scanned the surroundings and immediately locked onto a crimson rift fiend.
I shall take your life to celebrate the great Shindu's return. With a single move, Black Tiger Heartstrike, Shindu thrust his dark green dragon claw into the Rift Fiend's chest. Splurt! A massive, still beating heart was ripped out, and Shindu casually tossed it into his mouth. TCH, it tastes worse than the worms in hell. Shindu spat out the remains disdainfully before unleashing a blast of flames from his mouth. The explosion obliterated the Rift Fiend's corpse into tiny pieces. A wisp of black smoke curled from the corner of Shindu's mouth. Only dragon power. I need more power. Shindu suddenly grew restless, grabbing a crimson spirit fiend in each hand and crushing them into pulp. His scarlet eyes gleamed as he grew more agitated. Where is my laser vision? A torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, blasting 7 or 8 crimson spirit fiends into oblivion. Shindu strode forward, slaughtering every fiend in sight. Watching Shindu's rampage, Lin Chen felt a bit helpless. Other than the snake talisman, he really had no idea where to find the others. Which talisman could he activate now? Lin Chen thought for a moment before finally remembering a place. Right. On the road of the National Mansion training, it seems that there are Nazca lines, where many evil forces might be sealed. Perhaps, there are some suitable ones to find. Lin Chen thought of the Nazca lines, and there is also the liquid of time there, which could accelerate the growth of his dragon babies. It seems that this National Mansion training journey is not entirely just for fun, it still has some use. I feel that the Saint Lord's color should be poop green, but I think it's too ugly, so I'll write it as dark green instead. Below is an image of the Saint Lord in both his disc form and upright form. I uploaded it directly to the writer's assistant, as both platforms are linked, so it should be visible, though it might be a little blurry, please bear with me. The situation is wrong, let me ask everyone. I've added a lot in the past 2 days, but today the popularity has decreased instead of increasing. Did I write something wrong in the ancient city? Why has the completion rate dropped so much? If there's a problem, everyone must speak up, otherwise I might not notice it myself. Also, please do not abandon the book, everyone. Even just check in every day, a complete read count drop is a disaster, the author will really stop writing because I lost confidence in the data. Here, please check in, let me see how many people are still here. As long as the check-ins break 200, I'll add a chapter tomorrow. Chapter 53, Shadow Legion. Thanks everyone. First of all, thank you everyone for helping me when I needed it. The check-ins jumped to 131 all of a sudden. It seems that many people still support me. To not let everyone down, even if the check-ins don't reach 200 today, I'll still add a chapter. Secondly, the most common feedback yesterday was that the pace is too fast. This has been mentioned before, and I'm gradually improving it. For example, the ancient city was a bit slow, but I can't suddenly change the entire style of the book, or it might feel disconnected. So, I'll slow the pace starting from the National Mansion. Also, just to mention, I used to write at a very slow pace. For example, my old book, Full-Time Mage, Dimension Throne, had a slow pace but many updates. This book has a faster pace mainly because I know that my daily 4,000 words are not enough, and readers feel unsatisfied, so I strive to advance the plot in every chapter. This is also why I haven't written about daily life. The above explanation is 300 words. The next 2 chapters will be 2,199 words long, and I will make up for the shortfall. Also, I've made an important decision, every chapter will have a picture of a beautiful woman, dog head, but offering it up. Next, I will use petrification magic to slaughter all the living beings here. The Saint Lord laughed arrogantly, then suddenly swiped a claw and tore a crimson in half. Sweet fresh blood, delicious. Lin Chen's forehead twitched. Wasn't it supposed to be petrification magic? I was waiting to see it. The Saint Lord lowered his head and looked down at Lin Chen. As everyone knows, demon sorcerers are unreliable. The Saint Lord grinned and slaughtered all the crimson evil spirits here. Still not enough. I feel that if I devour more of these creatures, my strength will recover a little more. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was a bit confused. What kind of strength? It's not strange that Lin Chen was confused, the Saint Lord had so many abilities, including various kinds of magic, the Shadow Legion, and talismans. It's the strength of my loyal subordinates. The Saint Lord roared angrily, and the corpses on the ground suddenly began to tremble. The shadows beneath the corpses stood upright. In the next moment, countless shadows gathered together. The Saint Lord waved his hands in the air, splitting the shadows into countless parts, then shaping them into human forms. Come out, Shadow Legion, let Daddy see your strength. The Saint Lord laughed loudly as hundreds of shadow groups transformed into ninja shapes, with greenish skin and black robes. Lin Chen felt eerie upon seeing this scene. These Shadow Legion members were all as strong as great servants, and several of them were at the battle general level. Note, because the classification of servant level is unclear, the term great servant is somewhat rare. If each of them is much stronger than the one-eyed demon wolf, everyone should understand. Bring me these creatures. The Lord commanded. Hundreds of ninjas actually ran directly across the water's surface, while some blended into the shadows. Before long, dozens of Qi-Ling monsters were brought back. Lin Chen felt like his KFC was burned. Could hundreds of servants defeat so many battle generals? The most important thing was that there were no losses. Lin Chen could clearly see that the number of shadow troops had not decreased at all. As many people as went out, that many came back. It was only when Lin Chen saw a ninja being torn to shreds by a Qi-Ling monster and then restored that he realized, damn, is this cheating? How does immortality work? The Lord smiled proudly. My soldiers can be reborn every week. As long as I am not dead, they can live forever. Lin Chen twitched his mouth. This meant that if you couldn't destroy the shadow troops within a week, they would keep engaging you in a war of attrition. This was too terrifying. Unlimited rebirth? That's too scary. Hearing this, the Lord's proud smile froze, and he coughed lightly. Actually, there is a limit. Every time I die, I have to pay the equivalent in blood and flesh essence. It seems there is something in this world that controls darkness, forcing me to trade with it. The Lord's face was furious. Damn it, they dare to forcibly tax the great Lord. Hearing this, Lin Chen remembered the side stories in the original text. Human dark magic was granted by the dark planes. When humans awakened dark magic, they formed contracts with the rulers of those dark planes. He just didn't expect that the Lord, as a demon, would also face limitations. Wait, Lin Chen suddenly thought of something. Blood and flesh essence? Where did you get the blood and flesh essence? Lin Chen looked at the Lord. The Lord didn't even look at Lin Chen. I got it from that big pool at home. I saw there was a lot in there. Lin Chen's vision darkened. He quickly checked the condition of the demon blood sacrifice pool and found that the quantity had decreased by dozens of servant-level demons. Fortunately, it wasn't too much. How many shadow troops did you reborn just now? About less than 300, I guess. The Lord replied casually. Lin Chen felt relieved. The ratio was about 1 to 5, exchanging 1 servant-level demon for 5 stronger servant-level combatants. That's a profit. With the Lord's shadow troops, Lin Chen felt a bit easier. As long as he let the shadow troops constantly hunt demons, he would just need to check the numbers. During this time, the Lord's dark army continued to grow stronger. With this manpower, Lin Chen also developed a new business. Dissecting demons. Delicious parts were kept for a few dragons as food. The inedible parts were tossed into the demon blood sacrifice pool. Bones were kept for the dragon lord to collect later and thrown into its death abyss to supplement the undead army. Not wasting a thing, pure capitalist mentality. Lin Chen found a lounge chair on the cruise ship and comfortably sunbathed on the deserted island. Right now, these thousands of shadow troops were more reliable than 1,000 shadow mages, tireless, without complaints, and they could be reborn, simply top-notch workers. On the other side, Mo Fan and others also found relevant commissions and ways to Japan. After killing countless Qi-Ling monsters, Lin Chen roughly grasped the situation, and even a shadow soldier conveniently rescued a child. Lin Chen held the child, guessing his identity. He should be Xian's nephew. Back in Fania City, seeing that Lin Chen had not only cleared out the demons but also brought back his freshly born nephew, Xian was extremely grateful. Without saying a word, he had someone check on the demons, then directly produced a bunch of property transfer documents. I'm being presumptuous, so I'll call you a good nephew from now on. In the future, as long as I'm in Fania City. You are the absolute first industry master. Lin Chen signed the transfer document and smiled, saying, then thank you, Uncle Lin. I have already notified the Mu family. Next, I need to go for training, so I'll trouble you to help me with the transfer. No problem, Xian quickly nodded. Lin Chen stood up and left. Next, he was heading to Sakura country. He remembered that there was also Basha appearing there, and perhaps he could get some materials and fuse them to create the 10th Dragon Clan. By then, Lin Chen would be able to extract another magical attribute and inherit magical cultivation once more. What's more important is that he could unlock a new function. Chapter 54, The Gift from Basha, the Dragon King takes action. This chapter is for pictures. There will be an additional chapter tonight, released later. On the cruise ship heading to Sakura country, Lin Chen was talking with a person next to him wearing a blue top and brown pants. The person beside Lin Chen was none other than the Holy Lord. As one of the demons, shapeshifting was a natural ability for him, though he usually didn't bother to show it. As an arrogant demon, the Holy Lord said that this appearance was barely acceptable. The Holy Lord's transformation was surprisingly that of Jackie Chan. Even though the Holy Lord had never seen Jackie Chan in this world, he still had a vague feeling. I sense a powerful aura, the Holy Lord whispered. A powerful aura? Lin Chen furrowed his brows. The Holy Lord currently had the strength of a great commander. With his realm and character, if he said the aura was powerful, the other party was definitely above the level of a great monarch. Could it be Ba Xia? Lin Chen wasn't sure, so he chose to go to the back of the ship and release Xiao Xian.
It had a totemic aura, and if it was Baxia, they should be able to communicate. Of course, Lin Chen was also prepared to run away at any moment. If it wasn't Baxia, he would immediately ride the giant dragon and escape. Through Xiao Xian's perspective, Lin Chen looked underwater. Immediately, he locked eyes with two enormous eyes. Those eyes, as large as skyscrapers, blinked, causing a massive disturbance in the water. Damn! Lin Chen was startled but also recognized that this was likely Baxia. But Baxia was so huge, it was like an underwater fortress. Just looking at the description in the original work couldn't capture this feeling at all. Baxia was also a bit confused. Who was this dragon in front of it? Were there any other totems from this family that it hadn't seen? Feeling the same origin power within Xiao Xian, Baxia felt a sense of kinship. Opening its massive mouth, it let out a roar. Roar! The giant waves created a stir in the sea, causing the water within a 10,000-meter radius to ripple. Now, Xiao Xian was also quite large, nearly 100 meters long, but still couldn't reach the size of Baxia's head. Who are you? The meaning of Baxia's question was conveyed. Xiao Xian immediately responded according to Lin Chen's instructions, I am a new totem from the Xuanwu faction. Baxia was somewhat puzzled, but having a new totem was a good thing. Baxia's right front paw touched its back shell and pulled out a turtle shell. This, I'll give it to you. The turtle shell in Baxia's claws was over 100 meters in size, nearly the same size as Xiao Xian. Then, Baxia and Xiao Xian established a connection before retreating. Initially, it only sensed the presence of a kin's aura and came to take a look. It didn't expect to actually meet it. Xiao Xian carried the turtle shell back to the water's surface. The turtle shell was mottled, with some cracks on it, probably shed by Baxia. Lin Chen used the giant dragon's nest to scout. Baxia's shell, purple. Lin Chen was overjoyed. This was indeed a usable material. With this turtle shell, he could fuse another totem dragon clan. By then, resonating with Xiao Xian would be wonderful. Here's an explanation. Earlier, I made a mistake. Baxia and the Xian snake should be from the Xuanwu faction. I reviewed it and mistakenly wrote it as the Azure Dragon. It's been corrected, and totem resonance doesn't require the main totem to be present. As long as they are of the same type, it's fine. I deeply apologize. Lin Chen placed the turtle shell into the giant dragon's nest and smiled in satisfaction. Although he didn't see Baxia in person, at least his goal had been accomplished. Looking from afar, Lin Chen could already see the borders of the Sakura country. Knowing he had no identification, Lin Chen simply crossed the border directly using his shadow ability and entered Sakura country. Because he was about to fight against the national team of Sakura country, Lin Chen first met up with Mo Fan and the others. At that moment, Mo Fan was going through a ghost event at a temple, feeling troubled. Upon seeing Lin Chen, he quickly began to vent. Lin Chen, you're finally here. Something has happened recently. Mo Fan told Lin Chen everything he knew, and Lin Chen briefly understood what stage the situation had reached. At this moment, the ghost event had only just begun, and Mu Ningxue and Zhao Manyan had not yet been taken by the souls. No worries, just wait here. I'll go to the back mountain and solve it. Lin Chen went alone to a dilapidated brick and tile building on the back mountain. Lin Chen immediately spotted the wooden fish vessel. A figure appeared beside Lin Chen, and an endless aura of darkness surged, causing the wooden fish vessel to tremble. To make a vessel of the Supreme Monarch level totem beast tremble, this person was definitely not ordinary. With dragon horns on its head and armor on its body, it was the Dragon King. Father, you called me here. What is it? There are evil spirits causing trouble. This should be your specialty, right? Lin Chen briefly explained the situation. The Dragon King nodded, standing still. With just a wave of his right hand, he summoned an evil spirit radiating with bloodthirst. Do you want to kill it? The Dragon King asked. Lin Chen nonchalantly nodded, then picked up the wooden fish vessel. Perhaps because he carried the aura of Baxia, he easily lifted the vessel. On the other side, the Dragon King casually erased Nara Yuan Kong's consciousness and threw his soul's essence along with several evil spirits into the Abyss of Evil. The Abyss of Evil was filled with the aura of the dead, and it wouldn't take long for an evil spirit commander-level creature to be born. These creatures were too weak. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Chen only had the Dragon King available, he wouldn't want the Dragon King to do such a low-level task. After finishing these tasks, the Dragon King raised his eyes to inspect the vessel. I saw a sea beast with a similar aura on my way here. Should I bring it over? Lin Chen felt embarrassed. As expected from an emperor-level being, a supreme monarch-level Baxia could catch it without a second thought. No need, but I need you to take me back to Hangzhou. Having seen Baxia and confirmed that it couldn't help the Saint Lord regain power, Lin Chen decided to return and find Xianxi. The Dragon King nodded, and a space crack appeared beneath his feet, transporting him and Lin Chen into the void. Traveling through the void was terrifying,
and this was why the Dragon King could reach Sakura country so quickly. In just a moment, Lin Chan and the Dragon King arrived at West Lake in Hangzhou. It was nighttime, and after the previous Xianxi incident, no one was around the lake. The Saint Lord's enormous body crawled out of the summoning formation at the Dragon King's nest. A delicious scent. As soon as the Saint Lord emerged, an evil voice immediately echoed. In the next moment, the Dragon King casually glanced at it. The Saint Lord froze, feeling as though it had been locked onto by a terrifying being. Moving even an inch would mean death. Lin Chen was speechless and quickly asked the Dragon King to disperse his pressure, calling Xianxi out. Lin Chen and Xianxi had a good relationship now. Every time he had free time, he would buy dozens of pounds of spicy crayfish online and have the delivery man dump them into West Lake. Xianxi liked this, and with Lin Chen's previous help, their relationship was relatively good now. As soon as Xianxi appeared, it looked at the Dragon King as if facing a formidable enemy. Lin Chen felt helpless. The senses of these demons and monsters were too strong. Even though the Dragon King did nothing but stand there, it made them uncomfortable. Big guy, I need your help with something. Lin Chen explained his intentions, and Xianxi generously agreed, allowing the Saint Lord to copy a bit of its original power. A talisman engraved with a snake shape was formed. The Saint Lord excitedly absorbed it into his body. I still like a lot now. The Saint Lord excitedly wagged his tail, knocking down the surrounding trees in a sweep. At this moment, the Saint Lord's strength had once again increased, reaching the stage of a commander-level ruler. Besides the Dragon King, the dragon under Lin Chen's command was the strongest. Lin Chen was ready to complete things as soon as they appeared, just in time to merge the 10th Dragon Clan and inherit the Dragon King's power, so the Dragon King wouldn't need to make another trip. Chapter 55, Magic Cultivation Inheritance Target Dragon King. It felt a bit scary looking at that black image on my phone yesterday, but I didn't have that feeling on a larger computer screen. In the future, I'll use more 2D images. By the way, I'm very sorry. My home internet was down all day today, so the bonus chapter didn't get posted. This chapter is a bonus, with 2 more chapters to go. Consciousness sank into the giant dragon's space, and Lin Chen placed all the materials in front of him. The various colors of light shone brightly, making it overwhelming. Embryo plus Boss shell, purple, plus fish dragon fins, purple, plus blizzard giant spirits core, purple, plus equals blizzard giant dragon, supreme monarch level potential. A creature with a deep blue turtle shell and surrounded by wind and snow appeared, with 4 claws on the ground. Its ferocious appearance resembled a crocodile turtle, only magnified countless times. It had no wings, but there were 2 huge fins hidden on both sides of its body. The blizzard giant dragon lowered its head and affectionately rubbed Lin Chen's little head. The image above is of the blizzard giant dragon. Lin Chen smiled and patted the blizzard giant dragon's head. This creature, like the meat mound, was a defensive giant dragon. Observing its fish fins, it seemed capable of fighting in the water, filling the gap in water combat and defense. I'll call you Little Ice. Lin Chen comforted the newly born Little Ice, then turned his attention to the attribute extraction and magic cultivation inheritance. This was the main event of today. 1 attribute extraction and 1 magic cultivation inheritance. A new function was unlocked, bloodline enhancement. By inputting materials, it could help the fused dragons improve their potential. Seeing this new function, Lin Chen was overjoyed. With this bloodline enhancement, even the younger dragons like Little Black would be able to keep up with the battle power in the future. Moreover, Lin Chen had increasingly realized that having high potential was truly great. The Saint Lord, who was an emperor-class ruler, already possessed battle strength comparable to Little Black, who had grown for several years, right from birth. The Dragon King entered the giant dragon's lair, and the death aura on his body made the already darkened necropolis even darker. If it weren't for the fact that no creatures could be born here except those created by Lin Chen, some undead spirits might have been born from the lingering death aura. Lin Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. The Dragon King possessed powers from the space, earth, chaos, necromancy, and mind elements. In his past life, as a top-tier spellcaster in the 5-element forbidden magic, Lin Chen could only inherit magic 1 level below, but that was still superclass level 3, which could instantly make him a world-class mage. Lin Chen decided not to consider the earth element, a more common magic system. Now, Lin Chen was torn between the chaos and necromancy systems. Choosing the chaos system would grant a mental power boost, which could also assist with the space system. Choosing the necromancy system would allow Lin Chen to explore an unknown field. With the rarity of the necromancy system, surpassing class 3 might make him the best in the world. Lin Chen's eyes darkened as he finally made a decision. He chose the chaos system. The mental power boost from the chaos system would not only help the space system but also provide both offensive and defensive capabilities, which could greatly enhance Lin Chen's ability to protect himself. As for why he didn't choose the mind system, it's simple, because the author can't write it. Chaos system originates from the armored dragon emperor, with an additional level 8 mental power, inheriting cultivation, superclass level 3.
A dim light pierced through space, directly drilling into Lin Chen's body.
Boom!
An overwhelming force burst out, and the massive airflow swept across the entire giant dragon's lair, forcing Little Black and the other dragons to the edges. Only Dragon Lord still stood in place, not even a single movement in his armor. Lin Chen saw this and quickly gathered his energy, unable to help but sigh, truly a king-level creature. Even a super tier 3 could not shake him in the slightest. Up until now, Lin Chen had never seen Dragon Lord make a serious move.
Open personal panel. Name, Lin Chen.
Strength, Chaos System, Super Tier 3, Summoning System, High Tier 3, Shadow System, High Tier 3, Thunder System, High Tier 4, Space System, Medium Tier 2, Water System, Initial Tier 3, Plant System, Initial Tier 3. Carried items, Shadow System Top Grade Spirit Seed Shadow Material Poison Curse, Thunder System Top Grade Spirit Seed Thunder Punishment, Level 8 Mental Power.
Magic items, 3 pieces of garbage. Attribute extraction once. Lin Chen closed the panel, finally having a decent magical system.
After finishing all this, Dragon Lord sent Lin Chen back to the Sakura country.
He still had to continue his training.
Before dawn, Lin Chen arrived at the Sakura country, just in time for everyone to prepare for the challenge at the Sakura country pavilion. Heading towards the Double Guardian Pavilion, as soon as they arrived at the mountain, they saw a woman in a kimono.
"Are you Chinese?"
"Tourism is prohibited here,"
the woman in kimono said arrogantly.
AI Jiangtu frowned, and seeing that Lin Chen wasn't planning to step in, spoke up, "We are not tourists, we are." Before AI Jiangtu could finish, the woman in kimono interrupted, "Even those here to work and learn the Sakura body technique are not allowed."
Hearing this, everyone in the group frowned.
It sounded as if they were saying no one would care about such a small place. Lin Chen was also angered. He didn't expect that the first time he would encounter such a low-class person looking down on others would be in Sakura country. Lin Chen instantly appeared in front of the woman in kimono. Slap! The familiar slap appeared before the woman's eyes, and the next moment, she was slapped several meters away. At this point, Lin Chen was already a super-tier mage. Even though his physical body wasn't as strong as the same-tier demons, he was no longer in the realm of ordinary people. Everyone was speechless. Was it really just a slap? But why did it feel so satisfying? Lin Chen felt the same. Recently, he had been getting more and more addicted to slapping people. It was so satisfying. Wang Yuqianshuan couldn't believe it as she climbed up. You dare slap me? Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. If you insult the Chinese again, I'll slap you to death. Lin Chen said coldly, not giving her any good face. Wang Yuqianshuan was very beautiful, but Lin Chen wasn't the kind of character in novels who fawned over women. Anyone who dared insult his country, Lin Chen wouldn't give them an ounce of respect. A bearded old man appeared, anxious and angry. Originally, he wanted Wang Yuqianshuan to teach the Chinese contestants a lesson, but he didn't expect the other side to not follow the rules and directly slap her in the face. However, Wang Yumingjian knew the other side's identity. It was fine for juniors to play around, but if he made a move, the people behind China wouldn't agree. Thinking of this, Wang Yumingjian glanced cautiously around. If his perception wasn't wrong, there were 2 high-level mages hiding in the dark, closely watching him. Each of them was not weaker than him. "You must be the contestants from the Chinese National Pavilion?" Wang Yumingjian asked in an unfriendly tone. Lin Chen didn't even bother to respond, just stood there. "What a joke, I have level 8 mental power in Super Tier 3 Chaos System, who's the expert? It's not even certain yet." "It's just a National Pavilion challenge. There are so many countries, we don't need you. If you don't apologize, don't expect us to give you any good face." Wang Yumingjian could see Lin Chen's thoughts and his face twitched. He helplessly said, "It's Qianshuan who was ignorant. Please forgive us." Wang Yumingjian was helpless. He also wanted to act tough, but he didn't dare. In this world, sea demons were rampant, and Sakura country was surrounded by the sea. With the strength of Sakura country, it wouldn't be surprising if one day the sea demons destroyed the country. The only support they could rely on was the nearby China. Chapter 56, What are you doing, cosplaying as a female Sorrow? Gong 2. Entering the Double Guardian Pavilion. After what had just happened, no one bothered with pleasantries anymore and went straight to the point. A blonde-haired man, having learned about the incident, looked at Lin Chen and the others with a hostile expression. "In the whole country, there are only a handful of teams that can trade blows with us. Do you really think you're something special?" The blonde man, though looking at his companions, spoke loudly, clearly directing his words at Lin Chen and the others. Mo Fan narrowed his eyes, and even Guan Yu, who usually bickered with him, shared the same enemy for once. "These guys just wait till we get on the field. I'll teach them a lesson myself." Mo Fan was fuming. He didn't take insults at home, let alone here, in this place, this little island nation living its good days. On the other side, Mochizuki Meikan eagerly arrived at the stands. After all, the overall strength of the Sakura nation's mages ranked among the top in the world. Though far inferior to China, they still had their pride. The match was a one-on-one format, best of 5. The first fighter from the Sakura side was Okamoto Takashi. The other 9 Sakura competitors knelt in a row, white cloth strips tied around their heads, as if they were in mourning. Lin Chen stood up. "I'll go alone." Mo Fan and Guan Yu had been arguing over who would go first, but hearing Lin Chen's words, they sighed in resignation. They knew Lin Chen had the final say in this team. Seeing Lin Chen step onto the stage, Mochizuki Meikan squinted his eyes. This guy should be the captain of China's National Academy team. Sending out their captain in the first match looks like our Sakura team is putting quite the pressure on them. Mochizuki Meikan smirked in satisfaction, but the next second, Lin Chen's words wiped that smile from his face. One-on-one is too boring. Let's do a gauntlet match instead. The first side to lose 5 fighters loses. Mochizuki Meikan hesitated for a moment. Fine. Who are your fighters? Just me. Lin Chen's words enraged the entire Sakura team. What a joke. Did he really think he could take on all 5 of them alone? Okamoto Takashi stepped forward. ***. Today, I'll show you the strength of Sakura Nation's fighters. With that, the match began. Okamoto Takashi instantly turned into a blur, charging toward Lin Chen. Seeing the light gleaming from his feet, Lin Chen sneered. Using enchanted boots right from the start? Trying to finish this quickly? Perfect. Seeing Lin Chen still standing motionless, the Sakura team erupted in laughter. What's this? He can't even react to Okamoto-kun? Hilarious. Just another loudmouthed. Only Mochizuki Chihiro, sitting at the back, noticed something unusual. No, this looks like. Before she could finish, Lin Chen's figure began to fade. A mirage. Mochizuki Chihiro's pupils shrank. Even with her high-level mage eyesight, she couldn't keep up with Lin Chen's movements. The next moment, Lin Chen's right hand was already gripping Okamoto Takashi's throat, his face turning purple from suffocation. Trash. With a casual flick, Lin Chen tossed him out of the ring. The laughter from the Sakura team stopped abruptly, their faces frozen in disbelief as they stared at Lin Chen. How could he be this strong? Was he some kind of humanoid monster? Mochizuki Chihiro watched, stunned, as Okamoto Takashi was thrown dozens of meters away. Even high-level mages couldn't do this without enchanted gear. Gazing at the lingering magical aura on the battlefield, Mochizuki Chihiro gritted her teeth. A mage specializing in shadow magic? No wonder he had been able to slap her before without her noticing. Up in the stands, the high-ranking members of Xuanzhou Pavilion exchanged glances. Even with their level of cultivation, Lin Chen's speed was overwhelming. More importantly, aside from his sheer speed, they couldn't see anything else. Mochizuki Meikan, the strongest among them, barely caught a glimpse of something. At this level he's probably already at high-tier level 3. And there's still nearly a year before the tournament begins. Mochizuki Chihiro roared internally. How could a monster like this exist? If Lin Chen could break through the shadow system to a super tier before the competition, wouldn't that completely crush the Sakura team? On the field, Lin Chen looked at the woman who had shouted earlier, coldly saying, "You dare to come up?" The woman froze for a moment, a bead of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Wang Yu Qiansun's face darkened. Kojiro Shoko, go on the field. Hearing Wang Yu Qiansun's words, Kojiro Shoko gritted her teeth, stood up, and faced Lin Chen. But in just a moment, she was thrown off the field by Lin Chen. The next 2 competitors were the same. Lin Chen's method of tossing people was exactly the same every time. Wang Yu Mingjian's beard twitched. He couldn't see anything, absolutely nothing. Every move was just a shadow system's disappearing act, then using brute force to toss the opponent out. No useful information at all. And the last contestant. Wang Yu Mingjian's face twisted in frustration. 5 against 1, and they still couldn't win. If word of this got out, how would they ever show their faces again? That woman, get down. Lin Chen looked at Wang Yu Qiansun, not a member of the National Institute? So what, if it's a fight, it's still a fight. Wang Yu Mingjian's eyes lit up at this. Although Wang Yu Qiansun might not necessarily be Lin Chen's match, her strength was far superior to the other trainees. As a high-tier mage, she would surely be able to force out more of Lin Chen's techniques. Wang Yu Mingjian gave Wang Yu Qiansun a glance, and she understood. With a darkened face, she stepped off the field, eager to teach Lin Chen a lesson. Lin Chen observed everything with disdain, sneering. Typical Sakura people, shameless. She's a teacher and yet doesn't even say a word. As the referee, Teacher Xinz understood Wang Yu Mingjian's intentions without needing to be told.
Fearing that Lin Chen would back out, she quickly announced the start of the match. Kuan's forest. Wan Yuqiansun scattered a few seeds, and suddenly, a vast forest of vines grew across the arena, almost filling the entire field. Lin Chen stepped forward calmly, his figure flickering through the vines, showing no fear at all. As his figure flickered, Lin Chen drew closer to Wan Yuqiansun, without touching a single vine. Wan Yuqiansun controlled the vines, a look of shock appeared on her face. Such precise control over the shadow system. This kind of technique, even at super tier, isn't that impressive, right? Wan Yuqiansun gritted her teeth, and a few more seeds flew out, attempting to stick to Lin Chen's body. The seeds were fast, and just as they were about to hit Lin Chen, several streaks of lightning burst from his palm, reducing the seeds to ashes. Lin Chen frowned slightly, secretly thinking to himself that he really should look into searching for spiritual seeds and soul seeds. The conditions for inheriting magical skills were becoming increasingly demanding. He would definitely choose a magical system he had never trained in before, that way, the benefits would be the greatest. To improve his old magical systems, like the shadow and lightning systems, he would need to find soul seeds from nature. In the next moment, lightning exploded. Silent thunder, death light, thunderstorm. Countless bolts of lightning struck, turning the entire Kuan's forest into charred remains. Boom! In Wan Yuqiansun's terrified gaze, Lin Chen's sudden outburst instantly destroyed all of her preparations. Luckily, at the last moment, Wan Yuqiansun released her armored magical equipment, otherwise, she would have been seriously injured. The armored magical equipment was damaged, exposing a large amount of delicate, fair skin. Wan Yuqiansun quickly covered the important areas, glaring angrily at Lin Chen. Lin Chen spoke indifferently, if this teacher here wants to cosplay the kind of staff member from your country's red light district who enjoys heavy tastes, please don't do it here. On the sidelines, Emo Fan was even more direct, how did we go from fighting to cosplaying a woman's distress? Wait, what, teacher? Wan Yuqiansun's face turned pale with fury and embarrassment, and she stormed off the field. Emo Fan and the others quickly caught on and looked at Wan Yumingjian. Old man, my brother says this woman is a teacher, not a trainee? Wan Yumingjian's face changed, it was you all who insisted on competing with Qian Sun. Emo Fan's face darkened, so it's true. How shameless, bullying the weak and still having the nerve to compete. AI Jiangtu and the others also had bad expressions. There's always been trash talk between the two countries, but when it comes to dirty tricks, that's a different story. Lin Chen immediately got into the act, I'll report this to our mentor, as for you on the Sakura side, just wait for PR to handle it. TSK, sending a teacher to fight a student and still losing, Sakura's international reputation will stink now, Zhao Manyan said with a strange laugh. Wan Yuemingjian's face became even more unpleasant. Today, it seemed like there would be heavy losses to stop the mouth of China's side, but luckily, Lin Chen and the Thunder System were discovered, and at least they were high-level third tier. Because Wan Yuemingjian hadn't sensed the Soul Seed's aura, defeating Wan Yue Qianchuan with a single strike was all thanks to his own cultivation. But this wasn't good news. China had plenty of Soul Seeds, and with just one Soul Seed, China's team could immediately gain another top-tier high-level Thunder Mage. 2,570 words, adding an extra 500 words to apologize for the late update. Chapter 57, Devouring Thee, please continue reading. Here's a picture of his death. Everyone, don't do bad things, okay? Don't let some people disappear from the novel website while reading this. The Sakura Country Challenge ended smoothly. Since it was too late, Lin Chen and his group stayed at the Twin Guard Pavilion. At night, Lin Chen looked at the East Guard Pavilion across from him and licked his lips, wondering if there were any materials left by the Red Demon. Now, Lin Chen's dragon nest had the ability to enhance bloodlines. As long as he used materials of sufficient quality, he could enhance the potential of his dragon babies. Not long ago, Lin Chen used 2 major monarch-level materials to elevate Little Blue to a major monarch-level potential. If he could get materials like the Red Demons, maybe he could help Dragon King increase his upper limit. After all, Dragon King was already at the peak of a little emperor. A step further, and he could compete with middle-tier emperors like Cold Moon Eyes. Dragon King appeared and led Lin Chen into the East Guard Pavilion. With the presence of a peak space plus Chaos Mage, there weren't many restrictions that could stop Lin Chen in this world. The corridor inside the East Guard Pavilion was slightly narrow. They descended step by step along a spiral staircase. If Lin Chen remembered correctly, there was an important figure here tonight. Soon, Lin Chen spotted 4 mid-tier mage-level guards. Without Lin Chen saying anything, Dragon King's eyes flashed with a hint of light. In the next moment, the 4 guards were all stunned into unconsciousness by Dragon King's psychic magic. Dragon King withdrew his psychic power. The people here were too weak. If not for his strong control, these 4 would have had their souls destroyed by his mental power. Not even the ultra-tier Wan Yuemingjian could stop Dragon King's psychic magic here. A single strike would have ended in instant death. Then, Lin Chen continued downward, looking for thee, without giving any thought to the person in the cage, Harushan. A poor soul, bewitched by thee. When he reached the bottom of the castle, Lin Chen immediately saw a small room. The room was surrounded by walls on all sides, with only a narrow opening at the top to jump in. Inside, there was nothing. It looked just like a broken basement, but at the very center of the room, a gleaming yet murky, sinister-looking pearl was floating. Dragon King gave thee a deep look. This thing isn't simple. Lin Chen wasn't surprised. Is it because of the energy essence? Yes, the total energy inside isn't much, but this pearl is very sinister. If I can integrate the essence of this power, a middle-tier emperor is within reach, Dragon King said firmly. The energy inside thee came from the prisoners of East Guard Pavilion. To Dragon King, it wasn't worth mentioning. They were just ants. But Lin Chen knew that this had created the first-generation Red Demon. If the Red Demon gathered 8 life fates, he would be one step away from becoming the king of the Dark Plane, just waiting for death. The creation of the Red Demon is certainly not simple, and thee is of course not ordinary. But no matter how exceptional it is merely a dead object that requires a host. The Dragon Lord also understood its situation clearly and picked up thee without any hesitation, looking at Lin Chen with a hint of desire in his eyes. Lin Chen chuckled, go ahead and devour it, it was meant for you. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Lord eagerly absorbed thee into his body, slowly refining it. Lin Chen opened the Dragon Lord's panel to check his current status. Name, Armored Dragon Emperor, complete form. Strength, Pinnacle of Minor Emperor. Potential, Minor Emperor, 1%. Skills, 5-element magic. What does this 1% mean? Lin Chen stroked his chin, combining it with the previous situation where Xiaolan had the same issue. He was fairly certain that this progress bar indicates the progress of enhancement, and once it's full, it can elevate the potential by 1 level. Let's go, there's no value here anymore. Lin Chen took one last look at this single room before leaving the Eastern Guard Pavilion. The next morning, Lin Chen and others left the Double Guard Pavilion, as they had other training tasks. The group headed to Tokyo, where one of the world's 4 major naval battlefields, the Tokyo Naval Battlefield, is located. The next training task is to hunt the sea demons. Since the group did not have identification, they could not take the train or high-speed rail, and could only hire a large bus from a small market to move forward. On the bus, Lin Chen sat at the back, fiddling with a wooden fish. It's the totem vessel of the Basha. Lin Chen hesitated, wondering whether he should bind this vessel. According to the original work, the little mudfish's performance indicated that the totem vessel could only bind one, as they would repel each other. But would totems repel each other? Then how does totem resonance occur? Lin Chen speculated that it might be because the little mudfish, as the Azure Dragon, one of the holy totems, has a rank higher than Basha, so it was unwilling to bind with Basha on Mo Fan's soul simultaneously. Thinking of this, Lin Chen no longer hesitated, bit his finger, and smeared his blood onto the wooden fish. The wooden fish radiated a brilliant light, and Lin Chen quietly cast some shadow magic to cover the glow, preventing it from attracting others' attention. At the same time, Lin Chen suddenly felt a new connection. On the other side of the connection, the position is not too far from Lin Chen. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. It seemed Basha was still following them. After a simple communication with Basha to assure his safety, Basha returned. Lin Chen was different from Zhao Manyan. Now, Lin Chen's strength and talent were enough to earn Basha's recognition, and Basha naturally listened to Lin Chen's words. Especially after Lin Chen gained the Transcendent Level 3 chaotic system, Basha would not slight him even if he didn't regard Lin Chen as a peer-level powerhouse. Upon reaching Tokyo, the group headed straight for the naval battlefield. This training also relates to high-level resources. Formally recognized teammates can obtain the Star River Vein through outstanding performance. It is worth mentioning that this time Mu Ningxue was not influenced by domestic public opinion and is still a formal member. Mo Fan, due to using the Devil system comparatively less than in the original work, had a higher cultivation level than in the original, while others had not yet entered high level. His fire system had already reached high level 2. Currently, the substitute teammates are Zhao Manyan, Mu Tinjing, and Li Kaifeng. The seas of the little cherry blossoms do have some tricks. Looking down from the sky, this eastern sea fortress presents a crescent shape, which not only resists the raging waves but also blocks and eliminates the endless sea demon army, and is referred to as the Shield of Tokyo by the cherry blossom people. The Shield of Tokyo is divided into 2 layers. The front steel dam is a bit lower in height, providing an insignificant blocking effect. The rear dam, however, is taller. Even a 100-meter sea beast might not be able to cross the steel defense line. The mentors brought Lin Chen and others here for training, also with some learning in mind. The situation with sea demons is becoming increasingly severe, and Huaxia must prepare early. Watching the sudden emergence of the Blue Valley ferocious beast before him, Lin Chen squinted his eyes. The sea demon is indeed powerful. Like a leader-level monster. On land, it would be like the king of a mountain, such as the winged wolf, but placed in the ocean, it can't stir much of a storm. Mind Control Illusory Claw. Chapter 58, On the Sea Battlefield, Setting Up a Hot Pot? Gong 2. An illusory spatial claw appeared above the Blue Valley Beast's head. It was as large as 100 meters. The spatial claw descended, and the Blue Valley Beast was torn apart into a pile of meat paste. Everyone turned their heads in shock and saw Lin Chen with a calm expression. Are they really a team? Why are they still striving to break through to a higher level, while Lin Chen has already killed a leader-level demon in an instant? AI Jiangtu's pupils shrank in shock, his dark face showing a moment of uncontrollable disarray. Being a spatial mage himself, AI Jiangtu understood very well what Lin Chen's move represented. The spatial magic system is a strange one. Other magic systems have limitations on their power. Even a super-grade mage casting a mid-level spell can't reach the power of a high-level spell. But spatial magic is different. As long as the mental power level is high enough, even a low-level spell can unleash the power of a high-level spell. And the power to instantly kill a leader-level demon, like Lin Chen's. Level 6, or level 7. AI Jiangtu dared not think further. He was only level 4 and already one of the top in his age group. But Lin Chen seemed like a freak, as if he didn't belong to this world. Lin Chen's expression didn't change. His mental power level had already reached level 8, equivalent to the enhancement of a heavenly seed. If he couldn't instantly kill a leader-level demon, that would be strange. Let's go. We have to complete a task at a place responsible for this area, and then we have to go somewhere else. Lin Chen said, turning and walking away. The others hurried to follow. After seeing Lin Chen's move, some people in the team who had other intentions no longer dared to show themselves. They received the task of guarding the 20th district from the manager, and Lin Chen's group arrived at the sea battlefield. A 4-star team, how many demons do we need to kill? Jiang Yu sighed. Kill them. The instructor won't give us an impossible task. There's always hope. Jiang Xiaoshu said. Lin Chen didn't respond. Here, when hunting demons, their bodies belong to the district lord of the area, and to increase the team's star level, demon corpses are an important standard. In other words, for the sake of training, Lin Chen couldn't secretly collect demon corpses anymore. There was no benefit to that. It was purely a matter of fighting, which Lin Chen had no interest in. Plus, since this was in the Sakura Kingdom area, Lin Chen didn't even have the thought of releasing a giant dragon. Soon, the tide came in, and the sea demons stirred up waves, sweeping toward the sea fortress. The tide was definitely not the natural sea tide. The most turbulent tide that ordinary people see is only about 10 meters high, and standing under such waves, one can feel the smallness of human beings. But the tide that was attacking the city at this moment was a demon tide sung by countless sea demons. Its height easily surpassed the low dikes in front, more like a blue-white giant tongue, trying to swallow the entire sea city into the belly of the sea. The tide fell on the low dike, slamming many sea demons onto the shore. The sea demons that landed on shore showed no sign of stopping. They immediately got up and rushed toward various districts to kill. Lin Chen watched the scene. Is there fire? Beside him, Mo Fan snapped out of his shock. As a man who had seen the ancient city's disaster, he of course wasn't going to be scared silly by such a scene. Yes, yes. Saying that, Mo Fan rubbed his fingers and created a small flame, asking in confusion, fire doesn't work well on sea demons, right? Lin Chen didn't know where he pulled out a large iron pot. Don't worry, it'll work well. Lin Chen used his plant magic to create some wooden sticks, then took Mo Fan's fire and ignited the wood, placing the iron pot on top. Mo Fan felt his head swell. You don't mean you're planning to set up a hot pot on the battlefield, do you? Lin Chen chuckled, throwing seasoning into the pot. Not just hot pot, there's also sashimi. Upon arriving at Sakura, how could one not try some sashimi? With that, Lin Chen used telekinesis to grab a battle general level white cry demon. He glanced at its ugly appearance. Lin Chen wrinkled his brows in disgust and casually killed it. So ugly, it completely kills my appetite. If he wasn't worried that the onlookers wouldn't recognize the white cry demon, Lin Chen would have squeezed it into minced meat and thrown it back into the sea. Seeing Lin Chen easily dispose of a peak battle general level white cry demon, Jiang Yu and the others were fine since Lin Chen had just killed a commander level demon not long ago. However, the team from the same 20th district was different. Their team, led by a man with a hooked nose, was right next to Lin Chen's team. Initially, some of them had looked down on Lin Chen and his team because they were so young. But after seeing Lin Chen instantly kill a peak battle general level demon, they fell silent, too embarrassed to even speak, no longer daring to mock. After killing the white cry demon, a group of sawtooth green demons appeared. They looked similar to the white cry demon, both frog-like in appearance. However, the sawtooth green demons were entirely green, with flat thorny fins, and their skin was rough. Lin Chen lost his appetite just looking at them. These sea demons were getting uglier and uglier. Although they resembled bullfrogs, he had no desire to eat them at all. Casually wiping out half of the sawtooth green demons, Lin Chen left the rest for others to train with, then sat down on a building, feeling a bit bored. This wasn't without reward, though, since the Saint Lord was secretly controlling the shadows of these sea demons' bodies, and the Shadow Legion was growing stronger. The sea battlefield was vast, and the shadows here were too numerous to be absorbed fully. Unfortunately, if it weren't for Lin Chen and his dragon army killing them, it seemed only about 1% of the shadows were being collected. After thinking it over, Lin Chen let out a sigh. If the shadows could be fully converted, it would be better to let Dragon King and the pyramid start a war right now, and in no time, they could form a Shadow Legion on the scale of an empire. The sawtooth green demons kept increasing in number, and everyone started to feel the pressure. At this point, the seawater had already submerged half of the buildings in the 20th district, and large sea demons could swim freely here, let alone the sawtooth green demons, which were mid-sized demons. Lin Chen quietly watched, showing no intention to move. Mentor Foam Li had told him a long time ago to give the other team members some pressure. Otherwise, if Lin Chen did everything, what would be the point of the others' training? Only when someone was really about to collapse would Lin Chen step in to help them. Of course, everyone's treatment was different. For someone like Mu Ningxue, Lin Chen would never let her suffer even the slightest harm. As for someone like Mu Tinjing, well, unless she was nearly dead, Lin Chen wouldn't even spare her a second glance. Lin Chen sat on the high embankment, bored, and used telekinesis to fish for a long time before finding a few slave-level sea demons that were edible. He sliced the tenderest parts of the fish-like demons in front of him into pieces and picked one up with his finger, placing it in his mouth. Phew, 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 the fishy smell is so strong. Lin Chen spat the fish meat into the water, wondering why the people of Sakura liked to eat it raw, it was so fishy. As if sensing something, Lin Chen suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance, muttering, "A big guy is coming. I wonder what it tastes like." Chapter 59, Land Demon, no need for sea demon delivery, please keep reading. Gong 2. A Kraken Chief. The Kraken Chief looked like an octopus with legs, its head resembling an alien's, swinging 8 incredibly long tentacles, and holding a glowing blue staff in its hand. The staff was extremely tall, about 5 meters long, and combined with the Kraken Chief's evil, piercing gaze, it made him look like a sorcerer. Countless sea demons surged toward the land. Lin Chen looked at the staff in the opponent's hand. The Octopus Chief controlled a powerful water magic, just like a peak-level water mage among humans. More than half of its magical power was unleashed through the staff in its hand. This staff acted like a magical tool, amplifying the Octopus Chief's strength. The reason this staff was so powerful was that it contained a powerful water-type soul species. That's right, the sea demons also possessed the power of soul species. Rivers and lakes on human land could give birth to water-type spiritual soul species, so the vast and endless sea could naturally nurture even more water-type elemental species. The Octopus Chief was a prime example of a demon controlling elemental species. Elemental species are graded based on their level. From Lin Chen's observation, the Octopus Chief was at least a Grand Leader level, meaning the staff in its hand must contain at least a great soul species of water type. It came here just to deliver takeout. Since Lin Chen started his training, he had obtained many magical systems, but there were still many magical systems without spiritual or soul species. He was like a player who spent money to speed up progress, his cultivation had increased, but his combat power was somewhat weak compared to others of the same level. Of course, this comparison only applied to magical systems without spiritual or soul species. If it were dimensional magic, Lin Chen could easily defeat those of the same level. When you're about to fall asleep and someone delivers a pillow, Lin Chen was just in time to fill the gap in his combat power. Others also noticed the appearance of the Octopus Chief and their faces immediately changed. AI Jiangtu also felt the pressure deeply. It's probably because too many sea demons have died here, attracting the Octopus Chief's appearance. Everyone, retreat and save yourselves first. Saying this, AI Jiangtu looked at Lin Chen, wanting to hear his opinion. Lin Chen stood up from the rooftop. I'll deal with it. If I'm no match for it, we can retreat then. Seeing Lin Chen willing to make a move, AI Jiangtu breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, if they could avoid losing the neighborhood, that would be best, since everyone still had to complete their training tasks. Shadow Escape. Lin Chen's figure melted into the shadows, swiftly moving toward the Octopus Chief. The Octopus Chief swung its staff, commanding the demons to land. As a powerful leader, the Octopus Chief was no ordinary demon. At least the other sea demons were cannon fodder, while it could return to the ocean after the battle. Waves of violent water crashed against the buildings, shattering them into pieces, and the Octopus Chief suddenly felt something was wrong. Where did that shadowy aura come from? Before the Octopus Chief could react, a figure suddenly appeared from its side. Chaotic Slash. Lin Chen's eyes were cold, and several twisted spatial rifts appeared, almost sealing off the surrounding area. In the next moment, several massive chaotic colored blades shot out from the rifts, their immense power sweeping away all obstacles in their path. Buildings were sliced in half, and sea demons were blasted into bloody pulp by the chaotic colored light. The Octopus Chief was terrified. This magic had definitely surpassed the normal level. Such a spell, even it had to prepare for, how could it be casually cast by the person in front of it? The staff in its hand trembled violently, and the octopus chief quickly chanted an ancient sea demon incantation. The surrounding seawater surged upward, trying to surround the octopus chief. The water flowed wildly around the octopus chief, attempting to deflect the chaotic slash. But unfortunately, the octopus chief was too hasty and couldn't do it in time. The chaotic slash cut through the water like the sharpest blade in the world, cleaving through all obstacles, whether it was the octopus chief's magic or its body. Poochie! Blood sprayed out, and the octopus chief, in disbelief, grabbed its own severed body, eyes filled with terror. After cutting through the water, the chaotic slash's momentum didn't decrease, and it kept going until it had slaughtered over 1,000 sea demons across 5 blocks before Lin Chen forcibly recalled it into space. There's no way, if I go any further, I'll have to start hitting people. If they were all cherry blossoms, it wouldn't matter, but there are a few who look like they might be of Chinese descent, and they're wearing Buddha pendants around their necks. The octopus chieftain's vitality is incredibly tenacious, no wonder it's a transformed octopus, even with half of its body severed, it still bounces around. If not for the chaotic energy attached to the wound, the severed part might have already grown new flesh buds by now. But clearly, the octopus chieftain no longer dares to fight. Who would dare face a freak who can casually cast super-level magic? The water underneath it swirls quickly, carrying the octopus chieftain toward the sea. Lin Chen squinted his eyes. He had anticipated this, so he stood at the octopus chieftain's rear. Trying to escape would have to go through his position. Space fluctuation, time delay. Lin Chen raised his right hand, and invisible space waves spread out, almost freezing the flow of space around the octopus chieftain. The fear in the octopus chieftain's eyes slowed down, and it waved its staff in disbelief, but the water beneath it seemed dead, barely moving an inch. Today it had definitely encountered a tough opponent. The octopus chieftain's expression changed, realizing that if it didn't act for real, it would die here today. Ancient and profound incantations were being spat out recklessly from its mouth, as the octopus chieftain's gaze darted to the high-level chaotic constellation above Lin Chen's head, growing even more anxious. Damn mouth, hurry up, hurry! Finally, as Lin Chen released the second chaotic cleave, the octopus chieftain also prepared its most powerful magic. Sea Demon Blood Burial. The octopus chieftain's eyes flashed with azure light, and every sea demon around it simultaneously exploded, their bodies transforming into streams of blood flowing toward the top of the staff. The octopus chieftain's broken body started trembling, blood spilling from the cracks. Boom! The staff suddenly erupted with an unmatched bloodlight, shooting straight toward Lin Chen. The blood pillar, like the most malicious curse in the world, was wrapped in the resentment of countless sea demons, rushing toward Lin Chen at full speed. Lin Chen's gaze shifted, becoming tense, yet with a slight trace of heat. The power of this attack, combined with the vitality it had shown in withstanding the chaotic cleave earlier, meant that the octopus chieftain was definitely a leader in the advanced stages. This meant that the staff in its hand must have an exceptional soul seed embedded in it. Lin Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. This soul seed, he was going to take it. The chaotic-colored blade of light swerved sharply under Lin Chen's control, drawing a half-circle in the air and rushing toward the octopus chieftain in its desperate gaze. This human mage is suicidal, at a time like this, not matching my wave, but going for a life-for-life trade? The chaotic cleave tore through the octopus chieftain's broken body completely, just as its dying gaze turned desperate. The blood pillar sped toward Lin Chen. Human, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Chapter 60, Mission accomplished. The Cherry Blossom chapter comes to a close. Chaotic reversal. Lin Chen's eyes turned the color of chaos, and a chaotic gate appeared in front of him. The illusory chaotic portal stood 100 meters tall, and the moment it appeared, it collided with the blood pillar. An unmatched force exploded in an instant, and the shockwave alone turned the hundreds of sea demons around into a bloody mist. As the blood pillar pressed forward, the chaotic gate began to tremble, and cracks appeared in its entrance. The chaotic light in Lin Chen's eyes grew brighter, almost becoming 2 chaotic stars floating above the tide. Reverse for me! Lin Chen roared, and the chaotic gate flared with light, forcibly swallowing the entire blood pillar into the chaotic space. Sensing the imminent explosion from the energy compressing in the chaotic space, Lin Chen didn't hesitate. He turned swiftly, facing the ocean. Boom! The moment Lin Chen turned, the chaotic gate also shifted direction. In an instant, a chaotic-colored light beam surged from the portal, as if the world itself was being forged, charging toward the sea. Boom boom boom! The large sections of the submerged district ahead exploded under the oncoming wave of water. The seawater was squeezed to both sides. It surged for over 1,000 meters before the chaotic-colored light pillar gradually disappeared. Before Lin Chen, a 1,000-meter-long passage appeared. The soil at the bottom of the street was overturned, and the sea monsters turned into nothingness, evaporated by the blood pillar. On both sides, there were sea water walls as tall as several dozen meters. After a brief moment of stagnation, the sea water poured into the passage. The seawater on both sides collided, and towering waves of over 100 meters were stirred up, leaving countless people stunned. Jiang Yu stared blankly at everything, then slapped himself hard across the face. Didn't the teacher say Lin Chen specializes in the summoning system? Then where is his summoned beast? Guan Yu was also dumbfounded. Lin Chen was just beside us, how did he suddenly appear behind the octopus chief? In a single breath, he traveled 1,000 meters? Who exactly is the assassin-type mage? Ai Jiang to remain silent, simply wiping away tears. He felt that all his years of training in the dimensional system were wasted. The healing system girl, Nan Roni, had shining eyes. If such a mage were her man. Mu Ningxue couldn't help but show admiration on her face. If she could be half as strong as Lin Chen, would she be able to help him? Mu Ningxue bit her lip and focused even harder on killing sea monsters. This time, she must obtain the high-tier resources. Lin Chen's expression was indifferent. He was now a super-tier level 3 Chaos Mage. Killing an advancing commander in 2 moves was completely due to being in the Sakura domain. If no one else were watching, he could have killed it in 1 move. After shifting to the octopus chief's corpse, Lin Chen didn't look at the scattered remains but instead picked up the staff. Looking at the dazzling and brilliant azure light on it, he smiled eagerly. He took the water-type soul seed out from it and stored it in a vessel. Without needing to send it for identification, Lin Chen casually sensed it and confirmed that this soul seed was absolutely top-tier, rare and hard to find. Once his water magic reached a high level, he could directly refine it. He slung the staff behind him. It was made of an unknown metal, with strong magical conductivity. If sold, it would easily fetch over 100 million, but Lin Chen planned to use it himself. Lin Chen didn't particularly care for magical tools, but having more means was always good. As long as he found someone to refine the magical tool, just the magical conductivity alone would raise Lin Chen's magic power to a new level. Now that the octopus chief was dead, the sea monster invasion was basically over. An advancing commander was the highest leader of an ordinary tide. If a monarch level appeared, then a super-tier mage from Sakura would have to show up. Lin Chen counted the spoils of war, and his team successfully flew over, reaching the 4-star district. If not for having too little accumulation, they might have reached 5 stars. Upon hearing that Lin Chen and his group had risen to a 4-star district team in just 1 day, and even killed an advancing commander, the senior leaders of the Tokyo Sea battlefield were shocked and offered astronomical amounts to try and keep Lin Chen and his group, but upon realizing they were from the Chinese national government team, they regretfully left. The Sakura team's mission was basically over, with only one major task remaining. That task was the elimination day. Within the national government team, there would be an elimination match. Those who lacked ability and were just passing time would be assigned to guard the Chinese National Library and replaced by those who performed well in the library. In the end, Mu Ningxue, having obtained resources and with Lin Chen's help, avoided this setback. Zhao Manyan and Mu Tingjing also had support from the Zhao and Mu families. So in the end, it was Li Kaifeng who was eliminated. Lin Chen didn't have much impression of this person. He seemed to be a representative of the academic faction, and his backing was naturally not as powerful as the Zhao and Mu families. However, Lin Chen was familiar with those who rose from the National Library. It was none other than Lin Chen's second sister, Mu Nujiao. After the Mu family took over Jinlin City, their power soared. With some military support, nowadays, excluding the ancient Mu family, it can already be considered top tier in the country. Also, with Lin Chen's connections, it's no surprise that Mu Nujiao became the first to rise up. After boarding the plane, the next training goal is Bailu. Note, Bailu is pronounced Bailu, since it doesn't have a widely known nickname, it's replaced with a homophone. This lesser-known country may not be sealed, but better safe than sorry. Arriving in the city of Hanmi and Bailu, everyone was immediately hit by the scorching heat, all of them feeling sluggish. Only Jiang Shaoxu, this fox, changed into a cool outfit, which piqued Lin Chen's interest a little more. Let's finish the training quickly and leave, this hellish place is enough to fry a person, said Zhu Jiming. Zhu Jiming's words aligned perfectly with Lin Chen's thoughts. Since he first obtained Little Black, he had been very fond of Time Liquid. If he could get the Time Liquid here, the little dragons under him would definitely break through to the Monarch level at a rapid pace, which would multiply his strength several times over. Let's rest for a day, and then we'll complete the training task tomorrow, Lin Chen decided. The next day, Jiang Shaoxu brought some interesting news to Lin Chen. It was about the ancient ruined city near Hanmi City. Sure enough, when they heard Jiang Shaoxu mention that there might be soul seeds inside, everyone instantly felt that the heat was no longer an issue. Without needing Lin Chen to say anything, they all decided to go take a look. Leaving Hanmi City, they made their way toward the Gobi Valley. When they reached the Gobi Valley, the terrain changed significantly. No longer was it the dry orange-yellow, but now there was a hint of red. The entire Gobi Valley appeared dark red. In fact, the formation of this Gobi Valley was quite spectacular. The vast, boundless land was divided into 2 layers, with the westward direction suddenly rising, revealing a continuous cliff parallel to the horizon. The cliff looked like a majestic, grand city wall, blocking the originally flat terrain, as if it were separating another world. The upper land was made of scorched stones, intensely baked by the sun. The temperature was shockingly high, and even high-level mages would find it difficult to pass, as if walking on flames. The temperature was somewhat normal only in a long canyon, where the sunlight couldn't reach, so the temperature was much lower than on the upper land. The ancient ruined city was located on the other side of the raised, high-level land, an ancient sacred land almost isolated from the world, protected by the scorching Longping Mountain. This area, unexplored by anyone and difficult for even demons to enter, was the most likely place to nurture treasures of the world. The thing Lin Chen wanted was right there. Chapter 61, The most fatal thing is imagined without form. Creak 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 creak. Almost as soon as the group stepped into the Gobi Valley, eerie sounds immediately appeared on both sides of the stone walls. Faces began to appear on the walls, becoming more and more three-dimensional, gradually lifting entire heads out of the stone. Looking at the many large heads that had appeared on the stone wall, it was easy to tell how many stone elements were hidden inside. Forbidden Moonstone Demons, demon creatures at the small battle general level. The number of Forbidden Moonstone Demons here was extremely shocking, but correspondingly, there were many benefits after killing them. At least for Lin Chen, these Forbidden Moonstone Demons were perfect for replenishing his demon blood sacrifice pool. More than 100 Forbidden Moonstone Demons fell from the rock walls, and Lin Chen was the first to strike. Space Law, Compression. Invisible spatial fluctuations spread, enveloping the space several hundred meters ahead of Lin Chen. In an instant, the air seemed to stagnate, and the pressure intensified, turning over 100 Forbidden Moonstone Demons into dust. Seeing this scene, the others couldn't help but swallow. No matter how many times they saw Lin Chen's terrifying strength, they would always be shocked. Lin Chen made his move, and the others no longer hesitated. One by one, spells were thrown, bombarding the following Forbidden Moonstone Demons. As members of the national team, having gone through the Sakura expedition, most had already reached the high rank level, making it easy to deal with these minor war generals. Except for Guan Yu, as an assassin-type mage, dealing with these numerous lumps of flesh was extremely troublesome. Hundreds of Forbidden Moonstone Demons died, yet the massive horde showed no signs of decreasing. Instead, it only enraged the remaining stone demons even more. Lin Chen remained completely calm upon seeing this. Behind him, a summoning array rose, emitting a dark green radiance, and a nearly 100-meter-long dark green dragon appeared. Shaoxin, transform into Serpent Wood, Serpent Root Strangle. The freshly summoned Shaoxin responded without hesitation. Its enormous body grew even longer, its dragon form transforming into tree branches, almost reaching the height of the canyon's rock walls. Hundreds of roots shot out like crazed pythons, with snake heads at the tips opening their ferocious maws, devouring the relatively large Forbidden Moonstone Demons in a single bite. The roots swallowing the Forbidden Moonstone Demons looked like a snake devouring an elephant, narrow at both ends and bloated in the middle. But this did not last long. In just a moment, the tree sap inside the roots functioned like a snake's stomach acid, dissolving the Forbidden Moonstone Demons completely. No residue remained, everything was absorbed as nourishment for Xiao Senior. Each strike claimed the lives of dozens of Forbidden Moonstone Demons. Seeing this, Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. If his Fei Fei were summoned, it would probably end up as a snack for this giant green dragon. Lin Chen, what rank is this dragon of yours? Jiang Yu couldn't help but ask. Commander level, I guess. Lin Chen answered casually. As he spoke, Lin Chen instinctively pulled up Xiao Sen's status panel. Name, Serpent Root Demon Dragon of the Forest, Growth Phase. Strength, Grand Commander level. Potential, Grand Monarch level. Skills, Serpent Wood Form, Serpent Root Tentacles, Devour and Repair, Serpent Root Strangle. After all this time, Shaoxin had finally grown to the Grand Commander level. Unfortunately, the gap between Commander and Monarch was a major threshold, requiring an immense accumulation to cross. Except for Dragon Monarchs, all other dragons were stuck at this step. Aside from the Holy Master, it only needed to find a suitable source of power to absorb, and it should be able to break through to Monarch level. Oh right, there was also Xiao Bing, the youngest one. It had just been born and was currently only at the War General stage, still in need of training. Thinking of this, Lin Chen summoned Xiao Bing as well. The massive Xiao Bing crushed several Forbidden Moonstone Demons under its weight the moment it appeared. Seeing yet another giant dragon take the stage, Jiang Yu's eyelids twitched, and he chose to turn away, avoiding further heartache. Charging forward without restraint, the small War General level demons were effortlessly slain by either Shaoxin or Xiao Bing in a single strike. Advancing several hundred meters, they had already slain over 1,000 Forbidden Moonstone Demons, soon drawing out a few leaders. Be careful, these are the leaders of the Forbidden Moonstone Demons. Commander-level demons, their rocky armor is nearly indestructible. Even mid-rank mages can't break through their defenses. Seeing the towering commander-level Forbidden Moonstone Demon leaders, Jiang Yu's forehead dripped with cold sweat. Lin Chen, let's retreat. Our magic power is almost depleted, and this place isn't suited for our training. AI Jiangtu said in a deep voice. Lin Chen glanced at Guan Yu and the others. Sure enough, none of them seemed capable of continuing the fight. Except for Mo Fan, the freak. The rest were pretty much at their limits. Lin Chen quickly estimated that these temporary recruits had managed to take down about 300 forbidden moonstone demons, at least contributing something, which made things a bit easier for him. Since that was the case. Retreat, I'll stay behind. Lin Chen said. AI Jiantu frowned. There are probably over 10,000 forbidden moonstone demons here. You. Before he could finish, AI Jiantu suddenly fell silent, realizing why Lin Chen had brought them here in the first place. It was probably because of his previous comment in Sakura about Lin Chen lacking team awareness, which led Lin Chen to bring them here for training. And now, they were the ones backing down due to their lack of strength. Dragged everyone down, yet he still wanted to retreat with Lin Chen. How could he possibly imagine Lin Chen's true strength? AI Jiantu clenched his teeth. Alright, let's retreat first. Next time he trained, AI Jiantu swore he would never embarrass himself like this again. If Lin Chen knew his thoughts, he would definitely look utterly confused. What team spirit? He just wanted to save some effort. Anyway, no one else could get the resources inside, so of course, he would find some strong labor to help. 300 forbidden moonstone demons. If Lin Chen had to kill them alone, it would take a few minutes. But now that the others had left, Lin Chen didn't bother pretending anymore. Rodun, crush them. Lin Chen summoned Rodun, whose massive dragon body filled the entire passage. Rodun let out a furious roar, and blazing flames erupted from his dragon form. Boom! 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 The continuous sound of shattering echoed as Rodun charged straight from the middle of the canyon to the very end, leaving countless shattered stones in his wake. Even the 3 forbidden moonstone demon leaders didn't last long. A dragon of the Grand Commander level barely had to exert effort against these ordinary small commanders. The remaining forbidden moonstone demons saw the situation turning bad and immediately shrank into the rock walls. Lin Chen could have Rodun dig them out, but that would be too much trouble. Killing a batch along the way was fine. If he wasted too much time on these small monsters, when would he get to the real treasures ahead? Suddenly, Rodun turned back to the middle of the canyon, raised his upper body, and let out a furious roar, his front claws stomping on the ground. Under the influence of earth elemental control, the ground collapsed, revealing a deep yellow soul seed suspended quietly in the hollow below. Seeing this, Lin Chen's eyebrows lifted with joy. He hadn't expected to find a soul seed here, and judging by its appearance, it was of high quality and unexpected bonus. Carefully storing away the soul seed, the forbidden moonstone demon sensed the loss of earth elemental energy and anxiously peeked out. But the moment they saw Rodun, they shrank back in fear. Forget it. Losing a soul seed was better than losing their lives. Chapter 62, Power of Wind and Thunder, Guardian Beast of the Soul Seed. Stepping out of the canyon, he was suddenly met with a shocking sight. A towering, black-gray hurricane spiraled skyward like a soaring black dragon, piercing through the clouds. The sheer visual impact of it made Lin Chen involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. The wind seeds in the abyss of Sha were powerful, but they were confined to a specific region. This one, however, was utterly unrestrained, wildly crushing everything around it. The hurricane's form was like a dragon's body, visible even from afar. Its thick, muscular midsection and the way its mouth exploded open upon reaching the sky made one's breathing feel inexplicably stifled. Even more terrifying, the entire black wind was accompanied by golden-purple lightning. The electric chains, thick as pythons, flickered at high frequency, dazzling the eye. Such an astonishing spectacle stood in the vast wilderness of western Peru. Without passing through Gobi Valley, no one would have known such a marvel existed here. A fiery gleam appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. This force was far superior to that Earth Element's soul seed. Based on his observations, that Earth Element's soul seed was already a grand soul seed. If this one surpassed it, then it must be a supreme grade soul seed. Without hesitation, Lin Chen used his one-time attribute extraction ability to extract the wind attribute from Shaoyin. Wind attribute, originated from the Wind Tribulation ancient moon silver dragon, capable of extracting mid-tier, fully cultivated magical abilities, carrying the supreme spirit seed, Wind Tribulation. Spirit seed Wind Tribulation, magic power amplification factor of 3x. Every use of wind magic triggers the wind elements in the world, greatly enhancing its power. Lin Chen could extract a soul seed, but there was no need. Shaoyin was now at the Grand Commander level, meaning the extracted soul seed would only be a Grand Soul Seed, obviously inferior to the Supreme Grade Soul Seed before him. Open Personal Panel. Name, Lin Chen. Power, Chaos Element, Super Tier Level 3, Summoning Element, High Tier Level 3, Shadow Element, High Tier Level 3. Thunder System, Advanced Level 4, Wind System, Intermediate Level 3, Space System, Intermediate Level 2, Water System, Beginner Level 3, Plant System, Beginner Level 3. Carried items: Shadow System Superior Spirit Seed Shadow Matter Curse, Thunder System Superior Spirit Seed Thunder Punishment, Wind System Superior Spirit Seed Wind Calamity, Level 8 Spiritual Power. Magic items: 3 pieces of trash, 1 unfinished product. Lin Chen smiled, thinking that once he returned to find a Star River Pulse, his wind system would soon reach a high level. In the current national government team, aside from Mo Fan, a freak who has Thunder, Fire, and Shadow in the high level, perhaps only AI Jiangtu is somewhat worthy of attention. As for the others, they probably couldn't even take a single move from Lin Chen. Moreover, Lin Chen planned to return after the World Academy competition to break through to the super level, at which point there would be a wave of combat power improvement. However, the resources to advance to the super level are hard to find. The Starsea Sky Pulse is controlled by the families and is a scarce commodity. Even the Mu family only received 2 this year. Shaking his head, Lin Chen stopped thinking about it and decided to take things one step at a time. It was because resources were hard to find that this undeveloped resource place was so highly valued by Lin Chen. Entering the Black Hurricane, Lin Chen held the wind system Heaven Seed from the Abyss of Death. This Heaven Seed had already been sealed by the Dragon King, and Lin Chen was not worried about being harmed by it. Holding the wind system Heaven Seed, the wind power emitted by the soul-level wind seeds couldn't even get close to Lin Chen. An invisible barrier rose around Lin Chen, and within a radius of several hundred meters, even a breeze couldn't stir. How dare these mere soul seeds challenge the majesty of the Heaven Seed? But here, there was not just a storm, but also lightning. Lin Chen moved toward the center of the lightning storm, where the power of the thunder and lightning became increasingly fierce, and at the very center, there was even the power of super-level magic. This is also the basis for me judging that these 2 soul seeds are superior soul seeds. The original text said that there was super-level magic power at the center, which ordinary soul seeds would certainly not possess. Readers, if you have a different opinion, feel free to discuss it in the comments. TSSS. TSSS. Suddenly, a sharp sound, like lightning cutting through the sky, came from the distance. At first, it was only a few, but soon it turned into a chorus of sounds. Lin Chen's face became serious, and a chaotic-colored vortex appeared above his head. Chaos Vortex. An intermediate-level chaos system magic, but with Lin Chen's spiritual power amplification, its defensive power was comparable to the super level. Lightning struck the vortex, and was immediately swallowed silently. Lin Chen quickened his pace. The thunder and lightning here were endless, and even though he had a large reserve of magic energy, if he stayed too long, it would eventually drain him. Soon, Lin Chen approached the eye of the Black Hurricane, where 2 soul seeds, 1 blue and 1 purple, intertwined and continuously released violent storms and lightning. Each wind and thunder strike here reached a terrifying level of super-level power, and no demon or monster could survive in this place. Unless it was a Thunder-Wind dual system monarch-level demon. Unfortunately, there was indeed such a rare demon here. Looking at its terrifying body, with a lion's head, phoenix wings, and a snake's tail, it was clearly a Thunder-Wind Lion Demon King. Lin Chen's face became awkward. After training so long beside these 2 superior soul seeds, this Thunder-Wind Lion Demon King was probably at least an intermediate monarch level. Because Lin Chen still had to go to the strange time-space town, he had already sent the Dragon King to Belu. But Lin Chen did not expect there would be a monarch here. It would likely still take some time for the Dragon King to arrive, as traveling from China to Belu had to pass through the Pacific Ocean. The Pacific Ocean also had many powerful emperors, and some of them even Dragon Kings would have to avoid their edge. Thus, the Dragon King's travel speed slowed down. Looks like today's going to be a fight. Lin Chen took a deep breath and thought silently. Everyone, come out. Time to fight the boss. Lin Chen released all the dragons except for Xiao Bing. Now that Xiao Bing had reached the warrior level during her advancement period, she was probably capable of instantly defeating even an intermediate monarch. So Lin Chen didn't let go. Little Purple, do your best to block the lightning, don't let it interfere with us. Roar. Little Purple flapped its dragon wings, its deep purple dragon body soaring into the sky, spreading its wings wide, eagerly attracting the power of the lightning. Little Purple, like a giant magnet, absorbed most of the lightning into its body. When it came to lightning affinity, the Wind Thunder Lion Demon King was no match for Little Purple. The Wind Thunder Lion Demon King could not borrow the lightning power from the soul species, and the storm power was weakened by the sky seed in Lin Chen's hand, leaving only its physical body. Looking at the opponent's towering 100-meter-high body, Meat Dumpling stood its ground. Although it was a few sizes smaller, it was not afraid at all. The Wind Thunder Lion Demon King's tone was fierce, its body was hundreds of meters long, but its speed was incredibly fast, the storm power causing its speed to increase drastically. Roar! The lion's claws came down like a storm through the clouds. Little Blue reacted quickly and immediately covered Meat Dumpling with a layer of water protection. Little Sun wrapped vines around it, and Meat Dumpling formed a rock armor. The lion's claws struck, shattering the water protection, tearing apart the vines, and even the strongest rock armor was ripped with 3 deep cracks. Meat Dumpling's skin was injured, and a large amount of dragon blood spilled out. Lin Chen's expression changed. The attack power of the Wind Thunder attribute demon was indeed formidable. Did it really take 3 high-ranking dragon leaders to barely block this blow? Chapter 63, The Hope of the Time and Space Divine Eye. Seeing this, Lin Chen did not hesitate and directly activated the Night Rule, enveloping the Wind Thunder Lion Demon King. Giant Shadow Nail, Pear Thorn. Lin Chen's eyes were sharp as he threw several giant shadow nails to temporarily imprison the Wind Thunder Lion Demon King's left front paw. The Wind Thunder Lion Demon King felt the corrosion of the shadow power and became even more irritable, slashing its paw to tear apart the Night Rule, the black hurricane leaving its body. Before it could launch another attack, a dark-colored meteor streaked across, piercing through the hurricane, and crashed heavily into its side. It was Little Black. The Wind Thunder Lion Demon King screamed in pain, its body becoming slightly unstable under the powerful impact. From the deeper shadows, a stool-green figure appeared, the Holy Master grinning with a sinister smile. Little Lion, take a look at the power of the Snake Talisman. At this moment, the Holy Master was only a few meters away from the Wind Thunder Lion Demon King, using the cover of the Black Hurricane. The Wind Thunder Lion Demon King could not even smell the Holy Master's presence. Dragon Blast. A rapid fireball whistled past, smashing heavily into the Wind Thunder Lion Demon King's body. The Wind Thunder Lion Demon King was burned, a large hole appearing in its neck from the explosion. Even its thick black mane was burned away. Knowing that its once dominant thick mane had disappeared, the Wind Thunder Lion Demon King was completely enraged, black lightning and wind blades erupting from its body. Even a high-ranking leader-class Holy Master would not dare stay near it. With a swipe, the Wind Thunder Lion Demon King slapped the annoying meat dumpling aside and gathered its strength, charging toward Lin Chen. It knew that this small human in front of it was the leader. The murky wind blades attacked, but Lin Chen remained calm, placing the wind system sky seed at his waist. Imprint Chapter. The chaotic colored space absorbed all the wind blades, and in the next moment, the wind blades were rapidly returned. The Wind Thunder Lion Demon King clearly didn't expect this, and it was struck head-on by the wind blades. Even its strong monarch-level body was cut with various wounds, some deep enough to show bone. Seeing this, the giant dragons, who had been watching for an opportunity, charged in. Various attribute attacks swarmed, and the Wind Thunder Lion Demon King howled in pain, launching a last-ditch counterattack. In the end, after Meat Dumpling and Little Black were heavily injured, and the other giant dragons lightly wounded, Lin Chen was finally able to take down the monarch. Feeling the nearly depleted magic power of all attributes, Lin Chen took a deep breath. No wonder it was a mid-level monarch. Against such a being, almost all of my magic systems, except for the chaos system, are ineffective. The high-level shadow control was torn apart with a single strike, and the high-level lightning system was nearly used as a charging tool. Fortunately, Lin Chen successfully killed the Wind Thunder Lion Demon Lord. He threw its body to Xiao Zi and Xiao Yin of the flesh, containing the power of wind and thunder, could enhance their wind and thunder abilities. Moreover, under the effect of bloodline enhancement, their bloodline level would also rise a little. Xiao Zi, who had been constantly channeling lightning and was the only one not injured, collected the 2 soul seeds and handed them to Lin Chen. Lin Chen felt the energy within, not caring about his dusty clothes, his face showing an expression of joy. Indeed, these were top-tier soul seeds, and the energy quality within was clearly higher than the earth-type soul seeds he obtained in the canyon. The surrounding black hurricane had not yet fully dissipated, so it could serve as a protective barrier for Lin Chen. Lin Chen planned to absorb this lightning-type soul seed right now. They were about to reach the time-space town, but he couldn't be sure what awaited them there. Lin Chen had to increase his battle power as much as possible. He put the other injured giant dragons back in the dragon's nest to heal, leaving the Holy Lord to guard him. He began to absorb the lightning-type soul seed. About half an hour later, Lin Chen successfully absorbed it, since his lightning powers were already fully developed, and his stars had been strengthened once more. Absorbing a soul seed was no challenge. It didn't disappoint Lin Chen's expectations. The soul seed was indeed a top-tier one. The soul seed enhanced magic by 3 to 6 times. The clear distinction between soul seeds was only between small and large ones. But Lin Chen liked to call those soul seeds that could reach the extreme enhancement as top-tier soul seeds. That is, soul seeds that enhanced magic by 6 times. Lin Chen clenched his fists, violent lightning appeared in his hands. With 6 times lightning enhancement in 4-star level, Lin Chen's lightning magic power could definitely reach the super tier level. Behind Lin Chen, a spatial crack appeared, and the armored Dragon King emerged. Father. Lin Chen turned around. You're here, just in time, come collect some resources with me. Before Lin Chen could move, the Dragon King had already taken out a pile of earth, wind, and thunder-type magic crystals. I gathered these when I passed by that canyon, and I've also searched this area. Seeing this, Lin Chen smiled. His soldier was reliable. Since that's the case, let's head to the time-space town. Looking at the lightning barrier not far away, Lin Chen and the Dragon King acted as if they didn't care, passing straight through. This barrier had caused a lot of trouble for Nanju in the original story. But in front of an 8th-level psychic and spatial emperor, the barrier seemed laughable. Teleporting through the barrier, a green field and a vast sea of flowers appeared in front of Lin Chen, like a scene from an oil painting. At the end of the flower field in Greenland, a small city appeared abruptly, painted in bright colors, with no old feeling, sitting in this oil painting-like place, like a fantasy fairyland. The Dragon King's expression became serious. There is a very strong being inside. It should be the creature that controls the eye of time and space, but I'm not sure what kind of creature it is. A hint of seriousness appeared in Lin Chen's eyes as well. That's right, inside this time-space town, there exists one of the 6 divine eyes, the eye of time and space. The 6 divine eyes are the eye of time and space, the eye of vastness, the eye of tides, and the eye of the vast sea. In addition to these 4 divine eyes clearly defined in the original story, there are 2 others that are still unexplored. Here's a side note, full-time Magister is really a mess. There are many unfinished plots, and we have to rely on fan creations, which is why readers often get confused after reading too much fan fiction. Cold Moon got the second of the 6 divine eyes and rose to become a medium-level emperor, and if Lin Chen could get the eye of time and space, he would certainly have the strength to contend against emperors.
How confident are you against it? Lin Chen asked the Dragon King.
The Dragon King thought for a moment. I'm stronger than it, but if, as you said, it has the eye of time and space, my dimensional magic will be restrained by it.
50-50?
Dragon Lord shook his head. If it were before my death, my dimensional magic would have been suppressed, and the chance would be 50-50, but now I'm dead, the strongest is necromancy. Dragon Lord paused, confidence of a king flickering in his eyes. It's 30-70, it's 3 for me and 7 for you, a being that can only reach the level of a minor emperor with treasures. My dimensional magic isn't necessarily weaker than it.
Lin Chen smirked. In that case, let's meet it. Chapter 64, The Emperor Who Masters Time and Space.
Entering this otherworldly city, Lin Chen found it hard to believe it had been sealed for such a long time. The whole small town still floated with a special fragrance of flowers and plants, not a trace of decay in sight. The massive black storm was like a wall of time, freezing this independent space within its eye in the era it once belonged to. What kind of great power could protect a piece of space for countless years, keeping it at a single moment? The entire small town was preserved very well, completely suspended in a certain time and space, no longer flowing. The streets were clean and spotless, and the houses showed no signs of age. It was as if they had stepped into a beautiful foreign town. Everything felt peaceful, except there was not a single person in sight. Lin Chen and Dragon Lord seemed like 2 intruders, making this space feel a little disharmonious.
It resists me, Dragon Lord suddenly said.
Lin Chen was taken aback but quickly understood. It should refer to the creature behind the time-space town.
Shall we take action? Dragon Lord asked.
Lin Chen nodded. Apart from obtaining the liquid of time, the divine eye of time and space was his biggest goal. Hoping to take the treasure from the other side, Lin Chen didn't expect it to be handed over willingly.
Let's fight,
Lin Chen said softly. Dragon Lord said nothing. The black abyss behind him surged forth, countless wails of the undead filling the air, numerous skeletons and corpses piling up like mountains. The roars and wails of the undead echoed through this small world.
With a sudden wave of his hand, Dragon Lord unleashed an unimaginable surge of energy, flattening the entire town.
Only a crystal cup remained in place, filled with a very clear, shining liquid. Lin Chen took the liquid. This was the liquid of time. Suddenly, a pair of yellow eyes opened in the hurricane sky hole above the small city. The eyes were filled with anger.
Undead, you intrude upon my territory and even dare to provoke me. Dragon Lord laughed, full of mockery.
Just now, you could have stopped me, but you didn't. Let me guess, you're injured, right?
Injured? The mysterious creature was hurt?
Lin Chen's eyes were filled with astonishment. As far as he knew, this time-space town had existed for at least 1,000 years. What kind of injury could last for over 1,000 years? That gaze seemed to fill with increasing anger, as if it had lost its grounding after its greatest secret was revealed.
So what if I'm injured? As long as I want to leave, you can't stop me.
The soul fire in Dragon Lord's eyes grew more vigorous, and in the abyss behind him, an infinite army of undead was ready for battle. Hand over the divine eye of time and space, and I will spare your life.
I will spare your life?
Upon hearing this name, the eyes visibly paused for a moment. As if remembering some painful memory, disbelief filled the gaze more and more.
Dragon Lord clearly noticed something, squinting his eyes before suddenly bursting into laughter. So you are a defeated foe, after more than 2,000 years, and your injuries haven't healed? Hearing Dragon Lord's words, Lin Chen felt confused. What was going on? Had Dragon Lord fought this mysterious creature long ago? No, wait.
Lin Chen caught the key point in Dragon Lord's words.
Over 2,000 years ago, wasn't that during the time of the first emperor? Could it be that the first emperor had once defeated this mysterious creature?
Upon hearing Dragon Lord's words, the mysterious creature seemed extremely furious, no longer hiding itself as its form manifested. Its enormous body blotted out the sky, covering nearly all the heavens in sight. The wind tunnel was blocked, and shadows fell. In Lin Chen's astonished gaze, a vast dragon, tens of thousands of meters long, suddenly appeared. Ying Zhang, I thought you were already dead, but you turned into a ghost and still won't let me go. The dragon's roar echoed in this isolated space, making Lin Chen's spirit tremble. If he hadn't had 8th level spiritual power at this moment, his soul might have shattered under the sound of the roar. Could a mere sound affect an 8th level spiritual powerhouse? Lin Chen's eyes were filled with horror, but the Dragon King was completely unaffected, instead growing even more powerful. Zhulong, back when you 6 demons caused chaos in Huaxia, I decapitated the other 5 one by one, and only you escaped to this wilderness. Originally, I was a bit regretful, but now heaven has granted me a great opportunity. The Dragon King's voice even drowned out that of the Divine Dragon, as if it were the sound of the heavens, spreading to the very sky. The Divine Dragon's body, like the Great Wall in the clouds, twisted and turned, and a shocking wound appeared. Lin Chen's pupils shrank. Was this wound the one Ying Zhang had caused when he was alive? The unbearable memories of the past surfaced in his mind, and Zhulong painfully closed his eyes. Back then, I was just an imperial prince, severely injured by you. Luckily, I obtained the divine eye of time and space and broke through to become a small emperor, barely saving my life. I never expected you still wouldn't spare me. Hearing Zhulong's words, the Dragon King didn't respond, but instead communicated with Lin Chen in his mind. After a long while, the Dragon King finally spoke. Hand over the divine eye of time and space, and I will remove the death aura from your wound. How about it? Upon hearing this, Zhulong widened his eyes in surprise. The usually unyielding first emperor was actually offering to spare him? Not questioning the truth of the Dragon King's words, Zhulong knew Ying Zhang's nature. Even though the person before him had become a death spirit, he was still an emperor, even more powerful than he had been in life. I need to think about it. The Dragon King's eyes flashed slightly, silently agreeing to Zhulong's response. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen also found a chance to ask the Dragon King what was going on. It turned out that in this world, history was more than 2,000 years old. The first emperor, Ying Zhang, had killed 6 extremely powerful demons to establish Huaxia. But in reality, Ying Zhang had only killed 5 of them. The 6th demon emperor, who controlled the power of time and space, was severely injured and escaped. In order to calm the people's hearts, Ying Zhang had claimed to have killed them all. And this 6th demon emperor was Zhulong. Unlike the human-faced snake-bodied image in Shanhai Jing, here, he was a real divine dragon. When his eyes were open, it was daytime, and when closed, it was nighttime. He controlled time and ruled over space, that was his name. Lin Chen hadn't expected the first emperor, more than 2,000 years ago, to be so powerful that he could defeat Zhulong, and even defeat 5 other demon emperors of the same level. Such strength was probably on par with the heavenly father of the holy city or Athena of the Parthenon. After much consideration, just before the Dragon King was about to act, Zhulong finally gave his answer. It's fine. But the wound must be treated first. The Dragon King squinted his eyes. Old thing, you know my nature. I've always been one to say what I mean. If I heal your wound now, you'll probably regret it immediately. Zhulong's eyes flickered, and he awkwardly smiled. Of course I trust the first emperor. I was just joking earlier. At this moment, Zhulong's heart was like a turbulent sea, terrified that the Dragon King might become enraged in act. Although Zhulong was nervous inside, he still maintained the majesty of an emperor. Over the past 2,000 years, Ying Zhang had nearly become his nightmare, and he dared not oppose him. Chapter 65, Threatening the Nazca Lines. As the divine eye of time and space, radiating with strong light, was taken out by Zhulong, his aura suddenly dropped, and even the wounds on his body became much more terrifying and grotesque. The Dragon King did not go back on his word, removing the death aura from the wound of Zhulong, and now it would heal slowly with time. Zhulong looked at Lin Chen as he took the time and space divine eye, his gaze slightly tightening, curious about the relationship between Lin Chen and Dragon King. Who exactly is this person, that even Dragon King would give up such a precious time and space divine eye? But these are not things Zhulong needs to consider anymore. What it needs now is healing. With the experience of breaking through the Little Emperor realm, even without the time and space divine eye, by accumulating time, there is still a chance to step into that realm again. Thinking of this, Zhulong's heart filled with a bit of joy. Although it lost the precious time and space divine eye, its old wounds were now gone. As long as it broke through again, its strength would surpass before, and it would have no weaknesses. Zhulong disappeared into the space, and Dragon King took back Sha Yuan, turning to look at Lin Chen. Absorb it here. There is a space barrier created by Zhulong, and the safety is much higher than in ordinary places. Hearing this, Lin Chen nodded and took out the time and space divine eye he held in his hand, his eyes burning with passion. This item could be said to be a direct link to forbidden spells. With it, Lin Chen didn't need any earth core. Moreover, earth core, anyone who has seen full-time magister knows, is completely a hastily ripened item with enormous side effects. If a mage uses earth core to break through to forbidden spells, aside from having much more magic energy than usual, there is almost no difference.
That's right, using Earth Core, if there hasn't been a period of accumulation, one might not even be able to independently release forbidden magic, and it can only be called a pseudo-forbidden spell. Thinking of this, Lin Chen could no longer wait. He immediately sat down cross-legged, his mental power surging toward the time and space divine eye in his hand like a tidal wave. When his mental power collided with the time and space divine eye, in an instant, Lin Chen's consciousness was pulled into a strange and dazzling world. This world had no living beings. All that existed was light, endless light. Lin Chen's mental power was already vast, undoubtedly among the top in humanity, but here, it seemed like a grain of sand in the ocean, a single boat in the vast sea, utterly insignificant. How do I refine the time and space divine eye? Lin Chen walked through this world of light, with no clue at all. Not knowing how long he had walked, Lin Chen finally touched a wall formed by the gathering of time and space energy. Do I have to break it? Feeling the information transmitted through the light, Lin Chen slightly furrowed his brows. In the next moment, his mental power surged out like a mountain, as if the sea had been churned, and it slammed directly against the wall. Boom! The time and space wall shook and hummed but showed no cracks. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, all of his mental power surged out, an energy explosion comparable to a half-forbidden spell. Boom! Crack! Looking at the cracks on the wall, Lin Chen gritted his teeth unwillingly. Couldn't even a full-out attack break it? The time and space divine eye really wasn't something that could be refined so easily. Exhausted of mental power, Lin Chen's vision darkened, his brain swollen and dizzy, forcibly being kicked out of the space by the time and space divine eye. Feeling Lin Chen's consciousness returning to his body, Dragon King frowned. What's going on, father? Lin Chen's mouth was bitter, my mental power is not enough. This feeling of guarding a treasure mountain but not being able to obtain it was truly unbearable. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Dragon King helplessly flew into the space where Zhu Long had disappeared, returning only after a long while. That old guy said, to refine the time and space divine eye, you need at least a level 9 mental power from a human. Lin Chen was helpless. As expected, the resources obtained by spending money were even a bit overpowered, not something that could be used right now. But reaching level 9 mental power was simple enough. Lin Chen's space and summoning systems were not yet beyond the standard, as long as their levels were increased, with mental power as a feedback, perhaps Lin Chen could raise his mental power to level 9. Thinking of this, Lin Chen's spirit shook. He remembered the ancient elephant he had seen years ago in the summoning realm. If he mastered the time and space divine eye, perhaps we can establish a contract with it. With the summoning system having summons, a series of magic can be used. In other words, as long as I master the time and space divine eye, Lin Chen's strength will soar in every aspect. Everything is stuck at this step. Lin Chen's gaze became firm. Since that's the case, I will go to the Nazca lines again, and then I will prepare to break through the super level. I don't want to participate in the baby-level training of the World Academy anymore. Let's go, to find suitable power for the Holy Master. The Dragon Lord nodded and disappeared with Lin Chen. Feeling the Dragon Lord's presence vanish, in the layered space, Zhu Long poked its head out and murmured, Ying Zhang has now become undead, I wonder if I can return to Huaxia, this damned place is so boring. Then Zhu Long looked at the place where Lin Chen and the others had disappeared, narrowing its eyes. This place is small, but there are quite a few monsters. Thinking of this, Zhu Long grinned, it's time to let them see Ying Zhang's power. After passing through the blue sky and red wilderness, the figures of Lin Chen and the Dragon Lord appeared in midair. Looking down at the traces outlining a giant monkey drawing, Lin Chen asked the Holy Master if this was possible. The Holy Master's excited voice came through. Yes, it's perfect. My monkey talisman spell relies on it. Lin Chen was speechless and signaled the Dragon Lord to land on the ground. The Dragon Lord was an expert with lifeless objects and immediately saw through the essence of this drawing. These monsters sealed themselves underground, extending their lives, looking for a breakthrough opportunity. Self-sealing? Lin Chen understood, it seems that even powerful monsters cannot escape the erosion of time. In the long river of time, humans die, and monsters naturally die too. Summoning the Holy Master, Lin Chen pointed at the drawing and looked at the Dragon Lord. There's no way to get the monsters inside out. There is a way, many ways, the simplest and most violent is. The Dragon Lord said, suddenly stomping one foot toward the ground. Boom! The ground began to crack greatly, and the bright light on the drawing started to flicker, as if it could go out at any moment. A pale giant ape jumped out with a Great Undead King, I have never provoked you. This monster can still talk? Lin Chen looked at the 100-meter giant ape in surprise. It was humanoid, after living for so many years, it wasn't strange to learn to talk. The Dragon Lord snorted coldly, I'm too lazy to find trouble with you. I brought you out this time to want a little of your original power. If you refuse. The Dragon Lord didn't continue speaking, but the ferocity in his gaze told the giant ape the answer. If you don't give it, the Dragon Lord wouldn't mind making it a servant for thousands of years.
Chapter 66 The Holy Master Great Completion. Slave Xin, what are you doing? This chapter has some sass. The white ape's face showed bitterness, its original power? It didn't want to give, but it had no choice. Although the Nazca lines are called a forbidden area for humans, that's for ordinary people. Insiders understand their own matters. The Nazca lines are all for retirement, although there are behind-the-scenes manipulations. The white ape could see that the person was not the opponent of this undead king before it. Forget it, at worst it would lose some years, better than losing its life. The white ape gritted its teeth, displaying a look of being at others' mercy. The Holy Master was also unceremonious, directly extracting a bit of the white ape's original power, activating his monkey talisman spell. Feeling the loss of original power, the white ape's complexion suddenly changed to an odd expression. Lost it? It was lost, but how come it only lost this little? It was probably just 1/1000th of the white ape's original power, not enough to harm the root. Is that it? The white ape asked uncertainly in a low voice. The Dragon Lord didn't bother with it. The Holy Master nodded. Enough. The white ape felt as if it had received a pardon and looked at the Dragon Lord. Then I. The Dragon Lord waved his hand, indicating it had nothing to do with it now. The white ape quickly submerged back into the drawing. Hurriedly heading home, fearing that the Dragon King might suddenly feel like turning it into an undead. Looking at the home crushed under the Dragon King's foot, the white ape was filled with sorrow, almost crying. It had to rebuild the house again. In this world, who else but him was such a miserable supreme ruler? That's right, to enter the Nazca lines for retirement, one must at least be a supreme ruler level demon, otherwise, they wouldn't qualify. But soon, it wasn't the only one suffering. The strange birds and spiders in the Nazca lines were all visited one by Lin Chen. Unfortunately, these two were not within the selection range of the Holy Lord. On the way to the next geoglyph, the Dragon King suddenly spoke. I discovered a different kind of energy in their source power. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Is it a threat? The Dragon King shook his head. No, although it's much stronger than them, it's only at the sub-emperor level. Even 3 of them together wouldn't be my match. It should be the energy left behind by the beings that created these geoglyph creatures. Lin Chen nodded. Anyone capable of sealing so many supreme ruler level demons had to be an emperor level entity. Fortunately, since they couldn't defeat the Dragon King, they hadn't shown themselves, allowing Lin Chen and the Dragon King to rampage freely. While speaking, Lin Chen had already arrived at the next geoglyph, a bull standing tall and proud. Its twin horns were sharp as swords, and its eyes shone like lightning. Its posture was impressive, but that didn't matter. Dragged out by the Dragon King, its source power was directly absorbed by the Holy Lord, activating the Ox Talisman. Just like shopping in a supermarket, Lin Chen browsed through the Nazca lines until the Holy Lord had activated all the talismans it could. There were quite a few demons sealed in these Nazca lines, a total of 7, all supreme ruler level fierce beings. If they were to be released all at once, they might even be capable of destroying a small country. No wonder this place was considered a forbidden zone for humans. Lin Chen had gained a lot from this trip. The Holy Lord successfully activated 4 talismans: ox, rabbit, monkey, and pig. Now, the Holy Lord had activated 7 talismans in total. There were no more bottlenecks before ascending to the middle monarch level. Only energy accumulation was needed. Name: Holy Lord, incomplete form. Power: sub-monarch level. Potential: minor emperor. Abilities: dragon language magic, demon sorcerer magic, dragon blast. At this point, the Holy Lord's potential had already reached minor emperor level. Once the remaining 5 talismans were activated, it should reach mid-tier emperor level. Lin Chen checked his gains and smiled with satisfaction. This trip to Peru had been a massive success. On the other side, Mo Fan and his team had also completed the National Pavilion Challenge. The national team in Peru was fairly average, even weaker than Sakura. They didn't even have a single high-tier mage, so they were naturally no match for Mo Fan's group. With the threat of the Nazca lines gone, Mo Fan and his team naturally stayed behind to train, planning to hone their skills before heading to the next country. Meanwhile, Lin Chen requested a leave of absence from his mentors. As for whether national competition participants could request leave? The answer was yes, but you'd better have a solid reason, like breaking through to the super tier. Initially, Lin Chen was worried about whether he could showcase his super tier abilities in the World University Tournament. But since Song He and the others had unanimously approved his leave, he felt reassured. Moreover, in the original story, there was a team that unleashed a super tier water magic, catastrophic tsunami. Although it was a weakened version, the Holy City didn't react much to it. This indicated that the Holy City mainly targeted calamity bringers. As for ordinary super-tier mages, no matter how talented they weren't given much attention. Lin Chen returned to the Mu family in Magic City, where 2 Starcy heavenly veins were stored, worth over 2 billion. The Mu family was now the most powerful family in Magic City. 2 billion wasn't enough to shake their foundation, and besides, this investment was for Lin Chen. Lin Chen's contributions to helping the Mu family take control of Jinlin City far exceeded this value. Naturally, the family had no objections. Instead, they were more than happy to support Lin Chen's breakthrough. At midnight, Lin Chen arrived home. In the Mu family's conference hall, Mu Jianqing was happily watching Lin Chen, his eyes filled with emotion. In the blink of an eye, Chener, you're about to break through the next level. Time really flies. Mu Jianqing's eyes showed a hint of nostalgia. I remember when you first awakened your magic, and now, well, it's been less than 10 years, right? Mu Jianqing suddenly felt a bit confused. His grandson had reached the next level in less than 10 years. It didn't seem like that long ago. Thinking of this, Mu Jianqing's nostalgic look disappeared, and looking at Lin Chen, whose appearance hadn't changed much compared to 10 years ago, his eyes were full of helplessness. Chener, it's not easy for you to come back. Tomorrow the family is holding a gathering, otherwise, I don't know when I'll see you again. After saying that, Mu Jianqing let Lin Chen go. The child had just returned, and he didn't have the heart to keep talking to him. Lin Chen didn't feel much. After all, he had been brought back by the Dragon King, so he wasn't really tired. Leaving the conference hall, he used a teleportation spell to return to his room. As soon as Lin Chen entered the room, he saw someone moving on his bed. Lin Chen's expression changed. Who in the Mu family had such courage to enter his room and crawl into his bed? In an instant, Lin Chen thought of many possibilities, the biggest one being that a young girl from the family wanted to attach herself to his power and had come to his door. If it were from another family, it would be fine. Lin Chen would just treat the offer as something given for free. But this was from the Mu family, and Lin Chen only felt frustrated. How could such a culture exist in the family? Thinking of this, Lin Chen quickly stepped forward, lifting the blanket. He was determined to see who it was. Nu Xin. Staring at the figure that appeared under the blanket, Lin Chen was dumbfounded. He never expected that the person crawling into his bed in the middle of the night would be his third sister, Mu Nu Xin. Behave, brothers. Writing adult content got reviewed. I won't do it again. Chapter 67, Xiaoxian, are you not going to hang up? Behave, brothers. Writing adult content got reviewed and modified again. It seems my driving skills still need improvement. Every time it gets reviewed, I won't write anymore, woo woo. After obtaining the Starsea Heavenly Pulse, Lin Chen chose to first break through summoning and lightning magic systems, partly to enhance his mental strength, and partly to increase his combat abilities. After all, lightning is currently the only magic system where Lin Chen has a soul species. Name, Lin Chen. Power, Chaos System, Super Rank Level 3, Summoning System, Super Rank Level 1, Lightning System, Super Rank Level 1, Shadow System, High Rank Level 3, Wind System, High Rank Level 1, Space System, Mid Rank Level 2, Water System, Mid Rank Level 1, Plant System, Mid Rank Level 1, Sound System, Beginner Rank Level 1. Carried items, Shadow System Top Level Spirit Species, Shadow Material Poison Curse, Lightning System Spirit Species Soul Species, Wind System Spirit Species Soul Species, 8th Level Mental Strength. Magic Tools, 3 useless ones, Top Level Soul Grade Magic Tool 1. Not only had summoning and lightning systems broken through to super rank, but Lin Chen's wind system also broke through to high rank, absorbing the top-level soul species brought back from Gobi Valley, and his water and plant systems also reached mid-rank. After breaking through to super rank, Lin Chen also awakened a new magic system, the sound system. At this point, there was nothing left for Lin Chen to awaken. There are only so many magic systems, and he had already awakened 9 of them, which was more than the combined total of 2 ordinary super rank mages. After completing these tasks, some time passed, and when Lin Chen called his mentors, he learned that Imofan had already dealt with Casso and the drowning curse, and the national government team was now heading towards the Sahara region to rescue a national government team there. Sitting on the plane, Lin Chen's consciousness sank into the dragon's nest. He was going to distribute the time liquid to the baby dragons. Now, Lin Chen had a total of 10 dragons. Since the Dragon King didn't need them, there were 9 left. Lin Chen twitched his mouth. Originally, there wasn't much time liquid, and now it had to be shared with 9 dragons, which really stretched him thin. So he decided to give it to just 1 dragon. Lin Chen's eyes shifted, and he made a decision. He used his plant abilities to grow 9 trees on the ground, with 8 of their roots being the same length, and only 1 shorter. Whoever chose the shortest root would be given the time liquid. To ensure fairness, Lin Chen blocked all the senses of the dragons using the dragon's nest, leaving it purely to luck. In the end, Xiaoxian picked the big prize and received the time liquid. The black divine dragon flew up and down, its eyes as large as houses filled with surprise. The Lord stomped his feet in frustration. Without that treasure, I can still break through. What I lack is just energy accumulation. Xiaoxian swallowed all the time liquid in one go, and suddenly, a vast, brilliant light emanated from his body, almost lighting up half of the dragon's nest. As Lin Chen's strength grew and the number of dragons increased, the area of the dragon's nest also expanded. Now, the dragon's nest was absolutely as large as the entire Sakura country. This means that the light from Xiao Xian now could shine across half of Sakura if it were outside. Roar! The roar of the dragon echoed throughout the entire space, and Xiao Xian's dragon body began to expand violently. It was as if a giant magnifying glass was focused on him, his dragon body expanded 10 times or more. And this factor was still increasing, the time liquid was still boiling. Xiao Xian just wanted to say, Xiao Xian, didn't cheat, it's all thanks to my hard work. The black light shone even brighter, and Xiao Xian's dragon body, originally 100 meters long, grew to several thousand meters. His black dragon scales became mottled, each one seemingly marked with the traces of history. The light slowly faded, and Xiao Xian soared in the air. Now, he was much larger than all his siblings combined. Lin Chan's breathing grew heavy. Such a size, such dominance, this was the way a dragon should be. A monarch-level dragon, absolutely monarch-level. Lin Chen couldn't wait to open Xiao Xian's stats panel. Name, Xian Dragon. Power, minor monarch level. Potential, Sub-Emperor. Skills, Dragon's Might, Xian Ling Suppression, Totem Resonance, Divine Dragon Spiral Kill, Xian Poison Fog. Note, the time liquid, as a high-quality material, has improved the bloodline level of the Silver Wing Xian Poison Dragon, causing a metamorphosis and activating the ancient totem bloodline within, evolving it into the Xian Dragon. A flash of light appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. The bloodline evolved too? At this moment, Lin Chen was incredibly glad he had obtained the bloodline enhancement function, or else Xiao Xian would never have been able to upgrade his bloodline with just the time liquid. It was only thanks to his golden finger that these time liquids were able to reach their full potential. However, even though the ancient totem bloodline was activated, it should have been the Xian Wu bloodline. Why is it the Xian Dragon instead? Luckily, Lin Chen had read the extras from the original story and knew that in ancient times, many demons fought to compete for the totem positions. The Xian Dragon was probably one of those competitors. As for why the descendants of Xian Wu carry the Xian Dragon bloodline, Lin Chen could only say that the old generation's thoughts and actions were quite open-minded, though they were too stubborn to admit it. But luckily, otherwise, Xiao Xian would never have been able to evolve his bloodline. The Xian Dragon, though not as powerful as the Azure Dragon, was definitely a creature on the same level as Xian Wu. After all, Xiao Xian's potential had already reached Sub-Emperor. I hope no one thinks I'm rambling. After all, many may not have seen the full extras of the Magician series. I'm mentioning this to lay the groundwork for future developments. Some of the dragons will evolve toward totem-based powers in the future. After finishing all of this, Lin Chen arrived at the airport in Africa. This place was vast and sparsely populated, so Lin Chen casually found an empty spot and summoned the Lord. Climbing onto the Lord's back, Lin Chen pointed to the north and said, "Run in that direction." The Lord grumbled impatiently, "I am a demon sorcerer, not a errand runner. No running for a month, no blood from the demon blood ritual pool. Let me show you the power of the rabbit talisman." Hearing this, the Holy Lord immediately became furious. Inside his body, the stone talisman in the shape of a rabbit flickered slightly, and his body shot out. The speed was so fast that the pedestrians who were passed by could only feel a gust of wind and could not see the Holy Lord's trace. The climate here was hot, and the wind stirred up by the Holy Lord formed a small sandstorm as he ran. At first, Lin Chen didn't think much of it, but soon, he saw a huge sandstorm approaching. Lin Chen's expression changed. He was now at the edge of the Sahara Desert. Once swept away, he would enter the desert maze. Although Lin Chen had level 8 spiritual power, and most mazes couldn't trap him, this was the Sahara. In the original story, it was introduced as one of the top 3 forbidden places in the world. Even though later there were countless monsters and demons, this place definitely had an emperor-level presence, on par with the Dragon Lord. If he rashly entered the desert maze, his current strength would likely be considered a delightful snack for the emperor-level creatures living in the dry desert. Chapter 68, The Dragon in the Desert. Lin Chen summoned the Holy Lord back into the dragon's nest, taking a deep breath. Xiao Xian. Roar. A giant dragon body thousands of meters long suddenly appeared, twisting and coiling, its body forming a wall like the Great Wall, encircling Lin Chen. Hu. The wind howled, and the yellow sand, like blades, struck against Xiao Xian's dragon body. After a long time, the sandstorm calmed down, and the massive divine dragon standing in the desert slowly lifted its head. The once impenetrable dragon wall opened a gap, and the dazzling sunlight poured in. Lin Chen squinted his eyes and quickly stepped outside to check on Xiao Xian's condition. Such a fierce sandstorm, with Xiao Xian's size, it must have been like facing a powerful superclass magic. But when he stepped out and saw Xiao Xian's exposed dragon scales, Lin Chen was stunned. The totem patterns were still vivid, the ancient marks had not been blurred by the yellow sand in the slightest. The dark-colored divine dragon slightly lowered its head, bringing Lin Chen to its head. Lin Chen's face couldn't hide his excitement. So strong, Xiao Xian. A sandstorm this big didn't cause you any harm. Roar. The dragon's roar echoed for miles, and Xiao Xian's face was full of pride. This amount of sand wasn't even enough for it to take a sand bath.
After the sandstorm passed, Lin Chen sat on Xiao Xian's head and officially entered the desert maze. According to the sealed message, Mo Fan and the others were inside at that moment. Under Xiao Xian, large clouds of mist swirled, increasing its speed, just like the cloud and mist technique used by the dark snake back in Hangzhou. Riding on Xiao Xian, Lin Chen quickly noticed a massive clash of red and gray-black airwaves in the desert. After all, this was the outer layer of the desert maze, and it couldn't block Lin Chen's spiritual power from detecting what was going on. A large group of fire-poisoned scorpions and sand terror foxes were fighting each other. The climate of the Sahara Desert was extremely harsh, which also meant that resources were scarce. The demons living here were mostly vicious, and they didn't just attack humans.
Even demons fought each other. Right now, this was the situation.
The fire-poisoned scorpions and sand terror foxes were engaged in a fierce battle.
And Mo Fan and his group were at the center of the battlefield, holding on desperately.
A large shadow was cast, and Mo Fan threw away his mid-level thunder magic, instinctively looking up, and he immediately saw Xiao Xian soaring in the sky.
Mo Fan was stunned.
Although this dragon looked familiar, it couldn't possibly be the Xiao Xian he had seen in Jinlin City. After all, Xiao Xian back then was less than 100 meters long, but now it was thousands of meters, its size had multiplied by 100, completely unrecognizable. It wasn't until the death-bringing dark light descended, killing hundreds of fire-poisoned scorpions and sand terror foxes around Mo Fan, that he realized what was going on.
This can't be. Is this Lin Chen's dragon? Mo Fan said in a dry voice. Damn it, my little Yanji just reached the commander level. It's not easy to finally be on the same level as you, and now you've summoned a dragon that's thousands of meters long?
Mo Fan believed that this dragon must be at the monarch level, otherwise, it wouldn't deserve such an enormous size.
Thousands of meters, what kind of concept is that? It could wrap around Mo Fan's neighborhood 3 times.
Sure enough, the next moment, Lin Chen descended from the sky.
The people in the team saw him, and their eyes lit up. Brother Chen, help! Save us! Jiang Yu shouted.
Lin Chen, help me, Jiang Xiaoshu called out to him in a soft, delicate voice. Zhao Manyan said nothing, just kept pulling out his bank cards. Lin Chen sighed helplessly, don't worry, I came here just to save you. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Xian's massive body descended, as if the sky itself was collapsing. Just by landing, he crushed nearly 1,000 demons to death. A creature of such enormous size was practically a war machine.
Every movement could overturn the battlefield.
Among the two battling factions, there were also commander-level demons, but their attacks landed on Xiao Xian's scales and left nothing more than faint white marks. Xiao Xian smacked his lips and casually grabbed a few demons, tossing them into his mouth. He chewed them up like candy before swallowing them whole.
Get on, I'll take you all away.
Lin Chen gestured for Mo Fan and the others to climb onto Xiao Xian's back. Their faces were filled with excitement as they followed him up.
Finally, they didn't have to fight for their lives anymore. Having a powerful teammate was the best.
On the way out, Lin Chen found the unconscious Nanju and saved her as well. Back in the safe zone, Lin Chen put Xiao Xian away. Now, Xiao Xian was so huge that he couldn't even hide in the clouds anymore. Wherever he went, he blocked out the sunlight. Africa was already short on water, and when Xiao Xian flew over, the locals thought it was about to rain. They rushed out with pots and pans, hoping to catch some water. Here, Lin Chen and the others ran into Dai Wen and his team, who were preparing for follow-up rescue operations.
After a brief conversation, Dai Wen and his team left. After all, saving people was their priority. Watching their figures disappear into the distance, Lin Chen sighed. Once they entered, they were likely to die in there. The sandstorms surrounding the desert mirage weren't a coincidence.
A sandstorm wraith was causing trouble. That sandstorm wraith probably had some kind of grudge against Dai Wen when it was alive. That's why, in the original story, Dai Wen and his team were attacked as soon as they entered the desert mirage. Lin Chen had no intention of throwing his life away with them. That sandstorm wraith was likely at the Grand Monarch level. Without Dragon King, he can only fight it to a draw at best. The desert was full of too many uncertainties. Lin Chen wasn't going to risk his life for some rescue rewards. The only reason he came was to make sure Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue were safe. Leaving this troublesome place behind, Lin Chen and his group headed for the Sun Nation to challenge the National Pavilion and earn their medals. The Sun Nation was also a land of the undead, but its National Pavilion was nothing special, so they cleared it with ease. Besides the National Pavilion challenge, Lin Chen and the others received another mission from their mentor, slaying the undead. The Sun Nation had almost as many undead as China, but they were of a different kind, mostly mummies. Recently, a mirage had appeared in the Sun Nation, causing many casualties.
Feng Li and his team took on an official commission here, planning to train while making some money to buy resources.
Right now, Lin Chen and his team were in Puzini City, where a mirage had just projected a pyramid nearby.
The undead within the pyramid would never allow people to roam around their king, let alone build a city there. Thus, a war between the living and the dead had broken out. In the Sun Nation, there were 93 pyramids, and such conflicts happened almost every year. The only thing the people of the Sun Nation could be thankful for was that the Great Pyramid of Khufu had never appeared. Otherwise, half of the Sun Nation would be doomed. There was no way around it. Aside from China, the Eagle Nation, and the Sun Does Not Set Empire, only a few countries had the power to resist. For most countries in the world, an imperial-level disaster symbolizes the destruction of everything. Arriving at the frontline camp, which is only 30 kilometers from the projection of the pyramid, this area already counts as the outer zone of the undead's activity, so to establish a foothold here, humanity is constantly engaged in battle. Chapter 69, The Purple Sky Black Storm Domain. The army advances in a wave-pushing manner, which simply means sending a group of vanguard troops out first to clear the undead ahead, and then set up a temporary camp at a fixed location. After securing this position, another wave of mages will set off. Upon reaching this temporary camp, they will continue advancing forward, pushing the previous wave, like the waves pushing the ones ahead, striving to push even farther. Lin Chen's group is part of the first wave. Their mission is to block the poisonous golden mummies here, to prevent them from influencing the main army when it arrives. The poisonous golden mummies are green and golden all over, lying on the golden-yellow earth, as if the earth itself had been covered with green-golden tiles. These poisonous golden mummies are cunning and agile poisoners, they rarely engage in direct combat with mages. Even though their numbers have far surpassed those of the vanguard, the poisonous golden mummies still stand on the slanted high ground, collectively opening their mouths and releasing a wave of poisonous mist. The poisonous mist is green and gold, like smoke and dust. It rolls in like a massive tide, and despite the vanguard team launching an all-out counterattack, they can hardly resist this terrifying golden poisonous tide. Staff Officer Fina saw this and had an ugly expression on her face. "Mr. Lin, we still need your help, or we might not be able to hold on." Fina knew that Lin Chen was the leader of the Huaxia national team, and Huaxia, as one of the top magical powers in the world, always had leaders of its national team as the best of the high-ranking mages. Although Fina herself had the ability to deal with the poisonous golden mummies, she still needed to conserve her strength for the situations ahead. "Don't worry, leave it to me." Lin Chen nodded. At such a place, Lin Chen could not summon a dragon, but his own strength was far from weak. The constellation representing high-level lightning magic rapidly formed. Purple light suddenly flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. As a highly talented super high-level lightning mage, his lightning magic no longer adhered to ordinary forms. Instead, he had walked his own path. Silent Thunder Death Ray, Sky Thunder Claw. Lin Chen raised his right hand, and a massive lightning dragon claw, over 100 meters long, appeared out of thin air. The purple dragon claw dispersed the surrounding clouds, hanging above the poisonous golden mummies like the sword of Damocles. The death knell rang in the hearts of the poisonous golden mummies. Almost instinctively, all the poisonous golden mummies directed their poisonous mist toward the lightning dragon claw, trying to corrode it. But how could the most indomitable and fierce lightning be affected by such filthy things? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and an incredibly powerful electric current surged around him, even catching the attention of Fina, the super high-level mage. A domain? Fina thought uncertainly. But soon, Fina was certain Lin Chen definitely had a domain, and it was an extremely powerful one. Even she, a super high-level mage, felt a threat from it. The lightning surrounding Lin Chen spread out, extending to hundreds of meters before finally stopping. Purple Sky Domain. This was the domain attached to Lin Chen's soul species. As the highest-tier lightning soul species, how could the Purple Sky not have a domain? The Purple Sky Domain was its inherent domain. Once activated, it not only greatly enhanced the power of lightning magic but also gathered residual lightning magic energy within the domain after each attack, forming catastrophe clouds in the sky that would rain down lightning to strike enemies. The already 100-meter-large Sky Thunder Claw became even more terrifying. Not only did its size double, but even its momentum soared. Fena's corner of the mouth twitched. A lightning magic comparable to a half-supreme level spell, and such a powerful domain soul species. The Chinese competitors this time must be defying the heavens. But soon, Fena let go of her thoughts. Whether the Chinese competitor was strong or not was something for the Sun Never Set's side to worry about. She herself hadn't reached the level to fight for the championship. It was clear that Fena was not yet a real high-ranking member of the Sun Country, and had no idea that this year's Sun Country government team was also defying the heavens. Before the huge thunderclaw fell, the scattered lightning had already completely eroded the poisonous mist, which was as fine as dust. The poisonous golden mummies and other undead were different. They did not have the thick defensive corpses and powerful bodies that other undead had. If their poison couldn't be fully unleashed, their combat ability was really quite ordinary. When the 200-meter thunderclaw covered most of the poisonous golden mummy team, the only one left able to gasp for breath was a three-eyed poisonous golden mummy. No, it couldn't even gasp anymore. It had already become an undead, so why would it gasp? Lin Chen stopped the thought that crossed his mind and fired a strike of silent thunder deathlight, killing the poisonous golden mummy leader, then walked towards Fena's officer. It's over. Lin Chen shrugged, looking very relaxed. And it was indeed true. From start to finish, Lin Chen only released 2 spells and had killed all the poisonous golden mummies that had troubled the Sunside for a long time. Fena and Eastern Army Commander Wankos exchanged a glance, both opening their mouths in unison, unsure of what to say. The Lin Chen before them, just in terms of combat power, was probably stronger than a 500-strong lightning army. On the other side, South Army Commander Roval was anxious. On the high slope, a large group of Death Sword servants appeared. If a gap couldn't be opened, the mage team ahead couldn't get in. Hearing this, Lin Chen immediately stood up and looked towards Fena's officer. Fena understood his meaning and couldn't help but feel moved. The Chinese brothers were reliable. They had just helped her solve a big problem, and before they could even drink some water, they were ready to go again. In fact, she was overthinking. Lin Chen only thought that the souls of the undead were of higher quality, and the probability of exploding spiritual souls was greater. Now, Lin Chen had 9 magical systems, and his mental strength was waiting to break through to level 9 to refine the spacetime god eye. He really needed spiritual souls. As long as there were enough spiritual souls to strengthen the dimension-based stars, Lin Chen's mental strength would also be somewhat nourished. Who knows, he might reach level 9 in mental strength without needing to surpass the supreme level in the space system. With this in mind, Lin Chen appeared so active. Otherwise, he wouldn't even bother moving. The Death Sword servants were a type of undead with bodies like black-painted humanoid figures. These undead were completely black, from their skin to the outer layer of their corpse armor. Even the swords they held in their hands were entirely black, and only their eyes emitted a chilling red light, full of fierce and ominous intent. South Army Commander Roval's expression was worried, and his gaze toward Lin Chen was filled with urgency. He opened his mouth, but hesitated. Lin Chen was speechless, waved his hand, and said, "Don't worry, I'll kill them all." Roval forced a smile, "No need to kill them all. Mr. Lin, just disrupting their formation will be enough." There were more than 50 Death Sword servants here, each one a standout among the battle generals. To kill them all, Roval estimated at least 200 mid-level mages would be needed, with tight coordination. In Roval's mind, Lin Chen's role wasn't to harvest, but to break the formation. But was that really the case? Chapter 70, was it only breaking the formation? The speed of the Death Sword servants was extremely fast, and their intelligence was also very high. Simply put, the difference between them and ordinary demons is that one is a well-trained demon army, while the other is a group of scattered soldiers fighting alone. As expected, as soon as Lin Chen stepped into their attack range, more than 10 Legion Death Servants ran out, turning into black ghostly shadows, attempting to disturb Lin Chen's judgment. Behind them, over 30 more Legion Death Servants lay in ambush, waiting for Lin Chen to lose his composure before charging forward. Roll, seeing this formation, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and couldn't help but feel admiration for Lin Chen. No wonder he's the captain of the Chinese national government's team, his strength is indeed formidable. The moment he entered, he immediately caught the attention of nearly all the Legion Death Servants. Demon sensing abilities are much stronger than humans, and facing a powerful mage, they can clearly assess the opponent's strength. Deploying everyone means that Lin Chen's strength is actually on the same level as theirs combined. If Roal were to charge into the formation alone, it would probably only attract the attention of about 10 Legion Death Servants. On the other side, Lin Chen was completely calm. A gentle breeze suddenly rose from the ground, sweeping outward from Lin Chen's center. Soon, the gentle breeze turned into a strong wind. The stray hairs on Lin Chen's forehead were lifted, and a blue glow flashed above his head. Roal, being a military commander, had seen a lot. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Domain? Lin Chen did not respond, and the blue constellation above his head connected completely. Roal furrowed his brow. Although it was a soul type, if he remembered correctly, the advanced wind magic Wings of Wind was not known for its attacking power. Black Storm Disk. The blue light in Lin Chan's eyes turned murky, flashing with a mix of blue and black. The strong wind around him turned into a violent storm. Black Wind Blade swirled, which was Lin Chan's Black Storm domain. Lin Chan's wind-type soul, Black Storm, could turn his wind magic into corrosive black wind. The Black Storm domain greatly enhanced his control over wind magic. And this control manifested in Lin Chan's wind magic. Ordinary high-level wind mages could never change the form of their magic. But Lin Chen was different. In the Black Storm domain, his wind magic could take any form. For example, right now, the Black Storm Disc was an advanced version of the wind magic Wind Disc. By infusing it with magic power equivalent to a high-level spell, Lin Chen gave it the power of high-level magic. The black explosion swept across the land. Wind penetrated everywhere, and the speed and trickiness that the Legion Death Servants prided themselves on were powerless in front of the wind. Strangle. Lin Chen suddenly clenched his hands, and the raging wind on the battlefield changed accordingly, suddenly contracting inward. Powerful wind blades sliced everything within the range. Under the intense wind resistance, the Lijian death servants couldn't even stand firm. Soon, the dozen or so Lijian death servants rushing forward were wiped out, leaving only a few broken pieces of armor scattered on the desolate land, telling of the terror they had just experienced. Roal was stunned. Is this the power of a domain? As a high-level mage himself, he felt that he would be severely injured by this blow, and might even die if he wasn't careful. The remaining Lijian death servants behind were also stunned, unsure of what to do. But Lin Chen wasn't stunned, he was very clear-headed. Lin Chen's wind magic had only just broken through to the high level. Using the domain consumed a lot of energy, but he still had a combination technique. That was the Zixio Black Storm domain. Lin Chen's thunder and wind souls had intertwined for countless years, already becoming inseparable. At this moment, after absorbing these two souls, his two domains naturally merged and cooperated. The Zixia domain, glowing with deep purple lightning, appeared, startling Roal, who sucked in a cold breath. Dual domains. Before he could make any more contributions to global warming, Lin Chen's power surged once again. Lin Chen had already taken action boldly. Purple Sky Black Fury. A violent storm swept in, carrying the might of 1,000 thunders, tearing everything in front apart. The clash of wind and thunder was as powerful as a superclass spell. After a long time, the raging thunderstorm gradually dissipated, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Lin Chen smiled in satisfaction. Although the power was similar to his previous Sky Thunder Claw, the cost was much less, achieving an effect greater than the sum of its parts. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Lin Chen. Didn't this count as merging magic? Though it seemed a bit of a trick, he had genuinely fused two magic systems together. Perhaps he could seek out that person. Lin Chen now had 9 magic systems, and if he could elevate them all to the superclass and merge them, he might reach the power of forbidden spells. Thinking of that individual, even with Lin Chen's current battle strength, he couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. While he was enhancing his personal strength, that person's research would elevate all of humanity. Shaking his head, he realized that it wasn't the right time to think too much. He should focus on completing the World Academy tournament first. Clap. A crisp sound of applause rang out as Lin Chen turned in shock. General Rovark, what are you doing? Mr. Lin. Rovark called out bitterly, but couldn't find the words to follow. What could he say? That he had lived like a dog for all these years? Plus, was this a breakthrough? This was clearly a massacre. Remembering those fierce sword-wielding death knights being torn into pieces by the thunderstorm, even Rovark shivered in fear. After dealing with undead for so many years, Rovark had never seen such a fierce mage, who said wind-type advanced spells lean towards defense. If he had known, Rovark would have pushed to awaken the wind system when he got the guiding stone in the past. On the other side, Lin Chen collected the odd bones and other materials that had fallen to the ground. These materials dropped by undead monsters could be used to create dark magic-enhancing magical tools. Lin Chen prepared to gather more, to upgrade the staff he had obtained a while ago, allowing it to enhance several types of magic. After slaying the Death Knights, Fena and Lin Chen pressed on to conquer the third camp. At this point, the distance to the pyramid had halved, and the difficulty had significantly increased. The surging wave tactics were unsuitable for the latter half. Stretching the front line too long meant humans could not outlast the undead. After a short rest at the third camp, Fena rubbed her swollen head, feeling fortunate for the help from the Huaxia national team. Thinking only Lin Chen was strong, she hadn't expected the rest to be just as capable. Combined, they were more effective than 500 military mages, easing Fena's burden somewhat, but the road ahead would be tough. Looking at the large numbers of undead wandering outside the pyramid, Fena sighed. This latter half was the real test. The first half posed some difficulties with 50 fierce sword-wielding Death Knights, and if it weren't for Lin Chen, they likely would have lost quite a few people. The latter half was even more horrifying. With a full 500 Death Knights, their numbers had increased tenfold, and if they rashly engaged in battle, their dark swords could threaten even a superclass mage. The last 5 kilometers. This was the area with the highest density of undead, and also the strongest. Dark-colored corpses filled this yellow basin, and the mirage of the pyramid was right in the center of the basin. Lin Chen's fighting spirit began to ignite. With so many people around, it was inconvenient for the dragon to intervene, and this provided him with an opportunity to showcase his strength and organize his gains from these years. In the process of integrating, Lin Chen's power continued to rise. Although his level may not have significantly advanced, his fighting strength surely grew a lot. Chapter 71, Awakening on the Battlefield. The dim light of the pyramid shone on him, and Lin Chen squinted, feeling somewhat out of place. Mr. Lin, are you alright? Fena looked at Lin Chen with some concern. He had just dealt with 2 massive armies, the poisonous golden mummies and the Lijian death warriors, and his magical energy might be running low by now. Lin Chen smiled. Don't worry, Chief Fena, I'm fine. I didn't use much energy just now. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Fena finally relaxed, her gaze focused on the sword formation formed by the 500 Legion Death Warriors ahead, her expression serious. Attack! The command to attack was given, and thousands of mages began to collectively communicate with the stars. The Legion Death Warriors' sword formation also charged forward, their ghostly speed allowing them to rapidly close in on the mages. As dusk fell, streaks of bright red blood smeared across the entire land, blending with the ever-changing colors, telling the cruel story of the battlefield. Fena loudly ordered the troops to move. This is the fourth camp, and it's the last obstacle to melting the mirage. The warriors of our Sun Kingdom never fear a challenge. Fena spoke words of encouragement, but her eyes were scanning the situation around them. This was the last camp, the toughest one. The wave-style strategy has its limits. At this moment, there were no reinforcements behind Lin Chen, only the undead. They had no choice but to keep moving forward, or they would be surrounded and trapped by the undead. The undead howled, the dark winds sweeping across the entire land. Anger and resentment coalesced into towering mountains, pressing heavily on everyone's hearts. They were creatures without fear, their only consciousness being to tear apart these living humans and devour them. Where the living and the dead coexist, even the soil reeks of blood. This is the second largest war zone after the ocean battlefield. In such a large-scale war, the human mages quickly went from being orderly to becoming chaotic. Chief Fena, the vanguard, has lost contact. Fena was stunned. The 500 Legion Death Warriors are indeed beyond what they could break through, but they shouldn't have fallen so quickly. The messenger was also full of confusion, but the Legion Death Warriors have broken through the front line and are charging toward us. Fena frowned tightly, not daring to hesitate. 6 wings of wind appeared behind her, lifting her into the air to personally assess the situation. Upon seeing this, Fena's expression changed drastically. Dark Sword Master. Among the Legion Death Warriors, there was a towering figure riding a black ghostly horse, enveloped in a thick dark aura, as if wearing a shadowy black battle robe. He sat on the black ghostly horse with a defiant posture, holding a long black sword high towards the crimson-black sky, as though calling upon the power of the god of night with his sword. Beneath the clouds, the black energy swirled more and more violently. Dominating Nether Sword. A voice of authority echoed. The Dark Knight spoke in ancient Egyptian, and the dark sword intent from the land of death descended to the human world, carrying a strong aura of destruction. Fena's face changed. If this sword struck, perhaps hundreds of mages would die. Sky Thunder Claw. A massive 200-meter thunder dragon claw suddenly appeared in midair, grabbing the sword light. Lin Chen stood on the ground, his eyes showing a hint of caution. The sub-monarch-level Dark Swordmaster would still require a great effort to defeat, even without the help of a giant dragon. In the blink of an eye, the Sky Thunder Claw crushed the dark sword light fiercely, scattering it into countless black shards across the sky. At the same time, the Sky Thunder Claw vanished. Fena, still shaken, looked at Lin Chen with eyes full of gratitude. The Dark Swordmaster was slightly surprised. Among these human mages, there was one capable of resisting its power. But the knight's charge had no retreat. As Pharaoh's loyal servant, the Dark Sword Master would never back down. The ghostly horse beneath him transformed into a hellish steed, engulfed in burning black flames. The Dark Sword Master let out a loud cry, the ancient sun language echoing across the battlefield, while the 500 vengeful sword wraiths behind him resonated in harmony, enhancing his power to a new level. Domination of the night. The Dark Sword Master raised his massive sword once again, and a brilliant beam of light erupted from its tip, as if the night itself had collapsed, enveloping this entire basin area around the pyramid. A dense aura of darkness roared to life, and in this pitch-black realm, fear lingered in the hearts of many mages, unwilling to fade away. Crackle, 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 crackle. The range of this domain of night was vast. Under its shadow, all the vengeful sword wraiths donned dark sword robes, their eyes becoming more vibrant, glowing with a terrifying brilliance that pierced the soul. The Dark Sword Master and the vengeful sword wraiths complemented each other, and in this state, even Lin Chen found it somewhat tricky. Black Storm Dragon Claw. The Black Storm domain appeared again, overlapping with the purple sky domain Lin Chen had cast earlier. A black hurricane swept across the battlefield, and purple lightning descended from the dark clouds above, as Lin Chen stood like a god of thunder, his body entwined with lightning and storms. Countless magical energies surged wildly into the black dragon claw, black and purple covering the massive claw, resembling divine punishment. Even a power as great as the Dark Lord couldn't help but look up, startled by its astonishing might. Hold it off for me for a bit. Lin Chen spoke with lips barely moving, as if squeezing toothpaste. Fena solemnly nodded, yellow wind swirling behind her. Thousand-leaf blade, slaughtering wind slash. Fena's body was wrapped in a wild wind, transforming into thousands of wind blades, slicing through the air with incredible cutting power. In front, hundreds of undead were dismembered by the thousand-leaf wind blades, swept away like autumn leaves, and the battlefield fell into a profound silence, with no undead capable of standing up again. As the thousand-leaf wind blades finished reaping, a shocking wind slash fell with overwhelming vigor, extending far behind, its chaotic and powerful force reaching right in front of the Dark Sword Master. The Dark Sword Master's eyes turned blood red, showing no fear as his massive sword cleaved through the air to meet the wind slash. Then, without even glancing at the shattered wind slash, the Dark Sword Master charged straight towards Lin Chen, sensing the aura of death on him. The Dark Sword Master plunged directly into the mage army, killing groups of mages with casual strikes. As the distance between the Dark Sword Master and himself grew closer, Lin Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Frost Seal Spirit Pivot crashed down. A massive ice coffin fell from the sky as Mu Ningxue's ice and snow gathered almost entirely towards the Dark Sword Master. Domain. As a naturally gifted ice mage, Mu Ningxue had unlocked her domain upon reaching high ranks. The ice coffin imprisoned the Dark Sword Master. In almost just a second, the black sword light had shattered the ice coffin into countless ice crystals. Mu Ningxue's face turned slightly pale. She had only recently broken through to high rank, and it was her limit to achieve this in such a short time. But that was enough. Lin Chen's Black Storm Dragon Claw had already been completed, a terrifying power gathering in his right hand. Lin Chen felt something was about to burst forth from his body. Instead of stopping it, he let it grow. In the next moment, a 3-foot-long purple sword blade appeared, arriving with a terrifying aura of destruction. Schwerer, thank you. Lin Chen smirked, gripping the 3-foot sword, the lightning around him surging frighteningly. Mu Ningxue's face was slightly pale. Breathing heavily, he whispered, "I'm glad I could help." Looking at the Dark Sword Master rushing towards him, Lin Chen felt his thunder magic had gained unparalleled power. And all of this came from the purple long sword in his hand. Is this my transcendent thunder power? Lin Chen mumbled. The form of transcendent power was bizarre and varied, and its emergence meant that mages no longer had to release magic in the prescribed way. Magic that originally required constructing constellations to release could now be done with just a thought in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen, who learned this natural ability without a teacher, saw the nearly 500-meter giant Black Storm Thunder Dragon Claws in the sky transform into a meteor and fly towards the long sword in his hand. A brilliant light burst forth, and the long sword in Lin Chen's hand was on the verge of uncontrollably swinging. Lin Chen didn't hold back. He raised the sword in his hand and struck out with a plain, unadorned swing. As the sword was raised, the heavens and earth shook. The blazing black-purple sword light pierced through the world, the cutting force overwhelming, filled with dominance. The sword light seemed to connect the heavens and earth, stretching over 1,000 meters, as if it was going to split the world in two. The Dark Sword Master, riding on the ghost horse, had black flames burning on him to the extreme. But at that moment, nothing could rival that sword light's brilliance. After instinctively swinging his strongest sword, the Dark Sword Master became dazed. Even if his own pharaoh arrived, would they be able to release an attack comparable to this sword? He would never know the answer. His rotten body, now split in two, slowly fell to the ground, along with the ghost horse beneath him, sliced in half by the sword light. The 500 Dark Sword Servant Guardians connected to the Dark Sword Master's aura were the same. Under the terrifying sword light, even their bodies couldn't be preserved, turning into flying ash, with only a few pieces of strange bones left behind. The sword light's momentum didn't decrease and continued until it struck the pyramid, or it was stopped by the blazing underworld glow. As the sword light dissipated, Phoenix stared at the deep chasm, which was tens of meters deep, stretching across the earth. Although their team had advanced some, they were still 3 kilometers away from the pyramid. From here to the pyramid, a chasm connected the two places over a distance of 3 kilometers. His Phoenix sucked in a cold breath. Such a terrifying blow, even she found it hard to achieve. It definitely reached the realm of transcendent magic, and it was even at the 3rd-tier level. Phoenix suddenly turned and looked at Lin Chen. She desperately wanted to know, was this something Lin Chen could normally do, or did he have to risk everything to achieve it? Looking at Lin Chen's slightly pale face, Phoenix pressed her lips together. It had consumed some energy, but not much. In other words, the Solar Kingdom's national team and the World Academy might also face this move. Phoenix shook her head. What was she thinking? Could her country's national team compare to the Dark Sword Master? Probably, before Lin Chen could use this move, they would already have been defeated. The black-purple sword light had wiped out thousands of undead, killed the Dark Lord, and greatly boosted the mage's morale. Phoenix, encouraged by this, pushed directly to a spot not far from the pyramid. Lin Chen looked at the long sword in his hand, which had already lost its purple glow, his eyes narrowing slightly. At this point, the long sword looked like the most ordinary sword, with only a lightning mark engraved on the blade. At the same time, a message flowed into Lin Chen's heart. The Heaven and Earth Sword, every mage who awakens transcendent power can engrave a unique mark of their magic on it. With the corresponding magic mark, the Heaven and Earth Sword can amplify the corresponding magic system. Lin Chen scratched his head. So, the staff he had previously crafted was useless, right? The staff he had obtained from the Octopus Chieftain had already been finished, but Lin Chen hadn't found a useful opportunity to use it. Now the staff had shrunk significantly and could be more accurately called a magic staff.
Having the heaven and earth sword formed from transcendent power, Lin Chen simply gave this magic staff to Muning Xue. Without the Dark Sword Master and the 500 vicious sword death servants, the remaining undead were like worthless chickens and dogs in front of Fena, the super-level mage. The mirage ended, and Fena came to stand before Lin Chen. With a respectful gesture, Fena performed the highest ceremony of the Sun Kingdom as she looked at Lin Chen.
The gods sent you to this battlefield. Without you, we would have suffered heavy losses. To repay you, Mr. Lin, we will do everything in our power to give you anything you want. Including a domain soul seed?
Including, Fena said firmly. Lin Chen was speechless. He knew that the national government team of the Sun Kingdom probably did not consist entirely of domain soul seeds. He never expected Fena to be willing to go that far.
Lin Chen didn't hesitate to accept.
This was what he deserved in the first place.
I need a top-grade soul seed level dark material. I wonder if you can manage that. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Fena smiled.
If it's a domain soul seed, it would be quite difficult even with my status, but if it's just dark material, I can easily get it.
Fena was confident.
After all, the Sun Kingdom was a powerful undead nation, and due to the existence of the pyramid, the quantity of dark materials far exceeded that of soul seeds.
Soon, Fena brought a container.
This is dark material from the Mankora pyramid, comparable to a top-grade soul seed with a domain.
To obtain it, the team at the time even sacrificed a super-level mage.
As she spoke, Fena's expression darkened slightly, clearly recalling some sorrowful memory. After a pause, Fena continued, after our evaluation, we call this dark material Wraith.
Wraith?
Lin Chen was a bit confused.
Seeing Lin Chen's confusion, Fena smiled and said, this dark material, after research, seems to be able to communicate with spacetime.
If someone with a powerful space and undead system possesses it, it might produce unexpected effects.
With that, Fena muttered to herself, but how could that be? The dimensional system is already rare, and the undead system is even rarer.
It would take both magical systems cultivated to an extremely high level. However, even without that mysterious effect, its enhancement is already beyond that of an ordinary large soul seed.
Upon hearing Fena's words, Lin Chen was overjoyed, though his expression remained neutral.
Such conditions, he had them. Space system cultivation was difficult, but he had his golden finger.
He would soon reach super level, and with a mental power increase of level 9, how many people in the world could match him? The undead system was hard to awaken?
Just extract one, there was one on Dragon Lord, and extracting it would lead to full super level cultivation. Unfortunately, back then, Lin Chen focused on awakening the wind system because of the heaven seed, neglecting this matter. But it wasn't a loss. After all, he couldn't give up the heaven seed just for a soul seed level dark material. His cultivation would still improve, and the heaven seed was rare. But now, if Lin Chen wanted to gain another opportunity for an attribute extraction, he didn't need to fuse with the dragon race anymore. The Dragon Nest had come up with a new way to play, where reaching certain achievements would grant corresponding rewards. These achievements were mostly related to the dragons under him. For example, having 5 dragons that broke through the Monarch level, or 3 dragons that broke through the Sub-Emperor level. There were also some related to demons and monsters, such as killing 3 Emperor-level demons or 50 Monarch-level demons. Each of these achievements was difficult, but Lin Chen understood. His beginner welfare period was already over. Now, every time he gained an attribute extraction, it represented a huge benefit. Of course, it couldn't be determined by the simple number of dragons anymore. Fortunately, Lin Chen didn't fuse a bunch of useless dragons for short-term benefits before, otherwise, he would be struggling now.
Chapter 73, Plotting the Ancient Dark True Dragon.
At 1:30 in the morning, I arrived at the hotel. I will return to school tomorrow, so I won't post pictures of beautiful women today.
Instead, here's a segment from Chapter 1031.
Some readers have always said that the shadow element has no spirit seeds or soul seeds, only dark matter. But in my impression, dark magic also has spirit seeds and soul seeds. Later, I went back and reread Full-Time Mage from the beginning. Right now, I've reached Chapter 1033, where Mo Fan is preparing to buy a Thunder Element soul seed. Zhao Manyan said something that roughly meant that there were no Thunder Element soul seeds in the auction that met Mo Fan's requirements, but there were ones for dark magic and white magic.
This proves that non-elemental magic also has spirit seeds and soul seeds.
But later, obviously, Uncle Luan messed up the setting again, which led to some memory confusion among readers.
This chapter is a special clarification.
Finally, as usual, let's roast Luan a bit.
Full-Time Mage is really written in a messy way.
The pyramid incident in the faraway nation had temporarily come to an end. Since Xian Xia was here, and Mo Fan had not seen her for a long time, Lin Chen simply decided to stay and rest for a while. After all, there was still some time before the World University Tournament began.
Xian Xia, I need you to do me a favor. At the Parthenon Temple station site, Lin Chen rubbed his hands awkwardly. Xin Xia looked at Lin Chen and gave a sweet smile. Brother Lin Chen, are you hurt somewhere? I can help. Seeing that Lin Chen needed something again, Xin Xia was actually happy. Back in Bo City, it was Lin Chen who had sent Mo Fan to her side, saving her life. Now that she finally had a chance to repay Lin Chen, of course, she was happy. I need a little of your blood, Lin Chen said awkwardly. It wasn't that Lin Chen wanted to act distant with Xin Xia, but this request was a bit bizarre. If they weren't so familiar, Xin Xia might have thought Lin Chen was trying to perform some kind of dark ritual. To this, Xin Xia had no objections, and Mo Fan also said nothing. Instead, it was one of Xin Xia's accompanying Parthenon knights who was the first to object. No way. You want the blood of the Saintess's attendant? What are you trying to do? Cullen looked at Lin Chen with vigilance. Although the other party had just slain a Dark Sword Lord not long ago, it was obvious that Cullen, who had unwavering faith, would never allow Lin Chen to act recklessly. Seeing this, Lin Chen and Mo Fan instead gained a bit more recognition for the Parthenon Temple. At least the people here seemed quite reliable. Even an ordinary guardian knight dared to speak up boldly against Lin Chen. Don't worry, Cullen. Brother Lin Chen is my savior. If he really meant me harm, I would never have had the chance to join the Parthenon Temple. Xin Xia reassured him. But this? Cullen hesitated. That being said, this request. Xin Xia shook her head helplessly and ignored Cullen, turning to Lin Chen. Brother Lin Chen, how much do you need? Lin Chen took out a small blood collection bottle and quickly said, 10 milliliters will do. If it's too much trouble, even 5 milliliters is fine. Xin Xia smiled slightly. I thought you needed a lot. With that, before Cullen could react, Xin Xia bit her finger. Cullen's eyes widened. Before he could say anything, Lin Chen's small bottle was already full, exactly 10 milliliters. Xin Xia stopped Cullen with a look and casually cast a healing spell to close the small wound on her finger. Seeing this, Cullen finally relaxed and wiped away a cold sweat. Leaving the Parthenon Temple station, Lin Chen excitedly held the small bottle in his hand. With this, the chances of establishing a connection with the Black Dragon Emperor were much higher. That's right, the Black Dragon Emperor. Lin Chen was planning to meet the only true Dark Dragon in the full-time mage world. Lin Chen's summoning element had already broken through to the super level. But what was ridiculous was that whether it was the basic summoning slot or the intermediate contract slot, both were still completely empty. Since he had crossed into the full-time mage world, how could he not experience the classic summoning element like in fanfiction? Earlier, because of dragons, Lin Chen didn't want to form a contract carelessly. If he had made a contract like Mo Fan did with a ghost wolf beast, just the effort spent raising it would be exhausting. But do you think Mo Fan's old wolf is so easy to make a contract with? Demons are different from humans. Every time they break through and evolve, their bloodline and soul are reshaped. Even for ordinary demons, evolving once is extremely difficult. You think Mo Fan's old wolf is just an ordinary ghost wolf beast, but its will to evolve from a servant all the way to a monarch is definitely no less than Xiaoyan's. Maybe Xiaoyan's script isn't quite fitting. You can refer to Little Flame from Martial Movement, who is simply sinister beyond limits. So from the beginning, Lin Chen wanted to contract a high bloodline creature, which is also why the summoning system has always been lacking. Now, they were about to reach the water city of Venice, so Lin Chen decided to take a bold attempt. That was to contract the Black Dragon Emperor. Of course, Lin Chen didn't expect to contract an Emperor-level true dragon in one go. This time, as long as he could establish some goodwill, that would be enough. Days passed in a blur, and Lin Chen finally had some rare free time. He and Mu Ningxue wandered around for a few days. This girl had always been under even more pressure than Lin Chen, so it was time for her to relax a bit. Before leaving, they gave the Sun Nation's national team a good beating, and then Lin Chen and his group set off for the water city of Venice. On the streets of the water city, Zhao Manyan led the way and brought Lin Chen and Mo Fan to the St. Mark's World Auction House. Here, the Zhao family held significant shares. It's worth mentioning that many people thought the Zhao family was just a merchant clan with no outstanding magical abilities, but that view was actually wrong. As one of the top aristocratic families in the country, or rather, one of the great clans, the Zhao family's magical strength might be slightly weaker than the Mu family's, but it was far stronger than most other families below them. One must know, without Lin Chen's help, the former head of the Mu family, Mu Zhanqing, was only a full mastery of 3 elements, combined with some heritage, which barely made the Mu family one of the 4 great families of the magic capital. And yet, the Zhao family's global reputation could rival the Mu family, earning them the title of a great clan. This showed their strength was not weak. At the very least, they had more than one mage with full super-tier mastery. As they reached the entrance of St. Mark's World Auction House, a handsome man in beach shorts and flip-flops stood there. Seeing this, Zhao Manyan grinned. "Big brother, are you here just to pick me up?" Hearing the familiar voice, Zhao Yuqian looked over at Zhao Manyan in surprise. You brat, why are you here? Before Zhao Manyan could respond, Zhao Yuqian had already noticed Lin Chen, and his eyes lit up instantly.
I never expected to meet such an esteemed guest like you today, Lin Chen. I've long heard of you, long heard of you. Zhao Yuqian beamed as he reached out to shake Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen was also willing to build ties with the Zhao family, so he didn't act aloof and reached out to shake Zhao Yuqian's hand. The eldest son of the Zhao family, brother Yuqian, I've long heard of you as well. Zhao Yuqian was quite surprised. Not only had he met that woman today, but also Lin Chen, what a double blessing. As the heir of a top clan, Zhao Yuqian was well aware of Lin Chen's status. With him around, the Mu family would sooner or later rise to become a top clan. Getting on good terms in advance would bring many benefits. Who would have thought that his younger brother could make such a talented acquaintance? Zhao Yuqian glanced at Mo Fan on the side as well, his smile growing even brighter. Though Mo Fan was not as valuable as Lin Chen, he was still worth getting to know. There are other distinguished guests today, so I may not be able to receive you properly. Someone, take Mr. Lin to the VIP room. As soon as Zhao Yuqian finished speaking, a beautiful woman in a blue dress walked toward the three of them. Chapter 74, Asha Ruia's Shock, Ascending the Mountain. The image review didn't pass again, so I had to use a more conservative one. QAQ. The Zhao brothers actually had no deep-seated hatred between them. Zhao Yuqian just wanted to make money, while Zhao Manyan just wanted to spend money. As long as they talked things out, it would be fine, they were brothers, after all. So Lin Chen planned to find an opportunity to mediate their relationship. A clan like the Zhao family was best kept as a friend. Lin Chen walked out of the VIP room, and Mo Fan and Zhao Manyan were discussing the purchase of Thunder-type soul seeds. Arriving at the exhibition corridor outside, Lin Chen immediately spotted a woman wearing a veil. Although the woman wore a veil, her stunning figure could not be hidden, her beauty was certainly not inferior to Muningshui. Sensing Lin Chen's gaze, Ashreya turned around and smiled gently. I didn't expect to see you, this monster, here. Lin Chen shrugged, not surprised that Ashreya knew his identity. After all, her side job was an information dealer. We have met long ago, or rather, you should have seen me many times. Ashreya was taken aback and then smiled, saying, What do you mean, Mr. Lin? Just call me Lin Chen. Recently, everyone I see calls me Mr. Lin, which sounds a bit strange. Before Ashreya could respond, Lin Chen continued, You were already there back in the ancient capital, weren't you? Ashreya paused, a hint of shock flashed across her face under the veil. With her skills, she did not expect Lin Chen to have figured out her whereabouts. Silent in her heart, she raised Lin Chen's danger level another notch and managed a forced smile. Lin Chen, worthy of being the world's top monster, you really have some skills. For someone as clever as Lin Chen, Ashreya didn't bother with subtlety and got to the point. I am specifically waiting here for you. I want to ask you for a favor. Please elaborate. Help me clear out some monsters, and then let you see the world's top emperor. How about that? Ashreya felt confident. In her intelligence, Lin Chen was someone fervently enthusiastic about various monster incidents and unafraid of danger. Such a person would surely find it hard to refuse the top monster emperor in the world. But contrary to Ashreya's expectations, Lin Chen shook his head. Don't say it like it's a charity. If I remember correctly, you still owe me a big favor. Ashreya's movements halted, and an inexplicable bad premonition arose in her heart. As expected, Lin Chen immediately revealed the deepest secret she had buried in her heart. Salon is still locked in the deepest level of the Judgment Council's prison. I was the one who found her. You should still owe me a favor. Hearing this, Ashreya's heart skipped a beat, and she could no longer maintain her calm, understanding that her identity and secret were already known by Lin Chen. But how could this be possible? Lin Chen seemed to see through Ashreya's thoughts and continued, You're not the only one with information channels in this world. You don't need to care about how I know, I only want you to know that you owe me. What do you want? Ashreya took a deep breath and said. Lin Chen smiled slightly, We can talk about that favor later, let's discuss your matter first. Ashreya clenched her fist slightly, feeling the cold sweat in her palms, realizing that things had slipped out of her control. I have now decided to find someone else to cooperate with me. That's fine, I already know your purpose, Lin Chen said indifferently. Damn it, how does this person know everything? Now Ashreya regretted deeply how she thought about approaching Lin Chen. Now she was completely at a disadvantage. But fortunately, the power of the Black Dragon Emperor gave Ashreya some confidence. I know you are powerful, but without me, you cannot escape from its hands. Lin Chen did not argue, he only pretended to agree. Then Mo Fan arrived, and the three finally decided to go to the Tyrant Mountain range together. The Tyrant Mountain is also in Italy, likely named after a king from ancient Rome, and it is some distance from Venice. The national team members need to stay in Venice for a long time until the World Academy competition officially begins. Others will also focus on training in Venice.
Venice has the largest auction houses in the world, and most of the forces behind the students have started to burn money madly. The three of them set off in a hurry because Lin Chen was pressed for time. If they returned late, Muningshue might be in danger, so they left the same day. The Tyrant mountain range is home to a wide variety of demons, and the density is high. This mountain range is actually not favored by hunter mages. A variety of demons means that there are many dangers, such as nests, poison mists, traps, illusionary realms, territories, and elemental forbidden zones. It's a huge test of hunters' ability to adapt to different environments. Walking in the Tyrant mountain range, even Lin Chen had to stay alert. Silver moon titans would appear halfway up the mountain, and there might be demon monarch level monsters at the top. Soon, they reached the halfway point of the mountain. Since they set off quickly, Lin Chen didn't encounter any silver moon titans. Looking at the 9 Windflame Thunder Griffins, Mo-fan felt a headache. I can handle 3 with Little Flame Princess. The rest is up to you, Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded. A few leader-level small demons were nothing. Hearing this, Asheria glanced sideways at Lin Chen. Since he knew there was the Black Dragon Emperor here, he wouldn't release his dragons. The relationship between dragon clans isn't very good. If the aura of one dragon clan suddenly appears in the territory of the Black Dragon Emperor, it will definitely provoke an attack. Asheria was curious to see how Lin Chen would handle the 6 leader-level demons. That's right, Asheria didn't plan to help because he knew that without dealing with the Windflame Thunder Griffins, he wouldn't be able to go up the mountain, and Mo-fan didn't even pay an information fee. In other words, for the sake of going up the mountain, Asheria had wasted a message about a top-tier lightning-type soul species, which was worth several hundred million. The battle was about to start. Mo-fan immediately fused with Little Flame Princess, swinging his fiery wings and flying into the sky. The powerful aura immediately attracted 3 Windflame Thunder Griffins. Mo-fan was indeed stronger than in the original story. Because he had used the demon system less, his fire element had already reached high-level tier 3. Mo-fan's talent was originally excellent. If he hadn't used the demon system so many times in the original story, which lowered his cultivation, he would have already outpaced his peers. At the same time, Lin Chen also made his move. A longsword engraved with a lightning symbol appeared, the tip aimed directly at the leader of the Windflame Thunder Griffins. One of the demons, almost maxed out in wind, fire, and lightning cultivation, had the strength of a great leader. Facing 6 leader-level demons at once, this pressure was no less than that of the Dark Sword Master. But Lin Chen was not afraid at all. The sword in his hand cut through the air, attracting all the thunderous power from halfway up the mountain. Chapter 75, Armor-clad Dragon Emperor vs. Black Dragon Emperor? Zixiao, Sky Thunder Claw. Lin Chen's lightning magic power surged into the Heaven and Earth Sword. The lightning symbol engraved on the Heaven and Earth Sword lit up, releasing unmatched lightning waves. The massive lightning dragon claws covered the entire mountain crevice. Mo-fan, who was in a fierce battle with the 3 Windflame Thunder Griffins, felt a shock to his scalp. He quickly dodged to the side of the mountain crevice. Asheria acted even faster, having already run out before Lin Chen was ready to attack. Deep purple lightning struck the Windflame Thunder Griffins, and the high-temperature lightning blasted their feathers into the air. The flesh beneath the feathers turned black and charred. Among the Windflame Thunder Griffins, one demon who was close to completing the lightning cultivation skill endured the pain of lightning refining its body and broke through the Sky Thunder Claw's blockade, charging straight at Lin Chen. The Windflame Thunder Griffin is a very special demon. To reach its peak, it must undergo 10 years of wind cultivation, 10 years of fire cultivation, and 10 years of lightning cultivation. Only then can it become a top-tier leader-level demon. And the leader of this group of Windflame Thunder Griffins was a demon who had almost fully completed all 3 cultivations. There is only a small distance left to reach the peak. And because of this, its resistance to lightning is far stronger than the other 8 Windflame Thunder Eagles. But unfortunately, what Lin Chen possesses is not just lightning power. A massive, void-like hand hovers above the Thunder Dragon's claws, and as soon as the Windflame Thunder Eagle appears, it is directly crushed by Lin Chen's spatial magic. It is just a wounded leader, Lin Chen can now easily kill it in an instant. The reason he doesn't directly use the dimensional system is simply because Lin Chen wants to hone his other magic systems. Thousands of bolts of lightning continue to bombard, forcing several Windflame Thunder Eagles to lower their heads. Mo-fan clenched his fist as he saw this. Xiao Yanji, we can't fall behind. This is a rare opportunity for battle. After solving all 9 Windflame Thunder Eagles, Lin Chen and the others entered the mountain crevice. Mo-fan successfully absorbed the Tyrant Wild Thunder, and the 3 of them continued forward. Through the winding tunnels within the mountain, they could reach the top of the peak. When they exited the cave, the sky had already brightened, but due to the constant cloud cover, the mountaintop and the surrounding mountains remained dark and unclear. In this environment, neither Mo-fan nor Asheria noticed that the shadow beneath Lin Chen's feet appeared slightly dimmer, its color deeper than usual. The road at the mountaintop was very steep, walking along the sharp mountain edge felt like they could fall at any moment. The jagged mountain stones resembled the back of a giant sword dragon, gradually extending to the clouds, eventually forming a magnificent long cliff at the end. The long cliff extended out of the mountain. The road was flat, but from a distance, it still made one uneasy. Walking on it felt like walking on a sky path, with fierce winds and swirling mist. "You two, go to the opposite side," Ashuraya said. Emofan warily glanced at Ashuraya, unsure of what this woman was up to. Accompanied by the mist, Emofan and Lin Chen reached the end of the long cliff. Emofan's spatial magic energy began to surge. Lin Chen reached the end of the long cliff and looked down. Among the thick mist, black dragon scales could be seen swaying within it. Emofan, now ready, curiously leaned over to take a look. "Look!" His Emofan inhaled sharply. "What is that thing?" "Don't look down, look at me!" Ashuraya suddenly shouted. Emofan glanced at Ashuraya, noticing that she was running towards him from about 500 meters away. Emofan had a rebellious streak, and when she told him not to look, he was determined to look. At that moment, the entire sea of clouds sank by about several dozen meters, and the black object that was previously hidden beneath the clouds was suddenly revealed above them. "What the hell is that?" Emofan was shocked, his gaze fixed on the black object in the clouds. Emofan felt as though he had seen a spine, densely covered with scales, and sharp black spikes that shot upward like skyhorns, exaggerated arcs resembling mammoth tusks. Spatial journey, instantaneous change. Ashuraya ran towards them, her hands never pausing for a moment. A flash of bright silver light enveloped all three of them. Lin Chen's expression remained calm as he directly used his spatial magic to block Ashuraya's spell, staying where he was. Although going over now might allow Ashuraya's beauty to take advantage of him, it was clear that the Black Dragon Emperor was far more captivating to Lin Chen. On a green, lush meadow, Ashuraya stood up, her face pale. "Hey! Where's Lin Chen?" Emofan rubbed his swollen head and asked. "He rejected my magic," Ashuraya said slowly. "Huh?" At the peak of the Tyrant Mountain, the earth-shattering roar of a dragon echoed. Lin Chen's hair stood upright, but his expression showed no change. It was just the roar of a dragon, but to him, a level 8 mental power user, it was nothing. As he watched the Black Dragon Emperor's claws about to strike, Lin Chen's shadow on the ground suddenly expanded, forming a massive shadow to block the claws. Bang! The clash of two Emperor-level powers shook the air, the resulting gust of wind strong enough to rival a super-tier spell. As the shadow blocking the Black Dragon Emperor's attack slowly fell back, the figure of the armored Dragon Emperor appeared next to Lin Chen. Two dark golden eyes emerged from the clouds, the Black Dragon Emperor glaring angrily at the Dragon Lord. "Why did you intrude into my territory?" The Black Dragon Emperor did not speak, but both Lin Chen and the Dragon Lord understood the meaning. As an Emperor-level being, the Black Dragon Emperor clearly had some unique means of communication. "Austin, we mean no harm. We just want to tell you something." Lin Chen spoke, and only then did the Black Dragon Emperor look directly at the tiny human before him. Although Lin Chen's strength was considered impressive among humans, it was nothing compared to the Black Dragon Emperor. "Human, you think you deserve this?" The Black Dragon Emperor's scornful gaze swept over, with a touch of coldness, mockery, and indifference in his eyes. Confirmed, the Black Dragon Emperor's eyes are pie chart-like. Feeling the Black Dragon Emperor's contempt, Lin Chen smiled nonchalantly, took a small bottle out of his robe, and opened it. A faint scent of blood spread, the blood belonging to Xin Xia. Upon smelling the scent, the Black Dragon Emperor froze for a moment, and then a look of rage appeared on his massive dragon face. A familiar scent. "Human, what have you done to this person?" The Black Dragon Emperor was furious. He could clearly sense the presence of someone similar to Saint Sun Wentai in the bottle Lin Chen held. The enormous dragon tail lashed out, shattering the clouds into large pieces. The Dragon Lord, seeing this, narrowed his eyes, and the abyss appeared behind him, blocking the attack from the dragon tail. "Austin, calm down." Chapter 76, Contracting the Black Dragon Emperor. As you expected, the owner of this blood has a deep connection with Wentai. She is Wentai's daughter. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the Black Dragon Emperor's pupils shrank, and he seemed unable to believe it. Before the Black Dragon Emperor could speak, Lin Chen continued, "She's fine. This is blood I borrowed. We are good friends. Why should I believe you?" The Black Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes. Given his relationship with Wentai, if anything happened to Wentai's daughter, he could not ignore it. "I have no reason to lie to you. Moreover, I only took this out to let you know that Wentai has another daughter alive." Lin Chen smiled and continued, "The main reason I came is to tell you, you are in danger." "Danger?" The Black Dragon Emperor seemed to hear a ridiculous joke. The sarcasm in his eyes became even more intense. "I, the true Black Dragon of Darkness, a supreme existence, and you say I am in danger?" Looking at the arrogant Black Dragon Emperor, Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. After experiencing the history of the giant dragon ruling Europe, the Black Dragon Emperor was still immersed in his past glory. What if someone is plotting against you using the heart of a Titan giant child? Lin Chen suddenly asked. The Black Dragon Emperor's pupils shrank. As an emperor, it naturally knew the effect the heart of a Titan giant child would have on it. But how could such a secret be known by a mere super-tier human? Speak, who wants to harm me? I can owe you a favor. Looking at the still haughty Black Dragon Emperor, Lin Chen sighed. All these dragons were the same, so arrogant. Lin Chen pointed to the Dragon Lord beside him. With him here, do I really need your favor? The Black Dragon Emperor paused, unable to respond. The strength of the armored Dragon Emperor before him was indeed greater than his. Then what do you want? The Dark Dragon Emperor spoke coldly. Austin, I want you to make a contract with me. Contract? A fierce dragon breath suddenly burst from the Dark Dragon Emperor's nostrils, stirring up a cloud of mist. I cannot make a contract with anyone else. The Dark Dragon Emperor said coldly, then turned to leave. Don't you want to see Wen Tai again? Lin Chen's words stopped the Dark Dragon Emperor. The Dark Dragon Emperor turned silently, his eyes revealing a hint of contemplation. If what you say is true, I can cooperate with you, but don't think about making a contract. Hearing the Dark Dragon Emperor say this, Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. Cooperation was already beyond his expectations. For a being at the Emperor level, contracts held little binding power, so there wasn't much difference. Only, contracts were more convenient. But Lin Chen clearly still wanted to push harder. If you make an equal contract with me, you can also see Wen Tai's daughter, right? And... As Lin Chen spoke, several summoning arrays suddenly unfolded behind him. The Dark Dragon Emperor was stunned, sensing the aura of those summoning arrays. He not only felt no alarm but was instead a bit surprised. Dragons, so many dragons, pure dragon bloodline. The Dark Dragon Emperor widened his eyes, watching as giant dragons appeared, momentarily dazzled. Human, where did you contract so many giants? The Dark Dragon Emperor was very excited. As the last true dragon in the world, he had lost count of how many years it had been since he felt such a pure kinship. From medieval Europe to now, the Dark Dragon Emperor did not know how much time had passed. It was powerful but also lonely. The Dark Dragon Emperor never expected Lin Chen to have so many kin. Lin Chen knew he had successfully shifted the Dark Dragon Emperor's mindset. From the very beginning, he established contact using Wen Tai's concerns, then shifted the connection from others to himself. They are all my children. I summon them to let you know something. Saying this, Lin Chen took out a Supreme Monarch level material and threw it to Little Black. Little Black swallowed the material in one go. The Dark Dragon bloodline within him surged, quickly elevating to the Supreme Monarch level. Lin Chen smiled slightly. After such a long accumulation, it was normal for Little Black's bloodline to upgrade. The Dark Dragon Emperor was dumbfounded. What was going on? How could this descendant instantly elevate its bloodline level by such a significant stage? Lin Chen's throne material was recognized by it. It was a Supreme Monarch level Dark Demon component, at most able to slightly enhance Little Black's strength. How could it possibly elevate the bloodline level? And so quickly. What I want to tell you is this is my special ability. As long as you become my contracted beast, any demonic part of the same attribute can elevate its bloodline level. It's just a matter of how much. Seeing the Dark Dragon Emperor's eyes filled with interest, Lin Chen curled his lips into a smile. The fish had taken the bait. At the level of the Dark Dragon Emperor, seeing so many pure-blooded juniors would excite him, but that excitement would be limited. The reason for excitement might even be a desire to swallow Little Black and enhance his own bloodline. To truly move a being of this level, one had to offer something that stirred their heart. For example, an increase in strength. As long as you establish a contract with me, I can assure you that I will elevate you to a medium emperor level. By then, the chances of finding Wen Tai will also increase greatly, right? The Dark Dragon Emperor had to admit, he was deeply tempted. Human, I can establish a contract with you, but it must be equal. If I want to leave, you cannot stop me. Lin Chen smiled wryly. If you want to leave, can I stop you? The Dark Dragon Emperor nodded without denying. Indeed, it was so. However, the Black Dragon Emperor cast a wary glance at the Dragon Lord beside Lin Chen. This guy is still a bit difficult to handle. A deep darkness rose, and a vast contract magic circle enveloped the sea of clouds. Based on the size of the Black Dragon Emperor, the contract magic circle was extremely vast. Indeed, Lin Chen could only describe it as vast. A contract magic circle that was even larger than the entire main peak of the Tyrant Mountain. The small Shen, which was several kilometers long, appeared somewhat small in front of it. Lin Chen couldn't even imagine what a larger azure dragon, bigger than the Black Dragon Emperor, would be like. After recalling the Black Dragon Emperor into the contract space, Lin Chen felt the connection between their souls, unable to hide his excitement. The addition of the Black Dragon Emperor nearly doubled his strength, and his summoning ability directly broke through the super-level second rank because of its support. Most importantly, Lin Chen's mental power had reached level 9. A mischievous smile curved on Lin Chen's lips as he thought, once he refines the time and space divine eye, he could summon the ancient elephant through the plane contract. With control over the powers of the three emperors, Lin Chen could absolutely be considered the strongest human. Of course, if that man from the Holy City, who could strike down an emperor with a single punch, appeared, there would still be some debate about who holds the number 1 position. Lin Chen took a deep breath, glanced at the time, and his expression changed. Has it been this long? Snower won't be in any danger, will she? Chapter 77, Hide Behind Me. The Dragon Lord took Lin Chen and moved at lightning speed, arriving in Venice from the Tyrant Mountain in just 10 minutes. The wind from the Mediterranean blew, like a pair of gentle hands softly caressing his hair. A silver strand of hair swayed gently with the lines of the wind, and Mu Ningxue slightly turned her face, looking at the ends of her hair fluttering in the breeze. Not everything was pure white, some of it seemed to have taken on its original dark ink color, something that could hardly be seen before, but now it was clearly noticeable, with strands of ink-black hair mixed among the pure snow-white strands. Once her hair turns entirely black, Mu Ningxue will no longer suffer from the icy backlash. I've been looking for you for a long time, and I've finally found you. A man's voice came. Hearing this familiar voice, Mu Ningxue furrowed her brows. After such a long time, we should finally introduce ourselves. My name is Panchi. The man said to himself. What do you want from me? Mu Ningxue asked coldly. Don't be so tense. I just want to take back what my family gave you. Panchi chuckled. Mu Ningxue sensed something was wrong and took a few steps back, cautiously observing her surroundings. Seeing this, Panchi smiled cautiously, but it was useless. They were determined to get the ice crystal killing bow. Mu Tingjing and Nan Roni appeared on the other side, watching Mu Ningxue with a playful look. With them were 4 disciplinary mages from the Mu family. Though there were order mages from Venice around, Panchi and his group held a family arrest warrant, which was lawful, so the order mages had no choice but to stand by and watch. Watching Mu Ningxue retreat, a look of immense satisfaction appeared on Mu Tingjing's face. Mu Ningxue, so what if you haven't fallen into the Black Church's storm? Family interests always come first. Do you really think your value compares to that of the Nan Rong family? Mu Tingjing exchanged a smile with Nan Roni, their faces full of a sinister and scheming expression. Mu Ningxue's face showed no panic. She only looked at Nan Roni. I didn't expect that the usually gentle you are the deepest hidden venomous snake in the team. Nan Roni showed no sense of guilt and was still immersed in the joy of about to obtain the ice crystal killing bow. Seeing the calmness on Mu Ningxue's face, Mu Tingjing felt a surge of anger. Are you still hoping that Lin Chen will come to save you? Don't even say he's not here. Even if he were here, what could he do? Could he really fight against all of us? Mu Tingjing said maliciously. Mu Ningxue did not speak, but the ice-type magic energy around her began to surge. Pansy smiled and said, don't even think about it. In front of me, the Guardian, you have no chance of using any forbidden techniques. But in the next moment, Pansy couldn't smile anymore, because he clearly saw the ice crystal killing bow in Mu Ningxue's hand. Pansy's face turned extremely ugly. You fused your soul with the ice crystal killing bow? But it's still a broken bow. Mu Tingjing's face twisted because this scene not only meant that Mu Ningxue's soul had merged with the ice crystal killing bow, but also that her talent was terrifying. This talent was something that Mu Tingjing could never compare to. Snowstorms fell, freezing the winding canals of Venice, freezing the old buildings, freezing the moist sea breeze air, and even freezing this cruel world that made people wish to completely ice it into lifelessness. Gripping the ice crystal killing bow, it was a curse, but also Mu Ningxue's only strength to rely on now. Just as Mu Ningxue was about to pull the bowstring, a hand reached out from beside her, stopping her from continuing her action. Leave everything to me. Hearing that familiar voice, Mu Ningxue instantly knew who was behind her, and tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. You don't need to go against the Mu family for me. Looking at the ice crystal-like tears on Mu Ningxue's face, Lin Chen felt a great pain in his heart. He had been so focused on cultivation these years, but Mu Ningxue had developed such deep reliance on him without him even noticing. Leave the Mu family matters to me. Lin Chen whispered, then slowly lowered Mu Ningxue's hand. Gripping Mu Ningxue's cold hand, Lin Chen's face uncontrollably showed anger. Stay behind me. With that, Lin Chen's long sword appeared in his hand. Mu Tingjing's face twisted with malice. Lin Chen, if you want to stand up for Mu Ningxue, you'd better think about the Mu family behind you. Mu Tingjing was almost going crazy with jealousy. She was clearly a woman from a small place, yet she had such strong talent and such a monstrous boyfriend. While Mu Tingjing, born into a prestigious family, had always been overshadowed by Mu Ningxue. Today, none of you will escape. Lin Chen said coldly. As if hearing a funny joke, a sinister smile appeared on Pansy's face. Just you? Frost spread from Pansy's feet. Though the power of his ice was not as strong as the ice crystal killing bow, its intensity was certainly at the high-level peak. Noisy.
Lin Chen's right hand gripped the air, and a powerful spatial force burst out, instantly turning Pansy into a puddle of meat. Collecting the remaining shards of the ice bow, Lin Chen coldly glanced at Mu Tingying. Mu Tingying felt her entire body tremble, as if an ancient monster was staring at her.
You, what do you want to do?
Mu Tingying instinctively activated her soul-level ice seed and screamed as she attacked Lin Chen. But this laughable attack was almost completely immune to Lin Chen, who simply waved his hand, and all the frost turned into a sky full of ice crystals, reflecting the sunlight without any warmth.
The remaining 4 Mu family law enforcers finally reacted upon seeing this. Stop. Do you want to make an enemy of the Mu family?
Bold rogue, prepare to die.
The 4 law enforcers showed no hesitation.
They immediately cast 4 high-level ice magic spells, all deadly moves. But the endless cold could not extinguish the anger in Lin Chen's eyes.
A powerful dimensional force erupted, and the surrounding space almost sank several meters in an instant.
The gravity here was increased dozens of times in the blink of an eye by Lin Chen. In the next moment, dense spatial power shattered the 4 ice coffins, and the 4 law enforcers were reduced to a cloud of blood mist. Lin Chen did not stop, continuing to walk toward Mu Tingying and the others.
You, what do you want to do? Are you going to kill us both?
Mu Tingying and Nan Rongyi screamed, their words tough, but the body kept retreating uncontrollably.
Lin Chen sneered, if you think you can rely on the Mu family and the Nanrong family to suppress me, then feel free to die, no one will save you. Mu family? Forbidden spell mages?
Lin Chen indeed cannot provoke the holy city right now, but that doesn't mean he's afraid of the Mu family.
I obtained 2 emperor-level powers, not to be suppressed. Loki is not an excuse.
If anyone dares to provoke me, even if the holy city comes, Lin Chen will not back down.
Let alone your Mu family?
Seeing that Lin Chen was really about to act, Mu Tingying and the others hurriedly fled, but 4 walls of space blocked their way.
Lin Chen, stop! Chapter 78, Unrestrained.
Song He and Feng Li's figures appeared in front of Lin Chen, blocking his path.
Step aside.
Lin Chen squinted his eyes. Song He furrowed his brows, feeling troubled. If you kill someone from the Mu family, it can be said to be family conflict, but if you kill Mu Tingying and Nanrong and I, the situation will escalate.
Now, during the World Academy tournament, if 2 key members die from the team, one of them being an essential healing mage, what can Song He do?
Lin Chen, calm down.
If you kill them, there will be no turning back. Song He said.
Lin Chen, enraged, laughed coldly, then why didn't you intervene when Mu Ningxue was in trouble just now?
Song He's face turned ugly. Could Mu Ningxue be the same as those 2 important figures?
Without Mu Ningxue, Mu Tingying can take her place. Even though it's weaker, it's better than being troubled by the Mu family. Lin Chen, you're still young.
The Mu family's power is not something you can imagine.
Feng Li also persuaded from the side, the Mu family has immense power in the country.
Moreover, if you kill them, the nation will hold you accountable. Can you withstand the pressure from the country?
2 bullies who fear the strong and bully the weak, get out of my way. Lin Chen could no longer bear it, continuing to walk towards Mu Tingying and the others. Lin Chen, I am the team leader.
If you really want to kill them, step over my body. Song He shouted angrily.
Pretending to be deaf and mute in front of the Mu family, but acting tough in front of Lin Chen, this truly embodied the meaning of flattering and currying favor.
Lin Chen, irritated, frowned.
The shadow beneath his feet suddenly expanded infinitely, enveloping Song He and Feng Li. Song He and Feng Li were shocked because under the shadow, they could not move.
It felt as if a giant hand was choking their throats.
If they moved, their heads would be separated from their bodies. Lin Chen, a student, how could he have such strong power? Song He didn't understand, but now he had no choice but to watch Lin Chen continue walking toward Mu Tingying and the others. Lin Chen, spare us.
We won't dare again. Mu Tingying begged bitterly.
Yes, we have realized our mistakes. We will never target Mu Ningxue again.
Nanrong and I said with a sobbing tone. You don't know your mistake.
You only know you're about to die. Lin Chen said softly. In the next moment, the power of space erupted, and 2 heads shot into the sky, landing in the waterway of Venice. A beautiful woman rushed over, and upon seeing this scene, she nearly fainted. You bastard, how dare you kill my daughter? Zhou Yilin never expected that even with Panchi and 4 law enforcers acting, they couldn't capture Mu Ningxue, yet her own daughter was dead. Just as she was about to act, 2 terrifying magical fluctuations suppressed Zhou Yilin in place.
Zhou Yilin was shocked.
Although she wasn't a top expert, she was an above-tier mage. Who could suppress her just by their aura?
Zhou Yilin dared not move, vigilantly looking around.
Lin Chen was also surprised.
He hadn't made a move yet, so who was helping him?
Looking back, two familiar figures appeared.
President Han Ji, Chief Lu Wan. Indeed, the newcomers were Han Ji and Lu Wan. Don't worry, Lin Chen. The pressure from the Mu family, our ancient capital, will bear it for you. Han Ji said heroically.
The higher-ups were held back, and everything depended on Lin Chen standing at the front lines. In the end, he even captured Salong.
Without Lin Chen, Han Ji and Lu Huan would have died that day. With such a great debt of gratitude, even if it involved the Mu family, Han Ji and Lu Huan wouldn't take it lightly.
If they were cowards, Lu Huan wouldn't have fallen into the abyss of evil with the bone dragon in the original story, and Han Ji wouldn't have sworn to guard the ancient capital to his last breath. Lin Chen felt touched and smiled, saying, "Thank you." There was no need for more words.
Action spoke louder.
In the next moment, a blade of space slashed through the air, so fast that Han Ji and Lu Huan didn't even have time to react.
Zhou Yilin's head was taken by Lin Chen. Han Ji and Lu Huan looked at each other. Did they just kill Zhou Yilin now? Forget it, the atmosphere was already set.
Lin Chen released his restraint on Song He and Feng Li.
If you want to report this, go ahead.
But if you think Mu Tinjing and the others can compare to me, then you're welcome to try. Facing Lin Chen's words, Song Yi could only force a bitter smile. The hero of Bo City, the hero of the ancient capital, the most monstrous genius in all of China, how could Mu Tinjing and her people possibly compare to him? Not to mention, this was the period of the World Academy tournament. Just the fact that Lin Chen captured Salon was enough to keep him safe.
They couldn't even convict him. Right now, China's entire tournament performance relied on Lin Chen.
As long as the people in charge weren't complete idiots, they wouldn't dare to punish him. Song He was helpless and had no choice but to turn and leave.
What else could they do? Even if they were furious inside, they dared not act. Not to mention Lin Chen's strange control abilities, even Han Ji and Lu Huan's cultivation levels were not inferior to theirs.
Lin Chen also had Long Jun release his restraint and coldly watched the two leave. At this point, he no longer had to hold back at all when taking action. Looking at Han Ji and Lu Huan, Lin Chen smiled.
President, Chief, why are you here?
Han Ji was still stunned by what had just happened, while Lu Huan smiled and said, "Of course, we're here to cheer for you.
But we didn't expect to walk into this mess as soon as we arrived. What do you plan to do next?" The Mu family is not to be underestimated, Han Ji asked with concern.
Lin Chen shrugged.
At least, I'm safe during the tournament.
Han Ji was still worried and wanted to say more, but Lu Huan stopped him.
What's done is done. No point in talking too much. If anything happens, just call us. The ancient capital has always been behind you. After a brief pause, Lu Huan chuckled. Besides, I don't think the Mu family would dare to make a move on you.
You single-handedly stopped all the undead from invading China.
How could the Mu family compare to that? The military's top brass will surely protect you.
Based on the bet Lin Chen fabricated back then, the undead's actions toward China in the next few decades would all depend on Lin Chen's decisions. Mu Ningxue walked up to Lin Chen, gently held his hand, and hesitated to speak. Seeing this, Han Ji and Lu Huan exchanged glances and smirked knowingly before turning to leave, not wanting to disturb Lin Chen's moment. Lin Chen was speechless.
He turned to Mu Ningxue and asked, "What's wrong, Shuer?"
Mu Ningxue pressed her lips together, wanting to say something but unable to. Instead, she stood on tiptoe.
After a long moment, they separated. Lin Chen looked at Mu Ningxue in surprise. This girl was being unexpectedly bold today. Come to my room tonight?
Xiao Hei can do backflips. I don't dare to write anything explicit, so I'll stop here. I bet some readers will ask, how could Zhou Yilin, a super mage, be suppressed to the point of not daring to move?
Is this another stupid plot hole by the author? Let's break it down. Mu Tinjing isn't the Mu family's core disciple. Her mother being a super mage at level 2 is reasonable, right? That would be about level 70. Han Ji and Lu Huan are both peak super mages.
If Lu Huan hadn't appeared so early, he would probably be the strongest in the ancient capital by now. After all, when he first showed up hundreds of chapters ago, he was already a full mastery super mage in 4 elements.
He could easily be considered level 100. One is level 100, one is over level 90, suppressing a level 70.
It's reasonable for her to be cautious. Our protagonist is now at level 9 in mental power, and striking with a lucky chance to finish her off instantly seems normal, right? After all, wizards usually have high attack but low defense, and the other side wouldn't expect Lin Chen to dare to kill her. The above explanation is over 100 words, there won't be any extra payment, everyone can rest assured.
Chapter 79, what kind of exposure is this?
At the campsite of the Huashan national team, Song Yi and Feng Li exchanged glances and sighed helplessly.
Lin Chen, oh Lin Chen, why did you have to kill them? I could have helped him resolve this. Song Yi said bitterly. Now it's too late, the people are dead, and the situation cannot be salvaged. Feng Li felt the same. Yeah, this kid has too explosive a temper, and he's given us all a shock. Thinking of this, Feng Li felt speechless. It wasn't that they didn't want to help Mu Ningxue. If she was really going to get hurt, they would definitely step in. Once the ice crystal killing Bao appeared, even Feng Li felt a sense of pressure, leaving no need for them to take action. By the way, what did the higher-ups say? Song He suddenly asked. Upon mentioning this, Feng Li's expression became much more serious. The higher-ups mean to let Lin Chen do as he wishes. Song He and Feng Li looked at each other in silence. They both understood what the higher-ups meant. It seemed that the Mu clan had become too arrogant lately. The World Academy competition officially started today. As the Supreme Hall for magic students worldwide, it's a rare opportunity for ordinary people to come into contact with magic, making this competition attract global attention. A total of 32 countries qualified, and many influential figures from various countries gathered to watch the competition. Among them were several top figures from Huaxia. The chief of the royal court, Pang Lai, the president of the Ancient Cities Bell Tower Magic Association, Chief Lu Huan of the Ancient Cities Guards, the lead instructor of the national team, Feng Li, and the principal of the Imperial Capital Academy, Song Yi. Just the visible superclass full-level wizards numbered 5, showcasing their power beyond that of ordinary small nations. In the first match's drawing, Lin Chen unsurprisingly drew the Sakura team. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Feng Li's face. When luck comes, it can't be stopped. Last time in the World Academy competition, Huaxia faced the Eagle Country too early, leading to an early exit. This time, Feng Li would not fear anyone. This year's Huaxia national team's lineup could be called luxurious, with Captain Lin Chen fully capable of fighting 10 alone. Following him were the two prodigies Ai Jiangtu and Mo Fan. The mere Sakura team could be crushed effortlessly. After a slight hesitation, Feng Li called out several names. Lin Chen, Nanju, Guan Yu, Zhao Manyan, Zhang Yu, you all go on stage. Hearing his name on the roster, Lin Chen was a bit surprised. Feng Li understood his thoughts and walked over to him, whispering, I just don't want anyone to die. I know how to separate the importance of this from the World Academy competition. Lin Chen nodded, understanding Feng Li's meaning. As the match began, the Huaxia team and the Sakura team took the stage. The field was initially made up of dirt, covered with fine dust, as if a simple wind magic could kick up a large cloud of dust. However, several old wizards soon walked into the arena, using their earth and plant magic to begin changing the terrain on site. Like performing a magic trick, hard earth, solid mud, high cliffs, and mounds quickly took shape before everyone's eyes. With different terrains formed, wizards' battles would not have to become so rigid. Utilizing the surrounding environment to gain an advantage was also one of the necessary lessons for battle wizards. Both teams, please take your positions. The referee's voice has sounded. Staring directly at Lin Chen, Sakura team captain Xiaohe gently smiled. Lin Chen, I've heard a lot about you. Listening to that Japanese-style international language, Lin Chen had no interest in responding and quietly waited for the match to begin. Bang! The fireworks representing the start burst into bloom, and a slight breeze spontaneously stirred in the arena. Lin Chen frowned slightly, casually releasing a fierce wind that blew all the dust back toward the Sakura team. Such despicable tactics really match your national character. Hearing these words, Xiao Higa's face darkened. Do not insult my country. The next moment, violent waves, raging winds, and fierce flames surged toward Lin Chen. It was obvious that the Sakura team wanted to eliminate the strongest Lin Chen in an instant. Even if they suffered injuries afterward, it would be worth it. But could 4 people make Lin Chen retreat? Xiao Higo didn't know the answer, but Lin Chen knew very well. Even if the entire main and substitute members of the Sakura team joined forces, they wouldn't be able to withstand a few of his moves. Spatial rhythm, time stasis. Lin Chen raised his right hand, and dazzling silver light burst forth. The 3 oncoming attack spells instantly froze in place, unable to advance even an inch. In an unnoticed corner, 6 shadow-type pair thorns hovered silently. Lin Chen glanced at the corner. The Sakura team had a shadow-type rat hiding there. He would deal with him later. Such a powerful spatial mage. All 4 magical attacks were completely stopped by Lin Chen alone, unable to get even a step closer to the Huaxia team. The overwhelming display of power triggered gasps of shock from the audience. So many spells, all neutralized with just a wave of his hand. This guy must be the leader of the Huaxia team. His presence is overwhelming. Within dozens of meters around Lin Chen, a spatial force field had formed. Any magic from the Sakura team that reached its boundary would come to a complete halt, unable to advance any further. Humph, let's see if you dare catch this one with your bare hands. Xiao Higu snorted coldly, his body glowing with a brownish light. Xiao Higu's pupils transformed, his eyes turning as if petrified. This petrification was not lifeless, instead, his eyes radiated a sharp, fierce light. Rock Demon's Eye, Earth Dragon Spikes. Xiao Higu's eyes fully demonized, granting him the mighty power of rock manipulation from the rock demon. Where his gaze locked, the solid earth suddenly swelled. In an instant, a jagged spine-like spike burst out from the once flat ground, strikingly prominent. Crack! Crack! Quickly, several more spine-like spikes shattered through the ground, forming a row extending forward from the first one. Crack, 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 crack. More jagged rock spines surged upward, growing taller one after another. The first spike had been merely 3 meters high, but now they towered at 15 or 16 meters. Their terrifying piercing force and formation looked just like the rising spine of an earth dragon, ready to smash everything above into dust. But there was no exception when the towering 20-meter-high spike reached the boundary of the spatial force field. It too froze in place, unable to move any further. How is this possible? Seeing this, Xiao Higu nearly suffered a mental breakdown. This was a high-tier, second-level spell yet to be stopped by a mere area control spell? What level of mastery would that require? Xiao Higu couldn't imagine it, and he had no time to. Because in the next moment, a massive hand formed from spatial energy was already descending upon him. Neither rock barriers nor water shields, nor any other defensive magic the Sakura team could unleash, could stop this spatial hand. The next moment, all 4 visible members of the Sakura team were sent flying. No matter what hidden tricks they had left, they had no chance to use them now. After dealing with these 4, Lin Chen smiled and looked toward a certain spot. Your turn. Hiding in the shadows, Akira Matsu felt as if he had been completely exposed, his body trembling with unease. Sure enough, in the next instant, another spatial hand came slamming down, sending him flying instantly. Crushing, absolute crushing. Even the high-ranking mages in the stands had never imagined such dominance. As the Sakura team, which was of upper-tier level in this competition, was crushed by a single person from the Huaxia team. Feng Li's beard twitched, and his face could not hide his joy. Ah, too much was exposed. Why show so much while defeating a Sakura team? Feng Li was happy in his heart, but his mouth still spoke modestly. It should be modest, right? Pang Lai looked at Feng Li, his face a bit confused. Exposed? High-level mages have 3 magic systems, right? Hearing Pang Lai's words, Feng Li scratched his head. Yeah, normally that's the case. How many did Lin Chen use? It seems just 1. Then what kind of exposure is this? Chapter 80, all instant kills, no acting at all. After the battle with the Sakura team, the next match was against the Western Spain team. Although Lin Chen wasn't required to play in this match, the players sent by Huaxia still gave the world a huge shock. The 5 Huaxia players were Mo Fan, Ai Jiangtu, Zhou Manyan, Zhang Xiaoshu, and Mu Ningxue. At first, the Western Spain team thought that without Lin Chen, the battle would be easier. But unexpectedly, without Lin Chen, there was still Mo Fan, a fire element high-level mage with an elemental holy spirit, and Ai Jiangtu, a young man with level 4 spiritual power. There was no doubt that Western Spain lost, and Huaxia officially entered the treasure hunting competition. In the stands, the coaches of other countries' national teams were sweating cold on their foreheads. What a joke, your team has 3 captain-level figures, right? Moreover, these 3's strength is even stronger than that of most national team captains. And for the upcoming treasure hunting competition, if these 3 were to go together, they couldn't even imagine how other teams would compete for resources. The treasure hunting competition is where all the resources accumulated for the national competition worldwide are put into it, and the resources inside are unimaginable in number. One could say that even a seasoned high-level mage would envy them. At night, in Lin Chen's room, a flash of yellow light passed by quickly without drawing anyone's attention. But only Lin Chen knew what power he had just gained. It was a power beyond level 9 spiritual power, and Lin Chen could boldly say that, at this moment, his spiritual power would definitely rank in the top 3 in the world. Lin Chen's right eye overlapped, and the patterns representing time and space spread within, looking incredibly mysterious. In the next moment, the patterns disappeared, and Lin Chen's eyes returned to normal. Lin Chen curled his lips, the time and space divine eye was fully refined. In the contract space, the Black Dragon Emperor looked in amazement at the suddenly strengthened space barriers, feeling a bit confused. What is this? Just now, the Black Dragon Emperor felt he could escape at any time, but now he feels a sense of helplessness. This is bad. The Black Dragon Emperor felt like he was forcibly tied to a pirate ship. Lin Chen received news about Ezendel, the Dark Supreme Mage, who had been wanted by the Holy Judgment Court. Lin Chen secretly thought it was a pity, but this person deserved it. He had done many evil deeds behind the scenes. Because of Ezendel's matter, the national competition was delayed by 2 days, which conveniently gave Lin Chen time to refine the time and space divine eye. The next morning, Lin Chen arrived at the treasure hunting competition venue. Many magic stones with a silver sheen were arranged according to a certain pattern. Lin Chen, now, could already discern some of the patterns. Or rather, as long as Lin Chen wanted, he could set up a more practical array with fewer resources. There were a total of 16 teams in the treasure hunting competition, which meant 160 players. On the Huaxia side, because Lin Chen had previously killed Mu Tingjing and Nan Rongni, there were still 2 people missing. They had to urgently bring 2 others from the national headquarters. It was Dongfan Lai and another person Lin Chen didn't know. Through the spatial transmission array, Lin Chen arrived at the space within the treasure hunting competition. There were no teammates around, and it seemed that Lin Chen was lucky, able to act alone without carrying any burdens. He looked up at the eagle eyes above his head, and Lin Chen moved forward, his keen perception already locating something valuable. On the other side, Mo Fan and Ai Jiangtu landed together, and just one look at each other immediately set their target. They teamed up, to find people, and to fight. As 2 war-hungry individuals, Ai Jiangtu had the combat skills of a military mage, and Mo Fan had the destructive power comparable to a whole mage group. Their cooperation was seamless, and in just half an hour, they had eliminated 5 competitors. And during that half hour, Lin Chen didn't idle around, he found Mu Ningxue. The 2 were in a black forest, and several tree spirits were glaring at them, baring their teeth. Lin Chen looked annoyed, and with a single slash of his spaceblade, he knocked them all down. He collected the yuan crystals placed there by the competition organizers, easily obtaining several billion. Outside the independent space of the treasure hunt, the Eagle Nation team's mentor suddenly stood up. The Sakura team's mentor looked at him in confusion. "Eagle-san, where are you going to work?" "Going to report to the competition organizers, someone is using stimulants to participate in the competition," the Eagle Nation mentor said in an unkind tone. Looking at the Eagle Nation mentor turning and walking into the resting room, the Sakura team's mentor awkwardly touched his nose. He had been harshly spoken to, but what could he say? After all, it was his father, he had to respect him. However, Lin Chen from the China team really was irritating. He was clearly at a student's age, yet he could kill a commander-level monster with a single strike. What does that mean? The whole world is watching, and he's not even pretending anymore? And next, the whole world would witness a killing show exclusively by Lin Chen. Anyone Lin Chen saw, whether it was the spirit species released by the competition organizers or yuan crystals, he would collect them all. The monsters guarding the area tried to stop him, but they were directly dismembered by Lin Chen's spaceblade and stored in his space ring. The spectators outside were also puzzled. Why was Lin Chen's storage space so large? He had collected several commander-level monsters, each of them unusually large, how could he possibly fit them all? And behind Lin Chen, a few people were tailing him. A man wearing Eagle Nation attire nervously looked at the people around him. Are we really going to take action against Lin Chen? The Ghana player glanced at him and said, "Didn't you see how many resources he has in his hands?" The Eagle Nation player still wasn't quite convinced, but The Ghana player waved his hand, "Don't worry, although the 4 of us together aren't a match for Lin Chen, I've already sent a signal. Soon, a large number of people will arrive. By then, I don't believe that with all of us being of the same age, he can take on our whole team." At this point, the Ghana player showed an extremely confident smile, unaware that Lin Chen had already noticed them. He simply didn't care because they were too poor to be bothered. He was just waiting for more people to come so he could catch them all at once. "Lin Chen, what are we waiting for here?" Seeing Lin Chen suddenly stop, Mu Ningxue asked in confusion. Lin Chen sat in place, with a piece of dogtail grass in his mouth. Hearing Mu Ningxue's question, he smiled. "Don't rush, soon someone will come to deliver money to us." As soon as the words were spoken, more than 10 figures appeared in front of them, and Lin Chen's lips curled into a smile. "They're here." Ake from the Eagle Nation team saw that Lin Chen was staring at them and immediately understood what he was thinking. "You found us, and instead of running, you're waiting for us. Lin Chen, you really are arrogant." Ake said. Lin Chen shrugged, "If someone's rushing to deliver money, of course, I can't refuse. If heaven offers it, refusing it will bring misfortune." Ake didn't understand the classical Chinese phrase "heaven offers it," but he knew that Lin Chen was looking down on them. Ake's eyes turned dark. "Since you're looking for death, don't blame us for being rude. Let's do it." Chapter 81, Fighting Against the Heroes. As soon as Ake finished speaking, more than 10 people behind him immediately stood up, each of them staring at Lin Chen with hostile eyes. Lin Chen casually glanced around. There were 12 people in total, all talented mages from one country. Even if they didn't gain much in the treasure hunt competition, their own stock should be quite substantial. Yake summoned his contract beast, grinning maliciously as he stared at Lin Chen. "Die." The little commander-level demon took the lead, but several destruction spells came first, attacking Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked up at the eagle eye circling in the sky, his gaze darkening. This treasure hunt competition certainly has the eyes of the Sacred Judgment Court. He couldn't show too strong of a dimensional magic. He figured that the strength of a super-tier spell should be his limit. But that was enough. After all, Lin Chen's dimensional magic could be cast instantly and consumed very little. As long as Lin Chen wanted, he could unleash 10 super-tier dimensional spells without even gasping for breath. This was the power of the time-space divine eye, giving Lin Chen stronger control over dimensional magic with even less consumption. Gate of Chaos. Lin Chen extended his right hand, and 4 chaotic surfaces appeared around him, bearing the lightning, flames, light arrows, and floods coming from all directions. All the destruction magic, after touching the murky surfaces, seemed to enter another world entirely, disappearing without a trace. The destructive breath that should have surged didn't even appear in the slightest. Lin Chen remained unharmed, standing there. Even the grass and trees around him were perfectly intact. Back to you. Lin Chan's eyes gleamed with yellow light, and several destruction spells were returned to the enemy unchanged. Yake was shocked, quickly summoning magical tools to block the attack. After a thick smoke cleared, Yake gritted his teeth and touched his face. What a joke, even several high-level magic spells can be blocked, could it be? Yake didn't dare to think further. How could there be such a young super-tier mage? But what of a super-tier mage? A newly entered super-tier couldn't possibly stand up to a dozen elite high-level mages. Yake withdrew his contract beast that had been blown away, feeling a tremor in his soul. It was close, his contract beast was almost dead. Behind Yake, a dozen or so foreigners were also affected by the magic returned by Lin Chen, looking quite disheveled. Damn, it's chaos magic. Chaos magic is good at fighting many with few. Be careful, everyone. Lin Chen coldly laughed as he looked at the now calm scene. The treasure hunt has just begun. I hope you don't rush to leave. Behind Lin Chen, Mu Ningxua's high-level ice magic was ready. In the next moment, a huge ice coffin fell from the sky, enclosing the 2 people at the front. Be careful. Yake's pupils contracted as he quickly warned. The 2 people covered by the ice coffin appeared calm. After all, they were outstanding genius mages. How could they fear a mere high-level ice spell? Even though this ice magic was enhanced by a soul species, it was still too naive to think they could be eliminated by just this. The 2 were about to act, to block the ice coffin, but Lin Chen's attack had already arrived. Thought control, disperse. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as he raised his right hand suddenly. An invisible spatial fluctuation spread out, with a strong pushing force knocking the 2 down. The magic they were about to cast was forced to be interrupted. The beginner-level space magic, under Lin Chen's strong mental power, appeared very strange. No one expected that 2 high-level mages would have their spellcasting interrupted by a beginner-level magic. The ice coffin fell, temporarily sealing the 2 inside. In the next moment, Lin Chen's figure teleported in front of them. One spatial shield blocked the other's attempts to rescue, and with his other hand, he directly took the space scrolls from the 2, preventing them from teleporting away. This action instantly caused a stir both inside and outside the arena. No one expected that after blocking several high-level magic attacks, Lin Chen would still counterattack and cooperate with Mu Ningxue. He took away the 2 people's space scrolls. On the stands, Pang Lai looked at the person next to him and smiled. Chairman, wasn't I right? Lin Chen always manages to do something unexpected. Xiao Zhang smiled and nodded. He has courage, he has ability, what we need right now is a mage like him. Beside them, Feng Li's face twitched. What the hell, in a 2 against 12 situation, the chairman actually said Lin Chen had courage. Shouldn't they be running away first? It's not that Feng Li lacked confidence in Lin Chen. If it were a one-on-one fight, Lin Chen could defeat anyone. But there were so many people here. How could Lin Chen possibly resist them all? At most, Mu Ningxue could join, but the current situation clearly showed that Lin Chen had the advantage. At this moment, inside the arena, the ice coffin shattered, and the 2 supplies had already been taken by Lin Chen. The total value was 30 million, not bad. Lin Chen raised his head, looking at the shattered space barrier. These people still had some skills. His nearly super-level space defense was broken by their combined efforts in just a minute. As he looked at the explosive flames flying toward him, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, and an invisible wave of space instantly wiped out the flames in front of him. My god, flame burial! One person from the foreign team exclaimed. Even though he held Lin Chen in high regard, he never expected that Lin Chen could erase his high-level magic just by looking at it. Lin Chen glanced at them disdainfully, the patterns in his right eye flashing faintly. I can't be bothered to play with you anymore. Before I attack, I think I should remind you, don't quit easily, or else you'll leave the treasure hunt empty-handed. Lin Chen smiled as he made the stakes clear. While they were still in the arena, anything was possible, but if they withdrew, how could he still fleece them? Golden light flashed, and Lin Chen's figure flickered, appearing at different positions. Domain, Dimension Realm. Lin Chen shouted softly, and dozens of mirrors suddenly appeared in the void. In the mirrors, an image of Lin Chen identical to him appeared. In the next moment, the mirrors released the images one by one, and they stepped into the world. Soul, Night Command. Purple Sky, Silent Thunder Deathlight. Violet Wave. Black Storm Disk. Countless spells that Lin Chen controlled were copied one by these images. In an instant, spatial turbulence broke out, and even the independent space showed signs of partial collapse, frightening the outside guardians into quickly reinforcing it. The hawk in the sky was blown away by the magical waves, and even the projections outside became blurry. At this moment, almost everyone in the world watching the World Academy tournament was focused here. When they saw the image blur, they were so angry they wanted to curse. Luckily, the image quickly recovered. At this point, there was no longer any sign of Lin Chen in the image. Only the fallen Eagle Country and Italy people remained on the ground, and with Lin Chen, their supplies had also disappeared. Chapter 82, The Treasure Hunt has a trick, can't play it like this. Playing with the 12 space scrolls in his hand, Lin Chen curled the corner of his mouth. The tournament organizers didn't seem to have said anything about not stealing these, right? If they couldn't protect them, don't blame him for taking them. These space scrolls were valuable items. Fierce people like Sa Lang always carried one in case they needed to escape at a critical moment. Although these space scrolls given by the organizers had restrictions, Lin Chen's dimensional skills were extraordinary now, and with a slight modification, they could be used. Just these space scrolls could easily be sold for tens of millions. Lin Chen put the scrolls away. It was still early, but he had already taken about 1 billion from a dozen people. If it was later, after all the contestants had gathered more resources, Lin Chen couldn't even imagine how much he could get. He feared it could even reach 100 billion. Thinking of this number, even Lin Chen, with his temperament, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. No time like the present. Let's do it. Lin Chen continued to move around the battlefield with Mu Ningxue, looting every non-Huaxiao person they encountered. Coincidentally, Lin Chen's teleportation point was in the east of the battlefield, while Mo Fan and AI Jiangtu were in the west. Both sides were pushing toward the center, and the other participants didn't know where to hide. Head east, and a teleportation monster will take your space scroll and all your supplies. Head west, and you'll encounter a fire demon king and a space war god, who will work together to take all your supplies and beat you up at the same time. On the spectator stands, Fengli was already worried about international relations, but Xiao Zhan was watching with great interest. How refreshing, how refreshing. How many years has it been since we, Huaxia, have dominated the international stage like this? Xiao Zhan laughed. Pang Li and Han Ji exchanged glances and laughed loudly. Sure enough, the speaker was also a person of strong character. However, the most straightforward person was still Lu Huan, who had already started arguing with the mentors from the other countries. What? Space chaos dual cultivation? This is called training a monster. What? A fire elemental holy spirit? This is called the chosen one. What? At least level 4 psychic power, incredibly high combat skills? This is called perseverance and effort. Lu Huan cursed at a dozen people by himself, never losing ground. There was nothing to be done, the students had the ability, and Lu Huan had the confidence. If any other country's mentors couldn't stand it, Lu Huan would become even more excited. What? You're a dual element transcendent with transcendent power? Lu Huan laughed, revealing his cultivation, for elements fully cultivated with transcendent power, almost overwhelming all other mentors. And if it really came to a fight, even though Song He and Lu Huan had recently clashed, they would definitely stand united against outsiders. What sun never sets, what eagle country? You have 5 fully cultivated transcendent mentors? But Huaxia is not limited to just these, the national team has more than just Song He and Fengli as mentors. If it really came down to a fight, the other countries combined wouldn't be able to match Huaxia. Our Huaxia may have fewer forbidden spell mages because the Earth's core is used to protect the cities, unlike you, shamelessly focusing on the high levels. If we compare those below forbidden spells, Huaxia's numbers are several times those of other countries. And the number of forbidden spell mages in Huaxia, compared to the population ratio, is slightly fewer, not compared to other countries. After mocking freely, Lu Huan sat back in his seat, feeling refreshed as he watched Lin Chen and the others continue looting. He felt even better. In the end, Lin Chen realized something. Because he had previously looted many times, taking the space scrolls from other participants, they couldn't leave anymore. When Mo Fan obtained the Thought Stone, the group reunited, only to find that the remaining people had already formed a team. This team had over 50 people. In other words, everyone who hadn't been eliminated or harmed by Lin Chen was in this group. Everyone here was a young hero with status outside. Without space scrolls, who would have the courage to admit to the Tanjing that they gave up? That would be embarrassing in front of the whole world. So, these people eventually gathered together, preparing to take revenge on the Huaxia team. They all shared a common enemy, and at this moment, all grudges were put aside, and they even believed that Italy would definitely help them to the end. Arriving at the center of the battlefield, the Huaxia side gathered as well. There were a total of 10 people to face over 50 opponents. The advantage is ours. Seeing the ragged appearance of the opponents, Lin Chen almost couldn't hold back a laugh. As the victims of the looting, these people could not gather even a single usable magic item. The usable magic items were all used up, and these people even lacked magical energy reserves. Yake was about to burst into tears. Lin Chen, are you really going to go for total extermination? Lin Chen shrugged. Here, killing people will result in disqualification from the competition. Yake was silent. How should he respond to that? The meaning is, if we don't do this, we will be killed. Among the team, only the relatively intact Zeluo stood up and said in a deep voice, Lin Chen, you are indeed strong, but there are so many of us, and you might not be able to win. Give us back the spatial scroll, and from now on, we will mind our own business. How about it? In the team, Guan Yu looked at Zeluo, who had spoken, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. The first person of the young generation in the Empire of the Sun never sets is bowing his head like this. Zeluo clenched his fists when he heard this. He had lost to Lin Chen, but that didn't mean he would bow to the other members of the China team. If Lin Chen weren't here, Zeluo was sure he could shatter Guan Yu's mouth with 3 punches. But Lin Chen was here. Zeluo had already confirmed that his wind, summoning, and chaos systems were completely suppressed by Lin Chen. In other words, he could defeat Guan Yu with 3 moves, but Lin Chen would only need 1 move to deal with him. Zeluo choked up, his face showing none of the elegance typical of the nobles of the Sun Never Sets Empire. How much money can you guys still scrape together? Lin Chen suddenly asked. Zeluo was stunned for a moment, as if he had thought of some possibility, and quickly turned to ask. How much money do you have left? Hearing Zeluo's question, the people from other countries began checking their current situation. 500,000 worth of supplies. 100,000, the money Lin Chen left me to buy medicine. I still have 1 million, I picked up some resources while running away. Listening to these offers, veins bulged on Zeluo's forehead. Even though everyone had their stuff taken by Lin Chen, it had been so long, and they still couldn't scrape together a few million? Did they not find anything in the treasure hunt? Zeluo knew that people from different countries couldn't reveal all their trump cards, but he didn't expect it to be this little. Zeluo's face turned red as he looked at Lin Chen, struggling to speak. We still have about 30 million. 30 million? Lin Chen was stunned and subconsciously asked, is that just for you? Zeluo lowered his head, and the tears of humiliation almost burst out. He swore this was the poorest moment of his life. It's for all of us. Zeluo's voice was very small, but Lin Chen at least heard it clearly. Lin Chen helplessly rubbed his forehead. It seemed these people were really drained by him. 2 million per person, and I will let you go. Lin Chen said helplessly. This group really had no money left. He'd take a symbolic amount. Upon hearing this, Zeluo immediately took out 2 million and handed it to Lin Chen without hesitation, then looked toward his teammates from the Sun Never Sets Empire. Several teammates, understanding each other, also took out 2 million each and handed it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen had met Aaron from the Sun Never Sets Empire before. She was a good person, so he didn't squeeze them too much. That's why they could still come up with some money. As for the others, well, those who couldn't come up with it, it was hard to say. Chapter 83, What Are You? After the treasure hunt, Lin Chen returned with nearly 10 billion worth of resources. With these resources, once the World Academy competition was over, he could upgrade all his magic systems to high tier. The next day, the 8 teams that performed well in the treasure hunt stood in the center of the Venetian Colosseum, receiving the attention of the crowd. Although, aside from the China team, the other national teams were mostly comparing who had preserved more resources. But having withstood Lin Chen's raids and preserved more resources, wasn't that another form of excellent performance? On the stands, the national instructors all understood that this year's championship would probably be taken by China. Victory and defeat are common in war. The national instructors expressed understanding. If they had encountered someone like Lin Chen in their student days, they would also feel powerless. Outsiders understood, but inside China, some did not. Secretary Zhu Huiyin, beside Speaker Xiao Zhang, was one such person. And, with Lin Chen here, I don't even have a chance to participate. In a secret room, Zhu Jiming complained to Zhu Huiyin. Enough, if you have no ability, who can you blame? I will talk to the speaker later and see if I can get you a chance to participate. Zhu Huiyin frowned and said. Lin Chen. If Zhu Huiyin remembered correctly, he should be the adopted son of the Mu family. Recently, the Mu family has grown immensely powerful, almost surpassing the Zhu family. For the sake of the family, it was indeed time to take action. Making up his mind, Zhu Huiyin stood up, preparing to find Xiao Zhang and subtly ask him what he was thinking. Just as he reached the door of the speaker's temporary office, Xiao Zhang happened to walk out. Upon seeing Zhu Huiyin, Xiao Zhang's eyes darkened, his mood sour, but his face remained expressionless. Just in time, you're here. Come with me, let's go see those young people who are fighting for the honor of the country. Zhu Huiyin naturally didn't dare to bring up his own matters first. He respectfully followed Xiao Zhang out. Arriving at the Venice Grand Arena, Lin Chen and the others were already sitting in the stands, listening to Feng Li speak. Mo Fan sat carelessly in his chair. After fighting for so long, we finally made it here. I wonder what kind of reward the country will give us. Will it be 100 maids who don't wear underwear? Mo Fan laughed foolishly, and just as Xiao Zhang happened to hear his words, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. His laughter caught everyone's attention, and Feng Li was startled, quickly whispering to Mo Fan to stop saying such things. Great speaker! Great speaker! Feng Li and the others all saluted, and those who knew Xiao Zhang, like Ai Jiangtu and Zhao Manyan, did not dare to be disrespectful. Only Mo Fan still sat carelessly, looking at everyone with a puzzled face. Feng Li saw this and slapped Mo Fan on the back of the head. This is the great speaker, aren't you going to salute? Mo Fan snapped out of it and quickly stood up to salute. Although he usually acted carefree, he knew what the great speaker was. That was the highest leader of the whole country. Ah, it's fine, it's fine. This young man is full of energy. As long as you all can get first place, the country may not reward you with 100 beautiful women who don't wear underwear, but there will still be other rewards, Xiao Zhang said, jokingly. Mo Fan scratched his head awkwardly. I was just joking, speaker, wearing underwear is fine too. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Zhang laughed heartily. By the way, speaker, what kind of reward? Mo Fan suddenly asked. A verbal commendation, Xiao Zhang said with a smile. Mo Fan lowered his head. Oh. Great speaker, your verbal encouragement is the greatest reward, Zhu Jiming seized the opportunity to say. Lin Chen curled his lips. This sycophant better not provoke him, or he wouldn't mind helping the Shu family clean up this half-human, half-demon creature. Xiao Zhang ignored Zhu Jiming's flattery and continued, with you all here, I believe that China will take first place this time. On behalf of the people of China, I thank you. Saying this, Xiao Zhang actually saluted Lin Chen and the others with a military salute. Before anyone could react, Xiao Zhang continued, our China is using the world's 20th resources to resist the top 5 monsters. It is all thanks to the sacrifice of human lives. Every step you take in the World Academy tournament can save tens of thousands of lives. I hope you all give your best effort. Xiao Zhang said seriously. Lin Chen and the others nodded, all expressing that they would do their best. The great speaker truly understands righteousness. Mo Fan, listen carefully. Aren't you ashamed of what you just said? You even joked about wanting beautiful women. Zhu Jiming seized the opportunity to harshly reprimand Mo Fan. Some things, when said casually, don't matter. But in some situations, saying them in front of important people is clearly meant to push someone into a corner. Mo Fan narrowed his eyes, a cold gleam in his gaze, you've been living too comfortably lately. Once the World Academy tournament is over, you'll realize how stupid you were. Zhu Jiming's face changed, do you mean you're going to kill me? Hearing Zhu Jiming's words, the expressions of the people present changed. To say such things in front of the speaker was to pour dirty water on Mo Fan. Zhu Huiyin, who was standing by, looked pleased. The opportunity has come. Chairman, this Mo Fan threatens his teammates right in front of you, his character is truly awful. In my opinion, he should never play again. Mo Fan curled his lips. Not letting me play? Does that mean letting this garbage play instead? What has he contributed in the previous matches? This student, do you have any objections to the person I recommended? Zhua Huiyin's tone carried a hint of seriousness and coldness. So it was you who recommended this useless fool. He's simply wasting resources. Hurry up and withdraw, staying here is useless. Mo Fan sneered. Zhua Huiyin was furious. This was the first time she had met such a bold student. Though she was only the chairman's secretary, her power was equal to that of a counselor. With the chairman as her superior, who wouldn't give her some face? Great chairman, this reckless and arrogant student, we can't be sure that after the competition, he won't betray the country for personal gain. What's the point of all our effort in training him? It's better to have him hand over his spoils from the treasure hunt and distribute them evenly among the other students. Zhua Huiyin's words were sharp, implying that Mo Fan should be stripped of all his gains from the treasure hunt. Betray the country? Lin Chen's brows twitched. This Zhua Huiyin really knew how to throw accusations. Originally, he was planning to let Mo Fan handle it, but now that she said this, Lin Chen had to step in. Who do you think you are? How dare you slander Mo Fan? Lin Chen spoke coldly. Upon hearing Lin Chen speak, Zhua Huiyin's expression remained unchanged, still cold. No matter how strong someone was, they were just a student. This year, the Chinese team had many strong players. They didn't need him. Do you have any objections, student? I remember you took a lot of resources in the treasure hunt. Why not share them with the other students? That way, we'll have a greater advantage in the upcoming team competition. Feng Li's lips twitched. What the hell, this Zhou Huiyin was really going crazy, even daring to speak to Lin Chen like that. Sure enough, Fengli cautiously glanced at Xiao Zhang, only to see the great chairman, who had just used his eyes to stop him, also struggling to hold back his anger. Brothers, I have a high fever today and had class all day, so I really can't write more. I'll just write one chapter today, and normal updates will resume tomorrow. Chapter 84, Get Out. Zhou Huiyin went on, belittling Lin Chen and Mo Fan, accusing them of being selfish, as if not handing over their treasure hunt spoils was equivalent to betraying the country. Xiao Zhang, who had been watching the whole process, originally just wanted to see if there were any conflicts within the team. He didn't expect Zhou Huiyin to jump out, which was quite a pleasant surprise. Lin Chen and Mo Fan had done a lot for the country, though others didn't know. Didn't Xiao Zhang know? Lin Chen and Mo Fan are a bit reckless with their words, but Zhou Huiyin, your proposal is a bit too much. Xiao Zhang naturally couldn't punish Lin Chen and Mo Fan, but he also couldn't directly scold Zhou Huiyin. Great chairman, I just think these two students have some unscrupulous motives. If it comes down to a crucial moment, they might become time bombs within our team, causing a complete collapse. Zhou Huiyin said without mercy. Zhou Huiyin, your words are too harsh. Anyone can have impure motives, but Lin Chen and Mo Fan would never. Han Ji said with a dark face, unable to hold back any longer. President Han Ji, are you asking me to apologize to these two students? Zhou Huiyin was astonished. What a joke. I'm the secretary of the great chairman, my status is so noble. How could I apologize to two students? Han Ji, Zhou Huiyin is just scolding the young ones, no need to blow it out of proportion, said Mu Gong, the elder of the Mu clan, with a faint smile. There were others from China besides Han Ji, like Mu Gong and Lu Xian. However, this time, Lu Yilin didn't die at Mo Fan's hands, so Lu Xian just watched from the sidelines. As the elder of the Mu clan, Mu Gong had a great deal of influence. Because of Mu Tinjing's death, the anger was extremely intense. But earlier, Lin Chen's performance was so brilliant that he couldn't find an opportunity. Now that the chance is rare, of course, he would take advantage of it. Xiao Zhang's face remained calm, staring ahead as if he didn't care about the arguments around him. But in his heart, he had already placed the Mu family on the blacklist. Han Ji glanced at Mu Gong, his eyes filled with unprecedented indifference. The gentle old man from before had disappeared, and now Han Ji seemed more like a powerful and influential president of the Bell Tower Magic Association. Overreaction? Anyone who dares to slander Lin Chen and Mo Fan today, I, Han Ji, will fight them to the death. Upon hearing Han Ji's words, Zhou Huiyin and Mu Gong were startled. What's going on? Did Han Ji take the wrong medicine? Why did he explode like gunpowder? They didn't understand, but Han Ji knew very well in his heart. Back then, in the ancient capital, without Lin Chen, the city's destruction was almost a certainty. Mo Fan had not entered the abyss of death, but he had already prepared. If Lin Chen failed, he would rush out of the ancient capital and jump into the abyss of death. Han Ji, facing the benefactor of the ancient capital, could not remain silent. Today, he would definitely make Zhou Huiyin apologize. Han Ji, an apology is impossible. Zhou Huiyin's temper flared up. Even though the other party was the president of the Bell Tower Magic Association, she would not compromise. Han Ji, furious, smiled coldly. Good, Zhou Huiyin. There are things I didn't want to say, but you're too much. Today, we are in the top 8 in the final match. You still have 3 more chances to decide whether to apologize. Zhou Huiyin's face turned cold. I'll see what can make me change my mind. Zhou Huiyin sneered. She had been thinking about getting closer to the Mu family, and just at the right moment, Lin Chen stepped forward and gave her this opportunity. She couldn't let it slip away. Lin Chen, you can only blame yourself for being an apprentice. How could someone so young possibly compete against me, the secretary of the Grand Speaker? Zhou Huiyin did not believe that Lin Chen and Mo Fan had any capital to resist her. She had been in the political world for decades, and the complex relationships meant that even Xiao Zhang could not easily move against her. Xiao Zhang, could he really not move against her? The first 3 matches of the top 8 were thrilling. At this stage, no country could hold back any longer. Without enough resources from the treasure hunt, they had to fight with their blood and foundation. The 4th match was about to begin, and Zhou Huiyin looked at the news app and message app. It was still calm, with no waves at all. She couldn't help but sneer. President Han Ji, I think it's already certain that your intentions are impure. Nothing can change my mind. Han Ji didn't respond. He just sent out the message he had already prepared on his phone. Title, Shock. The ancient capital was saved because of them. As an elderly person who doesn't go online, this was the most attention-grabbing title Han Ji could come up with. Han Ji's ability to come up with titles is probably similar to the author's ability to name dragons. Although the title wasn't outstanding, the term ancient capital was intriguing. Back then, the disaster in the ancient capital shocked the whole country, but there was no news circulating. No one knew the specifics. But what those reporters didn't know was that Hanji, as a key person involved, was fully aware of the situation. In Hanji's article, it clearly wrote that from the Black Holy Sea's layout to the undead attacking the ancient capital, it was Lin Chen who blocked the outer city, Fan who fought through streets full of undead, and in the end, it was Lin Chen who resolved the source of the problem. Once the article was published, it immediately created a huge stir. The scene of Lin Chen killing undead on the ancient city wall was still fresh in the minds of the people of the ancient capital. Now, seeing the name Lin Chen published by President Han Ji, they reacted instantly. In an instant, 1 million people from the ancient capital liked, commented, and shared, making Han Ji's article soar to the top of trending. And at the end of the article, it also talked about Zhu Huiyin suppressing Lin Chen and Fan. Zhu Huiyin is too much of a person, isn't she? National heroes are all slandered. This is from the civil officials. Zhu Huiyin, you're an agitator. This is from the military generals. The comments section exploded with over 100,000 comments, all cursing Zhu Huiyin. The radicals thought they weren't extreme enough, while the conservatives felt the radicals were too moderate. While scrolling through the news app, Zhu Huiyin's face froze. What? It was Lin Chen and Fan who saved the ancient capital? How old were they at that time? Zhu Huiyin couldn't understand, but she knew she was done for. Before this news was reported, it was just a private dispute, but now that it's out, it affects the stability and harmony of society. If Xiao Zhan wanted to stir up public anger, then pack up, you should resign tomorrow. Xiao Zhang's voice came from beside her. Zhu Huiyin's face turned pale. Chairman, this is... Xiao Zhang coldly interrupted, no need to say more. As the secretary to the chairman, you have already disgraced the students who brought glory to the country. You are no longer fit to be the secretary. Xiao Zhang left, and Zhu Huiyin sat there, feeling the shock of falling from the clouds. Zhu Huiyin wanted to say something, but Xiao Zhang had already lost patience with her. She was originally a spy planted beside him by someone else. If she had stayed obedient, he might have tolerated her for a while. But since she sought her own destruction, he wouldn't show mercy. Zhu Huiyin couldn't see Xiao Zhang anymore, only a message he left behind for her. Get lost. Chapter 85, I heard you're also a destruction mage? Zhu Huiyin, crazed, tried to find Lin Chen and Fan to apologize, but unfortunately, Fan and the others had already gone on stage. In this competition, Fengli planned to train Fan and the others, so he kept Lin Chen on the bench. It was meaningless to let him play now, and Fengli also wanted to see how strong the Chinese team could be without Lin Chen. Meanwhile, the opposing team, seeing that Lin Chen wasn't on the field, began to feel some hope. What if they knocked out the 5 players before Lin Chen entered the game, and then took advantage of his lack of preparation to defeat him? It was a small chance, but it wasn't zero. Originally, the team that drew the Chinese team was already in despair, but now, seeing a chance, their fighting spirit reignited. Unfortunately, though they didn't meet Lin Chen, they ended up facing Ai Jiangtu and Fan together. The battlefield this time was a desert. The dry environment was unfavorable for water mages, but fire and earth mages thrived. And Fan, as luck would have it, specialized in fire magic. Heavenly Flame Funeral Sea, Hellfire. Unlike the usual red flames, this Hellfire stone was deep green, and the flame corona surrounding it was also a deep green. It was unmistakably soul-grade fire. Seeing the opposing destruction mage, Ridi, Zhao Manyan was about to defend, but Fan had already stepped forward. Leave it to me. The best defense is a good offense. Fan smirked. Finally, it was his turn to show off. Lin Chen always solved opponents quickly, so Fan never had a chance to demonstrate his power. The blazing fire burned fiercely, and behind Fan, the illusory figure of the Flame Princess appeared. The double spirit combination of flame and fiery rose was added. Although it wasn't a soul-type spirit, its power was no less than a soul-type. Heavenly Flame Funeral Sea, 1000-petal flame flower. Fan's eyes turned fiery red, and he cast a high-level Tier 3 fire magic spell, clearly holding back for a long time. Ridi's face changed. He hadn't expected that Fan's fire magic was a high-level Tier 3. He had shown no signs of this before. Moreover, Ridi could clearly sense that while Fan didn't have soul-grade flames, the enhancement to his fire magic was no weaker than his own. The Hellfire Stone and 1000-petal flame flower collided, sending fiery sparks flying. The intense heat almost scorched the air completely. The next moment, the Hellfire Stone exploded, turning into a sky full of red stars, while Fan's 1000-petal flame flower still retained nearly half of its power. Dual Spirits. Tier 3, Fire Elemental Holy Spirit, the combination of the three made Fan's firepower the strongest in this competition. Fan's destructive power completely suppressed Redi, laughing loudly, I heard your ranking in this competition is higher than mine? I think it's 4th, even I am ranked behind you.
Everyone says you are the #1 destructive mage, except for Lin Chen, but I think you're just SOSO. Mo Fan laughed loudly, and the flames in his hand were thrown out like they were free, his firepower alone comparable to the entire opposing team. Reddy clenched his teeth. If only he had gained enough resources in the treasure hunt, how could he be weaker than Mo Fan? Reddy was unwilling. He still had teammates. He looked at an ice mage beside him and said, "I need help." The ice mage didn't hesitate, and summoned a subdragon. The white earth rock subdragon, which can reach the monarch level when it matures. Though it hadn't reached its peak yet, its combat power was not to be underestimated. Mo Fan saw this and laughed. Where did this baby dragon come from? The white earth rock subdragon was dozens of meters long, standing tall like a 20-story building, but Mo Fan had seen Lin Chen's giant dragons, which could reach hundreds or even thousands of meters. This subdragon was nothing to him. Mo Fan waved his hand, and lightning surged from his body. Countless bolts of lightning struck heavily upon the subdragon. The powerful lightning even surpassed his firepower for a moment. Reddy's eyes flashed with disbelief. Dual mastery of thunder and fire, both at high tier level 3. Reddy exclaimed. With his innate talent, Reddy had always believed he was the most talented destructive mage, but then he saw Lin Chen. One hand of dimensional power almost overwhelmed all the young generation in this competition. Reddy acknowledged it, the gap was too large, and he didn't even have the desire to catch up. But why, without Lin Chen, would someone like Mo Fan appear? Reddy, unwilling, roared and used his strongest destructive magic, but it was obliterated under Mo Fan's lightning. Looking at the lightning scars on the battlefield, Missouri Fan grinned wickedly. Every time he used thunder magic, his tyrant thunder left behind lightning marks, and each lightning mark could trigger a thunderstrike. The power of this thunderstrike was comparable to mid-tier magic. Mo Fan's thunder magic had already enhanced the 49 stars of mid-tier, which meant every lightning mark here could trigger a thunderstrike comparable to half of a high-tier magic. Mo Fan's thoughts moved, and hundreds of lightning marks on the battlefield exploded, dark storm clouds gathered, and terrifying thunder rained down, wildly bombarding the enemies of the Vengeance team. The defensive mage of the Vengeance team turned pale as the lightning hadn't even been withstood when Mo Fan's fire magic was ready. Heavenly Flame Funeral Sea Hellfire. The fire meteors from the heavens, accompanied by the thunderstorm, fell, completely smashing the Vengeance team's defensive mage. The 3 members of the Vengeance team fell unconscious in an instant. If Mo Fan hadn't held back, they would have died on the spot. The Vengeance team immediately used their 3 substitute members, but it was already too late. Mo Fan's destructive power had fully exploded, and the combined force of lightning and fire was unstoppable, destroying everything. Especially with AI Junta still in the arena, the Vengeance team's captain was completely unable to resist. After Joseon's defeat, AI Junta quickly acted, sending each member of the Vengeance team out of the arena. The Vengeance team was defeated, and the China team won. Because of Han Ji's article, tens of thousands more people watched the World Academy competition. When they saw Mo Fan single-handedly dominate everyone on the opposing team, they all began to curse Zhu Huiyin. Damn, this secretary of the speaker is really out of her mind. Mo Fan is giving everything for the country, and she is twisting the facts behind the scenes. The person above, watch your words. She is no longer the speaker's secretary. 10 minutes ago, the grand speaker issued a notice. Zhu Huiyin is stepping down. So cool. I also want to be a mage and stand on the stage of the World Academic Competition. Sitting in the stands, Zhu Huiyin had already lost all hope. At this point, there was no room for negotiation. Desperate, Zhu Huiyin left without noticing a faint shadow following behind her. The moment Zhu Huiyin stepped out of Venice, Long Jun would strike instantly, taking her life. Lin Chen sat in the stands, feeling the passing of a life, not moved in the slightest. The Zhu family's factions were numerous, and killing Zhu Huiyin would not affect his relationship with the other factions. But what would it matter if it did? Lin Chen scratched his head. It would only mean he would have to kill more people. Meanwhile, Fengli still didn't know what was happening and spoke to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, you'll start in the semi-finals. Chapter 86, The Tyrant Troop. Because of Lin Chen's presence, the Huaxia World Academic Competition had not lost a single match, marching confidently into the semi-finals. The only country that could rival Huaxia was the Dark Horse, the Sun Country. Since both Huaxia and the Sun Country had maintained their victories, the top 3 positions were already set. They only awaited the result of the fight between Sheila and the Sun Never Sets, after which each country would battle for the championship. To secure victory, Sheila even sent out Ashalia, but unfortunately, Salobi had some strength, and his teammates were much stronger than those from Sheila, so in the end, the Sun Never Sets triumphed, leaving Sheila in a regrettable 4th place. At night, in Lin Chen's room, the reflection of red wine fell on the table, and Ashalia unceremoniously raised her glass. The crimson liquid slid down her long, fair neck. Lin Chen helplessly said, "We have a match tomorrow, why are you here so late?" Ashalia put down her glass, her beautiful face appeared dazzling without the veil under the light.
It's so late, and you didn't say to turn off the lights, Ashalia said with a faint smile. Lin Chen didn't want to argue with her. Mu Ningxue lived in the next room, and if she found out he was spending the night with a beautiful woman, there was no telling what kind of misunderstanding might arise. Let's get to the point. Seeing Lin Chen's indifference, Ashalia retracted her smile. Boring man. After a pause, Ashalia's expression became serious. I climbed the Tyrant Mountain range once again. Hearing this, Lin Chen's expression showed no change, he just waited for Ashalia to continue. Ashalia stared intently into Lin Chen's eyes and said, Austin is missing. Lin Chen shrugged indifferently, how could I know where it went? Do you really think I have the ability to influence an emperor-level creature? Ashalia said nothing, trying to read something from Lin Chen's expression, but unfortunately, she saw nothing unusual. Let's hope so, Ashalia said. After saying that, Ashalia stood up, I wish you good luck in tomorrow's match. Lin Chen lifted his glass, congratulations on your 4th place. Ashalia's face darkened, turning to leave. Some powers are not suitable for use in competitions, I think you understand this better than I do. Also, you and Mo Fan are both lacking in emotional intelligence. In the morning, Lin Chen stood on the competition stage, gazing at the Sun Country competitors across from him, smiling slightly. The competitors facing him were rarely in conflict with him. During the treasure competition, they knew they were weak and couldn't match Lin Chen, willingly handing over their resources. Lin Chen, although I have said it before, I want to sincerely thank you here. Thank you for saving the mages of Pushini City back then. Among the Sun Country team, Mios bowed slightly and then glanced at Mo Fan. But some people on your team are quite shameless. Lin Chen chuckled, not wanting to say too much. He merely returned the bow and quietly awaited the referee to announce the match's start. As the 2 largest countries with the most undead in the world, no one probably ever expected that the only 2 undefeated countries would be them. In this competition, the participants from Huaxia were Lin Chen, Mu Nugio, Mu Ningxue, Nenju, and Dongfang Lai. That's right, Huaxia sent 2 substitutes in what was almost the finals. Feng Li didn't want to do this, but who told Lin Chen to request it? His own sister hadn't had much screen time, and if Mu Nugio could help secure a victory, it would benefit the Mu family's development. As for Dongfang Lai, it was purely a bribe from the Dongfang family to Lin Chen, giving him a full 500 million, just asking Lin Chen to recommend Dongfang Lai for a spot in the match. It didn't matter if he was knocked down, they could create an image of a man who burned himself out for his country. Competitors, prepare. The referee's voice came down from above. As the countdown began, every competitor couldn't help but show signs of nervousness. Except for Lin Chen. Start. The referee shouted loudly, and as his voice echoed above the arena, the 5 from the Sun Kingdom almost simultaneously began chanting the same incantation. Faint gray star trails appeared around them, quickly weaving into a gray pattern tinged with blood red, embedded into the earth beneath them. The pattern didn't resemble a star map, it exuded a dangerous and strange aura of witchcraft. Awaken, warriors. Neos bit his finger and spilled blood onto the hard brown earth. A tiny drop of blood, but it instantly stained the land red, spreading hundreds of meters, as if the land had been cursed. The trees, flowers, and grass on it withered completely, as if their life had been drained away. Gradually, the soil began to loosen and move like boiling water. Ah! A terrifying scream came from beneath the soil. Undead creatures, wrapped in blood-red, black cloth, crawled out of the ground. Their bodies were dripping with the stench of blood, their eyes glowing green with malice, glaring viciously at anything alive in the arena. A glint of excitement flashed in Mios's eyes. They weren't suited to summon undead during the treasure hunt, but now, in the arena, it was the perfect time. Each drop of blood could summon 20 or 30 crimson mummies, and with all 5 from the Sun Kingdom, a single summoning could bring over 100 of them, simply an overwhelming swarm. Lin Chen patted Mu Nugio's shoulder. Go ahead, I'll cover for you. Mu Nugio nodded firmly. Don't worry, bro, I'll definitely do well. Let everything grow. Mu Nugio flicked her long sleeves, and countless bright green seeds flew toward the crimson mummies. Trees with sharp, blade-like branches began growing wildly in the soil, from small sprouts breaking through the ground to 5 or 6 meter high trees with sharp leaves, all in just a few seconds. Leaf dance. Mu Nugio controlled the sharp trees, causing the blade-like leaves to swirl with the strong winds she summoned in that area. These leaves were incredibly sharp and easily tore through the wrappings of the crimson mummies, even cutting through their iron-like skin. The first wave of mummies was instantly shattered into pieces. The green blade-like leaves quickly turned red, as over 20 mummies that had charged forward were all destroyed. On the other side, Dongfang Lai's eyes lit up, fiery red light shining. Heaven's flame funeral, hellfire. Flames at the soul level burned brightly as Dongfang Lai excitedly swung his right fist, summoning a massive hellfire stone. Dongfang Lai's natural talent was monstrous. Whenever it came to fire magic, his power was boosted by a whole level, making it a concept level skill. If he ever mastered a forbidden spell, this natural talent might allow him to release magic that surpassed forbidden spells. But unfortunately, Dongfan Lai's cultivation talent was average, and he might stop at the super tier level in the future. The massive Hellfire Stone crashed down, blasting a large group of undead away. Partnering with Munu Jiao, they directly cleared more than half of the Crimson Mummies on the battlefield. However, their killing speed was far slower than the summoning speed of the Sun Kingdom. 5 drops of blood fell, and once again, over 100 Crimson Mummies crawled out from the ground, roaring. Mu Ningxue was also not idle. Her soul-level ice domain opened, combining with Munu Jiao's ice magic, freezing the small undead on the field, greatly relieving the pressure. On the other side, Nanju's sound-based magic was ready, and with one strike, dozens of Crimson Mummies perished. In terms of raw strength, Nanju was still much stronger than Munu Jiao and Dongfan Lai. The 4 of them took turns attacking, constantly killing the undead summoned by the Sun Kingdom, but the speed of their kills was far outpaced by the speed of summoning. Now, the number of undead on the field had exceeded 500, not only the Crimson Mummies but also the more powerful Sha Axe Mummies. After finally getting on the field, why does it feel like we're playing tower defense? Dongfan Lai muttered darkly. At this moment, the field was filled with frozen thorns, slowing down the undead's movement. Behind that, Nanju's wide area sound magic followed. Finally, Dongfan Lai used his flame fist to target and kill the undead who had luckily passed through the 2 obstacles. It seemed that the undead of the Sun Kingdom only needed to cross the Thunder Pool, but Mu Ningxue and her companion's magic energy was limited, while the Sun Kingdom's undead sea strategy was endless. Clearly, Mu Ningxue and the others were far from capable of matching the consumption of undead magic users of the same level. Realizing this, Munu Jiao couldn't help but look back at Lin Chen. Though she wanted to bring honor to the Mu family, this was no longer about losing the match. Now, to break the situation, they had to rely on Lin Chen. Munu Jiao turned around and saw Lin Chen's hair standing on end, his eyes flashing with silver and yellow light, looking like he was about to unleash his ultimate move. Brother! Munu Jiao's words hadn't finished when Lin Chen's hand was already on her shoulder. I know, please help me stall for time and prepare for my ultimate move. As he spoke, Lin Chen casually glanced at the nearby camera, even using his sound-based magic to ensure the devices would record his voice. The loudspeaker broadcast Lin Chen's voice across the whole arena, and Jaluo's face darkened. Preparing for an ultimate move? I don't believe you. Back in the treasure competition, when you hit me, there was no aftershock from your higher level magic. If you're preparing magic for this long, isn't it a 3rd tier super level spell? Jaluo didn't believe Lin Chen's nonsense. Even if a 3rd tier super level spell could be used, the people from the Sun Kingdom would surely die. By then, if the entire Sun Kingdom team died, China would be disqualified, and the Sun Never Sets Kingdom would become the champion. Jaluo refused to believe that such good fortune would fall to him. Sure enough, when Lin Chen shouted the phrase Space Rift, Jaluo was almost in tears. These childish tricks, you've never used them on me before. What is the Space Rift? It sounds impressive, but it's just a 3rd tier intermediate space magic. Jaluo couldn't believe that Lin Chen could prepare an intermediate magic for 5 minutes. Although Jaluo knew this, the public didn't. The crowd only knew that Munu Jiao and the others had struggled for a long time before Lin Chen unleashed his ultimate move. The Space Rift, being able to tear through space, must be a very powerful spell. Watching the dazzling silver light, seeing the undead dissolve, and watching the shattered space. Whoa, Lin Chen must have exhausted too much in the earlier battles, but for China, he still gave it his all. The other 4 also worked hard. It's thanks to them fighting against the odds that they blocked the Sun Kingdom's attack, giving Lin Chen time to prepare his ultimate move. 3 minutes, I want to know all their information. MD, all this is Zhou Huayin's fault. Looking at the barrage of comments flashing across his phone screen, Zeluo was stunned. How could there still be people who are moved by Lin Chen? He looked down at the battle below, and Zeluo was even more stunned. A flash of silver light passed by, and a huge spatial blade sliced across the arena. The rift in space extended for hundreds of meters, cutting nearly 1,000 undead into dust along the way. The spatial blade stopped just a few centimeters away from the Sun Kingdom's position. Mios and the others only felt their exhaled breath cut apart by the spatial blade, and everything they saw was shaken by the cracks in space. The undead were all wiped out. The Sun Kingdom's hard-built army of undead disappeared in an instant. Mios and the others knew that they had lost. Taking a deep breath, the people of the Sun Kingdom exchanged glances. Should they use their final trump card to struggle, or save it to secure 2nd place? Soon, they had their answer. Fight for 1st place. The Sun Kingdom had never won 1st place in the World Academy tournament. Their country was plagued by the undead, and they not only needed the resources that came with 1st place but also needed the word first to inspire confidence in their people. The sun will never set. It will burn all time away. Even if your strength is boundless, 1,000 years later, you will vanish without a trace, while the sun still rises. The 5 people of the Sun Kingdom chanted the spell of the undead at the same time. A gray constellation slowly enveloped them, forming a much larger undead constellation. The undead constellation was not made of dazzling stars. Instead, it resembled a sculpture outline covered with strange incantations, radiating endless malevolence. The 5 constellations, connected together, nearly reached the level of a star palace, exuding an overwhelming aura. A black gate of hell opened before them. The gate was enormous, and the 5 stood beside it like insects. Koka! A roar from the depths of hell shook the skies, and the commotion erupted into violent tides. From the black gate of hell, a long and gigantic black skeletal form crawled out. Its head hung like a coconut on a palm tree, giving an eerie feeling. Its body was incredibly long, with its head towering above the island, while its body was still mostly beneath the Hellgate. This time, the Pharaoh's fountain of the Sun Kingdom was not mostly taken by Mo Fan, and the power of the giant insect demon was even more terrifying. In terms of momentum, its strength had already reached near the sublord level, higher than that of a commander in the advancement phase. But for Lin Chen, this thing was just a frightening sight. You know I've killed the Dark Swordmaster, yet you still summon the giant insect demon. You might as well use this technique in your fight for second place. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Mio's forced to smile, his face a bit pale. We have to try. If we just walk away now, we won't be satisfied. Mio's recalled Lin Chen's earlier posture when he was gathering power. Perhaps Lin Chen had consumed too much energy and couldn't use the terrifying magic anymore. As they spoke, the giant insect demon's body slammed down heavily. Lin Chen used the space system to teleport Mu Ningxue and the others away from the arena. They were no longer needed here. A flash of shadow stars passed by, and Lin Chen's figure vanished into the shadows, avoiding the giant insect demon's attack. Looking at the shattered island, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. The attack power wasn't bad. Chapter 88, Instant Strike Without Deception? While dodging attacks using his shadow escape, Lin Chen looked up at the distant cruise ship. The arena for this competition was on the sea, and spectators could only sit on yachts and cruise ships. Lin Chen knew that people from the Holy Court were mingling among them, watching for any unusual occurrences. In other words, they were searching for anyone with talent powerful enough to shake the holy city. If there is, he would be arrested under a false accusation. Lin Chen had previously revealed his super-tier cultivation, which should have been the critical point the Holy Tribunal could accept. If Lin Chen exposed something even stronger, things could become unpredictable. A level 1 super-tier magic is the limit, transcendent power cannot be exposed, and mental power above level 8 cannot be revealed. Facing a gigantic sub-monarch, Lin Chen was indeed feeling a bit troubled. Unlimited instant casting dimensional super-tier magic? That would be worse than exposing transcendent power. Unlimited instant casting super-tier magic is even more devious than a sufferer. In the distance, Mios and the others were continuously dodging the shockwaves from the giant touch bug demon's attacks. Their magical cultivation wasn't enough to completely control the giant touch bug demon, and they were in quite a desperate situation. But overall, the primary target of the giant touch bug demon's attacks was still Lin Chen. Lin Chen, just admit defeat. My giant touch bug demon's strength is no weaker than the Dark Sword Lord's. You've been fighting for days now, your energy is nearly depleted. If you continue, even we might not be able to control the giant touch bug demon. Mios said. As soon as Mios finished speaking, Lin Chen's figure appeared next to him. Mios' pupils shrank. So fast. If I wanted to make it easier, I could defeat all of you right now, but I think you wouldn't be satisfied with that. Let's see how I defeat this giant touch bug demon. Lin Chen smiled slightly, casually waved his right hand, and a space prison, comparable to super-tier defensive magic, trapped Mios and the others inside. The Sun Kingdom's strength was mostly in the undead. Now, after exhausting magic and summoning the giant touch bug demon with the Pharaoh's well, it was impossible to break Lin Chen's prison in the short term. Mios glanced deeply at the man beside him. If you can't solve the giant touch bug demon in 10 minutes, we will be completely unable to suppress it. If you lose, the organizers might not be able to provide help in time. Upon hearing Mios' reminder, Lin Chen smiled slightly. After 10 minutes, you'll be preparing to compete with the Sun Never Sets Kingdom for second place. Arrogant, Mios raised an eyebrow, no longer attacking the space prison. Anyway, escaping wouldn't help. This prison was enough to resist the shockwaves of the giant touch bug demon's attack on Lin Chen. Lin Chen's figure disappeared from the spot, leaving behind a faint spark of lightning that caught Mios' attention. Thunder System. Looking at the huge body of the giant touch bug demon crashing down, Lin Chen's whole body erupted in dazzling lightning, and the powerful purple thunder turned everything around into scorched earth. Purple Sky Domain. The giant touch bug demon suddenly opened its huge mouth and sprayed a black light column from its esophagus. The black light column sliced through the island from one end to the other like a cutting ray, relentlessly chasing Lin Chen. At this point, Lin Chen no longer had any intention of dodging. Face-to-face combat, who's afraid of who? Purple Sky Thunder Rings Punishment. 9 deep purple thunder spears slowly formed in the air, and the lightning surrounding Lin Chen grew more intense. Space Rhythm Time Delay.
His right eye flashed, and endless silver light appeared, slowing the speed of the black light column. In the next moment, Lin Chen's right hand pointed at the giant touch bug demon.
9 rings of banishment.
9 huge thunder spears fell like stars from the sky, each one landing on the body of the giant touch bug demon.
ZZ.
Fine electric sparks exploded, and the 9 thunder spears deeply embedded themselves into the giant touch bug demon's body, pinning its massive form to the island.
Mind control, air shield.
An invisible shield wall appeared in front of Lin Chen, and the slow-moving black light hit it, only causing ripples, with no sign of the shield wall shattering.
Neo's lips twitched.
Less than a minute, 3 super-tier magic spells in a row, 666, no acting at all, huh? Below, Jaluo was even more broken. As a chaos mage, he knew even better how powerful Lin Chen's 2 space magic spells were. Being able to amplify a mid-tier spell to such a level meant Lin Chen's mental power had at least reached the standard of level 7. One must know, AI Jiangtu had only reached level 4 in mental power and could already sweep through most of the competitors.
Jaluo couldn't believe it. What kind of monster could reach level 7 at this age?
Jaluo's mind wavered, feeling as if his very foundation had collapsed.
Yes, Lin Chen must be an old mage in disguise. His true identity must be Pang Lai from Huaxia, right? Right?
On the other side, Pang Lai smacked his forehead upon hearing this. Kid, at this moment, I wish more than anyone that this person was Pang Lai. But let me tell you myself, as Pang Lai, when I was in my 20s, I was nowhere near this strong. Meanwhile, after blocking the attack of the giant corrupt insect demon, Lin Chen lifted his gaze slightly and instantly cast 2 super-tier space magic spells. For the next 5 minutes, he wouldn't be able to use space magic again. So, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes.
What other type of magic should he use?
Looking at the immobilized giant corrupt insect demon, Lin Chen pondered briefly.
There were too many magic types, he didn't even know which one to pick. How about playing with the chaos element? As soon as he thought of it, he acted.
Behind Lin Chen, the constellation of chaos emerged, with 343 stars lighting up one after another. A mighty magical aura swept across the shattered island.
Sensing this aura, the giant corrupt insect demon writhed uneasily.
However, the 9 massive thunder pikes had nearly nailed it to death. Super-tier magic was indeed highly effective against sublord creatures. The only part of the giant corrupt insect demon that could move, its head, struggled violently.
A massive black energy beam shot from its mouth, blasting straight at Lin Chen, hoping to seize this chance to break free. Lin Chen's lips curled up. Perfect timing. Mark of imprint.
Before Lin Chen, a massive chaos gate emerged, swallowing the black energy beam completely. In the next moment, the black beam, now tainted with chaotic energy, was reflected out from the chaos gate, blasting straight back at the giant corrupt insect demon. In the creature's horrified gaze, the black beam shot right into its own mouth.
Boom!
A deafening explosion erupted from within the giant corrupt insect demon's mouth, and the violent energy shockwave shattered its stomach walls.
With this single strike, the giant corrupt insect demon was severely injured, but it also managed to break free from the 9 shackles binding.
With 9 deep, charred wounds exposing its bones, it let out a furious roar. The next moment, its colossal body charged madly toward Lin Chen, like a collapsing pillar of the heavens. Lin Chen watched as an enormous shadow loomed over him, gradually swallowing everything. The sunlight above was completely blocked out. Its skeletal body drew closer and closer. Lin Chen could even see those savage, blade-like tentacles flailing wildly, gleaming coldly. On the other side, Miyoza's expression changed. In that instant, she sensed that the heavily wounded giant corrupt insect demon had broken free from control. In her last moment of connection, Miyoza clearly felt the demon's frenzied bloodlust.
Chapter 89, Me, Fight Lin Chen? Are you kidding me?
The giant corrupt insect demon was gravely injured, its movement greatly hindered, posing no further threat to Lin Chen.
Night Lord's Dominion. A dark curtain descended, covering almost the entire island. An infinite black night fell, blocking everyone's vision. What happened? What's going on? Why can't we see anything now?
The spectators stood up instinctively, eager to see what was happening. At almost the same moment, 8 bright silver flashes cut through the darkness, slicing everything apart. The dark curtain dissipated, and the crowd finally saw the battlefield clearly.
Their mouths gaped open in shock.
At the center of the scene, with Lin Chen as the core, 8 deep trenches had torn the island apart. With the island, the body of the giant touch insect demon also cracked apart. 8 spatial blades split the giant touch insect demon into 9 segments, with its corrosive blood flowing everywhere like a stream, sizzling as it corroded the flowers and grass. Lin Chen touched his nose, realizing that he had used too much force. He originally only wanted to slice off the 8 heads of the giant touch insect demon, but unexpectedly, he cut it all the way through.
The massive corpse fell onto the island, almost covering the entire island.
Lin Chen stood on top of the corpse and released the cage that trapped Miyoza and the others.
Without the restraints, the five from the Sun Nation still did not move, as they too were stunned. He solved the sub-ruler level giant touch insect demon in how many moves? Maybe 5 moves? Hiss, terrifying. Without a moment's hesitation, the five from the Sun Nation directly chose to surrender. It was a joke. The Pharaoh Spring had been used to summon the giant touch insect demon, and during this recovery time, Lin Chen could kill them like chickens. What was there to fight? Seeing this, the referee, who had already flown up to the sky, descended and announced loudly, "In this battle, China wins." In the next match, the Sun Nation fought against the never-setting sun, relying on the Pharaoh Spring's replenishing feature. The Sun Nation successfully ground down the never-setting sun. Speaking of the never-setting sun, it was really pitiful. Clearly, their strength surpassed that of the Sun Nation, but Zeluo's summoning system was restrained by the undead, and because of the undead, they couldn't summon the insect swarm, leading to their unfortunate defeat. Losing this match, Zeluo took a deep breath. There was one more match left, and this torturous game would soon end. Zeluo had never imagined that losing would be such a relieving way to decompress. The pressure that had built up for so long was about to be released, and it made him feel a sense of ease. On the eve of the final battle, Zeluo applied to be a substitute, which directly made the team leader of Never Setting Sun laugh. "You, Zeluo, the team captain, are going to be a substitute? You, go and kill Lin Chen." The mentor pointed at Zeluo. "Zeluo? Who? Me? I'm going to fight Lin Chen?" Zeluo took a deep breath. As the captain of the Never Setting Sun national team, he was not so frightened by Lin Chen. He still had courage. Zeluo straightened his chest, feeling that at this moment, he was the hero from a story who sacrifices himself for justice. He was a true aristocrat from Never Setting Sunday. "Okay, mentor, then who will fight with me against Lin Chen?" "Just you." The mentor's words mercilessly shattered Zeluo's heroic dream, making him slump weakly into the chair. "Then mentor, you will witness the fastest defeat record by a national team captain in history." The mentor rolled his eyes at him. "What else can we do? Even 2 people can't deal with Lin Chen, sending an ordinary person will be a waste. If everyone goes to fight Lin Chen, who will fight Mo Fan and Ai Juntu?" At this point, the mentor of Never Setting Sun sighed deeply. Truly, China was blessed. To have 3 geniuses like Lin Chen was simply miraculous. Suppressing the jealousy in his heart, the mentor listened as the bell for the final match of Venice rang, and then solemnly said, "For the honor of Never Setting Sun. For the honor of Never Setting Sun." On the arena, the referee silently took down the betting slip for China's victory and announced the start of the match. Now, the odds of China winning had dropped to 1 in 1,000, meaning that betting 10 million could earn just 10,000. It was already the lowest odds. But no one thought about betting on a miracle. The gap between China and the other countries in this round was just too wide. Just Lin Chen alone had suppressed the heads of many geniuses from raising their heads. The match began, and Zeluo directly found Lin Chen. After a noble gesture of Never Setting Sun, Zeluo solemnly said, "Never Setting Sun, Zeluo." Lin Chen cupped his hands. "China, Lin Chen." Zeluo smiled slightly, his wind domain rose, and black evil insects appeared. He attacked with full force. He did not want to leave any regrets in the last match of the World Academy tournament. The Eagle Duke and the Earth Evil Insect, the 2 leaders, appeared and charged at Lin Chen with a roar. 7 hurricanes, over 10 meters high, rose. The forces charged toward Lin Chen. Insect Lord's Kingdom, Gate of Dimensions, open. Swarming, countless black evil insects rushed out like a black tide, and in an instant, over 100 evil insects appeared on the battlefield. And their target, without exception, was Lin Chen. In a moment, for killing moves were released. No doubt the captain of the Everlasting Sun team, Zeluo, hailed as the top person of this year's national house in the original story. Lin Chen took a deep breath, and behind him, the silver-white star palace suddenly appeared. This was the first time he truly used space-based supergrade magic in the arena. Although he had previously used spiritual energy to amplify space magic, there was still a qualitative difference between basic, intermediate, and supergrade magic. The Star Palace, built with the power of the mysterious cosmos, glowed with a unique brilliance, deep silver in color, but with an elusive cosmic light, as beautiful as a miniature of the starry universe. The silver-white Star Palace shone across the entire arena, and the whole area seemed to be left with only Lin Chen and Zeluo, while the others were all submerged in the silver light. Space Compass, Death Axis. The Star Palace flickered for just a moment, and Lin Chen's body suddenly trembled and became ethereal, vanishing from its original position the next second. Lin Chen's figure kept flashing, as if he was using unlimited space-based teleportation, appearing anywhere within the silver light. So this is the supergrade magic of space. Lin Chen enjoyed the feeling of his body traversing through space. The Eye of Time and Space had granted him the ability to cast magic beyond his level, and the structure of supergrade magic was completely different from basic grade. Every time his figure flickered, it symbolized Lin Chen's deeper understanding of space magic. His speed increased, and at the same time, 3 or 4 shadows of Lin Chen appeared on the field, making it impossible to tell which was real. Jaluo sweated slightly on his forehead, but he was powerless, only able to watch as the space compass slowly took form. Finally, Lin Chen appeared in front of Jaluo in midair, his arms opened wide. His pupils could reflect the entire dim sky, and some invisible force descended as his hands slowly rose. Space compass, death axis. As Lin Chen uttered this, every space node he had previously appeared in flashed with silver light. When all the silver beams and threads of space crossed, they formed a silver compass hanging between heaven and earth. Buzz. Lin Chen made one last space teleportation, but this time, a black axis line clearly pierced through the center of the entire compass. The black axis line was parallel to the ground, and the afterimage of Lin Chen at the front of the axis had not completely disappeared. The real Lin Chen had already pierced through the space compass in Jaluo, bringing a shocking death axis to the end, which also appeared behind Jaluo. Jaluo showed a bitter smile on his face. To use this magic against him, it really showed respect. The next moment. Buzz. It was like the sound of a string snapping, reverberating through the empty air. Jaluo's figure fell to the ground. Several powerful hurricanes were pierced through, and the 10-meter-high hurricanes shattered into strands of gentle wind. All the black evil insects exploded in an instant, their black blood splattering across half the battlefield. The Eagle Duke and Earth Evil Insect were severely injured. If Lin Chen had not shown mercy at the last moment, Jaluo's summoning system would have been completely destroyed. Lin Chen lifted his gaze toward the distant battle situation. The team on the field were all elite members of the Huaxia National House. Ai Jiangtu, Mo Fan, Muningshua, Zhang Yu, all were tough opponents who could fight multiple enemies at once. In the Everlasting Sun team, apart from Ai Lin, who could barely restrain Mo Fan, the others were facing a one-sided situation. Duke Ai Lin, surrender. Lin Chen instantly teleported to Mo Fan's side and said. At the moment Aileen saw Lin Chen, she already knew Jaluo's fate, but her delicate face was still full of defiance. The empire on which the sun never sets has no people who surrender. A hint of admiration appeared on Lin Chen's face. Whether it was the Sun Nation or the empire on which the sun never sets, they both had courage. In this year's World Academy tournament, except for Sakura, all the other countries left a good impression on Lin Chen. Then, forgive me. Lin Chen's expression became slightly more serious. Mind control, disperse. A powerful spatial wave ejected Aileen out of the arena. At this moment, it was not yet time for substitutes to enter, which meant that the empire on which the sun never sets only had 3 small fry left. Lin Chen did not waste words. He directly cast 3 spells, clearing the stage and completely crushing the last bit of hope for the empire on which the sun never sets. Huaxia, victory! Huaxia, ranked first. As the chief referee solemnly announced the result, the cannons that had long been prepared in Venice fired into the sky. The colorful lights reflected on the faces of every member of the Huaxia team. Whoa whoa whoa, we won, we won. Lin Chen, you are so damn amazing. Zhang Yu and Mo Fan, overwhelmed with excitement, directly lifted Lin Chen onto their shoulders. Lin Chen was completely unguarded. He thought they would carry him to a crowd of crazy fangirls, but who knew they would throw him straight into the sea. Although he could teleport back in midair, Lin Chen did not want to kill the mood, so he let himself fall straight into the water. Ha ha ha, this feels awesome. The two of them immediately jumped in after him. The freezing seawater couldn't cool them down at all, their excitement and joy were burning too fiercely. Once these two lunatics started, the rest of the team followed. One by one, they all jumped into the sea, chasing after Lin Chen, turning their indescribable happiness into waves in the water. Well done. Fengli and Song He stood on the shore, unable to hide their excitement as they watched the energetic young students. At this moment, Fengli and Song He let go of their last bit of resentment toward Lin Chen. Had he argued with them before? Did that trivial matter even compare to winning first place in the World Academy tournament? Did Mu Tingjing and Nan Romney's lives compare to winning first place in the World Academy tournament? As for the pressure from the Mu and Nan Rong families? Fengli said, to hell with them. As the Grand Mentor of the National Academy team and the Vice Chief Judge of the Supreme Tribunal, if Lin Chen hadn't gone a bit too far back then, making Fengli feel a little guilty, he wouldn't have bothered to interfere at all. In the following days, everyone was completely liberated. Venice was already a city full of charm, and now that the grand battle was over, they could celebrate in the water city for days and nights. They were all young. When they let loose, there was no limit. Even someone with Lin Chen's constitution ended up drunk for an entire day. At night, in the hotel, a drunken Lin Chen was helped back by Mu Ningxue. Look at you, drinking so much. There was a rare hint of emotion in Mu Ningxue's voice, showing that she was also very happy. At this moment, Mu Ningxue was finally no longer burdened by the affairs of the Black Church. Winning glory for the nation was enough to erase the stain on her family's name.
Lin Chen's drunken eyes were hazy, and he was mumbling something under his breath. Mu Ningxue curiously leaned closer, and the strong smell of alcohol made her wrinkle her nose.
Ningxue. Mu Ningxue's delicate face turned red.
He was calling her name even while drunk. Helping Lin Chen take off his shoes, Mu Ningxue's cheeks grew even redder. As the little princess of the Mu family and a genius mage, this was the first time she had ever done such a thing. Seeing Lin Chen lying spread-eagle on the bed, Mu Ningxue rubbed her forehead helplessly. She knelt on one knee on the bed, leaning over to pull the blanket over him. Originally, the author wanted to draw a position diagram by hand, but since he can only draw stick figures, he used AI instead.
It's about the same.
Mu Ningxue leaned over and grabbed the blanket, but suddenly, a big hand wrapped around her slender waist and pulled her into an embrace.
Ningxue.
Mu Ningxue was startled, her back pressing against Lin Chen. The voice trembled.
Lin Chen, you, let go of me.
The voice was small, as thin as a mosquito's whisper, barely audible unless one listened carefully.
I'm so tired.
Lin Chen spoke as if to himself, his voice filled with deep exhaustion. Mu Ningxue heard it, and the first reaction in her heart was pain. Mu Ningxue felt that Lin Chen was too tired. From the young boy she first met to now, everything relied on his own perseverance and effort.
Forget it.
Mu Ningxue sighed lightly, and her heart filled with tenderness. Closing her eyes, Mu Ningxue felt the sense of security in Lin Chen's embrace and peacefully fell asleep. At this moment, Lin Chen, who was holding Mu Ningxue from behind, quietly opened his eyes, looking at the snow-white strands of her hair, and gently curled the corners of his mouth.
How could mere alcohol possibly intoxicate a mage nearing forbidden magic?
The next day, when Lin Chen woke up, Mu Ningxue was already gone. Unfortunately, he missed the warmth of the morning.
He stepped out of the room and ran into Zhao Manyan and Mo Fan.
Seeing Lin Chen, Zhao Manyan's previously gloomy expression changed, becoming more excited.
Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Manyan in surprise. What's wrong?
Zhao Manyan hesitated for a moment in the hotel corridor.
Sai, just come with me. I have something to tell you. Zhao Manyan pursed his lips and led Mo Fan and Lin Chen to a beach. Chapter 91, Oh no, my father has turned into a wraith?
About my father, he's getting old, and when he was young, he left behind a lot of health issues. This time we took first place, I managed to bring him some honor, but who would have thought he fell ill and didn't even get to see it?
Zhao Manyan sighed. That's really a pity. Aren't you going to see him? Mo Fan asked.
Every son grows up hoping to make his father proud, to stand on his own without needing their protection, to be able to establish themselves in this world, or to achieve something remarkable.
Mo Fan could understand Zhao Manyan's feelings.
Indeed, in the past, he had always shown a carefree attitude toward his family and his father. It seemed like he wouldn't amount to much, just sitting back and waiting for death. I'm a bit scared, Zhao Manyan said.
Scared?
His illness is very serious.
Our family's healer told us a long time ago that if he fell ill again, he most likely wouldn't make it.
Although we've all prepared ourselves mentally, just thinking about how this old man doesn't have much time left really makes my heart ache. Zhao Manyan spoke lightly, his usual carefree demeanor gone.
Hearing this, Mo Fan didn't know what to say.
He specialized in destructive magic, and if the Zhao family's healer couldn't help, then he had no solution.
Zhao Manyan looked at Lin Chen.
Lin Chen, you're incredibly powerful.
Is there any way?
Seeing the hope in Zhao Manyan's eyes, Lin Chen felt a bit of a headache. Lin Chen had always been someone who could do anything, but even he found this situation difficult.
He didn't have healing magic.
And since the Zhao family was so wealthy, their family's healer was probably top tier as well.
Unless Lin Chen himself had a forbidden-level healing magic, it was likely hopeless. So the question is, are there any healing demons or monsters?
Lin Chen was skeptical, but it couldn't be denied that even if healing monsters existed, they would be rare and probably unsuitable for healing humans.
Seeing Lin Chen's troubled expression, Zhao Manyan knew the answer and sighed lightly. It's just fate. Seeing Zhao Manyan's dejection, Mo Fan and Lin Chen also felt down.
They were college roommates, teammates in the academic competition, their bond close, and at this moment, they felt a sense of empathy. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Lin Chen's mind.
Zhao Manyan, can you accept your father not being human anymore? Zhao Manyan frowned.
If he didn't know Lin Chen well, he would have suspected that the latter was cursing his father to die sooner.
Maybe I have a way to keep him around.
Though he won't be human anymore, he should still be able to communicate with you guys. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Zhao Manyan's eyes sparkled with hope. At this point, being able to talk to his father was better than being dead.
Lin Chen, this method won't cause my father any pain, right? Zhao Manyan asked uncertainly. He didn't want his father to suffer like in the movies, struggling or being tormented, as that would be worse than death. Without any hesitation, Zhao Manyan brought Lin Chen to the hospital. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Mannian stood tall, not wanting his father to see his low spirits. Lin Chen, on the other hand, remained alert to his surroundings. Just before, on the beach, Zhao Youqian's assassins had not shown up, clearly reluctant to let Zhao Mannian off the hook, but wary of him and Mo Fan. When Lin Chen had first arrived in Venice, he wanted to build a good relationship with Zhao Youqian, but he had suddenly recalled a detail. That was something Zhao Youqian had said in the original text. In their childhood, Zhao Mannian and his brother were treated differently by their father, one studying hard every day while the other indulged in pleasure. As a result, before the World Academy competition, Zhao Mannian's father had given the position of heir to Zhao Mannian, causing Zhao Youqian to go completely mad in that moment. Lin Chen shook his head slightly. He had previously taken things for granted, thinking that childhood pain wouldn't affect adulthood, especially since Zhao Mannian's father still showed favoritism. This was not a novel. It wasn't as simple as Zhao Mannian talking things out with Zhao Youqian for them to reconcile. The moment Zhao Mannian's father had written his will, the outcome had already been sealed. With a light sigh, Lin Chen realized that the ending was indeed set, and he couldn't change it, unless he had met Zhao Youqian 18 years ago and altered his childhood suffering. It's fine, if necessary, he could just kill Zhao Youqian, allowing Zhao Mannian to take charge of the Zhao family. Although Zhao Mannian didn't want to do business, he had no choice. Such a powerful force in the Zhao family was something Lin Chen didn't want to miss. After going through the checks, Lin Chen and Zhao Mannian entered the ward. At the moment they walked in, seeing the cold, high-tech instruments and his father lying on the hospital bed, Zhao Mannian's proud chest finally collapsed. "Dad!" His voice trembled as Zhao Mannian staggered and knelt by the bedside. Zhao Mannian's mother was there too. She looked at Zhao Mannian with tears brimming in her eyes. "Mannian, your dad has been waiting for you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Mannian lowered his head, filled with guilt. At least it wasn't too late. Zhao Mannian suddenly turned to Lin Chen. Bang! His forehead hit the ground, creating a sound. "Lin Chen, please save my dad, whatever it takes, just let me talk to him in the future." Zhao Mannian's voice was choked with tears, and Lin Chen bit his lip, quickly stepping forward to help Zhao Mannian up. Not speaking with Mrs. Zhao, Lin Chen needed time to understand the situation. Looking at Lin Chen, Mrs. Zhao hesitated. She had recognized his identity. Now that it had come to this, a dead horse was to be treated as a live horse. Perhaps this young man could create a miracle, just like in the academy competition. Lin Chen stared into the eyes of the head of the Zhao family. He was wearing a breathing mask, making it impossible to speak. "If you could live as a soul, would you be willing?" asked Lin Chen. The head of the Zhao family did not hesitate, nodding with effort. At this point, living was definitely better than being completely dead. Understanding the thoughts of the person involved, Lin Chen stomped his foot. Suddenly, Lin Chen's shadow stretched to the wall, transforming into a swirling dark portal. From the dark vortex, the figure of Long Jun appeared, accompanied by a beautiful woman in exquisite ancient attire. As soon as Long Jun appeared, several beams of black light shot out in an instant, knocking out the hidden guards and disabling the monitoring. "Let's begin." Lin Chen nodded to Long Jun, while Zhao Mannian stared wide-eyed. He would never forget this armored dragon-like figure before him. Based on Mo Fan's description. Isn't this the ancient king from the ancient capital? The armored dragon emperor? How could Lin Chen know him? How could he possibly call him out? Zhao Mannian suddenly thought of an unrealistic theory. Could it be that Lin Chen called him for help? Can a dead soul heal wounds? Zhao Mannian expressed disbelief, but suddenly, the corner of his mouth twitched. What Lin Chen said before, could it be that he turned his own father into a dead soul? Good grief, my father became a dead soul? Chapter 92, The Charm Moment of the Armored Dragon Emperor. The ancient beauty behind the Dragon Lord smiled faintly, and with a wave of her hand, a black magic array rose up. At the same time, she took out several materials with a strong aura of dead souls. Lin Chen curiously glanced at them and found that most of them were blue materials, with one purple one, indicating these were all materials of the leader in lord levels. Moreover, if Lin Chen guessed correctly, the ancient beauty before him should be the 9 Underworld Queen, one of the top 3 among the 8 dead kings, a true great lord. And not just any great lord, but an exceptional one. Without using the time and space divine eye, whether Lin Chen could defeat the 9 Underworld Queen was still uncertain. The conversion ritual for the dead soul began. Zhao Mannian watched closely, his expression full of tension. Fortunately, the 9 Underworld Queen's technique was very skilled, and only half an hour later, a faint soul floated out of the body of the Zhao family head. A strong aura of dead souls emitted. The Zhao family head slowly opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and his expression was one of astonishment. "I feel an unprecedented power." The Zhao family head excitedly murmured, his right hand clenched into a fist and slammed out, even breaking through 3 layers of the wall. Fortunately, the hospital had been fully taken over by the Zhao family, so there was no one else on this floor except the Zhao family head. A leader-level dead soul. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Although the Zhao family head had average talent in his lifetime, with the accumulation of money, he still had some skills reaching the early stages of a high-level practitioner. With the materials brought out by the 9 Underworld Queen, it was no surprise that he gained leader-level strength. Feeling the pressure of his father's aura, Zhao Manyan was not surprised but instead overjoyed, and quickly stepped forward to ask. Father, how do you feel? The Zhao family head grinned, laughing heartily. I've never felt this good before. All my old injuries are gone, and even my strength has surpassed the peak of my youth. Watching Zhao Manyan and his father chat happily, Lin Chen silently waved his hand, and the Dragon Lord and 9 Underworld Queen retreated back into the abyss of death, waiting for Lin Chen's next call. Lin Chen walked out of the ward. The Zhao family head's problem was resolved, and with him in control, the Zhao family was at least stable for now. Now, it was time to deal with Zhao Yuqian. However, this matter wasn't for Lin Chen to handle. The Zhao family head was already capable of cleaning up the troublemaker. It was a family issue, and Lin Chen didn't want to interfere. Leaving the message about Zhao Yuqian hiring assassins to kill Zhao Manyan, Lin Chen's figure disappeared from the spot. It was time to claim the reward for being first in the World Academy tournament. Lin Chen rubbed his hands. The Divine Seal praise. That was something that could enhance the basic power of magic. It's a pity that the Divine Seal praise can only enhance the elemental magic's base power. Otherwise, with Lin Chen's dimensional magic enhancement, combined with his peak 9th level spiritual power in time and space divine eye, he would definitely be one of the top 3 dimensional mages of the current era. Arriving at the Parthenon Temple, following the steps of the sacred mountain's 10,000 steps, the national officials led by Feng Li and Pang Lai headed towards the Hall of Beliefs. Every day, many people went to the Hall of Beliefs to pray, many of them spending vast amounts of money just to exchange for a little bit of belief contribution in the hope of receiving blessings from the Goddess Hall. A blessing from an apprentice female servant could protect a baby from sickness for 10 years, preventing infection by disease, yet the people of the Goddess Hall could not offer this blessing to everyone. Therefore, they will select from the most devout believers and those willing to offer large sums of tribute. A health blessing, believers are willing to endure 10 years of wind and rain, the wealthy spend thousands, and the divine blessing is the most advanced magic in the blessing system, with no way to measure its value in money. After walking through the stairway of 10,000 people, reaching the Knight's Hall, to go further up, one must pass the ancient Starry River Road. Looking at the Starry River Road, a hint of caution appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. Once on the Starry River Road, unless one is a forbidden spell master, one's cultivation will be suppressed to the high level. Pang Lai, upon fully mastering all 4 elements, once passed through, with his cultivation suppressed to a little above the high level. Currently, Lin Chen possesses 3 super elemental powers, with Chaos Element at super level 3. Under normal circumstances, he should be suppressed to about high level 2. However, Lin Chen possesses the Time-Space Divine Eye. When compared to ancient restrictions and ancient magical tools, it is hard to say which is stronger or weaker. Entering the Knight's Hall, a man dressed in purple and gold stood at the entrance of the Great Hall. This is Lord Haolong, Feng Li said. Haolong's attire had a strong ancient Greek style, standing majestically at the top of the stairs. After watching Pang Lai and Haolong argue, Lin Chen, feeling bored, went to the room prepared for them at the Parthenon Temple. The divine blessing ceremony was about to begin, and the most important thing now was to gather enough spirit. A few days later, Lin Chen followed Feng Li to a mountain peak, where the divine blessing ceremony would take place. At the altar of the Blessing Mountain, the Temple Mother stood quietly beneath a tree of questioning, sunlight transformed into golden threads, falling onto the Temple Mother's body. She was softly murmuring, and the light radiating from her gave off a holy glow, like a song whose murmurs echoed repeatedly through the mountains. Seeing this, a trace of ridicule appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. Who would have thought that in a wizard organization meant to save the world, one of the high-ranking members would be a pope from the Black Church? Lin Chen took a deep look at the Temple Mother. His strength was still insufficient, but when he became stronger, perhaps he could capture her ahead of time. The Temple Mother waved at Lin Chen, signaling him to come forward. Lin Chen walked forward, and the female sage beside him whispered for Lin Chen to kneel. Lin Chen frowned, looking up at the Temple Mother. The Temple Mother didn't mind, only asking Lin Chen to lower his head. The Temple Mother gently placed her palm on Lin Chen's forehead, and the murmuring voice seemed to reach the most important moment. Her speech became very fast, and with Lin Chen closing his eyes, he felt as if countless instruments representing divine energy were playing beside his head, forcing all distractions from his mind. It was just like the first time he awakened magic. Lin Chen felt that his spiritual world suddenly lit up, with light enveloping all the stars within him, as if trying to melt them. Concentrate, focus your thoughts on the element you wish to receive the blessing from. The female sage reminded him again, this time her tone was not friendly, seemingly unhappy with Lin Chen's lack of a proper greeting. Lin Chen didn't care about her and directly focused the divine blessing onto the thunder element. Currently, his thunder element was the strongest among his elemental powers. With super-level cultivation and transcendent strength, Lin Chen's thunder element now had the ability to stand on its own. Soon, all the light gathered and shone onto the thunder element's Starry River, and the entire Starry River emitted a mysterious glow, with all the stars being enveloped by this light. The entire process was slow. To inscribe a permanent blessing mark in a wizard's spiritual world was not something that could be completed in an instant, and it was evident that this magic consumed a significant amount of energy. After a long time, the divine blessing ceremony was finally completed. A smile appeared on the temple mother's face, but she still did not speak a single word to Lin Chen. Lin Chen shrugged, not wanting to speak either. Immediately, he teleported back to his room and began to fully refine the energy of the divine seal tribute. Of course, this was the time to use an external aid. Mo Fan had the little mudfish, and Lin Chen had the Dragon Lord. Although the Dragon Lord's power was not as strong as the Peak Azure Dragon, the Dragon Lord was very skilled in the aspect of souls. When the Emperor-level Dragon Lord appeared, with just a wave of his hand, he stabilized the energy of the divine seal tribute within Lin Chen's soul, preventing it from leaking. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it hadn't gone to waste. He glanced at the total amount of divine seal tribute's energy. It could increase his basic lightning power by about 3 times. Lin Chen grinned. While others got a boost of 1.2 times or 1.5 times, he got a direct 3 times boost. It was simply invincible. And all of this was because of the Dragon Lord's existence. Now, Lin Chen felt increasingly glad about the lonely decision he made back then. Lin Chen was willing to call this moment the Armor Dragon Emperor's Charm moment. Chapter 93, Summoning the Emperor in the Plane. With the Dragon Lord's help in locking the energy leakage, Lin Chen successfully increased his lightning power by 3 times. Lin Chen grinned excitedly. As expected of the Armor Dragon Emperor, a real Emperor-level creature, incomparable to the little mudfish, which was just a pendant for now. Of course, this effect was also due to the fact that the Empress had invested more energy into Lin Chen, enough to reach the 3 times boost. For example, Mo Fan, Jiangtu, Muningshuet, and others received about twice the boost, while Zhao Manyan and Jiang Yi received around 1.8 times, and people like Guan Yu and Zhu Jimin were in a sorry state. Their performance in the academy competition was not outstanding, and their ranking for receiving the Divine Seal tribute was at the bottom. They only received a 1.5 times boost, and after a month of energy leakage, they probably could only get a 1.2 times boost. After boosting his lightning power, Lin Chen didn't choose to leave immediately. Instead, he took out 2 star sea earth veins and several star river veins. These were resources that the Mu family had recently found. To obtain these high-quality resources for Lin Chen, the Mu family had spent a lot of their own assets. Lin Chen knew that there would be a tough battle ahead, so he had to improve his strength as much as possible. Name, Lin Chen. Strength, Chaos System, Super Grade Level 3, Summoning System, Super Grade Level 1, Lightning System, Super Grade Level 1, Shadow System, Super Grade Level 1, Wind System, High Grade Level 2, Space System, Mid Grade Level 3, Water System, Mid Grade Level 1, Plant System, Mid Grade Level 1, Sound System, Beginner Grade Level 3. Items, all magical spirit species and spirit level materials he currently possesses, Lightning Soul species, Shadow Soul species level darkness materials, Wind Soul species. Magic tools, none, trash cleared. In over a month, Lin Chen had upgraded his Shadow System to Super Grade, his Wind System to High Grade Level 2, and his Space System to Mid Grade Level 3, just a step away from High Grade. But Lin Chen didn't have time to break through any further. He had more important things to do. That was to summon the plane once again. Following the soul mark left years ago, Lin Chen's consciousness crossed the planes and arrived at the summoning plane. Upon arriving once more, everything was nearly the same as Lin Chen's memories. Even the towering ancient trees that had been trampled by the ancient elephant were still there, though now covered in vines. This time, Lin Chen was no longer the weak, beginner mage he had once been. His consciousness now possessed powerful perception. His right eye slightly trembled, and the markings representing space and time appeared. Lin Chen was delighted. The eye of time and space was bound to his soul, so it came with his consciousness to the summoning plane. This meant that he had some additional means compared to other mages. He quickly drifted along the path the ancient elephant had taken. If Lin Chen remembered correctly, the ancient elephant had taken a battle stance back then. If it had one, it was likely to set up camp here. For Emperor-level creatures, a few years were just a blink of an eye, so nothing would have changed. As long as it had one, it's very likely still here. Years have passed, and of course, Lin Chen could not find the ancient elephant in a day. He had prepared himself for a long struggle. But even after 7 days passed, Lin Chen still hadn't found any trace of the ancient elephant, and he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. It wasn't until he saw a giant green tiger stepping on clouds that a fiery expression appeared on Lin Chen's face. Finally, he found it. The green giant tiger before him was unmistakably one of the subordinates that had once followed the ancient elephant. Years ago, Lin Chen couldn't even assess the strength of this demon, but now he could see at a glance that it was undoubtedly at the Supreme Lord level. Stepping on the clouds of the 9 heavens, it spewed out green wind blades from its mouth, tearing the blue sky into chunks. Lin Chen was sure that the demon's strength was probably no weaker than the totem mystic snake. Even he, with a solid body, was no match for it, let alone in just a consciousness state. But fortunately, a consciousness form is much more concealed than a physical body. A yellow light quietly flashed through Lin Chen's right eye. In the next moment, Lin Chen's figure became even more ethereal, almost invisible, rushing through the forest without drawing any attention, even from the demon itself. Lin Chen could even pass directly through its body. This was the ability of the space-time divine eye, forcibly pulling Lin Chen's consciousness form into the interlayer space of the summoned dimension. Unless there was a demon with strong dimensional control, no one could detect him. Following behind the green giant tiger, Lin Chen's chance of finding the ancient elephant depended on it. The green giant tiger walked and stopped, leading Lin Chen on a detour for 3 more days before finally bringing him out of the forest. The moment they stepped out of the forest, the view suddenly opened up, and a vast wasteland appeared before them. The gray-yellow earth stretched as far as the eye could see, and at the horizon, smoke and dust billowed. Lin Chen squinted, sensing a strong energy fluctuation there. This energy fluctuation was much stronger than the green giant tiger, even to the point of overwhelming it. It was absolutely at the emperor level. Eager to approach, a massive mountain suddenly appeared in the middle of the wasteland, standing at over 10,000 meters tall. In front of it, Lin Chen seemed like a firefly compared to the bright moon, as small as an ant. Lin Chen took a deep breath and hid himself in a deeper layer of space. If he wasn't mistaken, following the usual plot of novels, this mountain should be his target. Sure enough, the green giant tiger flew to the mountain's base, and like presenting a treasure, placed an energy crystal in front of the mountain. The next moment, the mountain trembled, and a mountain ridge over 1,000 meters long shook and extended out, directly pulling the energy crystal into it. Lin Chen held his breath, quietly moving to the front of the mountain. He saw 2 enormous eyes appear on the mountain, as large as the full moon, and perhaps a small black could fit into the eye socket. After presenting the treasure, the green giant tiger left, leaving only Lin Chen and the mountain behind. The enormous brown-yellow eyes didn't look at the departing green giant tiger, but instead swept toward a certain direction. Lin Chen's breath caught in his throat. The brown-yellow eyes were staring directly at the position where he was hiding. There was no emotion in the brown-yellow eyes, they were as calm as a black spot in the old days, without a trace of light. Lin Chen, through the space barrier, made eye contact with it, and the other party seemed to have already sensed Lin Chen's presence. After a long while, Lin Chen suddenly stepped out of the interlayer space. Seeing Lin Chen appear suddenly, the ancient elephant's eyes still showed no emotional fluctuation. "Great ancient emperor, the human from another world greets you," Lin Chen smiled faintly. The ancient elephant seemed to understand Lin Chen's purpose. Seeing his appearance, it finally showed a slight movement. Its head, like a barrier of the heavens, gently shook, and large amounts of dust fell.